Chapter 1. The Blue Star. Jiangling City, Shishan Cemetery. A woman stands before a newly erected tombstone, silently mourning and bidding farewell to the deceased. The tombstone bears the name of the departed, Lin Jichen, age 29. The woman is Run Lan, Lin Jichen's senior from university. She stands quietly before the grave, her gaze fixed on the portrait etched on the stone, where the subject appears handsome and poised, with eyes like bright stars. Run Lan gazes at the photograph, lost in thought. A cemetery worker approaches, pushing a cart that holds a black ebony urn. "It is time for interment, madam. Will you place it in the grave, or shall we do it?" The worker inquires. "I will do it." With a heavy heart, Run Lan walks over, carefully cradling the urn and gently placing it into the small, square pit beneath the tombstone. "I never expected that after all these years, our reunion would be under such circumstances." Run Lan murmurs to herself, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice catches, barely concealing her sorrow. "Had you trusted me back then, we wouldn't have ended up like this. You had limitless potential in the vast world, yet you chose to trust deceitful individuals, oblivious to their treachery. Alas, it is all in the past now. Madam, please place the deceased's belongings into the grave as well," the worker gently reminds. Run Lan nods, her eyes reddened as she places the final memento left by Lin Jichen into the grave. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and she hurriedly rummages through the belongings to retrieve a recording pen. A note clings to the pen, bearing a small inscription. "Run Lan, open this when I am buried." Run Lan had remembered this, almost forgetting in her moment of grief. Holding the recording pen, she decides to play it, and a voice fills the air. "Hey, crazy woman, long time no see. Ha ha. Did you ever think I would ascend to immortality? Once I leave, I probably won't have the chance to see you again, so we'll leave you a recording." The voice in the recording is cheerful, devoid of any solemnity or sorrow, even jokingly comparing his death to achieving immortality. Run Lan is not surprised, for she has always known Lin Jichen to be perpetually optimistic and radiant. The recording continues. "Actually, I want to apologize. I should have listened to you earlier, but this is my own folly. I cannot blame others. I'm sorry, my dear Senior Run Lan. If fate allows, let's meet again in the next life. They'll continue to tease you and use you as a taekwondo punching bag. Hee hee. Well then, it's time to say goodbye." At this point, tears stream down Run Lan's face, marking the second time in her life she has cried. The first time was when Lin Jichen misunderstood her and severed ties. Her strong-willed life, boasting of never having cried, crumbled under the weight of Lin Jichen's actions. Yet, in the next moment, the tone of the recording abruptly shifts. "Whoa, where am I? Why is it so dark? Wasn't I supposed to achieve immortality? Why am I trapped in this small box? Help! Is anyone out there? I'm scared. Dame-yo." Nearby, several workers burst into laughter. They have never encountered such an unusual farewell message. In their line of work, laughter is rare, as they are professionally trained to maintain composure. With a chuckle, Run Lan wipes her tears and scolds the tombstone's occupant. "Lin Jichen, you rascal." Ding ding dong. The ringtone of a phone disrupts the slumbering Lin Jichen. "Ow, my head hurts." Lin Jichen groans, clutching his head as he opens his eyes, the unpleasant odor of alcohol and the acrid scent of vomit assaulting his senses. Gazing around a room that feels both unfamiliar and oddly reminiscent, his mind momentarily falters. "Where am I? Why does this look so much like my university dormitory? Didn't I die after being gravely injured by the boss of the immortal realm? Zhu Jiuyin? How am I still alive? Wait, where's my storage ring? Where's my elixir? Why is everything gone?" 10 minutes later, after much contemplation, Lin Jichen finally comprehends the truth. He has been reborn, back to 10 years ago. In this year, he has just completed his college entrance exams and is entering his freshman year. At 19, he is youthful and brimming with vitality. As for the reason for his rebirth, Lin Jichen reflects carefully. If he is not mistaken, it is related to the jade pendant he had seized from Zhu Jiuyin's cave. The moment he acquired the pendant, it vanished, but in the final moments before his death, he vaguely recalls seeing it again, radiating a dazzling light. Then, he found himself transported back a decade into the past. Lin Jichen ponders for a moment and recalls a rumor that had circulated before the realms merged with reality. The most formidable beast of the immortal realm, Zhu Jiuyin, possessed a supreme artifact known as the Xuanyu Pendant, capable of comprehending the laws of the universe. Yet, no one had ever obtained it after being framed. He had inadvertently fallen into Zhu Jiuyin's lair. The jade pendant he had taken was likely the legendary Xuanyu Pendant. Unexpectedly, this mythical artifact has granted him a chance at rebirth. Since the heavens have not forsaken me, Su Zihui and Guojie, you treacherous fiends. In this life, I shall ensure you experience the bitterness of betrayal and despair. Lin Jichen rises and stands before the mirror in his dormitory, his gaze glinting with cold determination and chilling resolve. Before his rebirth, he had endured the most tragic and hopeless moments of his life. His beloved girlfriend, Guojie, betrayed him, entangling herself with his most trusted friend, Su Zihui. Together, they concocted schemes to strip him of all his wealth, elixirs, and magical artifacts accumulated over the decade. Ultimately, they lured him into the abyss of Zhu Jiuyin to meet his demise. Even though Lin Jichen had been a formidable practitioner of the Tao at that time, the terrifying beast of the immortal realm proved too much to overcome, and he narrowly escaped with grave injuries. Due to his severe wounds, with no remedy in sight, Lin Jichen soon passed away. Reflecting on his previous life, Lin Jichen realizes he had become a complete tragedy, a classic example of squandering a winning hand. He had numerous better choices and many who genuinely cared for him. Yet, due to stubbornness and an inexplicable confidence in his judgment, he had rejected those who truly loved him while embracing those with venomous hearts. Thinking of this, Lin Jichen finds himself utterly ridiculous. The heavens have given him a second chance, bringing him back to 10 years ago, specifically to the year 2040. On August 8, 2040, a hyper-realistic virtual game named Eight Desolations was launched, developed by the universe-class artificial intelligence Nuwa, drawing from the cultural heritage of various nations to create this groundbreaking virtual game. Initially, everyone assumed it was merely a virtual game. However, 5 years after its launch, strange occurrences began to unfold. First, a select few players discovered that abilities and artifacts from the game could manifest in reality, and even NPCs from the game could materialize in the real world. This revelation sent humanity into a frenzy, as players rushed into Eight Desolations to acquire various powers, skills, artifacts, elixirs, and divine abilities. But along with this influx came the arrival of various monsters, villains, and monstrous horde from the game into reality. Even the game world began to merge with the real world. This game had transformed Lin Jichen into a formidable practitioner of the Tao, granting him everything, yet also costing him everything. But now, all is reset, and he is beginning anew. Lin Jichen believes that with his decade-long understanding of Eight Desolations, he is well aware of the secrets, hidden quests, celestial abodes, divine pets, and divine weapons. With the skills he has honed over the years, Lin Jichen is confident he can become the strongest cultivator in Eight Desolations. The game has been operational for 10 years, but if one excludes the time of world integration, it has only functioned for 5. Lin Jichen had only played for 4 years. He started playing the game in the second year after its public launch, and his initial experience was far from smooth, receiving only a rather lackluster talent. Nevertheless, he eventually caught up, surpassing the vast majority of players and securing a place in the top 10 of the Eight Desolations leaderboard. The current date is August 7th, 2040. The public launch of Eight Desolations is tonight. Lin Jichen takes a deep breath, steadying his emotions, dispelling the shadows of his former life, and smiles brightly at the mirror. In this life, he will start anew, seeking vengeance and retribution. In this life, he will rectify the regrets of his past and make amends to those he has wronged. In this lifetime, he must not allow another year to slip by, squandering the most precious initial moments of the game. Even if the beginning is reminiscent of his past life, with only mediocre talents at his disposal, Lin Jichen remains steadfast in his confidence. believing that with his understanding of the vast realm and a decade of skill, he can leave everyone far behind and strive for supremacy in the entire world of the Eight Desolations. Ding ding dong. The phone rang once more. Lin Jichen picked up his 10-year-old Huawei Tianwen phone, the caller ID displaying Crazy Lady. Upon seeing that name, Lin Jichen couldn't help but break into a radiant smile and immediately chose to answer. Little Lin, why did it take you so long to answer? Something big has happened, and I have some monumental news for you. You must brace yourself. A youthful and vibrant voice resonated from the other end of the call. Yet, Lin Jichen paid little heed to the content, merely savoring the sound of her voice. How long had it been since he last heard that voice? A full decade. And yet, it felt so familiar, so endearing. I'm sorry, crazy lady, Lin Jichen whispered softly. Huh? What do you mean sorry? The girl on the other end clearly did not grasp the implication. It's nothing, just a fleeting thought. Lin Jichen chuckled lightly, brushing it off nonchalantly. In his past life, he had wronged 2 girls, and Ren Lan was one of them. 10 years ago, on this very day, Ren Lan had called to inform him. She claimed to have seen Zhu Jiuyin kissing another boy on the street and getting into his car. Zhu Jiuyin was Lin Jichen's girlfriend from university, and he loved her dearly. Thus, he could hardly believe Ren Lan's words. Not only that, but he had also scolded Ren Lan for her audacity. Their argument escalated into a fierce quarrel. After that call, Ren Lan, who had once shared a deep bond with Lin Jichen, never reached out to him again, and their friendship shattered as a result. Originally, Ren Lan had intended to stay at school for her postgraduate studies, but due to this incident, she abandoned that plan and transferred to a school in another city. Afterward, Lin Jichen never saw Ren Lan again, as he was completely captivated by Zhu Jiuyin, fixated on marrying his beloved. Little did he know, Zhu Jiuyin was far from the simple girl he had believed her to be. To describe her using contemporary slang, she was a green tea princess, and a particularly high-caliber one at that. Her finesse rivaled that of the infamous 65-page PPT heroine. As a novice in the realm of romance, Lin Jichen was naturally toyed with in her hands. He was deceived by Zhu Jiuyin for a decade, only to discover that she was entangled with his good brother Suzy Kai. For a full 10 years, Lin Jichen had been blinded by her appearance and performance. In retrospect, he found himself utterly foolish. Listen, I don't have time for jokes. Prepare yourself. I just saw Zhu Jiuyin kissing a man on the street and getting into his sports car. Ren Lan said earnestly. Oh, got it. Oh, that's all you have to say? Please, I'm not joking, it's the truth. Ren Lan was flustered, fearing Lin Jichen did not take her seriously. I believe you, Lin Jichen replied with a light chuckle. But right now, I'm more interested in treating you to a meal. Are you free? Wait, let's stay calm here. Don't spiral out of control. Why are you acting so nonchalant? Ren Lan was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend Lin Jichen's calm demeanor. She knew all too well how much he adored Zhu Jiuyin. Yet now, with such earth-shattering news, how could he remain unmoved? I'm not being nonchalant. Seriously, come down to the base of my dormitory. They'll treat you to a meal now, immediately. All right, I need to see you to feel reassured. They'll head over right now. The call ended. Lin Jichen immediately descended the stairs. He did not wait long at the foot of the dormitory before a graceful figure appeared in his line of sight. Ren Lan was tall, nearly 1.8 meters, standing half a head shorter than Lin Jichen. Her long, slender legs resembled those of a walking model, captivating the eye. Dressed in athletic attire, with a sports headband adorning her forehead, Ren Lan's appearance exuded an effortless elegance, embodying the charm of an Eastern woman. Her features were exquisite, perhaps due to frequent sun exposure. Her skin bore a healthy, light tan. Her natural face required no makeup or foundation for enhancement. The spirited glint in her eyes only amplified her refreshing demeanor. As she approached, male classmates passing by couldn't help but pay their respects, exclaiming her beauty. Today, I've accomplished something noteworthy, so you must treat me to a grand feast. I want teppanyaki. Ren Lan strode up to Lin Jichen, speaking boldly. Not a problem. Eat until you're full, Lin Jichen readily agreed. Haha, that's the spirit. Let's go. The two immediately made their way to the nearby food street, arriving at the teppanyaki restaurant that Renlon adored, and found a spot to sit face to face. Little Lin, I swear I'm not lying. Time was too tight. I just pulled out my phone to take a picture for proof, but they left before I could get it. Otherwise, I would have had evidence. As Renlon settled down, she repeated once more to Lin Jichen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen's expression darkened as he remarked, "It is you who revels in betrayal. What I meant to convey is that I no longer care for Guijie, and that is all there is to it." Renlon, taken aback, inquired with suspicion, "Have you truly come to know?" Lin Jichen shook his head with a smile and said, "This matter ends here, and my relationship with her also concludes at this point. So there is no need for you to worry about me. I am perfectly fine." "What? You two have broken up?" Renlon exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Yes. It was a decision I made unilaterally, at least for now." "Impressive. It's the first time I've realized you possess such resolve. I thought you would cling to that crooked tree for dear life." Renlon marveled, leaving Lin Jichen both amused and exasperated. The dishes soon arrived. Gazing at the long-awaited food, Lin Jichen could hardly recall the last time he had indulged in grains. As a formidable practitioner of the Tao, he had long since reached the state of fasting. Yet now, he found himself merely an ordinary human, his stomach growling at the enticing aroma of the food. The two began to tackle the delicious spread before them. Renlon chatted casually while eating, saying, "I've told you before, that Guijie is not a good girl. I have a sister who is her roommate, and she told me that Guijie has to call 7 or 8 men to say goodnight every night. And you are one of them. This woman is quite materialistic, very vain, and loves money. If it weren't for the fact that you are handsome and the campus heartthrob, she wouldn't even give you a second glance." As Renlon continued, Lin Jichen felt increasingly pained and quickly interrupted. "All right, dear sister. I have turned over a new leaf. Can we refrain from discussing past embarrassments? Isn't there enough food here to keep your mouth busy?" "Huh. This is just the beginning. It will barely fill me to 60%. You know, I work out every day if I don't eat more. How can I have the strength to lift weights?" Renlon replied with a grin. Lin Jichen immediately understood her intention and ordered several dishes. "By the way, Xiao Linzi, have you ever heard of the game 8 Desolations?" Renlon suddenly brought this up, which is not surprising considering the game's advertisements have spread far and wide. "Naturally. I am already preparing to enter this game as a professional player." Lin Jichen replied calmly. Of course, he must return to reclaim everything that belongs to him. "Really? Is this true?" Renlon exclaimed in astonishment. "You, who ranked among the top 10 in League of Legends on the Korean server, a fierce contender in the global top 100 in CSGO, and a master in the realm of holographic battle royale. Back then, you were reluctant to pursue a professional career. Yet now you tell me you wish to become a professional player in a new game?" Renlon could hardly believe that Lin Jichen aspired to be a professional player. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Lin Jichen, the reincarnated soul, is undoubtedly aware of the significance of the 8 Desolations, he cannot articulate it directly, for it would be implausible for anyone to believe him. Instead, he can only offer a few suggestions. "Haha, splendid. But you must accompany me. My gaming prowess pales in comparison to yours." Renlon harbored no doubts. She simply wished to partake in the experience. With a convenient excuse to indulge in the world of gaming, she readily agreed. "No problem. I plan to move out of the dormitory in the next couple of days and rent a place where I can immerse myself completely." "So, you won't be attending school anymore?" "No. I have come to realize that academic qualifications and diplomas hold no value for me." Lin Jichen casually announced his intention to abandon his studies. Such a statement, uttered by Lin Jichen at this moment, would undoubtedly attract scorn from many, branding him as one who has lost his ambition to indulge in frivolity. However, once the 8 Desolations is unveiled, they shall comprehend the wisdom of Lin Jichen. "Impressive. After knowing you for so long, today is when I feel you are the most manly," Renlon remarked, savoring a rib while giving a thumbs up in approval. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted at this moment. Lin Jichen felt an unprecedented sense of elation. In an attempt to slightly amend the misunderstandings of the past, he ordered several more dishes. The two indulged themselves in the restaurant, savoring their meal until they were nearly bursting. As they prepared to settle the bill, Lin Jichen took out his phone to make the payment. However, upon unlocking his device, he was taken aback. He discovered that both his WeChat and Alipay accounts were devoid of funds, and even his Huabei credit was maxed out. He yearned to casually retrieve precious spirit stones or gold bars from his storage ring to cover the expenses. Yet, he found himself lacking both spirit stones and a storage ring, possessing only an equally empty wallet. In this predicament, the Dao realm expert Lin Jichen could only blush and seek assistance from Renlan. Ultimately, under Renlan's piercing gaze, they settled the bill and exited the establishment. Lin Jichen, you cunning little rascal. You promised a treat, yet here I am paying. Your maneuvering is truly impressive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With the support of his relatives, Lin Jichen managed to complete high school. Originally, his scores could have secured him a place in a prestigious institution, but due to financial constraints, Jiangling Normal University offered Lin Jichen the enticing opportunity of free tuition along with a scholarship. Lin Jichen consequently opted for Jiangling Normal University, a prestigious institution. Upon entering university, he began working in an internet CAF, engaging in gaming services to earn a modest living. Yesterday, he celebrated Gui Jie's birthday, depleting his entire savings. The more he pondered, the more frustrated Lin Jichen became, lamenting why he hadn't chosen to be reborn a day earlier. Hand me the phone, Renlan suddenly interjected. Lin Jichen instinctively reached for his phone. Renlan produced her own device, and, after a flurry of rapid taps, Lin Jichen soon heard the unmistakable sound of a money transfer on the other end. In that moment, he comprehended the implications. This was the membership fee for several years at the gym. Remember to repay me promptly, or if you prevent me from accessing the gym, I shall use you as my punching bag, Renlan warned fiercely, her fists raised in mock threat. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen quickly conceded. How outrageous. This woman dares to be so disrespectful to a formidable figure in the Enlightenment realm. How audacious. Ouch, that hurts. After bidding farewell to Renlan, Lin Jichen promptly left the school in search of a residence. To facilitate Renlan's visits, he sought accommodations in close proximity to the school. After meticulous selection, he chose a well-appointed apartment in a pleasant community. The unit featured 2 bedrooms and a living room, elegantly renovated with complete furnishings and appliances. Moreover, the price was quite reasonable, at only 3,000 yuan per month, given its location near the school and a transport hub, along with a pleasant environment. This price was remarkably affordable. Lin Jichen observed that other properties, even inferior to this one, were priced several times higher. This residence was temporarily managed by an agency for rental purposes. It was said that the landlord was traveling and would return in a few days, leaving the agency with full responsibility in the meantime. Before finalizing the rental, the agency repeatedly reminded Lin Jichen to maintain the house in a tidy and clean state, to refrain from keeping pets, and to limit the occupancy to no more than 2 individuals, as per the landlord's stipulations. Furthermore, the landlord would periodically request inspections. Should she find anything unsatisfactory, she could unilaterally terminate the contract and evict him. It was precisely this troublesome and stringent nature that deterred potential renters. However, Lin Jichen was unfazed. He possessed a slight obsession with cleanliness and would undoubtedly ensure the interior remained pristine. Moreover, as he would be living alone, with only Renlan as a potential guest, the occupancy limit would be comfortably met. Although the landlord's frequent inspections might seem daunting to some, it posed no concern for him, a grown man. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lin Jichen had never enjoyed a cordial relationship with them, to the extent that he had long forgotten their names. Now that he had moved away, both parties felt a sense of liberation. Upon relocating to the new community, the first thing Lin Jichen did was to order the game ring from the renowned Bahuang online, which cost a mere 5,999 yuan. In addition to the game ring, Bahuang also offered gaming pods. However, the price of these pods was exorbitant, starting at a minimum of 50,000 yuan, far beyond Lin Jichen's current means. Just after placing the order, within a mere couple of hours, the package arrived. Bahuang's efficiency was remarkably swift. Once he held the familiar game ring in his hands, Lin Jichen toyed with it for a while before setting it aside. The game had yet to commence its public beta testing, rendering his eagerness futile for the moment. Seizing the final moments before the launch, Lin Jichen prepared himself a bowl of tomato and egg noodles in the kitchen, and after finishing, he took a refreshing shower. Glancing at the clock, he realized the time was drawing near. At 00:01 on August 8, 2040, the global public beta of Bahuang commenced. In that instant, countless players donned their rings and immersed themselves into the world of Bahuang. Lin Jichen was no exception. He reclined on his bed, adorned with a ring that initiated an iris scan for binding. In an instant, he was transported into a virtual realm, enveloped by a vast ocean of stars. Surrounded by ethereal mist, he found himself standing within a magnificent ancient palace. After a decade, he returned to this place, the genesis of his dreams. A celestial figure, imbued with an aura of serenity and grace, floated gracefully in the air. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, clad in a gown of translucent glass-like fabric, reminiscent of a celestial goddess, captivating all who gazed upon her. Even though Lin Jichen had laid eyes on her a decade prior, he could not help but steal a few more glances. However, he had no intention of pursuing her. This woman was extraordinary, the guide to the path of immortality and the mastermind of the Eight Desolations, Nuwa. To engage in frivolous conversation with Nuwa would lead to dire consequences. Many players had previously succumbed to the allure of Nuwa's beauty, exhibiting disrespect towards her. Some attempted to flirt, others sought to ingratiate themselves, and some even harbored intentions of impropriety. Yet, the repercussions were invariably severe. Those who dared to flirt, provided their words were not excessively vile, were merely confined to a black room for a few minutes. However, those whose remarks crossed the line into lewdness faced confinement for 1 or 2 days, and upon relogging, their charm would be permanently diminished. As for those who dared to commit acts of impropriety, their fates were even more tragic. They would be imprisoned for a week, facing a lasting reduction in charm. Furthermore, upon their release, the NPC's favorability would plummet to negative values, rendering them incapable of receiving quests, and within a week, their personal attributes would decline by half. Many had fallen victim to such fates. In his previous life, Lin Jichen had engaged in similar endeavors, yet he did not exhibit such lewdness. He merely sensed that Nuwa must possess hidden quests or concealed rewards. Thus, he persistently questioned her about these elusive tasks and their accompanying rewards. Eventually, Nuwa grew weary of his inquiries and confined him for a few minutes, prompting him to acquiesce. Now, returning to the starting point, Lin Jichen would not repeat such foolishness. He remained quietly, awaiting her words. Nuwa gazed at him with tranquil eyes, her lips slightly parted, as if listening to the melody of celestial beings. "Mortal, do you truly wish to embark on the path of immortality?" "Indeed," Lin Jichen replied. "Please tell me your name." Lin Jichen responded without a moment's hesitation. "I am Lin Jichen." In his previous life, his identity was Lin Ijia, a name synonymous with servility. Now, reborn? Lin Jichen yearned only to be true to himself. "Since you have resolved to embark on the path of immortality, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. What fortune you may glean from it rests solely upon your own endeavors. Here it comes. The moment of awakening talent is at hand." Lin Jichen felt a twitch in his eyelid. If his intuition was correct, he would, much like in the past, acquire a rather mediocre innate talent known as commercial genius. The function of this talent was rather mundane. It reduced the consumption of spirit stones when purchasing items from all shops in the town by 10. In simpler terms, it merely offered a means to save money, serving little purpose beyond that. This talent was ideally suited for a merchant in the game. Yet Lin Jichen harbored no interest whatsoever in such pursuits. He could only bear this lackluster talent as he traversed the path of cultivation. Despite this, he succeeded in ascending to the ranks of top-tier experts, ultimately becoming the foremost in the Eight Desolations. So be it. Commercial genius was just that. An innate talent did not dictate one as fate. From my understanding of the Eight Desolations, even with a dismal start, one could still turn the tide in their favor. Lin Jichen consoled himself within. With a gentle lift of her hand, Nuwa cast a beam of radiant light into Lin Jichen's body, initiating an examination of his constitution. For reasons unknown, what should have been a matter of mere seconds prolonged into an extended duration. The celestial glow lingered within Lin Jichen for half a minute before finally dissipating. Just as Lin Jichen pondered this anomaly, the game notification chimed. Congratulations. You have acquired the extraordinary innate talent to defy fate. Lin Jichen was taken aback. How could he not be a commercial genius? Was it due to his rebirth, or had the jade pendant aided him? Pondering this, Lin Jichen hastily glanced at the introduction. Defying fate, born against heaven, opposing heaven's path, and reversing heavenly luck. Just from these 12 words, Lin Jichen realized that this was no ordinary talent. In his previous life, during his 10 years in the Eight Desolations, he had never heard of anyone possessing such an extraordinary gift. He quickly continued reading. This talent had 3 distinct effects. Born against heaven, those born against the heavens, like a phoenix reborn. All innate attributes are maximized, yet with each death, all innate attributes decrease by 10. Opposing heaven's path, those who oppose the heavens are envied by fate. With each significant breakthrough, all attribute rewards are doubled. But it inevitably attracts heavenly tribulation. Failure to transcend results in the shattering of the soul. Reversing heavenly luck, those with reversed luck are accompanied by opportunities. With each significant breakthrough, an additional random talent is awarded, yet each major breakthrough must fulfill heavenly path requirements. After reading this introduction to his talent, Lin Jichen fell silent for a few seconds before being overwhelmed with joy. He had not anticipated that even his talents would change upon rebirth. Defying fate and altering destiny, this talent was invincible. Although this gift came with both benefits and perils, for Lin Jichen, these were mere trifles. Great opportunities are bound to accompany great risks. If he lacked the courage to embrace such challenges, he might as well have remained dead. Seeking a rotten tofu to collide with, the talent had been bestowed upon him, and now he was to choose his appearance. As Nuwa spoke, she elegantly raised her hand. A projected image materialized, displaying Lin Jichen's likeness. Beside it were numerous hairstyles available for selection. This was akin to character creation in an online game. However, in the Eight Desolations, one could not alter their facial features. One's appearance was fixed. Instead, one could only select a hairstyle befitting the world of immortal heroes. There were options for long flowing hair, tied styles, and flat buns, alongside hairstyles reminiscent of characters like Zhu Jiuyin from Wind and Cloud, and the male lead from Chinese Paladin with his distinctive bun and bangs. There were even choices for a shaved head, baldness, or a head full of dreadlocks. In essence, the hairstyles were boundless, and one could also choose the color of their hair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen opted for a half-up hairstyle adorned with a crown. A style that perfectly complemented his facial features, exuding an air of elegance and charm. In his previous life, he had been rather foolish, feeling weary of being a handsome man for an entire lifetime, and thus chose a casual, wild hairstyle reminiscent of Zhu Jiuyin in the game. To his dismay, he soon discovered that a higher appearance rating significantly increased the affection of female NPCs towards him. His wild hairstyle, however, drastically diminished his already considerable charm. This time, Lin Jichen resolved not to make the same mistake. Upon confirming his image, a scroll materialized before him, unfurling to reveal a map. The map was divided into 4 sections, each labeled Yongning Prefecture, Yuehua Prefecture, Muxian Prefecture, and Huafeng Prefecture. These 4 regions served as the potential starting points for players. The vast expanse of the Eight Desolates map only revealed a mere fraction through these 4 prefectures. The other regions were perilous, requiring high levels of cultivation for exploration. Yet, apart from their names, these 4 regions offered no further explanation, allowing players the freedom to choose. Though they appeared identical at first glance, Lin Jichen, as a seasoned player, understood that hidden intricacies lay beneath the surface. Each of these 4 prefectures was particularly suited for one of the 4 main professions in the Eight Desolates: spell cultivators, medical cultivators, weapon cultivators, and physical cultivators. Yongning Prefecture was most appropriate for spell cultivators, Yuehua Prefecture for medical cultivators, Muxian Prefecture for weapon cultivators, and Huafeng Prefecture for physical cultivators. This was not to say that success was confined to these regions alone. Each profession could indeed flourish anywhere. However, Within these 4 prefectures lay unspoken opportunities unique to them, absent in other continents. For instance, Yangning Prefecture concealed opportunities left behind by formidable spell cultivators, including various rare artifacts, divine abilities, and elixirs. The same could be said for the other professions. Nevertheless, such opportunities were elusive and contingent upon stringent conditions for activation and completion. Attaining them required both luck and strength in equal measure. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen did not hastily determine his profession. Instead, he first examined his attribute panel. Player. Lin Jichen innate talent. Defying destiny faction. None occupation. None reputation. 0 cultivation level. 0 realm. Mortal innate bone structure. 100 full. Innate spiritual appearance. 100 full. Innate comprehension. 100 full. Innate charisma. Extraordinary celestial grace. Full. Innate fortune. Auspicious luck. Full. Bone structure dictates the upper limit of physical and weapon cultivation professions, while spiritual appearance determines the upper limit for magical and medicinal professions. Comprehension is crucial for learning rare and powerful skills. Many formidable techniques have specific comprehension requirements, and a high level of comprehension facilitates the understanding of various talents. Charisma and fortune are equally significant. Charisma influences NPCs' favorability towards you. Players endowed with high charisma find it exceedingly easy to undertake quests and garner support. They may even encounter NPCs of the opposite gender wishing to cultivate together. As for fortune, its importance is self-evident. After reviewing his attribute panel, Lin Jichen felt an overwhelming surge of determination. With such an auspicious start, one might wonder who could rival him. Taking a deep breath to calm the tumult within, Lin Jichen began to thoughtfully contemplate the direction of his profession. Both attributes of Lin Jichen are fully maximized, leaving no room for concern. He can pursue any profession he desires. Lin Jichen, in a previous life, was an adept cultivator of magical arts, possessing an intimate mastery of the techniques and skills associated with such practices. Logically, continuing to pursue the path of magical cultivation would undoubtedly be the most suitable and accessible choice for him. After all, it was a familiar journey, one devoid of pressure. Lin Jichen can confidently assert that if he were to continue as a mage, no one would rival his prowess in that profession. He could effortlessly ascend to become the world's foremost mage. However, his mastery of the craft also renders him acutely aware of its drawbacks. Although mages boast exceptionally high damage output in the later stages, with maximum AE capabilities making them invincible in team battles, the sheer power of a forbidden spell unleashed amidst a throng of enemies is exhilarating. Yet, the path of the mage is fraught with challenges. It demands vast resources, lacks single-target damage, and possesses a notably low defense. As a fragile entity, a mage is easily dispatched and is vulnerable to numerous counterclasses. These insights have been gleaned by Lin Jichen through years of experience as a top-tier mage. The most critical disadvantage is that in player-versus-player combat, mages suffer significantly. Once an opponent closes in, their abilities become nearly impotent, and a single misstep can lead to catastrophic failure. Furthermore, it is essential to note that Lin Jichen does not have an affinity for mages. He initially chose this path solely because Guijia expressed her fondness for mages, prompting him to follow suit. In truth, he has always yearned to be an instrument master. The elegance of instrument players has long captivated him. For instance, sword masters can command the air with their blades, soaring to great heights while embodying the essence of the martial world. Blade masters wield their swords with unparalleled grace, unyielding in their resolve, destined for invincibility. Gun masters unleash piercing strikes, their weapons like dragons, exuding a fierce and commanding presence. Unlike mages, who tend to lurk at a distance casting spells, instrument masters are universally acknowledged as the most popular and challenging class in the vast expanse of the game world, requiring exceptional skill and finesse. After carefully weighing the pros and cons, Lin Jichen ultimately resolved to abandon the well-trodden path of magecraft. In retrospect, relinquishing the mage's role may be for the best. Since he has been reborn, it is an opportunity to embark on a fresh beginning. A new class presents new challenges. Otherwise, adhering to the same routine would render the experience rather mundane. Moreover, Lin Jichen firmly believes in his gaming talent. He is confident that he can shine brilliantly. Regardless of the class he chooses, Lin Jichen possessed exceptional innate talent, making him ideally suited for weapon cultivation. Without further hesitation, he pointed to the map and declared, Musianzhou. He chose the most esteemed profession among weapon cultivators, the sword master. The sword master is renowned for inflicting the highest single-target damage. Whether in duels against other players or when confronting formidable bosses alone, this profession is unparalleled. Aspiring to be the world's foremost champion, he would inevitably face countless conflicts, open and covert battles, assassination attempts, and ambushes. Magic cultivators often fear such treacherous tactics, but sword masters do not. Moreover, Lin Jichen had previously chosen Musianzhou, unaware of the hidden opportunities across the 4 states. As a magic cultivator at that time, he settled in Musianzhou. His familiarity with this place was profound, which further motivated his decision to abandon magic for the sword. Upon touching Musianzhou, Lin Jichen transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the celestial realm. In the next moment, he found himself in a picturesque village, clad in simple linen garments, barehanded, and possessing nothing else. This was the treatment accorded to newcomers. Lin Jichen surveyed the surroundings of this picturesque village, now increasingly encircled by novice players. Goodness, this game feels astonishingly real. As if I have traversed time itself. Gazing upon the breathtaking scenery, he wished to compose poetry to share with the world, yet lamented his lack of education, exclaiming, "What a magnificent mountain!" New players sought guidance, bewildered by the complexities of the game. The Crazy Shark Guild is recruiting. Hurry to apply. Others inquired, "Are there any ladies seeking gaming partners?" I am known as the cold young master of morning love. The atmosphere was quite cacophonous. At the entrance of the village stood an elderly man, well into his 60s. Anyone with even a modicum of experience in online gaming would recognize him as a non-playable character, undoubtedly offering quests. Consequently, the crowd jostled together, eager to approach the elder for a task. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The arrival of Lin Jichen stirred a subtle commotion among the players. Moments ago, the crowd at the village entrance had been so dense that he went unnoticed, but upon entering the village, he instantly became the center of attention. Wow, I just spotted an incredibly handsome young man. Hey there, would you like to team up? Handsome, do you have a girlfriend? I fell for you at first sight. I believe he is even more charming than my idol. What does everyone else think? Could he possibly be a newly debuted celebrity? I must investigate further. A multitude of female players chattered excitedly, their gazes fixated on Lin Jichen. Meanwhile, the male players were seething with jealousy. How can this guy be more handsome than my own version of Takashi Kaneshiro? I, the local equivalent of Eddie Pong, refuse to accept this. Reporting in from Nanchang. I'm the local Wu Yinzu. Have you consulted with my Iwu version of Nicholas Say? The appearance of Lin Jichen transformed the already bustling village into an even more lively place. Remarkably, it was not only the players who reacted with such fervor to Lin Jichen's presence, even the female NPCs in the village began to gaze upon him with interest. A graceful young matron at the tailor's shop, who had been busy assigning quests to other players, suddenly became enamored upon seeing Lin Jichen. She halted her task, dismissing the players waiting in line for quests, and with a sinuous sway of her hips and a captivating stride, approached him. With a flirtatious demeanor, she initiated a conversation. "Hello there, young man. I am Chuan Yang, the proprietress of this tailor shop. Are you interested in taking on a quest? I can arrange it for you." She added enticingly, "If you find the quest too challenging, I can assist you as well. My husband passed away 5 years ago, and I have been single ever since." All the players stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in disbelief, while others desperately sought out NPCs for quests. Here was Lin Jichen, who had an NPC proactively offering him tasks and assistance. What divine treatment was this? Moreover, it appeared that the widowed proprietress had taken a liking to Lin Jichen, even revealing her own relationship status. How utterly unfair. At that moment, a male player stepped forward to protest against the widowed proprietress. "This is unjust. Why should he be allowed to cut in line? We have been waiting for so long. And you even said you would help him with his quests. This is simply not right. We demand fairness." However, the widowed proprietress regarded him with disdain, her demeanor starkly different from how she treated Lin Jichen. She scoffed at the protesting player, saying, "Before you complain, perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own appearance. I simply have a preference for handsome young men. Is that a crime? I choose to look after him, and if you have an issue with that, you are free to leave. No one is forcing you to come here for work." Fuming with indignation, the male player felt as though he might burst with rage. Never had he been scorned for his looks by a game NPC before. He stormed off, cursing under his breath. Yet, after the widow's remarks, The other disgruntled players fell silent, fearing the widow's wrath and the possibility of being denied their quests. After all, who could withstand the humiliation of being publicly ridiculed by an NPC? Once the crowd settled, the widow donned a radiant smile once more. But this smile was reserved solely for Lin Jichen. So, young man, have you given it some thought? Lin Jichen had not anticipated such favorable treatment due to his overwhelming charm. He felt that if he wished, he could cultivate a rapport with the alluring widow. And in just a few days, they could engage in mutual cultivation, cough cough. Of course, this was merely jest. Lin Jichen was not that kind of person. In response to the widow's enthusiastic overtures, he courteously replied, "Perhaps next time, I have other matters to attend to for now. I will seek your assistance with tasks on another occasion." The widow, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of disappointment and reluctantly swayed her enticing figure back to the tailor's shop, dejected. Her demeanor suggested that Lin Jichen had abandoned her after initiating their connection. Lin Jichen, wishing to evade the spotlight, hastily maneuvered past the crowd, quickening his pace as he ventured further inside. Fortunately, only the female NPCs who placed a premium on appearance displayed such overt attentiveness towards him. The other NPCs did not exhibit the same exaggerated behavior as that charming widow. Nevertheless, due to his extraordinary ethereal charm, their initial impressions of Lin Jichen were overwhelmingly positive. As he passed by, they greeted him warmly. Lin Jichen felt that there was no need for him to exert effort in this game any longer. He contemplated finding a female cultivator from the Appearance Association to cling to, perhaps living off her generosity and thriving in the process. This, after all, represented another approach to the game of Ba Huang. As he approached the edge of the village, Lin Jichen finally spotted a weapons shop. Standing at the entrance was a brawny man with a muscular physique, bare-chested and glistening with sweat. He was diligently hammering away at an unformed blade in front of a forge, the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal ringing incessantly. Upon preliminary observation, it appeared that the hammering technique employed by this man had a certain chaotic flair to it. Inside the shop, several players attempted to engage him in conversation to extract quests, but the man remained oblivious to their advances, wholly engrossed in his craft. Goodness, could he be deaf? Lin Jichen mused. It indeed seemed plausible. He decided to move on and not squander time with this seemingly deaf fellow. He had heard that the widow at the tailor's shop was offering quests, so he resolved to head there instead. Seeing that the brawny man showed no sign of acknowledgement, the other players gradually abandoned their efforts and left the weapons shop. Lin Jichen approached, casting a glance at the burly man, then at the forge beneath him. He uttered not a word, nor did he engage in conversation with the man. Instead, he settled beside the furnace, grasped the handle of the bellows, and began to pump. The flames of the hearth immediately surged, and the temperature soared. The burly man's eyes, which had been fixated on the weapon in his hands, suddenly sparkled with realization as he murmured, "Indeed, it's the temperature that's insufficient. The fire is too weak." With that, he resumed hammering the weapon in the flames. Meanwhile, Lin Jichen continued to operate the bellows, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. After approximately 5 minutes, the burly man finally exhaled a long sigh of relief and proclaimed, "At last, it has taken shape." Lin Jichen ceased his actions, and the burly man immediately shifted his gaze towards him, bursting into hearty laughter. "Thank you for helping me with the bellows. Today, my apprentice is absent, and the furnace has gone unattended. No wonder the fire is insufficient." As he spoke, the man earnestly addressed Lin Jichen. "Since you have rendered me assistance, I ought to repay you." He then pointed to the array of weapons displayed on the rack behind him. "Choose any weapon from this collection. I shall lend it to you for a day. But you must return it to me after that." Any ordinary player hearing these words would likely express their frustration, thinking, "I've gone out of my way to assist you, and yet you only offer me a temporary loan of a weapon?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen revealed a charming smile, successfully embarking on the path of sword cultivation. Upon receiving the task, he promptly set off, leaving the shop behind. A number of players lingering at the entrance, disoriented and unable to find their way, were astonished to see Lin Jichen emerge wielding an iron sword. What on earth? How did this fellow acquire a weapon? We are still relying on our fists, wooden sticks, and scavenging stones to defeat monsters, yet he possesses a sword? One exclaimed, "Hey buddy, how did you get that sword? Share the secret with us." Another chimed in, If you don't spill the beans, you won't be leaving. I absolutely detest those who hoard secrets. Indeed, if you refuse to divulge, we will block your path and prevent your escape. Facing their relentless inquiries, Lin Jichen nonchalantly gestured towards the shop. Seek out that burly man inside, sing him a song, and if you touch his heart, that will suffice. Is it truly that simple? Some were skeptical. Lin Jichen elucidated that the young man had recently parted ways with his girlfriend, leaving him in a state of sadness. Thus, it was imperative for them to perform melancholic love songs, infused with profound emotion. The group, convinced of this necessity, rushed into the shop and began to showcase their moving vocal talents around the despondent individual. Ah, grant me a cup of forgetfulness, so I may weep not for a night, alas. It is not you who accompanies me till the end. To wish to stay yet be unable is the utmost loneliness. Oh, the tender words remain only as parting songs. Voice cracks, wishing you happiness, I wish you joy. A motley crew of players stormed into the proprietor's establishment, unleashing a cacophony of lamentation upon him. The sound was akin to the croaking of a castrated duck or the distress of a sow in labor. This uproar left other players outside bewildered, questioning the bizarre scene they witnessed. Was this a blacksmith shop or a karaoke venue? The most perplexed of all was the weapon shop owner, whose ears were nearly assaulted by the raucous howling of these individuals. You, get out, he bellowed. Without exception, the players were expelled from the premises. Onlookers outside were doubled over with laughter, mocking the group for their apparent lack of response. Why are they not reacting? Could it be that their performance lacked emotion? Perhaps they should give it another try. Damn it, what is the point? It's utterly futile. We've been played by that fellow. Where is he? I shall hold him accountable. Yet, he was nowhere to be found. Lin Jichen leisurely exited the village. At the entrance stood a simple signpost, indicating the locations of various wild beasts in the vicinity. The territory of the green bamboo snake lay to the southeast, within the bamboo grove. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, besieged by incessant inquiries, hastened his pace to escape. Having eluded the majority of players, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, a small faction continued to trail him, eager to uncover the secrets he harbored. Lin Jichen paid no heed to the eyes watching from behind and continued to walk on his own. In less than 2 minutes, he came upon a bamboo grove, at the entrance of which hung a sign, Caution, entering the serpent's forest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen did not hasten to enter the fray, but instead first summoned his battle attributes panel. Health. 100100. Mana. 100100. Realm. Mortal realm. Cultivation. 0100. Strength. 1. Willpower. 1. Defense. 1. Speed. 1. Skills. None. Equipment. Iron sword. Such an ordinary attributes panel. Strength determines physical damage, while willpower dictates magical damage. 1 point of strength equates to 10 points of attack, and the same applies to willpower. This panel represents the foundational battle attributes of all players upon entering the game. Once players advance to the Chi refinement stage, these attributes will immediately multiply tenfold. Innate attributes do not correlate with battle attributes. Thus, despite Lin Jichen's fully developed innate attributes, his battle attributes remain identical to those of others. Even if one is a prodigious talent, without any knowledge or training, one remains an ordinary individual. Lin Jichen closed the panel and began to undertake his task. He swiftly located a green snake coiled around a bamboo branch. The deep emerald hue of its slender body nearly melded with the color of the bamboo, making it exceedingly difficult to discern unless one observed closely. Particularly, the triangular head and the pair of crimson eyes evoked a chilling sensation, prompting an instinctive desire to keep a respectful distance. It must be said that the realism of the Ba Huang game is exceptionally crafted. The authenticity is indeed not an exaggeration. Upon detecting the intruder Lin Jichen approaching, the bamboo leaf green snake immediately flicked its tongue, raising its head slightly, a clear indication of a preparatory attack. Lin Jichen opted for a proactive approach, wielding his iron sword with intent. With a casual stroke, he tested the sword's feel, striking the serpent's body and leaving a conspicuous gash. A crimson numeral floated upwards from the green serpent. 30. Simultaneously, Lin Jichen observed the serpent's attribute panel. Wild creature, bamboo leaf green serpent health, 120150 strength, 2 defense, 1 skill, serpent venom, inflicted with injury. The green serpent emitted a hissing sound, fully unleashing its ferocity as it lunged towards Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen was far from foolish enough to stand idly by and await its bite. Novice players often find themselves vexed when confronted with such venomous beasts, as their attacks are laced with poison, resulting in a gradual depletion of health. Moreover, new players, having just embarked on their gaming journey, are unfamiliar with the concept of evasion, rendering them incapable of dodging the monster strikes. Once afflicted by poison and devoid of funds for remedies, they effectively don a mask of suffering. In the early stages, novice players would rather engage in combat with robust and heavily armored beasts than provoke those toxic creatures. However, Lin Jichen was no mere novice. He keenly observed the trajectory of the green serpent's strike, deftly retreating to the right, gracefully evading its lunge. The attack of a snake is a familiar spectacle. Should it miss, it will swiftly retract and recalibrate its aim to launch another assault on its prey. The green serpent, having failed its strike, pulled its head back. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Jichen grasped the hilt of his sword, executed a flourish, and thrust his blade into the serpent's head, precisely targeting the vital area 7 inches down. This principle is well understood. The 7-inch mark on a snake corresponds to its heart. Every species within the 8 Desolations possesses both strengths and weaknesses. Striking at an opponent's vulnerability yields greater damage. The serpent, pierced by the sword, suffered a grievous wound, blood gushing forth as a gaping injury appeared on its body. Deeper than before, it fell from the bamboo, writhing in agony. A critical hit, -60. That strike doubled the damage. The green serpent was left with a mere 60 points of health. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, gripping his iron sword, mused to himself. Although transitioning from a spellcaster to a weapon master marked a stark departure in career direction, his extensive immersion in the world of 8 Desolations over the years had endowed him with an understanding of the game that far surpassed that of contemporary players. He possessed a profound awareness of all professions within 8 Desolations, having engaged with countless players across various classes. With such experiences, he had garnered insights into their skills, strengths, and weaknesses, allowing him to swiftly master any combat style he encountered. If Lin Jichen was the unparalleled king of spellcasters, he would undoubtedly rank at least as a diamond-level player in any other class. More crucially, in 8 Desolations were the game mechanics and combat aptitude, which were entirely independent of one's chosen profession. Some individuals simply lacked the innate talent for gaming, their skills mediocre. No matter how formidable a profession they held, they would struggle to shine. In contrast, Lin Jichen was a natural prodigy when it came to gameplay. Regardless of the game he played, his execution was impeccable, enabling him to devise astonishing strategies and combinations. Even in his previous life, where he played a spellcaster that required minimal finesse, he managed to excel remarkably. Moreover, after only a year of engaging with this game, he ascended to the top 10 of the leaderboard, earning the recognition as the foremost spellcaster. This was the innate ability of Lin Jichen. In other words, he was destined to thrive in the realm of gaming. Upon his initial encounter with the sword, Lin Jichen felt no aversion. Rather, an inexplicable sense of familiarity and exhilaration enveloped him. After the demise of the bamboo leaf green snake, a wisp of blue light ascended and permeated Lin Jichen's being. Cultivation 3. Lin Jichen's cultivation stat display evolved, ascending from a meager 100 to a more substantial 3100. Cultivation functions akin to experience points, a prerequisite for transcending one's current realm and augmenting one's attributes. The azure serpent bestowed a generous yield of cultivation. In contrast, the formidable boars of the novice village offer a paltry 5 points. Other players likely encounter creatures yielding a meager 1 or 2 points, a paltry sum indeed. The 8 Desolations present a formidable challenge in advancement, yet numerous avenues exist to enhance one's cultivation. While slaying monsters and undertaking quests are commonplace methods, other approaches include consuming elixirs, engaging in meditative practices, and partaking in dual cultivation with a compatible partner. Having vanquished his first foe since rebirth, Lin Jichen's spirits were elevated. Upon the azure serpent's demise, it transformed into a soul mound, which Lin Jichen promptly investigated, discovering only a pair of venomous fangs. Lin Jichen had resigned himself to his fate, yet to his astonishment, he discovered a piece of white equipment within the soul tomb. This revelation filled him with surprise. as the drop rate for equipment in the Eight Desolations was notoriously low, especially from weaker monsters. The fact that he had obtained a piece of equipment from merely slaying a mundane serpent was indeed unexpected. His astonishment was fleeting, as Lin Jichen swiftly realized that his maxed-out innate luck must have played a role. After all, his innate luck was clearly emblazoned with the words profound luck. In the Eight Desolations, luck was categorized into ill fortune, average luck, good luck, and profound luck. The vast majority of players possessed average luck, while a small fraction experienced either ill fortune or good luck. As for profound luck, it was a rare phenomenon, occurring in only 1 out of a million. Of course, profound luck did not guarantee that one could slay a mere chicken and obtain a divine artifact. Such scenarios were only plausible in the legendary games endorsed by Deshu. In the Eight Desolations, even with the best of luck, one could only expect to receive the finest possible outcome within a limited scope and with the highest probability when confronted with random events. Even so, Lin Jichen could not help but secretly rejoice. He lowered his gaze to examine the dropped item, which turned out to be a bow. A cyan, crescent-shaped longbow lay discarded upon the ground. Lin Jichen retrieved the mundane-grade azure serpent bow, a rudimentary archer's weapon crafted from verdant bamboo root and serpentine sinew, bestowing an augmented strength of 2 and an attack speed of 1 second. To his astonishment, an actual piece of equipment had materialized. Alas, it was merely the bow itself, devoid of any accompanying arrows. Lin Jichen could only sling the bow over his back, then continued his search for a second bamboo viper. The second snake was as much a plaything in Lin Jichen's hands, dealt with in mere seconds. This snake, aside from its venomous fangs, actually yielded another piece of equipment, leaving Lin Jichen speechless. After playing Eight Desolations for so many years, he felt like he'd become an exceptionally lucky player for the first time. So this is how fortunate players experience the game. Exhilarating. Common, venom arrows, 20 arrows tainted with snake venom. Those struck by these arrows will lose 2 health points per second for 10 seconds. The effect is stackable. As if conjured from his thoughts, the green serpent bow paired with venom arrows made for a rather remarkable beginner's set. However, Lin Jichen wasn't in a rush to use them. Such equipment was exceptionally potent for novices, but it hardly captivated him. Primarily, Lin Jichen intended to play as a sword cultivator, so archery was out of the question. Besides, slaying these small snakes required minimal effort, making them ideal for honing his swordsmanship. Lin Jichen continued to weave through the venomous snake bamboo grove, gradually acclimatizing to the feel of the sword in his hand. He dispatched the third serpent with remarkable swiftness. Although the third snake yielded no spoils, he was elated to receive gear upon defeating the fifth. It was not merely the equipment that delighted him, but rather the impressive drop rate. With such fortuitous luck on his side, he was assured that he would no longer need to worry about his gear in the future. The third piece of equipment turned out to be a small storage pouch. Common-grade snakeskin storage pouch, capable of holding 20 items, effortlessly retrieved. Lin Jichen accepted the bounty without hesitation, relieved to have a place to store the abundant snake meat and fangs. In this manner, he effortlessly dealt with all 10 of the bamboo leaf-green snakes. The primary reason was that hunting such mundane beasts was exceedingly simple. He was still a mere mortal. Once he embarked on the path of immortality, the monsters he would encounter would prove to be formidable adversaries. Among the 10 snakes, apart from the green snake bow and the storage pouch, the remaining 8 yielded a total of over 100 poisonous arrows and several dozen copper coins. The copper coins served as the common currency among the mortals of the 8 wastelands, while cultivators typically utilized spirit stones. There was little else to be found. Players of fortune could only acquire these items, which serves to illustrate how meager the drop rates would be for other players. Furthermore, Lin Jichen's cultivation level had risen to 30, still requiring an additional 70 points to reach the standard for chi refinement. If Lin Jichen were willing to diligently immerse himself in the task, he could complete it in less than 2 hours. However, he chose not to do so. Instead, he swiftly gathered his spoils and turned to leave the bamboo grove. He had more pressing matters to attend to than merely leveling up. Yet, unexpectedly, just a few steps out of the bamboo grove, he encountered an unpleasant situation. 5 male players obstructed his path. "Hey there. We see you've amassed quite a collection of equipment. It would be rather greedy to hoard it all for yourself. How about this? Hand over that bow and the storage pouch at your waist, and we'll let you go. Otherwise, you can imagine the consequences." Lin Jichen surveyed the 5 individuals before him, his mind already devising a strategy to incite them into action. Within the realm of the 8 Desolations, maliciously assaulting players. akin to other online games, would result in the infamous red name status. Those marked with a red name faced the harshest penalties upon death. Just as he was plotting how to turn the tables on these 5 wretched souls, a somewhat sinister voice emerged from behind him. You seek to extort half of what others have painstakingly earned without lifting a finger? Such absurdity is beyond comprehension. I hold nothing but disdain for your kind. The voice belonged to a young man with a hawk-like nose, appearing to be in his early 20s, possessing a somewhat androgynous appearance. Yet, his words were imbued with a striking eloquence and a palpable sense of righteousness. The 5 male players who had intercepted Lin Jichen, now filled with indignation, turned to threaten the effeminate young man. Mind your own business. Otherwise, we'll include you in our blockade. Is that so? I am rather curious to see how you intend to obstruct me, the effeminate young man retorted, as a dozen players followed closely behind him. The 5 were instantly taken aback, realizing they had provoked someone formidable, and hurriedly began to apologize. My apologies, brother. We were blind to your presence. We will take our leave immediately. Hold on. Did I permit you to depart? It would not be excessive to ask you to apologize to that gentleman, would it? Inquired the effeminate young man. Not at all. Not at all. The 5 replied with forced smiles, turning to Lin Jichen to offer their sincere apologies before retreating in disgrace. Once the nefarious individuals had departed, the effeminate young man turned to Lin Jichen, offering a friendly smile. Are you all right, brother? Gazing into the other's sincere eyes, Lin Jichen graced them with a smile that held a profound depth of meaning. I am quite all right. Lin Jichen silently scoffed. He could never believe that a vile and affluent scoundrel would act heroically to assist others. Indeed, the effeminate man before him was someone he recognized. In a past life, this individual held considerable renown as the young master of the Wancher Group and the president of the Wancher Guild. Known for his ruthless nature and willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. Furthermore, he was a master of disguise, excelling in the art of superficial charm and adept at winning people's hearts. Were it not for the betrayal of one of his most trusted subordinates who exposed his true nature, many would still perceive him as a refined gentleman. Recalling the countenances and somewhat stilted exchange of the 5 individuals from moments prior, Lin Jichen harbored a conjecture. In all likelihood, those 5 were in the employ of the scion of the Wancher clan, enacting a charade of chivalrous intervention. Their aim, no doubt, was to cultivate a favorable impression upon him, facilitating either his recruitment or the acquisition of the equipment in his possession. Who is to say that the progeny of affluence are invariably devoid of intellect? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Jinghao, the president of the Wancher Guild. I happened to be passing by and witnessed your predicament, brother. Unable to condone the situation, I interceded. I trust you do not take offense. Wang Jinghao's discourse was impeccable, imbued with an affable quality. Alas, Lin Jichen, privy to his true nature, remained impervious to his enticements. Wang Jinghao harbored a past grievance against him. After Lin Jichen ascended into the top 10 of the heavenly rankings, the Eternal Dynasty Guild dispatched emissaries to solicit his membership. However, Lin Jichen, possessed of an unyielding temperament, forthrightly declined their overtures, thus incurring the resentment of the Eternal Dynasty's young master, who subsequently orchestrated several subtle setbacks for Lin Jichen. In times past, Lin Jichen's disposition would have led him to abruptly depart from uncongenial discourse. Yet, having been reborn, Lin Jichen's character had undergone a transformation. Impetuousness often precipitates disadvantage. Lin Jichen smiled faintly at Wang Jinghao, feigning politeness. Thank you, my friend. I am Lin Jichen. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jinghao felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, as if everything were firmly within his grasp, yet he maintained an outward demeanor of utmost courtesy. Just as he was about to engage in further pleasantries before initiating his scheme for persuasion, Lin Jichen hastily uttered, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. We shall converse another time. With that, he vanished from sight, leaving Wang Jinghao gaping, his throat constricted with words that ultimately turned to dust. Swallowed back down. Young master, this individual is exceedingly ungrateful, remarked one of his subordinates. Wang Jinghao's expression fluctuated between shades of blue and white. Yet he soon managed to smile. Perhaps he truly has pressing matters. His demeanor was rather amiable, and he is undoubtedly a skilled practitioner. It is natural for such talents to possess a temper. Let us cultivate a positive rapport. There is no need for haste. In due time, he will surely come to serve my interests. Upon completing his task, Lin Jichen promptly returned to the village and made his way back to the weapon shop. After surrendering the items from his assignment, he received a letter. Indeed, this was the very missive he sought, a requisite for entering the sect, referred to by the weapon shop owner as an opportunity. However, acquiring this letter necessitated mental acuity rather than mere casual conversation. The nature of the sect's letter 1 receives hinges upon the weapon chosen previously. If Lin Jichen were to choose a blade, it would undoubtedly be a correspondence from the sword sect. He had inquired with the proprietor of the weapon shop, and thus far, he was the sole recipient of the letter of assignment. The others remained oblivious, still scouring for tailors, village chiefs, butchers, and even common folk to undertake menial tasks. The assignments they received were mere mortal quests, yielding only slight enhancements to their cultivation and a handful of silver coins. They had never questioned why a fantasy game would have them engage in such trivial earthly tasks. It would likely take several days for the majority to grasp the situation. Reluctant to linger, Lin Jichen yearned to embark on his path to immortality. Clutching the missive, he prepared to depart from the village. However, before his departure, a task remained. He ventured to the village's most bustling locale. Behold, a momentous clearance. Do you aspire to become formidable? Do you seek exceptional equipment? The server's inaugural Azure Serpent Bow is offered for auction, albeit with a tinge of regret. The highest bidder shall claim it. Come, observe. In the heart of the village, Lin Jichen brandished the Azure Serpent Bow, his voice resonating with fervent entreaty. In these nascent stages of the game, the acquisition of equipment was a rarity, and even when obtained, few were inclined to relinquish it. Consequently, Lin Jichen's proclamation drew a multitude of players. Their curiosity piqued as they inquired about the bow's attributes. Lin Jichen magnanimously unveiled the attributes of the Azure Serpent Bow, alongside the properties of the venom-tipped arrows. The onlookers were astounded, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, exclaiming at the sheer power of the armament. The might augmentation of 2 was impressive enough, but the inclusion of venomous arrows, capable of inflicting persistent and cumulative damage, was simply extraordinary. They wondered what manner of beast within the novice village could withstand such onslaught, musing that monster slaying would become an effortless endeavor. One inquired about the price, to which Lin Jichen responded that he was open to offers. Another, lamenting the lack of in-game currency, inquired about the possibility of a real-world transaction. Lin Jichen affirmed his preference for cash, as opposed to in-game currency. Lin Jichen nodded, feigning regret. Were it not for my prospective mother-in-law from Jiangxi insisting on financial security as a prerequisite for her daughter's hand in marriage, I would never have parted with it. The crowd, however, paid no heed to Lin Jichen's fictitious mother-in-law or his marital prospects. Their sole interest lay in bidding. I offer 500. I bid 1,000. 1,500. 1,800. Swiftly, the price escalated to over 5,000. Yet, Lin Jichen remained indifferent, so bored that he settled down to listen to their bids. The auction's commotion grew increasingly pronounced, soon attracting a larger crowd. Among them, a party composed entirely of female players emerged, each a vision of loveliness. The woman at the forefront was particularly striking, with delicate eyebrows, captivating eyes, a refined countenance, a chic, ear-length haircut, a graceful figure, and an exceptional aura. The arrival of these female players instantly captivated the gaze of every male present. Such a gathering of beauties was a scene from every man's dreams. To witness it firsthand was a sight to behold. The group approached Lin Jichen, and the short-haired woman at the helm stated coolly, 50,000. The moment the sum of 50,000 was uttered, the previous bidders were immediately subdued. Intrigued, Lin Jichen found the price agreeable, aligning perfectly with his expectations. Just as he was contemplating finalizing the transaction, another group approached, led by none other than Wang Jinghao, the president of the Myriad World Guild. I offer 60,000. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers, astonished by the exorbitant bid for what was merely a novice's equipment. Wang Jinghao, after announcing his offer, turned to Lin Jichen with a cheerful demeanor, remarking, "Brother Lin, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you again." Lin Jichen responded with a feigned smile, yet Wang Jinghao remained oblivious, his enthusiasm unabated. "I have heard that Brother Lin sold his equipment to marry a wife. How about this? Whatever sum you lack for your wedding, I shall cover it all, considering it a gesture of friendship." Lin Jichen rolled his eyes, regretting the decision to mention such a flimsy excuse. "No need. A gentleman does not accept food that is offered out of pity. I only wish to sell my equipment, and I hope Brother Wang can understand." "Of course I understand. Brother Lin, your ambition is commendable. I, Wang Jinghao, hold great admiration for individuals like you. This bow happens to be desired by many in my guild, so I shall not hold back," Wang Jinghao remarked, his tone suggesting he had already claimed the bow as his own. Initially, the short-haired woman appeared concerned, fearing that Lin Jichen might owe Wang Jinghao a favor. However, upon hearing Lin's words, she relaxed and continued to raise the bidding, giving Wang Jinghao no opportunity for an easy transaction. 70,000. 100,000. Wang Jinghao stood firm. 200,000. Unexpectedly, the short-haired woman proved to be no ordinary contender, subtly indicating her intent to challenge Wang Jinghao. His expression shifted slightly. It was not the small sum that troubled him, but rather his desire to ascertain her motives. 250,000. After stating this price, Wang Jinghao smiled and inquired of the short-haired woman, "May I ask which guild you represent, miss?" "I am Wang Jinghao, president of the Wancher Guild." Upon this declaration, the players present were taken aback. The Wancher Guild is quite renowned in the gaming community, a distinguished and well-known organization. Its backing, the Wancher Group, is among the top 20 conglomerates in Asia. The short-haired woman, upon hearing this, seemed unfazed. On the contrary, she calmly addressed Lin Jichen. "Could you kindly wait for 2 minutes? I need to make a quick call to consult my boss. Why refuse money that comes knocking at your door?" Lin Jichen nodded with alacrity, seemingly oblivious to the subtle shift in Wang Jinghao's expression. The short-haired woman promptly disconnected from the conversation, yet her subordinates remained in anticipation. Indeed, within less than 2 minutes, the short-haired woman returned, unwavering in her stance, and raised the stakes even higher. 500,000. A gasp echoed throughout the room. Goodness! Is this novice equipment truly worth 500,000? Has everyone lost their senses? At this moment, Wang Jinghao could no longer maintain his composure. Even the finest disguise could not mask his agitation. Wang Jinghao's gaze turned icy. "Are you certain you wish to oppose me?" The short-haired woman glanced at him and replied, "The highest bidder prevails. Each of us sets our own price. How can this be considered antagonistic? Just because you desire an item does not mean others cannot covet it as well. Is it permissible for you to set such a price?" "What I choose to bid is my prerogative." "Very well," Wang Jinghao coldly retorted, turning to depart. To him, 500,000 was but a trifling sum, yet he, as a scion of a business lineage, did not wish to be taken advantage of over a mere piece of novice gear. Moreover, he sensed that even if he were willing to offer 500,000, the opposing party would simply continue to escalate the price. "Brother Wang, please wait." Lin Jichen suddenly called out to him. Wang Jinghao turned back, and Lin Jichen, with an expression of earnestness, said, "After all, we are friends. If you are willing to pay 500,000, I shall sell you this bow." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinghao's spirits lifted, and he immediately consented. The short-haired woman, taken aback, exclaimed in indignation, "How can you go back on your word? Was it not agreed that the highest bidder would win?" With a touch of embarrassment, Lin Jichen expressed, "My apologies, fair lady, but I am acquainted with Brother Wang. He recently assisted me, and I owe him a favor. I trust you understand." The short-haired woman bit her lip, ultimately refraining from further argument, especially after overhearing Wang Jinghao and Lin Jichen's conversation, which confirmed their acquaintance. "Brother Lin, I am honored to call you my friend. Share your account details with me, and I shall promptly transfer the funds. Once the money is received, you may then hand over the equipment." Wang Jinghao beamed with triumph, relishing in the expenditure. "By the way, I possess a considerable quantity of copper coins. In the nascent stages of the game, guilds such as yours likely have a significant demand for a game currency. Would you be interested in acquiring them as well?" Wang Jinghao's elation grew, as he nodded incessantly, exclaiming, "These copper coins are a godsend. I shall gladly accept them, and I shall add an additional 50,000. In truth, the copper coins were not worth 50,000. Wang Jinghao's gesture was purely motivated by a desire to cultivate a closer rapport with Lin Jichen. Without further ado, Lin Jichen furnished him with the account details, whereupon one of Wang Jinghao's subordinates promptly logged off. Within a minute, Lin Jichen's mobile phone buzzed with a bank notification, confirming the precise transfer of 550,000 yuan into his account. Upon receiving the funds, Lin Jichen relinquished the Azure Serpent Bow, along with over 100 poisoned arrows and 100-odd copper coins, to Wang Jinghao in one fell swoop. Witnessing this, the short-haired woman, recognizing the futility of resistance, departed with her entourage, her face etched with coldness. Wang Jinghao, on the other hand, was elated and eager to establish a fraternal bond with Lin Jichen to foster their relationship. Having taken his leave again, Lin Jichen left Wang Jinghao with a tinge of regret, as he had hoped to inquire about the possibility of purchasing Lin Jichen's storage bag. Once out of sight of the others, Lin Jichen followed the group of female players in the boar forest outside the village. Lin Jichen spotted the short-haired woman leading her subordinates in a group to level up and grind monsters. As Lin Jichen approached, they promptly noticed his presence. "What brings you here?" the short-haired woman inquired, casting a look of disdain upon Lin Jichen. Her aversion stemmed not from his refusal to sell her equipment, but rather from her contempt for his camaraderie with individuals like Wang Jinghao. In her estimation, anyone who associated closely with Wang Jinghao was either his sycophant or similarly unscrupulous. A waste of such handsome looks. Lin Jichen, seemingly unfazed by her gaze, straightforwardly asked, "May we speak privately? It will only take 2 minutes." The short-haired woman observed Lin Jichen, noting that he appeared to have just met Wang Jinghao, and suspected he was merely deceived by the other's superficial charm. With a hint of caution in her heart, she nodded and replied, "Go ahead." They moved to a secluded spot. "What is it? Speak your mind. I have a piece of information for you, for 500,000. As soon as Lin Jichen spoke, he revealed himself to be a cunning merchant. The short-haired woman's expression darkened further as she sneered, "Are you mocking me? What information could possibly be worth 500,000? A piece of news that could give your guild an edge over other players. Are you not curious as to why I would part with such valuable equipment?" Lin Jichen's words seemed to mollify the short-haired woman, her countenance softening slightly. "Relay the intelligence first. If it warrants the sum, I shall remit 500,000. Lin Jichen firmly rejected without a second thought, saying, "That is out of the question. Selling this information to Wang Jinghao could yield at least 1,000,000. How can I trust your words if you refuse to disclose the information?" The short-haired woman retorted. Feigning indifference, Lin Jichen turned on his heel, retorting with a blithe air, "Believe it or not, suit yourself. I'll just go sell Wang Jinghao then." "Hold on, come back here," the short-haired woman exclaimed, her frustration palpable, yet compelled to halt him in his tracks. Distrustful of Lin Jichen, she nonetheless harbored a greater fear that his words held truth and that Wang Jinghao would acquire him. Flourishing in the aftermath, Lin Jichen was eagerly awaiting. Upon hearing the voice, he immediately turned around and beamed at the woman. The short-haired woman, observing the expression on Lin Jichen's face, gritted her teeth in frustration. "If you deceive me, you shall come to understand the consequences of provoking our Moonshadow Guild. Send me your account information." Lin Jichen was unfazed, cheerfully sending over his account details. Before long, his account swelled by an additional 500,000. Within less than an hour of entering the game, Lin Jichen had amassed 1,000,000. If this had occurred before his rebirth, he would have been thrilled to the point of singing. However, in his current state, to quote Mr. Ma, he held no interest in money. Mr. Ma was merely putting on a facade, yet he spoke the truth. For once the game merges with reality, the currency of the real world will be utterly worthless. Nevertheless, he still needed funds at present. He owed Ran Lan money. He certainly could not rely on her entirely, even though he harbored a desire to do so. "What mission are you undertaking?" Lin Jichen refrained from divulging any information and instead posed a question to the short-haired woman. Suppressing her skepticism, she replied, "The butcher in the village requires wild boar meat. What of it? You should abandon this task." "Reason?" The short-haired woman fixed her gaze upon Lin Jichen's eyes, now suspecting that this individual had been sent by Wang Jinghao to ensnare her. If that were indeed the case, she would not hesitate to eliminate him on the spot. "You should head to the weapons shop to accept the task," Lin Jichen suggested. "The weapons shop cannot possibly offer any tasks. Whom do you think you're fooling?" The short-haired woman retorted, her grip on the stick tightening with impatience. "Your approach is flawed. The shopkeeper is busy forging. All you need to do is assist him in operating the bellows for 5 minutes, and you shall receive a quest," Lin Jichen elucidated. "Is that so?" The short-haired woman expressed her doubts. "If you don't believe me, send one of your subordinates to test it out. However, it would be prudent to keep it discreet. Otherwise, this information would lose its value," Lin Jichen advised. Hearing this, the short-haired woman, though still skeptical, summoned a beautiful subordinate. Upon receiving the command, the latter promptly set off for the village. Lin Jichen waited here with the short-haired woman. "Is this information truly worth 500,000? It seems you earn money far too easily." The short-haired woman still felt deceived. She believed that this task was not worth such a substantial sum. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen stretched lazily and replied, "Indeed, cultivation is significant. However, the rewards for tasks assigned by the sect far surpass this. Moreover, There are numerous methods to enhance one's cultivation. As for copper coins, they are merely the currency of mortals. The true treasures are spirit stones. The short-haired woman was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. How do you know such intricate details? That is not for you to concern yourself with. Just tell me. Is this information worth 500,000? After contemplating for a moment, the short-haired woman responded honestly. If what you say is true, it is indeed worth that price. Then why don't you sell it to Wang Jinghao? Aren't you friends? The short-haired woman quickly reacted, pressing for an answer. Who told you I am his friend? That scoundrel is hardly worthy of such a title. I merely indulge in a pretense with him. As a solitary wanderer, lacking wealth and influence, I must endure to make a living. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, unfazed and composed, remarked, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it is simply due to my striking good looks. The short-haired woman shot him a disdainful glance, yet, upon hearing his words, her animosity toward him began to wane. However, all matters would have to await the return of her subordinates. Just as the two awaited the witness's return, a cacophony of panic erupted behind them. Oh no. It seems we've stumbled upon a boss. This wild boar is significantly larger than any ordinary one. A player lamented, Xiaoyou has been struck down. Woe is me. Sister Wanling. Help. Upon hearing the commotion, the short-haired woman swiftly turned around, and Lin Jichen followed suit. Before their eyes, a colossal wild boar burst forth. Its size 4 to 5 times that of a typical wild boar, resembling a tank barreling towards them. Several female players, unable to evade in time, were directly trampled, sending them back to the spring, or rather, to the novice village to resurrect. Quick! Retreat! We lack the manpower to defeat this boss. The short-haired woman decisively ordered her subordinates to withdraw. Lin Jichen jestingly remarked, You are truly fortunate. You have encountered the greatest boss of the novice village. The short-haired woman shot him a glare and retorted, There is no need for sarcastic remarks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen glanced at the iron sword in her hand and smiled. I'm out of equipment. May I borrow your sword for a moment? This iron sword was purchased by the short-haired girl from the weapon shop, with the copper coins earned from defeating minor monsters and completing small tasks. Are you joking? To take on the wild boar king with merely an iron sword? The short-haired girl remained skeptical. Just tell me if you're lending it or not. Be quick about it, or your subordinates will suffer more, Lin Jichen urged. Reluctantly, the short-haired girl handed over the sword. Lin Jichen accepted it with a simple thank you and immediately vanished from her sight. The words catch the thief nearly escaped her lips but were lodged in her throat as she witnessed Lin Jichen indeed charging toward the wild boar king. Is this guy out of his mind? The short-haired girl scoffed. Her subordinates gathered beside her, equally perplexed by Lin Jichen's actions. Sister Wanling, he can't possibly intend to face the wild boar king alone, can he? The short-haired girl nodded, replying, That's exactly what he told me. How could that be? Isn't he just walking to his doom? Indeed. He can't merely be trying to impress Sister Wanling, can he? It's quite possible. This handsome fellow is certainly striking enough to just about match our Sister Wanling. You cheeky girls, do you need a lesson? The short-haired girl, flustered by their teasing, felt both embarrassed and annoyed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen exemplified the essence of fearlessness. Confronting the wild boar king, a creature several times his size, without uttering a word and lunging forward with his sword. The iron blade left a distinct white mark upon the beast's forehead, yet it failed to pierce its tough hide. This meager damage left Lin Jichen feeling quite disheartened. He had aimed for the wild boar king's most vulnerable spot, yet it merely deducted a trivial amount of health. Creature, wild boar king health, 599. 600 strength, 15 defense, 20 speed, 9 skills, thick hide, rampaging charge, tusk thrust. Upon perceiving this information, Lin Jichen gasped in astonishment. for he had not had the privilege of battling the wild boar king in his previous life. Such wilderness bosses had long been regarded by major guilds as cultivated benefits, swiftly obliterated upon their respawn. Only those fortunate enough to stumble upon them in the wild might harbor any dreams of engagement. Bosses in novice villages were even more sought after. Lin Jichen had only entered the game a year after its public release. For guilds nurturing new players, such bosses were indeed a divine gift, and they were invariably monopolized. Once Lin Jichen's skills advanced, he would naturally regard the wild boar king with indifference. Thus, this marked Lin Jichen's inaugural confrontation with the formidable beast. True to its title of thick hide, the creature's defenses were indeed remarkable, although the skin remained unbroken. The wild boar king was still capable of sensing pain when struck in its weak spot. Consequently, it refrained from charging at the nearby young maidens. This was not due to any newfound compassion akin to that of Zhu Jiuyin, but rather because Lin Jichen stood as its sole adversary at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. The wild boar king's stout limbs, akin to tree roots, thudded against the ground as it charged toward Lin Jichen, causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight. Lin Jichen remained calm and unhurried, gracefully sidestepping with the agility of a rabbit and the swiftness of a falcon. The wild boar king, having missed its target, was not one to relent easily. It twisted its massive body, pivoted its head, and charged towards Lin Jichen once more. At this moment, Lin Jichen appeared to be utterly terrified by the wild boar king, fleeing in a rather comical manner. The short-haired woman and her subordinates could hardly contain their amusement at the sight. It seemed he had abandoned the notion of a one-on-one confrontation. Giggles erupted. His fleeing posture was undeniably endearing. I suspect he will not escape. How could he? If I were in his position, I would have been paralyzed with fear. Surprisingly, the short-haired woman reveled in his misfortune. After all, he had been showing off, and since they were all novices, dying a few times was inconsequential. She hoped he would learn from this experience and refrain from boasting in the future. While they all believed Lin Jichen was in retreat, only he knew that he had no intention of fleeing. He was merely luring the wild boar king to pursue him in his direction. Ahead of his flight lay a sheer rock face, strewn with loose stones. As Lin Jichen reached the foot of the cliff, the wild boar king was closing in on him, and he could sense the ground trembling beneath his feet with increasing intensity. Lin Jichen did not even need to glance back at the wild boar king. In a moment of crisis, he deftly rolled aside. The wild boar king, having lost its target, was unable to halt its momentum, helplessly watching as its snout and tusks collided violently with the mountainside. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, akin to the detonation of a cannon, deafening in its intensity. As the wild boar king struck the stone wall, the force of the blow rebounded, inflicting injury upon itself. -50. A damage value appeared. Dazed, the wild boar king shook its head. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. The collision with the wall dislodged numerous rocks from the mountain, which tumbled down upon its head. -20. -15. -9. A relentless stream of numbers emerged above the wild boar king, and by the time the rocks ceased their descent, its health bar had plummeted by a quarter. Lin Jichen concealed himself behind a tree, evading the falling rocks. Once the debris had subsided and the wild boar king remained disoriented, he charged forth once more. With another strike, he delivered a blow to the creature's forehead. The previous white mark, already battered by the cascading stones, had left the creature's forehead scarred and vulnerable, rendering it in its most fragile state. With a decisive stroke, Lin Jichen cleaved open the hide on the forehead of the wild boar king, blood gushing forth from the wound. A moment of triumph. -8. Quite commendable, proceed. Taking advantage of the wild boar king's momentary disorientation, Lin Jichen fervently swung his sword, targeting the same spot with each strike. The wound grew increasingly larger, and the wild boar king's vitality steadily diminished. A howl erupted as the wild boar king finally shook off its stupor, acutely aware of the agony atop its head. Enraged, it let out a piercing roar and launched a skillful attack towards Lin Jichen. With a swift motion of its head, a pair of tusks shot towards Lin Jichen's abdomen with blinding speed. It aimed to impale Lin Jichen, lifting him skyward. The tusks pierced with such rapidity that Lin Jichen, in his current state, could not evade them. In this perilous moment, he had no choice but to hurl himself to the ground and roll away, executing a rather ungraceful maneuver to narrowly escape this lethal blow. After a tumultuous roll on the ground, Lin Jichen swiftly regained his footing. Instead of evading, he lunged towards the boar king with the lithe agility of a cheetah. Ascending into the air, he clutched his iron sword, channeling all his might into a forceful strike. leveraging his body's weight to plunge the sword's tip deep into the Boar King's wound. A resounding thud echoed as blood gushed forth in torrents. Critical strike. -8. The sword remained embedded in the Boar King's crown, causing continuous damage to surface. Critical strike. -8. Critical strike. -8. The immense agony drove the Boar King into a state of utter frenzy, prompting it to charge madly towards Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen, employing his old tactics once more, leaned against the mountainside to evade the savage charge of the wild Boar King. The beast collided violently with the rock face once again. A sword embedded in its forehead pierced entirely through the wild Boar King's skull due to the force of the impact. As stones tumbled down, this once formidable tyrant of the novice village met a tragic end amidst the rubble. Upon the wild Boar King's demise, a stream of azure light, far more vibrant than the hue of a bamboo viper, surged into Lin Jichen's body. Ding. Cultivation 70. Breakthrough. Initial stage of Qi refinement. Ding. The talent of Defiance against fate has been activated. Defiance. All attributes are doubled. Ding. The talent of Defiance against fate has been activated. Rebirth. A random talent is awarded. Ding. Random talent has been determined. Seed of Vitality. Increasing vitality by 10, with the potential to upgrade 3 times. Ding. In 30 minutes, the heavenly tribulation will descend. Please proceed with caution. A warm current flowed into Lin Jichen's body, akin to a long-awaited rainfall after a prolonged drought, sweeping away all fatigue and filling him with boundless strength. Lin Jichen hurriedly examined his attributes. Player, Lin Jichen. Innate talent, Defying Destiny. Faction, none. Reputation, 0. Cultivation level, 0/500. Realm, initial stage of Qi refinement. Innate attributes, all full, consistently at maximum, thus no need to elaborate. Acquired talent, Seed of Vitality, increases vitality by 10. Vitality, 1000 1000, x2, 10. Mana, 1000 1000, x2. Strength, 10, x2, 3. Mental power, 10, x2. Defense, 10, x2. Speed, 10, x2. Skills, none. Equipment, Iron Sword. Stepping into the realm of Qi refinement signifies the commencement of an immortal journey, officially transforming him into a cultivator. The immense augmentation of power is evident. All combat attributes would typically increase tenfold, yet due to the Defying Destiny talent, they surged by an additional twofold, totaling a 20-fold increase. This exemplifies the stark contrast between cultivators and mortals. Furthermore, he acquired an additional talent, the Seed of Vitality, which enhances his vitality cap by 10. This particular talent is subject to evolution with subsequent breakthroughs in minor realms. For instance, advancing to the mid-stage of Qi refinement would evolve it into the Bud of Vitality, raising the vitality cap by 20. Progressing to the late stage would culminate in the highest tier, the Tree of Vitality, augmenting the cap by 30. This talent reward is exceptionally beneficial for Lin Jichen in the early stages, with his attributes already doubled. The additional increase of 10 in vitality means that while other cultivators at the initial stage of Qi refinement possess merely 1,000 points of vitality, he boasts an impressive 2,200 points. As his realm ascends, his vitality will continue to grow. Upon reviewing these attributes, Lin Jichen felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Defying Destiny. Forever the best." Initially, he believed it would take some time to enter the Qi refinement realm, but unexpectedly encountering the wild Boar King granted him immense cultivation experience, propelling him directly into this realm. Ding. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the boss in the Eight Desolations novice village. A global announcement is forthcoming. Would you like to conceal your name? No, do not conceal. Lin Jichen glanced back, noticing that the short-haired woman and her companions were all watching. Hiding was futile. Just as Lin Jichen made his decision, every player received an official global announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Jichen for achieving the first kill of the 8 Desolation boss, earning a reward of 200 reputation points and an innate luck bonus of 1 point. We hope other players will strive for further accomplishments. This announcement left all players astounded. The game had only recently entered open beta, and someone had already slain a boss? Which guild did this Lin Jichen belong to? Remarkable. Never had they heard of such a player before. WDNMD. Our Little Elephant Guild had invested significant manpower and resources, and just as the boss's health dipped below half, it was snatched away for the first kill. Many guilds were competing for the first kill, only to be outpaced by another. Lin Jichen must belong to a major guild. Employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers, he was likely just mopping up the aftermath. Just wait. True to form, Lin Jichen would soon issue an announcement to promote his guild, attracting a wave of followers. As discussions erupted among the players, Lin Jichen had not anticipated that slaying the Wild Boar King would yield such unexpected benefits. A boss first kill. His understanding of the game's mechanics was limited, having only ventured into this realm a year after its launch, by which time all first kills had long since become mere history. His innate luck had already reached its maximum potential, rendering any further enhancements obsolete. Yet, the 200 points of reputation were undeniably enticing. In the vast expanse of the Eight Desolations, reputation holds immense significance. Those with elevated standing often find themselves easily ascending to positions of authority within their sections. Furthermore, they can traverse towns with impunity. Should enemies pursue them, the NPCs within these towns would readily assist in repelling their attackers. Future endeavors, such as acquiring land or establishing a faction, would necessitate a certain level of reputation. Amidst his elation, Lin Jichen remained acutely aware of the potential repercussions of defying fate. While experiencing a doubling of attributes and receiving heavenly rewards was indeed advantageous, each significant breakthrough in cultivation would inevitably summon a tribulation. He glanced around, observing the short-haired woman and her subordinates, who had yet to recover from their shock. They had witnessed with their own eyes Lin Jichen single-handedly vanquish the Wild Boar King, a feat that left them utterly astounded. A solitary novice, armed only with an iron sword, had managed to fell a creature boasting an impressive 600 points of health. Had it not been for their first-hand experience, no one would have believed such a tale. At that moment, dark clouds began to coalesce in the sky, casting an ominous shadow over the surroundings. Lin Jichen hastily tidied the battlefield, unearthing the soul tomb of the Wild Boar King from the pile of stones. This might very well be the first boss vanquished in the Eight Desolations, and with the fortuitous luck of Lin Jichen, a player of exceptional fortune, an abundance of equipment scattered across the ground. Spirit item, Qi sword, strength 15, critical hit 7, possesses a built-in armor penetration effect, and upon striking the same target 3 times, triggers an additional 50 points of damage. Requirement, exclusive to sword cultivators. Other players cannot activate the effect damage. Spirit item, Zhaowang staff, mental power 10, cooldown reduction of spirit skills -10, mana 500 points. Requirement, exclusive to magic cultivators. Spirit item, Shadow Step, speed 10. When activated within a 10-meter radius, transforms the user into an afterimage, moving with astonishing swiftness. Mana consumption, 100 points, cooldown time, 10 seconds. Requirement, none. In addition to these 3 green spirit items, there were also 4 pieces of white ordinary equipment. Ordinary item, iron plate boots, speed 3. Ordinary item, Harguard leather armor, defense 3. Ordinary item, copper blade, strength 4. Ordinary item, iron gauntlets, strength 3. Moreover, a substantial amount of copper coins lay scattered, appearing to number in the hundreds, along with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Jichen gathered all these items into his storage bag and turned to glance at the direction of the short-haired woman. He noticed that his subordinates, who had been dispatched to the village, had returned and were excitedly reporting the situation to her. "So what do you think? I wasn't deceiving you, was I?" Lin Jichen inquired as he made his way back. At that moment, all the female players surrounding the short-haired woman gazed at him with admiration. The short-haired woman nodded and responded, "Your information is indeed invaluable, worth 500,000. That settles it then. Farewell," Lin Jichen remarked as he prepared to leave. However, he realized he could not simply walk away. The heavenly tribulation was approaching, and he needed to devise a means to overcome it. "Wait," the short-haired woman called out to him. Lin Jichen turned around and jested, "You wouldn't want to take advantage of the chaos, would you?" The short-haired woman scoffed and replied, "I'm not that kind of petty person. Do you have any other matters?" Lin Jichen inquired. "The equipment you obtained from slaying the Wild Boar King. Do you have any that you do not need? Might you consider selling it to us?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. If Lin Jichen truly believes that a mere novice white gear can fetch 500,000, he is indeed indulging in fanciful delusions. The genuine worth of the green serpent bow, at best, might reach 50,000. Furthermore, the attributes of the iron fist and copper blade simply cannot be compared to the green serpent bow equipped with poison arrows. The disparity is too great. Offering 50,000 for each item is already a considerable premium. Lin Jichen has no grounds for dissatisfaction. As for this piece of spiritual equipment, to be frank, it marks our guild's inaugural spiritual item, boasting excellent attributes. How about this? I shall offer you an additional 50,000, totaling 600,000. What do you think? The short-haired woman concluded, her gaze anxiously fixed on Lin Jichen. Should he exhibit any sign of discontent, she was prepared to increase the offer. Beyond merely purchasing these items, she also sought to win over this formidable expert. After all, a solo kill of the Wild Boar King clearly signifies exceptional prowess. Not only is he skilled, but he is also among the elite. Such a talent. Although they cannot recruit him, given that the Moonshadow Guild only accepts female members, does not preclude them from fostering a good relationship with Lin Jichen. In the future, should they encounter challenging bosses, they could certainly seek his assistance. The short-haired woman was ready to raise the offer. Yet Lin Jichen did not express any dissatisfaction with the price. Instead, he readily nodded. Very well, 600,000 it is. Please expedite the payment. I have other matters to attend to. Lin Jichen did not wish to raise the price, but time was of the essence. The impending calamity was approaching swiftly. Moreover, he was averse to complications, preferring simplicity over meticulous calculations. As long as he had sufficient cash, he was content. Upon hearing Lin Jichen's agreement, the short-haired woman acted promptly, transferring an additional 600,000. After confirming the transaction, Lin Jichen handed over the equipment and departed without a backward glance. Hey, what is the matter? Lin Jichen inquired impatiently. The short-haired woman was left speechless. Typically, young men who encountered her could hardly tear themselves away. They seemed eager to cling to her like a shadow, yearning to engage in conversation to gain her favor. Yet, Lin Jichen was like a block of wood, never initiating communication and, at times, appearing to disdain her presence. This was an experience the short-haired woman had never encountered before. Let us become friends. In the future, you can sell us any equipment at the Moonshadow Guild, and I assure you, the prices will be fair. The short-haired woman proactively extended a friend request to Lin Jichen. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen nodded in agreement, and the two officially became friends. After adding each other, the short-haired woman glanced at her companion's name. Lin Jichen? The name is quite melodious. It surely cannot be his true name. Lin Jichen glanced at the name of the other person, Su Wanling. After adding her as a friend, he swiftly departed, not looking back, and soon vanished into the wild boar forest. Su Wanling found Lin Jichen to be quite an enigmatic individual. It seemed as if his presence among their group of stunning beauties was an uncomfortable experience for him, as if he could not bear to linger even for a moment longer. Could he possibly be gay? Once out of the wild boar forest, Lin Jichen sprinted furiously towards the village outskirts, with a dark cloud overhead trailing him relentlessly. Given his current abilities, attempting to confront the impending heavenly tribulation would be as futile as an ant trying to shake a tree, a reckless endeavor leading to certain demise. Thus, Lin Jichen had no choice but to flee. Of course, he could not rely on outrunning lightning. He needed to reach the teleportation array. The weapon shop owner had marked the location of the teleportation array on the letter he received from the Sword Sect. Thanks to his chi refinement attributes and the enhancement from his iron-soled shoes, while others moved at a speed of merely 1 point. Lin Jichen's speed had already reached an astounding 23 points. The disparity was akin to comparing a leisurely stroll to a galloping horse, an impressive display of speed. Surrounding players could only see a fleeting shadow rush past them. In reality, even Usain Bolt would shed tears and retire upon witnessing such swiftness. With 3 minutes remaining before the heavenly tribulation struck, Lin Jichen finally located the teleportation array near the village. An elderly man with white hair sat beside the array, smoking a pipe. Young man, do you wish to use the teleportation array? It has fallen into disrepair over the years and is unusable unless you can provide 10 spirit stones for its restoration. In return, your teleportation fees in this village will be waived in the future. What do you say? Reluctantly parting with 10 spirit stones, which he had just acquired from the Wild Boar King, was not something Lin Jichen would typically consider, especially for the benefit of others. Even with the promise of waived fees, it hardly seemed worthwhile. Who would frequent the novice village without reason? Ultimately, he could simply walk out if necessary. However, time was of the essence, and he needed to escape immediately. Thus, he grimaced and handed over the 10 spirit stones. The old man, overjoyed to receive the stones, promptly repaired the teleportation array. Ding! Selflessly repaired the village teleportation array, benefiting others. Reputation 20 points. Reputation points? Now that was more like it, a semblance of adequate reward. Now that the teleportation array is repaired, young man, where would you like to be transported? To the Tianyin Sword Sect. Certainly. The Tianyin Sword Sect is a splendid place for seeking wisdom and enlightenment. The elder Qingsong there is known for his patience, and many of his disciples have greatly benefited from his teachings. Lin Jichen did not anticipate that the elder would provide him with a commendable recommendation. It seems that his successful restoration of the teleportation array has granted him an unexpected boon. Many thanks. Lin Jichen also resolved to take Qingsong as his master. After all, it was his first foray into sword cultivation, and he truly had no knowledge of which sword sect's NPC was particularly formidable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The true path of cultivation for Lin Jichen has officially commenced. The Tianyin Sword Sect, situated in the Tyne mountain range of the Mushin continent, stands as the largest sword sect in the region, a coveted sanctuary for many sword cultivators aspiring to seek mentorship and hone their skills. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen found himself deeply immersed in the experience, nearly forgetting the imminent threat of the heavenly tribulation looming above him. He comprehended the essence of the heavenly transformation sword, enhancing his swordsmanship aptitude by 5 points. Lin Jichen regained his senses, having merely glanced at these four characters. He comprehended the essence of sword intent. The aptitude for swordsmanship differs significantly from innate talent. Those endowed with greater swordsmanship aptitude find it increasingly facile to enhance their proficiency in sword techniques. Merely casting a fleeting glance at these characters afforded him such an advantage. This is the benefit of having a fully realized understanding. Prior to his reincarnation, he had visited the Tianyin Sword Sect's mountain gate and had observed this stone tablet numerous times, yet he had gleaned no insights. Once he finds the time, he intends to thoroughly explore the sword sect. Who knows what other revelations he might encounter. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the sky, causing Lin Jichen to momentarily retract his previously buoyant spirits. He hastened his steps toward the Tianyin Sword Sect. Halt! Who are you? A disciple of the sect stationed at the mountain gate barred his path. Lin Jichen presented the letter, and upon verification, the other party granted him passage. He took the letter to the elder in the east to register, then selected the elder he wished to approach. Whether the elder would accept him depended solely on his own fortune. Thank you. Lin Jichen promptly secured the letter and dashed inside with fervor. What is this fellow in such a hurry for? Is he rushing to be reborn? The guarding disciple muttered. If Lin Jichen were to hear this, he would undoubtedly respond that he was not seeking rebirth, but rather, if he did not hasten his pace, he would indeed be forced into a premature reincarnation. Should he fail to transcend the tribulation, it would culminate in utter annihilation, resulting in a dual demise of both game and reality. Could he afford to lag behind? He sprinted fervently into the Tianyin Sword Sect. Upon beholding the magnificent grandeur of the sect, Lin Jichen could not help but marvel at its stature. Truly deserving of its title as the foremost sect in the realm, it surpassed his previous cultivation sect in both majesty and aura. The sword sect was the most favored among players, as everyone harbored dreams of one day soaring through the skies on a sword, reveling in the freedom of the heavens and earth. Thus, the number of practitioners within the sword sect was the greatest, and the ranks of skilled individuals were unparalleled, resulting in fierce competition. For Lin Jichen, this presented an entirely new challenge. However, he had no time to admire the scenery of the sect. He was determined to seek assistance from a formidable figure to help him navigate through the impending thunder tribulation. Just as he was about to set off, a sudden flash of light erupted from the inner sanctum of the sect, with several streams of luminescence hurtling outward. Gradually, an increasing number of these luminous streaks emerged from all directions of the sword sect. Each streak embodied a powerful presence, cloaked in an unfathomable aura. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen raised his gaze and was met with the sight of an extraordinarily captivating woman. This lady possessed a beauty that could enchant cities, her allure transcending the ordinary. With cascading ebony tresses framing her visage against the backdrop of dawn, her eyes, like phoenix orbs, sparkled with a fluid grace, reminiscent of autumn waters, yet emanated an imposing aura. The gentle morning light bathed her figure, and against the backdrop of her snow-white gown, her silhouette appeared elegantly delicate, her waist slender and seemingly fragile. Her enchanting gaze and flowing sleeves were truly mesmerizing. The artistry of nature's water blooming forth was a marvel, with her essence embodying the purity of jade and the grace of bone. Upon witnessing this woman, Lin Jichen's eyelids fluttered. He recognized her from a fortunate past encounter. She was none other than the illustrious leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, Lung Fian, a formidable figure in the realm, standing at the pinnacle of the ascendant stage. The reason Lin Jichen is known to many is due to her extraordinary feats after the game merged with reality. She once aided Huaxia in fending off an invasion of malevolent spirits, vanquishing 1,000,000 sinister souls with a mere stroke of her sword, thus earning her the reverence of countless players who now regard her as a deity. Upon her appearance in the sky, all present immediately bowed in respect, performing the sword salute. Master, why does our Tianyan sect exhibit signs of tribulation? Could it be that a direct disciple of one of the elders has achieved a breakthrough? Cold Fian inquired, her voice reminiscent of a haunting pipa in a desolate valley, tinged with a commanding authority despite its melodic nature. The crowd shook their heads in unison, expressing their ignorance. Cold Fian frowned slightly, her expression revealing a hint of perplexity. As the assembly pondered in confusion, Lin Jichen, who had been entirely overlooked by the crowd, raised her voice and cried out, "New disciple Lin Jichen seeks the assistance of all esteemed masters." The voice of Lin Jichen, tinged with a mournful cry, resonated with an unusual intensity. All eyes turned downwards. Upon the first glimpse of Lin Jichen, a collective sigh of admiration swept through the crowd. What a remarkable young man he is. His youthful demeanor exuded a warmth akin to jade, enveloping those around him in a gentle spring breeze. With a strikingly handsome appearance and an impressive bearing, he wore a simple garment of coarse linen that could not conceal his ethereal charm. He stood like a rare orchid, his smile radiant as a bright moon. His presence was both elegant and extraordinary, as if his visage were perfectly sculpted to align with the aesthetic sensibilities of those who beheld him. Every elder, including Lin Fian, could not help but form a favorable first impression of Lin Jichen. "Are you a new disciple?" Long Fian inquired. Her voice, though still cool, was nonetheless melodious and enchanting. Lin Jichen initially thought that he could only seek assistance from the law enforcement elder, but he never anticipated encountering the esteemed master of the Tianyan sword sect, an extraordinary ally indeed. Respectfully reporting to the master, "I am Lin Jichen, a new disciple eager to join the sect and prepare for enrollment with the law enforcement elder." "Oh, then why did you call for help?" Lin Jichen awkwardly pointed to the top of his head and said, "I have just entered the chi refinement stage, yet I have encountered a heavenly tribulation, so I can only cry for help." "What?" The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. It seemed that this newly initiated disciple, despite his handsome appearance, had a penchant for jesting. The heavenly tribulation only begins when one breaks through from the crystal transformation stage to the golden core stage. How could Lin Jichen, a mere novice in the early chi refinement stage, possibly face such a tribulation? This was utterly nonsensical. Just as Lin Jichen was about to explain, the heavenly tribulation had already arrived. Boom! From the dense dark clouds above, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a human arm, pierced through the cloud layers and struck fiercely down towards Lin Jichen's head. Lin Jichen lamented, "My life is at an end. Alas, help me." Lin Jichen realized that he was utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the heavenly tribulation and could only cry out for help, placing his hopes on the goodwill of kind-hearted souls. Onlookers were astonished to see the thunderbolt directed at Lin Jichen and prepared to intervene. However, Lin Fian acted first. With a graceful lift of her hand, a radiant aura enveloped Lin Jichen. As the thunderbolt descended, this luminescent veil formed a protective barrier, completely shielding him from the onslaught of celestial fury. The terrifying power of the lightning had no effect on it whatsoever, not even producing a ripple, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished entirely. With the single bolt of lightning having struck, the ominous clouds in the sky swiftly dissipated, restoring clarity to the heavens. Lin Jichen's anxious heart finally found solace. Thankfully, he had survived. However, though he was alive, he found himself ensnared in a significant predicament. All the elders, including Lin Jichen, regarded Lin Jichen with astonishment. It was unprecedented for someone at the initial stage of qi refinement to attract a heavenly tribulation. This phenomenon could only stem from two possibilities. Either this young man possessed a remarkable treasure that incited the tribulation, or he was endowed with extraordinary talent, provoking the heavens' jealousy. Those with higher aptitudes faced tribulations earlier. Regardless of which possibility it was, both were sufficient to pique the interest of the prominent figures. Lin Jichen, seemingly as intrigued as the other elders, raised her jade-like hand, and a strand of spiritual energy flowed from her fingers into Lin Jichen's crown. As the energy permeated his being, the surrounding spiritual energy became agitated, surging wildly towards him. It was as if the energy, akin to fish finding water, joyfully swam towards Lin Jichen. The elders were left in a state of shock, including Lin Jichen, who was equally bewildered. At that moment, Lin Jichen was undoubtedly the most elated. Cultivation 20. Cultivation 20. Cultivation 20. With the sect leader's assistance, the spiritual energy surged into him, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly. After a brief moment, the spiritual energy within Lin Jichen dissipated, and the surrounding energy returned to its usual state. Lin Jichen glanced at his cultivation level, 360, 500, almost reaching its zenith. He felt a twinge of regret. If only he could have cultivated a little longer. As the test concluded, everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Jichen, awaiting his verdict. The usually impassive expression of Lin Jichen finally softened, revealing a hint of a smile. In that moment, it seemed as if the world lost its color, and a myriad of flowers blossomed. Excellent, splendid. I never anticipated that the Tianyin sword sect would gain another prodigy of such caliber. Perhaps in the future, he may even surpass me. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. No one expected the sect leader to bestow such high praise. What extraordinary talent must this young man possess to elicit such admiration from the master? Master, just how remarkable is this disciple's talent to warrant such commendation? This is the first time I have witnessed such praise. A female elder could not help but inquire with a smile. Lin Jichen, without any pretense, replied calmly, his innate foundation, spiritual presence, and comprehension are all exceptional, even surpassing my own at his age. Tell me, is this talent not remarkable? Gasp. All the elders inhaled sharply. No wonder the sect leader showered him with such accolades. Indeed, such talent deserves lofty expectations. After the initial shock, the elders' minds began to race. Who would not desire to take such a gifted disciple under their wing? When Lin Jichen eventually becomes a figure of prominence, they, as his mentors, would surely bask in reflected glory. Moreover, they could even count on their disciples' support in the future. Such an opportunity was irresistible. Before he even chooses a master, why not have him come to me? I shall teach him diligently. A slightly plump man in a purple robe was the first to speak up. However, the others were not so easily swayed. Such a promising talent could not simply be claimed by one individual. All elders, none had any preferential treatment. Let him come to me. I will impart all the teachings of the Tianyin sword sect. Elder Qingsong, you have so many disciples already. Do not monopolize this one. I can teach him everything he needs to know. Elder Qiuyue, as a female cultivator, it would be quite inconvenient for you to teach a male disciple. He should come to me instead. Do not be shy. He ought to be my disciple. A cacophony of voices arose, each elder vying for the chance to take Lin Jichen as their apprentice. Lin Jichen gazed at the multitude of elders vying to take him as their disciple, his heart swelling with delight. Yet, in an effort to cultivate a favorable impression, he suppressed his joy, feigning an air of indifference. Just as the debate among them escalated, Lin Jichen spoke up. There is no need for contention. This new disciple shall come under my tutelage. The assembly was taken aback. Even the sect leader had joined the fray. With the leader's decree, the others hesitated to contest further. But master, do you not refrain from accepting disciples? Elder Qiuyue inquired, still somewhat reluctant. A faint smile graced Lin Jichen's lips as her enchanting eyes sparkled, her crimson lips parting ever so slightly. I have stagnated in my cultivation these past years, and my efforts have yielded no fruit. As I do not plan to retreat for seclusion in the near term, I might as well take a disciple to pass the time. Upon hearing her words, the others had no choice but to concede. Lin Jichen's captivating gaze returned to Lin Jichen. Are you willing to become my sole disciple and cultivate within the inner palace? Lin Jichen, who had initially approached with the intention of seeking Elder Qingsong, could hardly fathom that the sect leader herself wished to take him as her apprentice. Ding! The greatest opportunity of the Tianyin sect has been triggered. Current sect leader Lung Fian wishes to accept you as her disciple. Will you accept? I am willing. I pay my respects to my master. Lin Jichen replied without hesitation. As for his initial intentions concerning Elder Qingsong, he could let that go. After all, this was the strongest ally of the Tianyan sect. When it came to seeking a mentor, one should naturally aspire to embrace the most formidable support. No. Lung Fian's presence was not only graceful, but also strikingly elegant. Witnessing Lin Jichen's respectful gesture, Lung Fian nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple. Come with me. With that, she waved her hand, and Lin Jichen ascended into the air, following her towards the inner palace of the Tianyan sect. The other elders could only shake their heads in envy and reluctance, each returning to their respective abodes. The Tianyan sword sect sprawled across a vast expanse, nearly encompassing the entire Tian mountain range. The sect was divided into outer, branch, and inner halls, a structure mirrored by other sects as well. The outer and branch halls were designated for players, where ordinary players could only seek mentorship in the outer hall, learning from the outer elders. Exceptional players, however, might have the opportunity to be accepted as disciples by the elders of the branch halls. The inner hall, on the other hand, was entirely unrelated to players. It was reserved for nurturing elite NPC disciples, those who had been the elite disciples of various sects before the public beta. Only those with extraordinary talent stood a chance of entering the inner hall. Within the inner hall of the Tianyan sect, the scenery starkly contrasted with that of the outer hall. If the outer hall resembled a Taoist palace, the inner hall was akin to a celestial paradise. 12 towering celestial mountains rose majestically above the sea of clouds, as if to elevate the entire Tian mountain range to the heavens. Each mountain possessed its own unique characteristics. Some were adorned with spiritual herbs and medicinal plants, exuding rich fragrances, while others nurtured celestial cranes and spiritual monkeys. And still others were filled with rare and exquisite flora. Patches of auspicious clouds drifted amidst them, and the golden radiance of the sun and moon bathed the entire inner hall in a luminous glow. The grandest of the celestial mountains stood prominently in the center, crowned with a magnificent orchid palace that seemed to reach for the heavens. The surrounding palaces paled in comparison, reminiscent of stars surrounding the moon. A misty aura enveloped the mountain, its golden light captivating. The brilliance of the other mountains emanated from this majestic peak. On the summit of this tallest mountain grew numerous water chestnut trees, and as a gentle breeze wafted through, the white blossoms danced and swayed, creating a breathtaking scene that seemed to meld into the sea of clouds. At the foot of the celestial mountains lay a vast open square where thousands of young disciples, both male and female, sat attentively on cushions, earnestly listening to the white-bearded elder at the forefront as he imparted his teachings. Lin Jichen casually glanced around and noticed that the youngest disciples possessed at least the cultivation of the crystal realm, with some even having reached the golden core realm, comparable in strength to certain elders of the outer hall. These individuals were the elite among the young disciples of the Tianyan sword sect and represented the future backbone of the sect. Elder Tianjian, who was delivering a lecture, spotted Lung Fian and greeted her with a warm smile and a slight bow. All the disciples promptly stood up, paying their respects. Lung Fian nodded and addressed Elder Tianjian, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, Elder Tianjian. I am merely managing the sect on behalf of my father. You can continue to call me Fian as you did in my childhood." Elder Tianjian chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The rules of the sect cannot be disregarded. The former headmaster has passed the mantle to you. You are now the new head of the Tianyan sect, no longer the naive little girl of yore." As he spoke, Elder Tianjian noticed Lin Jichen standing behind Lung Fian and inquired with surprise, "And who might this be?" "This is my newly accepted closed-door disciple," Lung Fian candidly replied. A ripple of astonishment swept through the crowd. 1,000 disciples exchanged incredulous glances and whispers. "No way, this young man is the master's closed-door disciple? He is quite handsome, but what merit does he possess to be accepted by the headmaster? Indeed, our senior brother is exceptionally talented, having reached the golden core realm at such a young age, yet this fellow, with his mere chi refinement stage, is laughable. He is utterly unworthy. I could defeat him with a single finger." During the initial phase of the new book, achieving good results is crucial. So I kindly ask everyone to show their support by bookmarking and casting votes. Today, if the votes exceed 20,000, an additional chapter will be added. These prodigious youths, witnessing Lin Jichen's seemingly inadequate cultivation, felt a sense of discontent. Despite their own exceptional talents, None had been able to become the headmaster's disciple. Yet, an unkempt youth from nowhere had caught the headmaster's attention. The murmurs escalated, growing more intense. Elder Tianjian furrowed his brow and commanded, "Silence." At his words, the atmosphere returned to a semblance of tranquility. Although they dared not speak further, their eyes remained filled with a provocative glare directed at Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen could not help but smile wryly. It seemed that joining the sect under the Grandmaster's tutelage would not be entirely smooth sailing. He could sense that the disciples within the inner hall would undoubtedly seek to undermine him in the future. However, it mattered little, for he had firmly attached himself to this formidable ally, and dissenters would be of no consequence. Elder Tianjin was taken aback. Yet he understood that the decision made by Lung Fian was beyond his jurisdiction. "Elder Tianjin, please continue your lecture. I shall escort my disciple back to the Sword Palace. Once he attains the crystallization of his cultivation, I will have him attend your teachings," Lin Jichen stated. Of course, Elder Tianjin readily acquiesced. With no further words, Long Fian once again lifted Lin Jichen and, in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location. In mere moments, Lin Jichen found himself standing atop the highest celestial mountain. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that this ethereal abode, adorned with orchids and osmanthus, was known as the Sword Palace. Not a single figure was in sight within the hall, nor did he observe anyone else on the mountain. Seemingly perceiving Lin Jichen's confusion, Lung Fian calmly explained, "The Sword Palace is the heart of our Tianyan sect. Aside from convening meetings, there are only disciples who come to clean at scheduled times each morning. No one else resides here. From this day forth, you shall cultivate here. I will arrange for a disciple to bring you the sect's new disciple package and guide you to your quarters. Tomorrow at the hour of the hare. Come to the Great Hall to see me." With that, Lung Fian vanished from sight. Lin Jichen scratched his head, realizing that this master, the leader of the sect, possessed an air of aloofness. Such a splendid first impression seemed to be met with indifference. It was difficult to imagine the treatment other players would receive upon encountering Lung Fian. Not long after Lung Fian departed, a sweet voice resonated from outside the hall. "I heard a new disciple has arrived in our inner hall. How wonderful! I will no longer be the youngest, and I shall have a junior brother." As she spoke, a girl clad in blue dashed into the hall. Her beauty was nothing short of breathtaking, her features reminiscent of a crescent moon adorned with a soft glow. Surrounded by blossoming trees blanketed in snow, her delicate chin complemented her petite, cherry-like lips, exuding an indescribable elegance and grace. With hair as dark as jade, she simply fashioned it into a soaring bun. Although her figure was petite, it possessed alluring curves. Dressed in the same blue and white attire as the inner hall disciples, her sleeves were embroidered with a pale pink lotus flower, and silver threads outlined several auspicious clouds. A pink fabric pouch, filled with fragrant herbs, hung from her waist, while she wore a pair of deer leather boots, each adorned with a jingling bell that chimed melodiously with her every step. Particularly captivating were her lively eyes, sparkling with mischief and a hint of playfulness, making it impossible not to feel fondness for this adorable girl at first glance. Junior brother, come quickly and pay your respects to your esteemed senior sister." Upon her entrance, the girl scanned the hall and immediately spotted Lin Jichen standing there. The moment her gaze fell upon him, her lively sprint came to an abrupt halt, as if she had been frozen in place. Soon, her expression shifted from carefree exuberance to bashful shyness, her cheeks blooming with a delicate blush. The once talkative little mouth fell into silence, leaving her momentarily speechless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen immediately displayed an expression of admiration, effortlessly showering flattery. Little did he expect that not only was his senior sister more beautiful than a flower, but her cultivation was also remarkably high, leaving him utterly in awe. Upon hearing such praise, Nangongyu shyly turned her head, a rosy hue blooming on her neck. Perhaps believing that her inaugural role as a senior sister necessitated an air of authority, she placed her hands on her hips and feigned a stern demeanor. Yet, she never anticipated that this little junior brother of hers would be such a sycophant. Surprisingly, Lin Jichen felt no shame, but rather pride in his behavior. As the saying goes, to advance in cultivation, one must not only master the arts through diligent practice, but also recognize that a little flattery can go a long way. In an instant, Nangongyu broke character, bursting into laughter. Her beautiful eyes transformed into crescent moons, completely abandoning any semblance of seriousness. Ding! Your favorability with Nangongyu has increased by 10. Current favorability, 10 points, as if old friends. Lin Jichen felt a surge of joy upon receiving the game notification. The relationship between players and NPCs transcends mere task-oriented interactions. These NPCs are vibrant characters from a fantasy realm, destined to manifest in reality. Cultivating a positive rapport with them is undoubtedly advantageous. However, elevating the affinity between players and NPCs is an arduous endeavor, even for those with extraordinary charm. High charisma may enhance initial impressions, yet it does not guarantee a deep connection. While individuals who make a favorable first impression may find it easier to foster goodwill, their subsequent actions play a crucial role. If one relies on their allure to engage in inappropriate behavior or utter vile words, they should not expect their affinity to flourish. Different levels of affinity unlock various unique hidden quests and opportunities, categorized into 9 distinct tiers. The first level, instant connection, ranges from 1 to 10. The second, pleasant conversation, spans 11 to 20. The third, shared adventures, encompasses 21 to 30. The fourth, daily companionship, covers 31 to 40. And the fifth, telepathic understanding, lies between 41 to 50. The subsequent levels differentiate between same-sex and opposite-sex relationships. Intimate companionship is classified from 51 to 60, soulful connection from 61 to 70, harmonious union from 71 to 80, vows of eternity from 81 to 90, and unwavering devotion from 91 to 100. These 10 levels signify the depth of the relationship with an NPC. Typically, reaching the level of soulful connection with a female NPC allows for physical contact, which is generally welcomed. The same applies to same-sex interactions, provided one is willing to engage. Achieving harmonious union leads to becoming partners, akin to a romantic relationship, thereby initiating a dual cultivation mode. Similarly, this applies to same-sex relationships. Upon reaching vows of eternity, the NPC will enter into matrimony with the player. The unwavering devotion level is even more straightforward, signifying a bond of life and death with an everlasting commitment. Despite the allure of these interactions, NPC affinity is notoriously challenging to cultivate. In his previous life, Lin Jichen never managed to raise an NPC's affinity beyond 50. The closest he came was with a female elder from the Law Cultivation Hall. Reaching the level of telepathic understanding after 7 to 8 years of acquaintance and countless unreciprocated favors. He was not alone. Across the vast expanse of the Eight Desolations, players achieving an affinity exceeding 70 with any NPC were exceedingly rare. Upon waking, he glanced at the vote count, which had reached 22,000, an impressive feat, indeed. Lin Jichen recalled his previous life, where a lovesick player had fallen for an NPC female junior of his sect, nurturing a fervent yet unreciprocated affection. He devoted himself to her, catering to her every need, yet his favorability remained stagnant. One fateful day, while the female junior embarked on a quest, she was abducted by demonic forces. Aware of his own limitations, the lovesick player exhausted his wealth to hire a guild for assistance, bravely infiltrating the lair of the demonic beings to rescue her. Tragically, upon her return, the female junior had been ravaged by the fiends and left crippled, her powers stripped away. Nevertheless, the devoted player remained steadfast, tending to her day and night, scouring perilous leveling grounds for rare herbs to heal her. After 5 long years, she finally recovered, and her feelings for him blossomed, reaching a perfect score of 100. This marked the first and only instance in the world of achieving maximum favorability with an NPC. Following the game's merger with reality, the female junior appeared in the real world, unwaveringly by the player's side, through thick and thin. Their poignant love story moved many, including Lin Jichen, eventually becoming one of the most touching tales in the realm of Ba Huang, often recounted by players. This narrative also underscored the challenging nature of building rapport with NPCs within Ba Huang, as they were reflections of ancient ideals. The traditional mindset prevalent among these characters, particularly women, adhered to strict values. Indeed, modern-day women often embody similar principles. The 3 obediences dictate that a woman should be gentle, considerate, and reasonable, while the 4 virtues emphasize that she should not be scolded, struck, insulted, or provoked. It is important to note that this applies to some, not all, women. The women of Ba Huang place immense importance on chastity and are particularly wary of the opposite sex. Should one manage to breach their psychological defenses, they would remain loyal for life, considering him their true love. For someone like Lin Jichen, who could effortlessly garner 15 points upon their first meeting, it was indeed a rarity. Since you are my first junior brother, allow me, as your elder sister, to present you with a gift upon our initial encounter. Negongyu declared, producing a jade pendant of vibrant green hues, graciously offering it to Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen took a glance and was astonished to discover that it was a piece of spiritual-grade equipment. The Eight Desolations gear is classified into 8 tiers: mundane, spiritual, profound, earthly, heavenly, sacred, immortal, and divine, encompassing skills, mounts, and more. Spiritual-grade spirit-gathering jade pendant, defense 10, heart protection 5, and restores 1 mana per second when disengaged from combat. Skill, spirit shield, which can conjure a mana shield lasting 0.5 seconds during battle, capable of blocking 1 skill attack from foes of the crystal realm and below. It can only negate skills, and once the duration elapses, the shield becomes ineffective, with a cooldown of 15 minutes. Requirements: none. Heart protection refers to mitigating damage from critical points, while heart strike pertains to damage inflicted on weaknesses. This is akin to the concept of avoiding critical damage and dealing critical damage. However, in the Eight Desolations, there is no critical damage. One must strike weaknesses to inflict such damage. Upon reviewing the pendant's description, Lin Jichen's face radiated joy. This pendant is undoubtedly a masterpiece among spiritual-grade equipment. The Spirit Shield skill is exceptionally practical. It can negate 1 skill attack from foes below the Foundation Establishment realm, effectively allowing one to engage in combat while rendering the opponent's skill ineffective. However, this skill requires precise timing, existing for only 0.5 seconds. Hence, the timing of its release must be impeccably executed, or it would be rendered futile. At this moment, Lin Jichen felt an overwhelming urge to burst into laughter. Look, this is the advantage of cultivating goodwill with NPCs, commonly referred to as living off the fat of the land. Especially with powerful NPCs, the higher their affection for you, the more benefits you reap. In his previous life, there were indeed numerous male players who were mere pretty boys, as well as female players with cunning charm, who deviated from the conventional gaming norms. They neither trained nor leveled up, nor did they engage in dungeon runs. Instead, they devoted themselves to the art of wooing NPCs, particularly the formidable ones. Adopting the philosophy of clinging to the powerful for sustenance, they relentlessly showered praise on these esteemed NPCs and catered to their whims. In time, they even devised an unconventional and peculiar method of cultivation. Among them, the most successful player managed to win the affection of a female elder from the Beastmaster sect, who was at the nascent soul stage, and they even formed a partnership. Upon learning of this, everyone was curious and made a special trip to the Beastmaster sect to see this female elder. They had anticipated a stunning beauty and envied the fortunate fellow's good fortune. However, upon witnessing her in person, they were taken aback, for she bore a striking resemblance to a Laoi from League of Legends. Unfazed by the laughter directed at him, this male player confidently shared his insights on living off the fat of the land. He asserted that the uglier the NPC, the easier it is to gain their favor, provided that one possesses good looks and is willing to put in the effort to pursue them. He boldly proclaimed that he had previously worked as a prince in a nightclub in reality. For the sake of living off the fat of the land, such minor grievances were inconsequential. He had served even the most unattractive, and this one was comparatively beautiful. Upon hearing this, the crowd could not help but exclaim, "What a true man!" Lin Jichen certainly lacks such perseverance and determination. Of course, if it were a beautiful NPC, the situation would be quite different. Ahem. Thank you, senior sister. Although Lin Jichen felt joy, she still had to maintain a facade, lest Negongyu underestimate her, which could hinder the progression of their future rapport. There is no need for formality. After all, I am your senior sister, Negongyu said with a bright smile, relishing the address of senior sister from Lin Jichen. After all, among the inner disciples, she was the youngest, always on the receiving end of calls from her senior brothers and sisters, never having had the experience of being a mentor to others. Furthermore, her first impression of Lin Jichen was exceptionally favorable, and the playful banter had filled her with delight, making her gaze towards Lin Jichen particularly amiable. "Oh, by the way, the master asked me to deliver the new disciples package to you." Caught up in their delightful conversation, Negongyu nearly forgot the task assigned to her by the master. With a playful gesture, she stuck out her tongue and handed Lin Jichen a package. Lin Jichen opened the package, revealing a set of attire designated for disciples of the sword sect, a spiritual-grade sword, and a storage ring. Spiritual-grade sword sect attire, inner hull defense 15, heart protection 5, speed 10. Requirements: none. Spiritual-grade chi feng sword, inner hull strength 10, critical hit 4. Requirements: none. Spiritual grade Shurchen ring. Inner hall backpack space 100 points. Requirements: none. These 3 items constitute the essential gift package provided to each disciple by the sect. However, Lin Jichen's package is from the inner hall, representing the finest selection, with all 3 items being of spiritual grade quality. In contrast, disciples from the outer hall and branch halls are only entitled to a set of mundane grade equipment, significantly inferior in performance. The storage ring even contains 50 low-grade spirit stones, a privilege exclusive to inner hall disciples. 50 low-grade spirit stones equate to the earnings of an outer hall disciple over 5 months. Outer hall disciples receive 10 low-grade spirit stones at the end of each month, while branch hall disciples receive 20, and inner hall disciples are allotted 50. Aside from the sword sect attire and storage ring, Lin Jichen finds little need for the sword, as he possesses the Qiyun sword, which boasts superior attributes. Lin Jichen planned to sell it once the number of players from the sword sect increased. Well, my task is complete. My father is calling for me, so I shall take my leave now. Let's play together again when I have the time, Nangongyu said, humming a cheerful tune as she walked away, her bells jingling. She was in high spirits today. Lin Jichen was in high spirits. The rewards of the first day of the open beta far exceeded his expectations. He first donned the attire of the sword sect, ruthlessly discarding his original leather armor and iron boots into his ring, saving them for future sale. Such mundane leather armor and boots could not compare to the comfort offered by the exquisite garments of spiritual quality. The sword sect's attire was crafted from a luxurious blue and white silk satin, which made him appear particularly spirited. The sleeves were adorned with golden borders, a hallmark of the inner palace garments. On the left side of his chest was embroidered a petite sword, while the right side displayed the characters Tian Yin. After changing into the attire of the sword sect, Lin Jichen felt completely rejuvenated. Lin Jichen glanced at his attribute panel. Player: Lin Jichen talent, Defying Destiny faction, Heavenly Sword sect reputation, 220 innate attributes, all maxed cultivation, 360, 500 realm, initial stage of Qi refinement later talent, Essence Blood Seed, increases vitality by 10, vitality, 2, 202, 200 mana, 2, 0002, 000 strength, 35 willpower, 20 defense, 45 speed, 40 critical hit, 7 heart protection, 15 swordsmanship aptitude, 5 movement technique, shadow step, beginner level 0, equipment. Spirit sword sect attire. Spirit Qiyun sword, spirit gathering jade pendant, spirit stone sync ring. His strength had already risen to 35. While players at the initial stage of Qi refinement typically possessed only 10 points, he was now more than 3 times the average. With a single strike, he could match the efforts of others wielding 4. His defense was equally astonishing, thanks to the gathering jade pendant gifted by Nangongyu. His defensive power soared to an incredible 45. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen suddenly recalled that Nangongyu had yet to escort him to the living quarters. This senior sister seems rather unreliable. Lin Jichen noticed that Nangongyu had departed early, leaving him no choice but to exit the grand hall and make his way to the rear courtyard. The sword palace was astonishingly vast. Lin Jichen turned left and right, yet he found himself unable to locate his quarters. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, a beautiful palace suddenly came into view before him. Lin Jichen surmised that this must be the place and cautiously stepped inside. To his surprise, before he could fully enter, he was abruptly propelled backward by a fierce surge of energy. Minus 2,199. Lin Jichen collapsed onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his body suddenly feeling as though it had been hollowed out, sustaining a grievous injury. His health bar plummeted to the brink, with only a solitary drop remaining. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen let out a bitter smile, realizing he had inadvertently stumbled into the master's quarters. Simultaneously, he felt an immense relief. A brush with death could result in the loss of innate attributes. The thought of losing 10 points in such a manner was more unbearable than consuming excrement. Fortunately, Lung Fian had intervened just in time. Otherwise, he would have faced a tragic fate. A true gentleman knows when to yield and when to stand firm. So Lin Jichen had no choice but to admit his fault. I am aware of my error. It was not my intention. Senior sister Nangong left in haste due to her father's summons and inadvertently forgot to escort me to my quarters, leading me to this place by chance. Aware of Long Fian's notorious difficulty in getting along, Lin Jichen proceeded with caution. Should she develop a dislike for him, it would be arduous to seek her favor thereafter. He refrained from directly placing the blame on Nangong Yu's oversight, merely stating that she had urgent matters to attend to and forgot this detail, thus sparing her from direct reproach. Upon hearing his words, Lung Fian's expression softened somewhat, and she casually tossed him a pill. Without my explicit command, no one is permitted to trespass here. This shall not be repeated. With that, Lung Fian turned and departed, leaving Lin Jichen to fend for himself. What a stroke of bad luck. Complaints aside, Lin Jichen knew he must leave this place post-haste, fearing he might inadvertently trigger some formation again. Lin Jichen returned to the Grand Hall, no longer wishing to seek out his quarters. He decided to remain in the Grand Hall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen carefully stored the precious elixir, reserving it for battle. For the time being, he preferred to meditate and patiently await the restoration of his vitality. Just as Lin Jichen was about to enter a state of tranquility, the voice of Nangong Yu echoed once more. Oh dear. I completely forgot that the sect master instructed me to escort you to the living quarters. My father summoned me, and it slipped my mind. Little junior brother. What has happened to you? Upon entering, Nangong Yu was taken aback by the sight of the gravely injured Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen immediately fell to the ground, embodying Master Huang Bo, his breath faint and feeble. Cough, cough. I'm fine, just unable to find my quarters. I lost my way in the backyard and inadvertently stepped into a formation, sustaining a minor injury. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yu felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and sincerely apologized. It's all my fault, junior brother. If it weren't for my carelessness, you wouldn't have been hurt. Lin Jichen quickly raised his hand and shook his head, feebly, akin to his own. It is not the fault of my senior sister. Rather, it is my own foolishness that causes me to lose my way even while walking. I truly despise my own mind, as dull as that of a swine. Despite your own predicament, you still speak on my behalf, dear junior brother. You possess a truly kind heart. Nangong Yu was moved. Ding. Nangong Yu's affection for you has increased by 5. Current affection level, 15 points. Pleasant conversation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen accepted it without hesitation. The Spirit Chi Recovery Pill restores 150 points of vitality per second while in a non-combat state, lasting for 10 seconds with a total of 20 pills. Once again, he had fortuitously acquired something valuable. Lin Jichen consumed 2 pills, and soon his vitality was fully restored. The remaining ones were deftly tucked away into his ring. Thank you, senior sister. It is I who should apologize to you. Come, let me escort you to your quarters. Under the guidance of Nangong Yu, Lin Jichen finally located his living quarters. Although the quarters were spacious, he remained the sole occupant. Here, the sect leader has arranged a spirit-gathering formation of Earth grade. Meditating and cultivating here allows for a significantly accelerated absorption of spiritual energy. My father only has a mystic grade gathering formation. I truly envy you, Nangong Yu explained. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen's cultivation talent was fully developed, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. Coupled with the Earth grade gathering spirit array, even if he were to remain idle, his cultivation would progress rapidly. Finally, I have completed my task, junior brother, farewell. Nangong Yu truly departed this time, leaving Lin Jichen in the living quarters. Seeing that there was nothing pressing at the moment, Lung Fian instructed him to visit the main hall tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, presumably to assign him a cultivation task. With some free time on his hands, Lin Jichen decided to meditate in the living quarters. Ding. Early stage Qi refinement. Innate comprehension at maximum value. Enhanced by the Earth grade gathering spirit array. Meditation speed, 52 points per hour. Upon witnessing this rate, Lin Jichen could only utter 4 words, truly terrifying. The average meditation speed for ordinary early-stage Qi refinement players hovers around 510 points per hour, while Lin Jichen's rate far exceeded theirs by several times. The advantages of having maximum comprehension were numerous. At this pace, after 3 hours of idling, his early-stage Qi refinement would be fully cultivated. Although it was still not as fast as defeating monsters, the cultivation gained without effort was undoubtedly more gratifying than the arduous grind. Satisfied, he logged off. Lin Jichen opened his eyes and emerged from his bedroom. A glance at the time revealed it was merely 5 in the morning. After an entire night immersed in gaming, he felt no trace of fatigue, only exhilaration coursed through him. Indeed, the prospect of a fresh start, coupled with such a promising beginning, filled Lin Jichen with unparalleled joy. He had already surged ahead of all other players, no longer the ascetic who lagged a year behind, burdened by a lackluster talent. In this life, he was determined to completely transform the dismal fate he had once endured. As he perused the messages from his mobile banking app, one caught his eye. Your card ending in 7758 has a balance of 1,661,782. 35 yuan. In a mere 5 hours, Lin Jichen had amassed over 160,000 yuan. Fortuitously, as a reborn individual, he was spared the temptation of frivolous nights out at nightclubs. Having experienced the trials of his previous life, Lin Jichen regarded this newfound wealth with remarkable composure. He navigated to the official game website and proceeded to order a gaming pod. After all, when better to spend money than now? In a few years, the value of real currency would inevitably depreciate significantly. Lin Jichen bypassed the standard and premium configurations, opting instead for the top-tier gaming capsule, and proceeded to place an order for 2 units, one for himself and another as a gift for Rinlan. Each top-tier gaming capsule was priced at 1 million, a sum that Lin Jichen could not ordinarily afford. However, as the game had just entered its public beta phase, the official launch offered a special promotion. The first 10,000 top-tier gaming capsules were available at a 30% discount. Thus, for a mere 1 million, Lin Jichen secured 2 units. Had funds permitted, he would have undoubtedly purchased several more. The supply of top-tier gaming capsules was limited, and once sold out, no amount of money would suffice to procure additional units. After completing the transaction, his remaining balance dwindled to just over 200,000. Although he had swiftly spent a significant portion of his earnings, Lin Jichen felt no remorse. Eager to surprise Rinlan, he sent her a WeChat message, requesting that she visit his home, accompanied by a location pin. Setting down his phone, he noted a slight hunger pang. Lin Jichen went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of beef noodles with the ingredients he had purchased the previous night. Having just finished his meal and washed the bowl, his phone rang. It was Rinlan calling. What do you want at my place so early in the morning? I was planning to go for a run on the school playground. Rinlan yawned, clearly just having woken up. Lin Jichen was not surprised by her early rising. This eccentric woman had a passion for fitness and an exercise routine that rivaled that of a soldier. She rose every day at 5 or 6, then spent 1 to 2 hours jogging, followed by afternoon sessions of boxing and weightlifting at the gym. Truly a fitness fanatic. Come to my house. I have something to discuss with you. Fine, but if it's not urgent and delays my workout, you'll find yourself with panda eyes, he replied. Not long after the call ended, the doorbell rang. Within less than half an hour, Lin Jichen opened the door and was greeted by Rinlan, who had just awakened not long ago, standing before him. So, this is your new rental abode? Oh, quite impressive. With an air of casualness, Rinlan strolled in, enthusiastically exploring every corner of the house. After a thorough inspection, she could hardly contain her admiration for the place. However, her mood swiftly shifted to irritation. Shaolin, you truly know how to indulge yourself. A splendid residence like this must cost at least 5,000 to 6,000 a month, right? You extravagant spender. I gave you my gym membership fee, and this is how you squander it? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen certainly would not allow her to strike him for free, so he struggled with all his might. However, as the game world had not yet merged, his physical abilities were no match for Rinlan, this formidable tigress. He was utterly outmatched in strength. Lin Jichen stood tall at over 1.80 meters, Yet despite weighing more than 130 pounds, his strength was no match for that of a woman. It is evident how formidable this woman, Ren Lan, truly is. Years of dedication to fitness have not been in vain. The phrase "a daughter of our family" has blossomed. Possessing the strength to move mountains and the spirit to rival the heavens undoubtedly refers to her. Realizing that brute strength would yield no results, Lin Jichen resorted to a rather cheeky tactic. He began to tickle her. With stealthy fingers, he attacked her underarm. In an instant, Ren Lan's composure shattered, her strength dissipating as she succumbed to laughter. Ha ha. Little Lin, cease your antics. Ha ha. Is it enough if I promise not to hit you anymore? Ha ha ha. Having finally gained the upper hand, Lin Jichen was unwilling to release her so easily. He felt compelled to reclaim some dignity. As he persisted in his playful assault, Ren Lan, unable to endure any longer, landed a swift punch directly on Lin Jichen's eye. Ouch! Lin Jichen clutched her eye in pain, no longer daring to scratch it. She had truly suffered a significant blow. Aware that her actions had been excessive, immediately bent down with concern and asked, "Are you all right?" Lin Jichen remained silent, resolutely covering his eyes. "Let me see," she urged. "No." Lin Jichen stubbornly shielded his eyes, much like a little wife. "Please, let me take a look. I need to determine if we should go to the hospital." Ren Lan, anxious, attempted to pry his hands away. However, his grip was too tight, and bending down proved ineffective. Ultimately, she sat atop Lin Jichen's abdomen, managing to force his hands apart. Once freed, Ren Lan beheld the woeful state of Lin Jichen's right eye. Though the eye itself appeared unharmed, the surrounding area was marred by a bruised ring, with one eye blackened. Lin Jichen resembled a panda. Unable to contain herself, Ren Lan erupted into laughter, feeling no remorse whatsoever. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen felt the softness of Ren Lan's body, coupled with the pressure of cotton against his chest, eliciting an immediate physiological response. At this moment, both parties finally became aware of the situation. Lin Jichen quickly rose to his feet and fled. Ren Lan glared at him fiercely, a flush appearing on her neck and swiftly spreading to her face. "Lin Jichen, how dare you take advantage of me?" Lin Jichen hastily denied, saying, I have not, do not speak recklessly. Dare you continue this trifling denial? Watch me not send you flying with a single punch. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Is that satisfactory? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen rolled his eyes, intending merely to jest with the woman, yet unexpectedly endured a beating for his folly. This madwoman. May you never find a husband in this lifetime. I understand all the rules. Today, should the silver notes exceed 30,000, I shall provide an additional update. Ding ding dong. At that moment, Lin Jichen's phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was a call from the delivery personnel. The efficiency of this gaming company was indeed remarkable. Mr. Lin, we have arrived at your building. Shall we bring everything upstairs? Please hold on a moment. Let me check. He replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen nodded, instructing his master to bring both machines up. Soon, the two gaming pods were transported in. Lin Jichen directed his master to install equipment in two separate bedrooms. While giving instructions, he was careful to shield his eyes, fearing ridicule from his master. The master worked swiftly, completing the task in just a few minutes. After Lin Jichen signed off, they departed. Once they were gone, Ren Lan could no longer contain her curiosity. What on earth is happening? Where did you acquire so much money? Speak up and tell the truth. Lin Jichen calmly retorted. Do you truly believe you understand the origin of this money? Have you perhaps resorted to selling your body in a nightclub? Speak freely, little Lin. I assure you I will not mock you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen returned to the sofa, having completely regained the upper hand. Very well, the servant obediently approached, eagerly commencing the massage. Lin Jichen briefly entertained the notion of making an unreasonable request, but the thought dissipated almost instantly. It was evident that if she dared to voice such a demand, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. All right. Seeing how well you're performing, I want to withdraw my offer. Really? Ha. I'm finally getting a gaming pod. A 50,000 yuan gaming pod. That's equivalent to my gym expenses for 2 years. This is the most extravagant gift I have ever received. I must take photos and share them on social media. As Renlan spoke, she dashed into her bedroom to admire her present, mistakenly believing that Lin Jichen had purchased the standard model priced at 50,000 yuan. Lin Jichen, uninterested in boasting, decided to let her remain blissfully ignorant. He returned to his own bedroom, gazing at the top-tier gaming pod with an expression of someone who had never encountered such luxury. The distinction between the gaming pod and the gaming ring is indeed significant. The most notable difference lies in the duration a player can remain immersed in the game. Players utilizing the gaming ring typically find themselves unable to endure more than a few hours of gameplay, as their bodies, deprived of sustenance and rest, suffer greatly, adversely affecting their gaming performance. Should they persist, they are inevitably afflicted by a state of fatigue, causing all actions to slow by 10%, serving as a gentle reminder from the game to log off. Once the fatigue level reaches 30, a forced log-off is enforced. In contrast, the gaming pod offers a remarkable advantage, equipped with biological nutrients that nourish the player's body and facilitate adequate sleep. Consequently, players can engage in extended gaming sessions without encountering any physical ailments. The standard gaming pod allows for continuous play for an entire day and night, while the deluxe version extends this to 2 days and nights. The pinnacle model is even more extravagant, permitting an uninterrupted week of gaming. Furthermore, players utilizing the gaming pod experience smoother controls compared to those using the gaming ring. Lin Jichen gazed at the opulent gaming pod, unable to tear his eyes away. Throughout his life, he had never had the opportunity to utilize such a device. Although he had once been a master of the Enlightenment realm, the gaming pods had become exceedingly rare due to the surge in popularity of gaming. Prior to the integration of gaming into reality, the price of these pods escalated almost daily. Within just a year or two, even the most basic model commanded a price in the millions, while the top-tier versions were nearly impossible to acquire for tens of millions. Lin Jichen certainly does not possess such wealth, and with the merging of the two worlds, the gaming pod has become obsolete. Thus, this marks Lin Jichen's inaugural experience with such sophisticated equipment. Were it not for Renlan's presence, he would have eagerly immersed himself in the game at once. Meanwhile, Renlan next door exhibited far more enthusiasm, embracing and cuddling the gaming pod, incessantly snapping photos, her excitement rendering her speechless. Xiaolinzi, thank you. This is the most cherished gift I have ever received in my life, she exclaimed as she dashed out, her exuberance fully embodying the moniker madwoman that Lin Jichen had playfully assigned her. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. The money for the gaming pod was all earned within the game, so you need not doubt that it was obtained through any dubious means, Lin Jichen remarked, while not forgetting to transfer the fitness fee she was owed. What on earth? How long have you been playing this game to earn such a fortune? Is it really that lucrative? Perhaps I should drop out and join you in this venture, Renlan exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was merely good fortune on my part. I stumbled upon a few excellent pieces of equipment and encountered 2 wealthy heirs bidding against each other, which is why I made such a handsome profit. Are you considering dropping out? That could certainly be an option. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen chuckled lightly and replied, all right. You are always welcome. As he spoke, he tossed a set of house keys to Renlan. After finally sending off the foolish woman, Lin Jichen decided to take a shower and rest for a bit, considering it was still early before the time mentioned by Lang Fian. Setting an alarm, he resolved to rejuvenate himself to engage in a thorough battle later. While setting the alarm, Lin Jichen suddenly noticed a familiar name in his WeChat notifications. Gu Qiuxue, Xiaoqin. My birthday is in a few days, and my colleagues at the hospital want me to treat them. Do you have time to join us for dinner? The message had been sent a few days prior, but Lin Jichen had yet to reply. In his previous life, he had forgotten about this due to accompanying Guijie and never responded to her message. The next time he heard from Gu Qiuxue, it was when she was already set to marry. The one who was to wed her was a male doctor from her hospital who had been pursuing her for quite some time. At her wedding, he had asked Gu Qiuxue why she was marrying someone she had once confided in him she did not like. Gu Qiuxue had offered no response, merely departing with tears in her eyes. A few years later, Gu Qiuxue tragically succumbed to depression and took her own life. Until the end, Lin Jichen remained unaware of what truly transpired with Gu Qiuxue. Now, he was determined to uncover the truth of what had happened all those years ago. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen stood in the hall, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he awaited the arrival. Before long, Lung Fian materialized within the chamber, gracefully taking her seat at the head. Upon her first glance at Lin Jichen, a flicker of surprise crossed her features. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Her voice, as clear and serene as the waters flowing over smooth stones, resonated with a crisp chill. Despite having heard it before, Lin Jichen still felt a shiver run down his spine, the events of the previous day vividly etched in his memory. Yes, master, he replied. As soon as Lin Jichen logged in, his cultivation level had already surged to 500. However, each minor stage requires specific elixirs for advancement, leaving him at the initial bottleneck of qi refining. Indeed, your talent is unparalleled, the finest I have ever encountered. Lung Fian's expression softened at last, perhaps influenced by the events of yesterday's venture into the Imperial Palace, during which she had not been particularly cordial towards Lin Jichen. What you need now is a qi-gathering pill to assist you in breaking through to the mid-phase of qi refining. Qi-gathering pills are categorized into 4 grades. The most common low-grade pills can be purchased in towns. Many small sects possess mid-grade pills, while only large sects offer high-grade ones. As for the supreme-grade qi-gathering pill, it is exclusively available in top-tier sections. Fortunately, I have a supreme-grade qi-gathering pill here. Upon finishing her sentence, Lung Fian revealed a luminous green pill, glimmering with an ethereal light, imbued with rich spiritual energy. The effects of different qi-gathering pills vary upon breaking through minor stages. The better the pill, the more attributes it enhances. A supreme-grade qi-gathering pill like this one is something most players may have never even heard of. Lin Jichen believed that Lung Fian intended to gift him something directly, and his face immediately broke into a radiant smile. Thank you, master. However, it seemed that Lung Fian did not mean it in that way. Though you possess extraordinary talent, I am concerned that I might inadvertently mold you into a mere ornamental figure, proficient only in cultivation. A true powerhouse requires not only a high realm in cultivation, but also the invaluable experience gained from countless battles. Without this, no matter how elevated your cultivation, you remain but a fragile vase, easily shattered, susceptible to perishing at the hands of others, or even being devoured by ferocious beasts. What you lack is the essence of combat. Lung Fian paused for a moment, her expression solemn, as she patiently imparted wisdom. Disciple, remember this. The talent for battle is no less significant than the talent for cultivation. A person endowed with strong combat aptitude can even triumph over opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Conversely, one devoid of combat talent and experience, regardless of their high cultivation, can easily be defeated by those of lesser prowess. Lin Jichen deeply resonated with these words. The operational ceiling of this game is exceedingly high. He had often triumphed over adversaries of higher tiers in the past. One's cultivation can be elevated through elixirs and rare treasures, while attributes can be enhanced through the accumulation of equipment. However, combat talent lacks any shortcuts. Apart from possessing extraordinary gifts, one must endure countless trials, amassing experience through relentless battles. The renowned masters atop the Eight Desolations heavenly rankings in his previous life were all seasoned warriors, players who rely solely on in-game purchases. No matter how much they invest in equipment and divine potions, find it arduous to attain mastery. Unless one's gear and cultivation level surpass those of others by an insurmountable margin, rendering skillful maneuvers irrelevant, the scenario would be entirely different. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen never anticipated that merely expressing his insights from a past life would garner the favor of the sect leader. Although the affection was slight, it marked a splendid beginning. At the very least, the unpleasantness of yesterday had finally been laid to rest, freeing him from any lingering grievances. Thanks to this newfound goodwill, Lung Fian's tone softened considerably, no longer as frigid as before. Your profound understanding is something I, as your master, did not foresee. I wonder from whence you acquired such wisdom. Lung Fian did not believe that Lin Jichen had arrived at these realizations independently. After all, he was merely a novice at the qi refining stage. How could one so inexperienced fathom such grand truths? Those who have not traversed the path can never utter such sagacious maxims. Lin Jichen did not attempt to justify that this was his own enlightenment. Rather, it was a profound understanding of the immortal path he had attained in his previous life. Such matters were not for him to disclose. It was merely a chance encounter with a senior who had reached enlightenment, who imparted wisdom to him. Lung Fian nodded slightly. Having such extraordinary encounters indeed signifies great fortune. Your acceptance of his words will greatly benefit your future resolve on the path. Thus, you should go to the outer hall's task area and select a challenging task at the Qi refinement stage. Upon successful completion, this spirit-gathering pill shall be yours. Faced with Lung Fian's modest challenge, Lin Jichen did not hesitate to comply. Lung Fian cautioned, although the tasks in the outer hall are relatively simple and far less perilous than those in the inner hall, some tasks do carry considerable risks. Exercise caution in your selection and do not aim too high. I understand, Master. Before you embark on your task, I shall impart to you the sect's heart method, the heavenly transformation scripture. This is an essential practice for all disciples of the heavenly transformation sword sect. The higher your cultivation of this heart method, the greater your benefits will be. I hope you will train diligently. With that, a small booklet flew towards Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen took it, and, indeed, it was the illustrious Tianyin Heart Sutra. The Tianyin Heart Sutra is accessible to all disciples of the Tianyin Sword sect. However, while inner hall disciples can learn it directly, outer hall disciples must complete tasks for the sect. Only after accruing a certain level of sect contribution can they exchange for it, serving as a testament to their loyalty to the sect. Although the Tianyin Heart Sutra is a fundamental technique available to every disciple, it is nonetheless a premier method for sword cultivators. Its efficacy aligns with the practitioner's realm. The higher one's realm, the more potent the sutra's effects. Conversely, for those of a lower realm, the Tianyin Heart Sutra may appear rather ordinary. Tianyin Heart Sutra, Qi Refinement Realm, All Combat Attributes 5. Requirement: only disciples of the Tianyin Sword sect may learn it. Any unauthorized learners shall be considered enemies of the sect. Thank you, Master. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Lin Jichen recalled Su Wanling, pondering whether she had fully capitalized on the information he had provided. Individually, one person might not warrant a sum of 500,000, but Su Wanling represented an entire guild. For guild players, the paramount concern is to gain an early advantage and seize opportunities. 500,000 could grant the entire guild a head start of at least half a day over other players, making this transaction exceedingly worthwhile for Su Wanling. Indeed, this was the case. The players of the Moonshadow Guild, under her management, had already pledged allegiance to various major sects, outpacing all other guilds. While other guilds looked on with envy, they were also perplexed at how Moonshadow Guild had discerned the secrets to the tasks of joining sections. Handsome expert. A female voice suddenly chimed from behind. Several male players, brimming with self-admiration, turned around, speculating whether she was addressing them, including Lin Jichen himself. Indeed, she is calling for him. Two female players clad in the attire of the sword sect's outer hall approached Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen was somewhat taken aback, not expecting to encounter the affluent Su Wanling in this place. However, he harbored no ulterior motives. Their relationship was merely that of business partners. He sold, and she paid. It was a straightforward arrangement. Su Wanling, on the other hand, had anticipated meeting Lin Jichen, having previously seen his correspondence from the sword sect. Why are you also visiting the Tianyin sword sect? Lin Jichen inquired with a hint of curiosity. Su Wanling countered. Is it true that only men can come to the Tianyin sword sect? Certainly not. I was merely asking casually, Lin Jichen replied. Su Wanling then elaborated. In our Moonshadow Guild, we encompass all professions, entirely based on personal preference. I have a penchant for wielding a sword, which naturally led me to choose the sword sect. Lin Jichen nodded, indicating his understanding. Feeling that there was little to discuss, he politely remarked, I still have tasks to attend to. Let us converse another time. With that, Lin Jichen hurriedly departed once more. Su Wanling had intended to engage him further, but to her surprise, he vanished as swiftly as before. This guy. I hadn't even finished my sentence when he left. Su Wanling murmured to herself. That handsome fellow is rather aloof. Even with your beauty, Sister Wanling. You seem unable to sway him. It appears that pursuing him would be quite a challenge. A nearby woman chuckled. Su Wanling shot her a disdainful glance and retorted. Which of your eyes saw me trying to pursue him? You were staring at his retreating figure, and you said you hadn't finished talking. Isn't that a sign of wanting to pursue him? The woman teased. Su Wanling, exasperated, playfully flicked her on the forehead and said, I was merely observing his sword sect attire. It differs from ours, and I simply wished to inquire about it. Ah, so it was not what I imagined. I was daydreaming about a romantic drama involving a woman pursuing a man. If only your actions could be so imaginative. Stop dawdling and let us get on with our tasks. We're only 3 contribution points away from exchanging for the Tianyan Sutra. Many from other sects have already acquired their techniques, and we are lagging behind. If we do not expedite our efforts, the boss will surely dock your wages. The woman replied. Upon hearing this, the woman recoiled slightly, evidently intimidated by the mention of Su Wanling's boss, and promptly fell in line. Lin Jichen arrived at the task release point of the sect, where a colossal wooden banner was adorned with numerous wooden plaques. Each plaque bore inscriptions detailing a variety of sect tasks. As there were currently no players at the Foundation establishment stage, all the plaques exclusively featured tasks suitable for the Qi refinement realm. The plaques were arranged in layers, descending from top to bottom, each tier marked with an emblem of a red small sword. This symbol indicated the difficulty level of the tasks: simple, ordinary, difficult, extremely difficult, and hellish, totaling 5 categories. The tasks on the lowest tier were represented by a single red small sword, indicating the least challenging nature. As one ascended, the number of swords increased, with the highest tier displaying the fewest plaques, yet boasting 5 red swords, signifying tasks of hellish difficulty. Numerous players gathered in front of the task board, eagerly undertaking missions to earn contributions in exchange for the Tianyan Sutra. After all, the allure of a 5 boost to all combat attributes was not insignificant. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Jichen had already acquired the Tianyan Sutra without the need to engage in contribution tasks. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen initially sought merely to complete a challenging task. However, upon noticing a distinct mission emblem within the uppermost tier, characterized by 5 red sword icons, he retrieved a peculiar task token. Hellish task, assist the Tianyan Sword sect in reclaiming their lost sect secret techniques. Task description, a disciple of the sword sect, Zhang Haiwei, has been slain, and the secret techniques on his person have been seized. Please avenge Zhang Hai and retrieve the lost sect techniques. Task rewards, 100 low-grade spirit stones, 100 sect contribution points, 1 high-grade chi gathering pill, 1 spirit-grade martial skill, 1 piece of spirit-grade equipment. Task hint, this task is exceedingly difficult, and the identity of the assailant remains unknown. It is highly suspected to be the work of a late-stage Qi refinement rogue cultivator. Disciples of lower cultivation should proceed with caution. Currently, no one dares to undertake this task, as most players have yet to reach even the early stages of Qi refinement and remain in the realm of mortals. Furthermore, the hint suggests an adversary of late-stage Qi refinement, who would be audacious enough to engage with such a perilous mission. Moreover, with no information regarding the opponent's identity or whereabouts, this task appears utterly inscrutable. According to sect regulations, to prevent the duplication of task acceptance, each disciple may only undertake 1 task at a time. Only upon completion or abandonment may they accept another. Thus, this richly rewarding task token must languish in the sunlight, awaiting a brave soul. Upon securing the wooden plaque, Lin Jichen attracted the attention of numerous players nearby, who began to mock him. What does this fellow mean? Is he truly contemplating this task? Is he jesting? The task hints at an opponent at the late stage of Qi refinement. To accept it now is tantamount to courting death. Indeed, I believe this fellow is merely posturing. Watch, he will return it shortly. Nevertheless, the murmurs of the crowd did not disrupt Lin Jichen's resolve. He neither hesitated with the plaque in hand nor returned it to its original position. Instead, he promptly presented it to the nearby NPC disciple for registration. Junior brother, are you truly intent on accepting this task? It is exceedingly perilous. I advise you to wait until you are at least at the mid or late stage of Qi refinement for greater safety, the NPC disciple urged kindly, his demeanor respectful and even reverent. The other players observed in astonishment, as this NPC was a Foundation establishment rank. Typically, such figures regarded new disciples with disdain, barely acknowledging their existence. They were indifferent to who accepted tasks, they merely registered them, unconcerned about the nature of the assignments or the fates of the applicants. Yet, this NPC treated Lin Jichen with an unusual courtesy, as if he were in the presence of an elder, displaying an air of utmost humility. What is happening here? From the earlier conversation, it was evident Lin Jichen was merely a novice in chi refinement. The NPC was male, surely. It could not be that Lin Jichen's appearance had elicited such favorable treatment? Could it be a matter of same-sex attraction? Perhaps he was a swordsman at heart? The onlookers' thoughts spiraled, but only Lin Jichen was aware that the attention of these outer hall NPC disciples was not directed at his looks or cultivation level. Rather, it was his garb as an inner hall disciple that drew their regard. The status and identity of an inner hall disciple within the sect far surpassed that of their outer hall or branch hall counterparts, regardless of their cultivation level. Outer hall disciples were insignificant in the presence of inner hall disciples. Even branch hall disciples were compelled to display utmost respect towards those of the inner hall. Fortuitously, he remained unaware that Lin Jichen was also the direct disciple of the sect leader. Otherwise, he might have treated Lin Jichen with the reverence one would show to a father. In the face of the NPC disciples' earnest counsel, Lin Jichen remained resolute. I appreciate your goodwill, senior brother. Please proceed with the registration. Very well, then I can only wish you success in your task and urge you to exercise caution. Thank you. After Lin Jichen retrieved the mission token, he offered a brief expression of gratitude before turning away. Upon exiting the mountain gate of the sect, Lin Jichen made his way directly to the teleportation array. Each use of the sect's teleportation array necessitated the payment of spirit stones, with the amount varying based on the distance traveled. However, even the most minimal fees deterred players from utilizing it. Currently, the number of players possessing spirit stones was exceedingly scarce, and few were willing to expend them in this manner. Most players resorted to traversing distances on foot, regardless of how far the journey might be, including those affiliated with guilds. In the early stages of the game, spirit stones were a rare commodity. Presently, the black market was teeming with affluent individuals seeking to acquire spirit stones, with prices surging multiple times a day. Initially, nearly all guilds remained oblivious to the fact that spirit stones constituted the primary currency, naively focusing on the acquisition of coins instead. It was only after amassing a substantial quantity of these coins that they realized there was scarcely any place to utilize them, aside from purchasing mundane items. They had been thoroughly ensnared by the pitfalls of this game. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Lin Jichen generously presented 5 spirit stones and stepped into the teleportation array. The array shimmered with ethereal light. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside Fengxiu City. A grand ancient citadel stood before him, its towering walls soaring 100 feet high, resembling a slumbering dragon. The fortifications were formidable and impregnable, exuding an aura of magnificence. Each province boasted only one main city, and the principal city of Muxian Province was none other than Fengxiu City. Having resided in Muxian Province in his past life, Lin Jichen regarded the city's majestic splendor with a sense of tranquility, for it was all too familiar. Above him, streams of light whizzed by as numerous practitioners of the skies descended at the city's gates. Despite Fengxiu City being merely a mortal settlement, its rulers wielded significant power and influence. Each city within the provinces was governed by its own dynasty, and these dynasties were far from ordinary, each backed by formidable cultivators. Their strength and heritage rivaled even the most esteemed sections. Upon entering the main city, practitioners were prohibited from flying. This was a strict regulation. Those who dared to defy it faced consequences ranging from a brief detention of 3 to 5 days and a fine of spirit stones to the severe penalty of cultivation forfeiture and years of imprisonment. Upon entry, each individual was required to pay 2 spirit stones as an entrance fee. After paying the spirit stones, Lin Jichen stepped into the bustling city of Fengxiu. The streets were lined with shops, and the eaves of the buildings soared elegantly. The rhythmic clatter of carriages and the continuous flow of pedestrians created a vibrant scene. This reminded Lin Jichen of a passage he had once read. Observers marvel at the thriving towns, the bustling transportation, and the overflowing wealth of merchants, all longing to experience such a time and witness such events firsthand. Though originally meant to praise the prosperity of the ancient Song dynasty in Huaxia, it aptly describes the current atmosphere as well. While Fengxiu City is home to many cultivators, it is predominantly inhabited by ordinary people. After all, those with the innate talent to ascend to the path of immortality are a rarity. The vast majority possess quite ordinary abilities. As long as the common folk adhere to the laws of the dynasty, remain honest and diligent, and pay their taxes punctually, they can enjoy the protection of the empire, free from the fear of being bullied by cultivators in the city. Thus, a harmonious coexistence between mortals and cultivators flourished. Wandering through the familiar streets of the city, Lin Jichen felt a profound sense of immersion, as if he had truly become a part of this world. The twilight sun cast its lingering rays upon the red bricks and green tiles, enveloping the prosperous Fengxiu city in a veil of mist and poetic charm. Lin Jichen did not forget the purpose of his journey. He walked all the way to the bustling heart of the city, where the most prosperous shops were located. Before him stood a magnificent structure adorned with emerald tiles and vermilion roofs, its eaves elegantly curved and decorated. A gilded plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the words, "Drunken Immortal Pavilion." This was the largest and most renowned tavern in Fengxiu City. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen pointed to a jug of wine named Jade Ice Drunkenness. Consuming a jug grants an increase of 2 points in both strength and defense for 1 hour. However, this exquisite beverage does not come cheaply, priced at 3 spirit stones, making it unaffordable for ordinary folk. There are even finer wines and dishes that provide even more extravagant boosts to attributes, yet their costs are absurdly high, far beyond Lin Jichen's current means. Were it not for the necessity to purchase something to secure a seat, he would be reluctant to part with such funds, even for the most economical option available. Lin Jichen patiently sat, savoring the fine wine, while his gaze remained fixed upon the passage of time. As the sun began its descent, twilight enveloped the tavern, drawing an increasing number of patrons, contributing to a lively atmosphere. Musicians played their flutes and pipes, while guests raised their cups and poured their drinks, creating a cacophony reminiscent of the bustling world outside. At the zenith of business at the Drunken Immortal Tavern, a gaunt and scholarly-looking man entered. He promptly took a seat at a small table in the hall and began to entertain the guests with his storytelling. This slender figure was not merely a storyteller. He commenced regaling the audience with intriguing tales from the recent happenings in Muxian Prefecture. For instance, the head of the Xuanwu Daoist Temple, Master Qingmu, had recently achieved a breakthrough into the Transformation God realm, enhancing the temple's strength further. The Flower Fairy of the Extreme Sky Valley had united in matrimony with the esteemed elder of the Qiyang sect, a powerful alliance indeed. Furthermore, the Jin Dao sect had suffered a devastating massacre, annihilated by demonic forces. Just 2 days prior, the Tianyin Temple had welcomed an exceptionally talented female disciple, with the abbot Ziyuan making an unprecedented exception to admit her, marking the temple's first female disciple. In addition to these significant events, he shared numerous lesser-known anecdotes, such as the son of the war god sect's leader, Luo Hao, who, in pursuit of beauty, secretly flirted with the concubine of an elder, leading to the elder's furious resignation from the sect. The head of the One-Blade sect, Haiwu Gui, was known for his gambling addiction. Yesterday, he lost everything but his undergarments and was seen running naked down the street. A disciple from the Thunderclap Palace, Jiang Siming, brazenly turned into a notorious rogue, luring defenseless mortal women from the sect, only to face dire consequences when captured. These snippets of news, both grand and trivial, flowed from his lips with ease. He seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of the current events, as if nothing could escape his keen awareness. It should not be assumed that his tales were mere fabrications. Every account was grounded in reality. He was akin to an NPC news merchant of the Eight Desolations, much like a journalist in the real world, diligently reporting on the myriad happenings of the day, earning tips for his revelations at the largest tavern in the main city. Lin Jichen came here primarily to seek information regarding the murder of Zhang Hai. He listened patiently and, at last, he received the news he had been waiting for. A disciple of the Tianyin Sword sect, Zhang Hai, had been killed during his journey. The perpetrator was a rogue cultivator named Zhou Hao, who had attained the later stages of qi refinement. This man was known to be ruthless and affiliated with the demonic path. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen felt a sense of relief. After all, Zhou Hao was merely a rogue cultivator at the later stages of qi refinement, and the situation seemed manageable. Subsequently, the man continued to recount other news, and Lin Jichen refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to sip his drink while he listened. An hour later, the man finally finished his tales, collected his reward, and departed with a cheerful demeanor. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, without hesitation, offered 5 spirit stones once more, which Li Si happily accepted. Seeing the amiable demeanor of his companion, Li felt compelled to offer a word of caution. Although Zhou Hao is merely a loose cultivator at the late stage of qi refinement, he has an elder brother, Zhou Shen, who is a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. You must exercise caution. Lin Jichen's eyes flickered with a hint of brilliance. It was fortunate to have acquired this information, for otherwise, he might have suffered a significant loss. He expressed his gratitude succinctly before departing from the drunken immortal pavilion. Following his exit from the establishment, Lin Jichen hastened to the grandest place of entertainment in Finsu City, the Autumn Moon Tower. Herein lies a discussion of the most formidable locations in the Eight Desolations. In the brothels of the Eight Desolations, players can indulge in revelry. As long as one is willing to pay, one can enjoy the company of the courtesans for a night of delightful escapades. Moreover, the experience, rendered with a virtual reality of 100, is indistinguishable from genuine interaction. Of course, apart from the NPCs who are willing to engage. Others will not partake regardless of the circumstances, even if defeated in battle. Only when their favor towards you exceeds 80 can such interactions occur. Interactions between players are similarly restricted. Even if they are married in the game, they cannot engage in such activities. This regulation aims to prevent the emergence of illicit conduct that contravenes real-world laws. Engaging with NPCs, however, remains unregulated, as it is perceived merely as an exchange of data. Beyond the reach of any legal jurisdiction. This aspect has spurred a significant influx of LSP players who specifically seek out the experience within the game. Some even frequent these venues daily, not for the sake of gaming but purely for the experience. Interestingly, since this phenomenon emerged, real-world cases of solicitation have dramatically decreased, with many LSPs opting for the escapades within the Eight Desolations. Although the courtesans in the game may not be exceptionally captivating, they are, on the whole, far more appealing than the majority of street workers in reality. Additionally, there is no concern about health risks. Most importantly, engaging in such activities in the Eight Desolations means one need not fear law enforcement. It is akin to possessing an inflatable doll for personal enjoyment, an affair beyond scrutiny. Consequently, this shift has led to a notable decline in global solicitation cases, along with a significant drop in the number of individuals living with HIV. However, these are mere reflections of the aftermath. Lin Jichen held no interest in experiencing the Qiu Yulu. He possessed a peculiar disdain for those lacking self-respect. Whether in the realm of gaming or in reality, even a celestial beauty would fail to captivate him. Moreover, the women who had fallen into the brothels were seldom of any allure. Even if there were indeed strikingly beautiful courtesans, they would have long been claimed by the nobility of the royal court or ensnared by lecherous cultivators for dual cultivation or worse, as alchemical vessels, leaving no chance for an ordinary man. If not for his ignorance of Zhou Hao's appearance, Lin Jichen would have had no inclination to step foot into a brothel. Yet, in pursuit of an individual, he begrudgingly sacrificed his first experience, his first visit to such an establishment. To ensure discretion, Lin Jichen changed out of his Jianzong attire into a simple coarse linen garment. However, upon his arrival, he still managed to create quite a stir throughout the establishment. All the courtesans gazed at him with rapturous admiration, as if witnessing a paragon of elegance stepping forth from the pages of a romantic novel, with an extraordinary presence that even captivated the ethereal goddess, Lung Fian. It was no wonder that the ordinary courtesans were utterly spellbound. Once the young ladies regained their senses, they rushed towards Lin Jichen like a swarm of butterflies, enveloping him in their fervent attention. Even those engaged in entertaining clients within their chambers emerged to witness the spectacle. The place was teeming with eager spectators. The sight of the courtesans, handkerchiefs in hand, waving and beckoning to Lin Jichen would forever be etched in the memories of all male patrons present. The day the gentleman entered the Qiu Yulu, clad in humble linen, ignited a frenzy throughout the establishment. It is unlikely that another figure capable of such an uproar will grace the Qiu Yulu again. The young women appeared entranced, clamoring for Lin Jichen to invite them for a festive gathering. Remarkably, the majority of them professed a willingness to forego any payment, with some even eager to offer money themselves. This left all the male patrons feeling utterly humiliated, consumed by envy and jealousy. Lin Jichen, this guest, not only did not take advantage of the young ladies, but rather found himself subjected to their curious exploration. This left him momentarily speechless. Damn it. Just when I was being attended to, how could they abandon me halfway? You've ruined my mood. Do you want to perish? At that moment, shouts and curses echoed from upstairs as a bare-chested man emerged from a room. Upon hearing the individual refer to himself as Grandfather Zhou, Lin Jichen inquired with the matron about his name. The matron informed Lin Jichen that this man was a frequent patron of the Qiuyu Tower, known as Zhou Hao. Lin Jichen was certain that the individual in question was undoubtedly Zhou Hao, unless he had encountered an unfortunate coincidence of sharing the same name, a probability so minuscule it was hardly worth considering. Once he had ascertained the identity of this person, Lin Jichen refrained from alarming him. He committed the man's appearance to memory and extricated himself from the throng of young women, hastily departing the brothel. The male patrons assumed that Lin Jichen had been overwhelmed by the fervor of the ladies, erupting in laughter. In reality, Lin Jichen was merely cautious due to the city's prohibition against brawling, knowing that violators would attract the attention of the imperial guards and risk being marked as notorious. Consequently, he fled the brothel and sought refuge in an inconspicuous corner, where he patiently awaited developments. Fortune favored the diligent, after a tense half-minute of vigilance. Zhou Hao finally concluded his business and sauntered out of the brothel, humming a cheerful tune as he made his way towards the outskirts of the city. Lin Jichen did not observe the presence of anyone else beside him. It appeared that his brother, Zhou Xin, was not there. Lin Jichen swiftly donned the attire of the sword sect, trailing closely behind him. Zhou Hao moved with utmost caution, seemingly fearful of being discovered. His apprehension stemmed from having assassinated a disciple of the Tianyin sword sect, dreading the possibility of being hunted down by them. Ordinarily, he should have kept a low profile and refrained from entering the city, yet his lascivious nature compelled him to seek out women. Thus, he clandestinely ventured to Kiwewala for a brief indulgence, planning to slip away under the cover of night. Zhou Hao believed that his actions would go unnoticed, oblivious to the fact that a shadowy assassin had already set their sights on him. As he exited Fengxiu City, Zhou Hao made his way towards the mountains beyond. The night was thick, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon above. The forest was enveloped in silence, but as Zhou Hao walked, an unsettling feeling began to creep in, prompting him to quicken his pace. Despite his efforts, the sound of footsteps lingered behind him, growing ever closer. Realizing he could no longer run, Zhou Hao halted amidst the trees. Summoning his thunder blade with vigilance, he called out, "Who goes there?" Emerging from the shadows was Lin Jichen. "The one who seeks your life," he replied. Upon seeing Lin Jichen clad in the garb of the Tianyin sword sect, Zhou Hao's heart raced, fearing that a large contingent had come to hunt him down. However, a glance around revealed that it was only Lin Jichen standing before him. Moreover, he sensed that his opponent was merely a novice at the initial stage of qi refinement. Just a petty fool, Zhou Hao thought contemptuously. You believe that donning the garb of the Tianyin sword sect grants you the right to avenge? You must be tired of living. With these words, Lin Jichen became more convinced that Zhou Hao was indeed his quarry. Seizing the initiative, Zhou Hao struck first, anxious that Lin Jichen might have reinforcements on the way. He lunged forward with remarkable speed, his muscles taut, and with a glimmering white blade in hand, he aimed a fierce slash at Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen was not defenseless. A crimson longsword was firmly grasped in his hand. As Zhou Hao's blade came slicing through the air, Lin Jichen remained unperturbed, deftly sidestepping the attack. He effortlessly evaded Zhou Hao's strike, indicating that his speed surpassed that of Zhou Hao, a late-stage qi refinement practitioner. Zhou Hao, taken aback, refused to yield. He leaned forward slightly, leveraging the momentum from his previous strike, and with a swift flick of his wrist, he swung the blade fiercely. The edge of the sword traced a crescent arc in the air, as the thunder blade drew near once more, radiating an icy chill. At this moment, Lin Jichen chose not to evade any longer, instead raising the Qiyun sword, its blade meeting the edge of the opposing dagger. The clash of metal resonated, sending sparks flying. Zhou Hao, unable to match Lin Jichen's strength, was forced to stagger backward. He gazed at Lin Jichen in disbelief. "This is impossible. You are merely at the initial stage of qi refinement. How could you possess such formidable power? It is not that I am too strong, but rather that you are too weak," Lin Jichen scoffed. Enraged, Zhou Hao ceased to hold back any longer. Channeling the spiritual energy within him and concentrating it into the lightning blade held in his hand. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance, and a layer of crimson hue enveloped its edge. Frenzied slash! A fierce and piercing crimson blade of light sliced through the air, momentarily illuminating the moonlit forest. Just as the blade was about to make contact with Lin Jichen's body, a semi-transparent shield materialized before him. Clang. When the blade of light struck the shield, it dissipated, taking the crimson light with it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lin Jichen murmured to himself, recognizing that this protective shield was indeed a skill bestowed upon him by the spirit-congregating jade pendant gifted by Nagongyu. However, the efficacy of this spiritual shield skill necessitated impeccable timing. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to exert its full potential. Lin Jichen had just seized the opportune moment to test this skill, and remarkably, he succeeded on the first attempt. The ferocious blade strike was thwarted. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly surmised that his opponent must possess some defensive magical artifact, a glimmer of avarice evident in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that his adversary would have such treasures. It seemed he was favored within his sect. Surrender your possessions, and perhaps I might spare your insignificant life, he mused. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen used his arm and back to block Zhou Hao's blade. Missed. 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 As Zhou Hao grew increasingly anxious with each failed strike, he realized he could not breach this person's defenses. Suddenly, a thought of retreat flickered in his mind. Zhou Hao found himself utterly speechless. Wasn't he this fellow a swordsman? Shouldn't he swordsmen primarily focus on offensive damage? Why did it seem as though this individual specialized in defensive techniques like a monk? With no desire to continue the fight, Zhou Hao feigned another strike, yet immediately withdrew. Hey, after all this time you've been attacking me, you think you can just run away? Such a naive thought. With a smile, Lin Jichen ceased his playful antics, wielding the Qiyun sword to unleash a flickering shadow of steel that swiftly cut through Zhou Hao's shoulder. Blood began to seep from the wound, rapidly staining his garments. A mere casual strike had drawn blood. Lin Jichen perceived the frailty of his opponent. Name. Zhou Hao. Class. Blade Cultivator. Realm. Late Qi Refinement. Vitality. 2460 2550 Strength. 32 Willpower. 30 Defense. 28 Speed. 36 Equipment. Spiritual Grade. Thunderblade. Blade Technique. Gale Blade Technique. Minor Accomplishment. Martial Skill. Frenzy Blade / Novice. Body Technique. Misty Charge. Minor Accomplishment. Upon observing these attributes, Lin Jichen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment at the weakness displayed. The opponent, despite being in the late stage of Qi refinement, possessed such meager stats. Lin Jichen, in the early stage of Qi refinement, had already surpassed him in prowess. Name. Lin Jichen. Class. Sword Cultivator. Realm. Early Qi Refinement. Vitality. 2300 Mana. 2100 Strength. 37 Willpower. 22 Defense. 48 Speed. 42 Critical Hit. 7 Heart Protection. 5 Swordsmanship Aptitude. 5 Body Technique. Shadow Step. Novice 0. Mind Technique. Celestial Transformation Sutra. Novice 0. Equipment. Spiritual Sword Sect Attire. Spiritual Qiyun Sword. Spiritual Gathering Jade Pendant. Spiritual Storage Ring with the enhancement of the Celestial Transformation Sutra, which provides a comprehensive boost to all combat attributes. Lin Jichen's battle capabilities were significantly augmented. This was merely the manifestation of his early-stage Qi refinement attributes, while his opponent had already reached the latter stage. A free agent is indeed a free agent, lacking foundational resources and the support of a sect. It is no wonder they appear so feeble. The only advantage Zhou Hao possessed was a technique and spiritual skill that Lin Jichen had yet to acquire. In the realm of Bahuang, skills are broadly categorized into 5 categories. Mind techniques and body techniques are quite straightforward. Then there are the foundational secret arts of each class. Blade cultivators practice blade techniques, while sword cultivators engage in sword techniques. Beyond these, one finds martial skills, spiritual skills, ultimate techniques, and divine abilities. Martial skills are minor techniques, while spiritual skills are grand attacks that can only be cultivated upon reaching the foundation establishment stage. Ultimate techniques and divine abilities demand even greater prerequisites. After being struck by the sword, Zhou Hao's expression had lost the composure he once held. Lin Jichen's onslaught struck once more, compelling him to brace himself for combat. Within mere breaths, Zhou Hao bore 4 or 5 wounds from the sword. One particular strike left a mark upon his chest, triggering a critical weakness that caused his health to plummet by several hundred points. Though Zhou Hao mounted a few counterattacks, Lin Jichen exhibited little concern, remaining unfazed as the blade struck against him. With his fighting spirit extinguished, Zhou Hao no longer wished to engage Lin Jichen. After parrying another of Lin Jichen's strikes, he swiftly employed his evasive technique, Fog Rush. Zhou Hao's speed surged dramatically, propelling him several meters forward before he hastily retreated. Escape? It was evident that he could not flee. Lin Jichen similarly executed the shadowy step technique, swiftly dashing past like a fleeting specter, catching up to Zhou Hao, who remained blissfully unaware until a sword pierced the nape of his neck. The excruciating pain sent him tumbling to the ground. A critical hit. -300. With a base damage of 90, the critical strike doubled the damage, accompanied by an additional 70 points of critical damage. Furthermore, the Qiyun sword dealt an extra 50 points of damage for every third strike, leaving Zhou Hao with less than half of his health remaining. The total damage amounted to precisely 300 points. Senior, it is my folly not to recognize your prowess. I concede. I beseech you. Show mercy and spare my life. Zhou Hao, bloodied and sprawled in a pool of his own blood, repeatedly begged for Lin Jichen's clemency. If you desire to spare your life, then do as I say. Lin Jichen stood before Zhou Hao, offering him a glimmer of hope for survival. Thank you, esteemed senior. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. Yet, Lin Jichen inquired, I have heard you possess an elder brother. Reveal his whereabouts, and I shall grant you your freedom. Although Zhou Hao was perplexed as to why Lin Jichen sought his brother, at this juncture, his only option to evade death was to acquiesce. My brother is. Before Zhou Hao could finish, Lin Jichen sensed an ominous presence behind him, his instincts prompting him to swiftly crouch and evade. A blade of light, significantly broader than Zhou Hao's lightning strike, sliced through the space where Lin Jichen had just stood. As Lin Jichen evaded, the blade's energy collided with the trees surrounding them, instantly severing an expansive fan-shaped area of trunks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen paid no heed to his raucous taunts. Instead, he observed the man before him with utmost caution. The aura emanating from his opponent was unmistakably that of the Foundation establishment realm. Zhou Shen stepped forward, seemingly disregarding Lin Jichen entirely, and began chastising Zhou Hao. I warned you about the recent turmoil. You should have remained hidden within the mountains. If I hadn't discovered your absence and come looking for you, you would have met your doom today. Zhou Hao, recognizing his folly, admitted, Brother, it was my mistake. I promise to heed your counsel from now on and stay put. Please help me avenge this injustice. I have been grievously harmed. Only then did Zhou Shen shift his gaze toward Lin Jichen. And upon discerning that Lin was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, his eyes sparkled with derision. You cannot even best a mere novice in qi refinement. Should you venture out again, do not dare to claim you are my brother. Zhou Hao protested, Brother, this is not my fault. This fellow possesses a treasure, rendering his defenses impenetrable, and his strength far exceeds that of an ordinary person. I stand no chance against him. Upon hearing of Lin Jichen's possession of a treasure, Zhou Shen's eyes gleamed with avarice. He commanded Lin Jichen, surrender your belongings willingly, and I may consider allowing you to leave with your life. Otherwise, you shall wish for a fate worse than death. Lin Jichen not only disregarded the instructions, but, upon witnessing Zhou Hao rise again and prepare to ingest a healing elixir, he swiftly thrust his sword forward. Zhou Hao could scarcely believe that Lin Jichen would dare to attack him, caught entirely off guard. He was struck on the neck by Lin Jichen's blade, blood gushing forth like a fountain. -300. Zhou Hao let out a wretched scream of agony, collapsing to the ground once more, the elixir he had grasped scattering across the earth. Observing Lin Jichen's blatant disregard for him, Zhou Shen bellowed, seeking death. With that, Zhou Shen's figure vanished like a specter from the spot. Almost immediately, a sound sliced through the air. With a sudden rustle, Zhou Shen had appeared before Lin Jichen, his oddly shaped black blade cleaving down upon Lin Jichen's shoulder. Lin Jichen could not evade the blow and was struck with full force. This time, his defenses were utterly breached. The fabric of his shoulder garment tore apart, leaving a deep gash from which blood flowed freely. -220. Lin Jichen thus acquired information about his opponent. Wanderer, Zhou Shen occupation, Blade Practitioner realm, initial stage of Foundation establishment vitality, 5, 300. 5300 strength, 70 mental power, 40 defense, 55 speed, 50 critical strike, 6 equipment, spiritual grade, snow cutting blade, spiritual grade, refined ring. Spiritual grade. Fragrant belt blade technique. Wide moon blade technique. Minor achievement. Martial skill. Soul severing slash. Minor achievement. Spiritual technique. 100 flames fire slash. Beginner. Movement technique. Shadow clone step. Minor achievement. This individual proves to be far more challenging than Zhou Hao. Before Lin Jichen could retaliate, Zhou Shen's offensive surged forth once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen failed to evade the attack, receiving a wound to his chest. -300. This strike landed precisely on his vulnerable spot, causing a significant depletion of his health bar. Lin Jichen felt a twinge of regret. He should not have hastily utilized the Spirit Shield skill. Had he refrained, he could have effortlessly withstood that strike using the shield. The cooldown for the Spirit Shield spans 15 minutes, which is still quite ample. However, the cooldown for the Shadow Step is merely 10 seconds, and it is already reset. He immediately employed the Shadow Step to create distance between himself and Zhou Shen. Yet, Zhou Shen was not one to let Lin Jichen escape so easily. He promptly activated his own technique, the Shadow Clone Technique. Instantly, 3 Zhou Shuns appeared before him, converging from 3 directions to encircle Lin Jichen. Among the 3, 2 were mere illusions. Moreover, their speed far surpassed that of Lin Jichen by a considerable margin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Despite Lin Jichen's utmost effort to wield his sword in defense, he found himself incessantly wounded by daggers due to the overwhelming suppression of his attributes. Lin Jichen felt a profound sense of frustration. He had only just entered the initial stage of chi refinement, yet found himself confronted by a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Had he advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement, he would undoubtedly not be in such a passive position. Initially, he had intended to ascertain Zhou Shen's whereabouts and, once his cultivation level increased, eliminate Zhou Shen to eradicate any future threats. However, he never anticipated encountering Zhou Shen so soon. Faced with an entire realm of difference and lacking any sword techniques, he was left with only a movement technique and a spiritual shield from a jade pendant, which was still in cooldown. This left Lin Jichen, who possessed substantial skills, feeling exceedingly constrained. Even the most skilled artisan cannot create without materials. His health had already diminished by 1/3. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Death was not an option he was willing to entertain. Although the game and reality had yet to merge, and player deaths allowed for resurrection, resulting in a mere loss of cultivation and equipment, Lin Jichen was different. His innate talent dictated that upon his first death, all his innate attributes would decrease by 10. This was something Lin Jichen would never accept. After such a fortuitous start, he intended to remain fortunate. The thought of his demise was utterly inconceivable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen smiled mischievously at Zhou Shen, who, perplexed, assumed that Lin had been rendered senseless by his blows, scoffing repeatedly. Even at death's door, you can still laugh. I wonder if you'll still be able to do so once you descend to the underworld. With that, Zhou Shen launched another attack, wielding his broad moon blade with renewed vigor. However, this time, Lin Jichen did not attempt to block. Instead, he allowed the blade to strike him, just as he had done against Zhou Hao. Yet, it missed. What? Zhou Shen was taken aback, incredulous, and swung again, only to find the same outcome. Suddenly, he recalled the pill Lin Jichen had consumed moments earlier, realizing that the source of this anomaly lay within that very elixir to withstand my assault. That pill must be extraordinary. This kid possesses quite a treasure trove. Zhou Shen, well versed in such matters, mocked, This elixir surely has a time limit. Little one. When its potency fades, so shall your life. Lin Jichen nodded affirmatively, stating, You are correct, my elixir has a time limit. Zhou Shun, feeling triumphant, was about to respond when Lin Jichen interjected, Thus, it would suffice to eliminate you before the time expires. Zhou Shun's eyelids twitched as Lin Jichen's sword was already upon him. With an increase of 30 in all attributes, Lin Jichen seemed transformed, his speed far surpassing that of Zhou Shun. Zhou Shun was caught off guard, unaware of when Lin Jichen had drawn his sword, and before he could react, his arm was slashed open. Minus 180. Zhou Shun hastily retreated, attempting to buy time until Lin Jichen's elixir wore off. However, his speed was no match for Lin Jichen's, and he was rapidly pursued. The Crimson Cloud Sword clung to him like a specter. Zhou Shun soon found himself repeatedly struck by the blade. Truly, it was a case of 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Their fortunes had completely reversed. Zhou Shun had no choice but to defend with all his might, positioning his dagger in front of him to fend off Lin Jichen's relentless assault. Unfortunately, although Lin Jichen lacked any formal sword techniques or extraordinary skills, the cunning and precision of his strikes were indeed exceptional. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen was perceptive, fully aware of the opponent's mentality. Thus, he wielded his sword with increasing swiftness. Zhou Shun's wounds multiplied, blood saturating his body and transforming him into a figure of crimson. Witnessing his brother in such dire straits, Zhou Hao understood that his sibling could not perish. Otherwise, he too would meet a grim fate. Brother, I shall come to your aid. Zhou Hao, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, summoned the remnants of his strength and charged forward, striking at Lin Jichen with his blade. Disrupted in his offensive rhythm by Zhou Hao, Lin Jichen had no choice but to pivot and confront the younger brother. Yet, Zhou Hao stood little chance against Lin Jichen, especially considering the latter's enhancements from the elixir. Lin Jichen effortlessly sliced open Zhou Hao's abdomen with a single stroke of his sword. A staggering damage of minus 355 erupted forth, and this was not even a critical hit. Zhou Hao, already on the brink of death with less than 300 health points remaining, succumbed instantly to this grievous wound. Brother, avenge me. Zhou Hao collapsed to the ground, his gaze vacant, swiftly losing vitality. Ding. Cultivation 0. You have reached a bottleneck. Please break through promptly. Ding. Held difficulty task completed. Please return to the sect to claim your reward. Upon Zhou Hao's demise, a storage bag burst forth. However, Lin Jichen had no time to collect it. He cast a glance back. Zhou Shun, devastated by his brother's death, was consumed by an overwhelming fury, as Zhou Hao had intervened to save him. Zhou Shun had already begun to channel his energy, pouring all his spiritual power into the blade in his hand. In an instant, the sword underwent a bizarre transformation. Its entire length ignited in a blazing crimson hue, flames leaping fiercely from the blade, resembling molten lava that dripped incessantly, akin to flowing blood. Zhou Shun's aura shifted dramatically. Resembling a vengeful demon returned from the depths of hell, his gaze fixated on Lin Jichen, the flames reflected in his eyes. In that moment, he truly embodied the essence of a hellish warrior. I will take your life to honor my brother. With that, Zhou Shun unleashed a primal roar, and the sword in his grasp expanded exponentially, flames engulfing the entire forest, startling countless birds and beasts. 100 blaze fire slash. A breathtaking flash of fiery red streaked across the sky above the forest, and what awaited Lin Jichen was not merely a burst of color. The blade, sharp and fierce, accompanied by volcanic flames, bore down upon him with an unmatched force. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen had no choice but to brace himself and confront the challenge head-on. In the final moment, he wielded his sword to defend himself. However, the opponent's spiritual technique was overwhelmingly powerful, sending both Lin Jichen and his sword flying through the air. Lin Jichen resembled a kite severed from its string, hurtling several meters away. With a soft thud, a mist of blood erupted from his lips. A terrifying scar suddenly manifested upon Lin Jichen's body. 1089. Such is the might of spiritual techniques, which nearly claimed Lin Jichen's life. Spiritual techniques are skills that can only be wielded by those at the foundation establishment stage and above, leaving Lin Jichen, who is still at the chi refinement stage, with nothing but envy. He currently lacks even a single sword technique. rendering it utterly remarkable that he could stand against a foundation establishment cultivator wielding spiritual techniques without being utterly suppressed. Lin Jichen glanced at his health bar, which displayed a pitifully low 400 points, while his opponent still boasted 2,000 points of vitality. Lin Jichen, undeterred, rose once more from the ground, his eyes ablaze with determination. Zhou Shun, taken aback, could hardly comprehend that Lin Jichen had withstood his ultimate technique and yet remained alive. Was it possible that someone in the Qi refinement stage possessed such formidable vitality? While he was lost in thought, Lin Jichen surged forward with remarkable speed. In terms of attributes, Zhou Shun still found himself outmatched by Lin Jichen. The effects of his medicinal enhancement had yet to wane. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Shun was cornered by Lin Jichen, who brandished the crimson cloud sword aloft. Internally lamenting his predicament, Zhou Shun could only retreat once more into a defensive posture, bracing himself for the onslaught. This time, Lin Jichen struck with even greater swiftness and cunning. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Shun found himself increasingly beset by injuries. In the midst of the battle, Lin Jichen seemed to gradually grasp the essence of swordsmanship, his strikes becoming increasingly fierce. Ding! During the skirmish, he comprehended the intent of the sword, elevating his swordsmanship aptitude by 5. As per the usual custom, an additional update would be provided today if the silver notes surpassed 50,000, even without a formal sword technique. Every move Lin Jichen executed rendered Zhou Shun unable to defend himself adequately. The disdain Zhou Shun once held had vanished entirely. This seemingly insignificant youth, as weak as an ant, not only compelled him to unleash his most formidable spiritual techniques but also continuously improved himself in the heat of combat. Such an individual was profoundly frightening. Zhou Shun surmised that this person must be a crucial disciple of the Tianyin sword sect. He could not afford to let him escape, for the consequences would be dire. As time progressed, the 5 minutes swiftly came to an end, and Lin Jichen suddenly felt his strength waning. It was as though, after a man had exhausted his reserves, he felt utterly drained, perceiving the world around him as a soft, insubstantial haze. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen executed the phantom step, his figure flickering and vanishing, leaving behind but a shadow in his wake. The snow-cutting blade struck nothing but air. Yet, rather than retreating, Lin Jichen utilized this acceleration to close the distance between himself and Zhou Shun. Seizing the fleeting moment when Zhou Shun's blade was still in motion and could not be retracted, he delivered a swift slash to the throat. With a sickening sound, the Qiyun sword sliced through Zhou Shun's throat, creating a gruesome gash. Blood gushed forth as the blade passed, a fatal strike. -466. Zhou Shun stood frozen, blood erupting from his throat. Moments later, he succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed heavily to the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen felt a twinge of regret as he reflected on his choices. Given the opportunity for a second chance, he would undoubtedly refrain from such rashness. Fortunately, he had succeeded. Shortly after taking the medicine, his injuries began to mend. Although his clothing lay in tatters, it was of little consequence. He could simply procure a new set from his sect. This recent battle had significantly enhanced the proficiency of his 2 skills, as overcoming a more formidable opponent is one of the swiftest methods to elevate skill mastery. Moreover, with Lin Jichen's swordsmanship aptitude already at 10, the increase in skill proficiency was even more pronounced. Once restored, Lin Jichen promptly sought out the spoils of victory. His first destination was the soul tomb of Zhou Shun, where a shimmering blue light indicated the presence of numerous valuable items. Spirit item, snow-cutting blade, strength 12. Critical hit 6, with the innate skill soul pursuit that allows the condensation of blade energy, unleashing a powerful attack inflicting 200 damage in an instant, catching opponents off guard. Requirement. Exclusive to sword cultivators. Other players cannot trigger the skill damage. Spirit item, forged ring, strength 8, vitality 300, fire skill resistance 5. Requirement, none. Spirit item, rhinoceros fragrance belt, defense 10, evasion 1, with an automatic recovery of 10 vitality points per second. Requirement, none. Lin Jichen was taken aback when Zhou Xin's 3 pieces of spiritual equipment were all dropped. In truth, the demise of an NPC is akin to that of a wild monster. The equipment is released at random. If it were otherwise, players would flock to slay NPCs. Forsaking the hunting of monsters, the drop rate for NPC equipment is as low as that of wild creatures, primarily reliant on one's fortune. Endowed with an unparalleled stroke of luck, Lin Jichen held an unrivaled advantage in acquiring exceptional equipment. In addition to the aforementioned armaments, he unearthed a skill tome. The very 100 blazing inferno slashes that had nearly spelled his doom. Spirit rank skill, 100 blazing inferno slashes, unleashes a colossal blade projection towards the front, inflicting 1000 base damage upon foes within a 30-meter radius, while also imposing an armor break effect for 5 seconds. Mana cost, 500 points. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Requirement: blade proficiency of 40 or higher, can only be practiced by Foundation Establishment Stage blade cultivators. Alas, this extraordinary technique was tailored for blade cultivators, rendering it unusable for Lin Jichen. Nevertheless, he carefully stowed it away, recognizing its potential for a lucrative sale in the future. He also found several ordinary-grade scattered items, but deeming them of little value upon inspection, Lin Jichen unceremoniously tossed them into his storage ring, intending to sell them off later. Turning his attention to Zhou Hao's soul tomb, he discovered the latter's meager possessions, consisting of a solitary spirit-ranked item. Spirit-ranked movement technique, mist-piercing dash, grants a 20-point increase in speed for 15 seconds. Furthermore, upon activation, if subjected to immobilizing, slowing, or stunning attacks, it instantly negates them. Mana cost, 120 points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Requirement: none. As Lin Jichen initially perused the beginning, he felt a sense of disinterest, assuming it to be merely an ordinary movement technique. However, upon delving into the subsequent annotations, his perspective underwent a profound transformation. He was astonished to discover that this seemingly mundane technique possessed such formidable latent effects. The ability to break free from control. This skill proved to be exceptionally practical, holding immense combat value in both confrontations and monster hunting. It was truly a waste to see such an exquisite technique utilized solely for the purpose of escape by Zhou Hao. Lin Jichen directly learned this body technique, making it his second skill. Unfortunately, thus far, he has not acquired any skills related to swordsmanship. In addition to this body technique manual, Zhou Hao possesses a scroll made of sheepskin. It is a mysterious technique, the lost secret art of the Heavenly Transformation Sword sect, which becomes ineffective once opened. Now, Lin Jichen faces 2 choices. The first is to open it and claim it for himself. However, doing so would render the task incomplete, and he would not be able to receive the task reward. With a stroke of good fortune, he might uncover a powerful skill book within, one that surpasses the task reward by several or even dozens of times. The second option is to return it and submit the task. Lin Jichen felt as though fortune was favoring him. He believed that if he were to unroll this scroll, he might indeed acquire formidable skills. However, he opted not to pursue this course of action, choosing instead to carefully store the scroll away without casting it another glance. He understood that such a choice would jeopardize the trust bestowed upon him by the sect's higher-ups. In truth, for every task of this nature, the sect is fully aware of the decisions made, yet they refrain from disclosing this knowledge or imposing penalties. There exists an unspoken scale in their minds, weighing the value of one's actions. Whether one's standing on this scale increases or diminishes hinges entirely on one's choices. This serves as a covert metric within the sect's tasks, influencing future evaluations and opportunities for advancement. Should one be perceived as frequently exploiting the sect's resources, acting with selfishness, or adhering to a facade of compliance while pursuing personal gain, it is only natural that the higher echelons of the sect would harbor a bias against such an individual, thereby elevating the challenges associated with promotion. Conversely, those who execute tasks proficiently consistently prioritize the sect's interests and exhibit integrity and honesty will find their path to advancement considerably less arduous. This realization dawned upon the community only as the game progressed into its mid-stages. Many players of significant prowess sought to elevate their positions within the sect to access greater benefits and authority. Despite meeting the requisite criteria, they found their applications invariably rejected. It was later uncovered that the root of this predicament lay within the subtleties of the sect's tasks. As a reincarnated individual, Lin Jichen was acutely aware of the concealed standards, and thus he held no particular thoughts regarding the parchment scroll. The gains from this undertaking were already substantial, 3 pieces of spiritual-grade equipment, 1 spiritual-grade technique, and 1 spiritual-grade agility skill. In addition, there were several mundane items and over 50 low-grade spirit stones, along with a considerable amount of wealth. If he were to report back after completing the mission, Lin Jichen could anticipate a substantial wave of rewards from the sect, which filled him with joy. Why gamble on a scroll whose contents remained an utter mystery? With his spoils in hand, Lin Jichen returned to Fengxiu City, preparing to report back to the sect when a thought struck him. For his inaugural mission outside the sect, he should perhaps purchase a token of appreciation for the sect leader. Although he was aware that Lung Fian likely lacked for nothing, as the saying goes, a small gift carries great sentiment, and this was a matter of respect. Especially in this traditional world, reverence for one's teacher and adherence to the way were imperative. With this in mind, Lin Jichen ventured into the city to procure a few worldly gifts before he returned to the Tianyan Sword Sect through the teleportation portal. At this moment, the Tianyan Sword Sect was bustling with more players than before, and unfamiliar faces filled the outer hall. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, however, shook his head and said, "Senior brother, you have misunderstood. I am merely completing a task." With that, a parchment scroll made of sheepskin appeared before him. The managing disciple gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless by what he saw. Surrounding players, perplexed, leaned in with curiosity to catch a glimpse of the wooden tablet in Lin Jichen's hand. Prominently displayed upon the tablet were the images of 5 small swords, signifying the hell difficulty level. Wow, has this guy truly completed a hell-level task? It seems impossible. Such tasks typically require at least late-stage chi refinement cultivation. Indeed, I find it challenging enough to tackle intermediate tasks, having spent 2 whole days to accomplish one with the aid of friends. What could that sheepskin scroll in his possession possibly be? Could it be a task item? As the commotion among the players grew, the managing disciple, preoccupied, turned back to Lin Jichen, seeking confirmation. "Junior brother, have you truly avenged Zhang Haibao? Have you retrieved the lost sect's secret technique?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen was disinclined to discuss matters concerning Zhou, believing that one should maintain a low profile. The supervising disciple's eyes flickered with surprise, but he quickly comprehended the situation. After all, Lin Jichen was a disciple of the Inner Hall, the most distinguished among the sect's disciples. Although such instances of surpassing one's peers to vanquish an opponent were rare, they were not unheard of among these prodigious disciples. "Junior brother, you truly embody the essence of the Inner Hall elite. I am humbled in your presence. Given time, your future is boundless. I wish you great success in your martial endeavors," he extolled, recognizing Lin Jichen's prowess and eager to curry favor. The surrounding players were similarly convinced of this reality. This extraordinarily handsome male player had accomplished a hell-level quest. A myriad of emotions danced across their faces: envy, jealousy, confusion, admiration, and disbelief, as they grappled with the fact that while they remained entrenched in simple and ordinary tasks, one among them had triumphed over a hellish challenge. Lin Jichen paid no heed to their expressions and courteously thanked the managing disciple, saying, "Senior brother, I have matters to attend to. Could you kindly process my task rewards?" The managing disciple, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "The rewards for hell-level tasks are dispensed by the Elder Steward. Please do not be anxious. I will summon the Elder immediately. Thank you for your trouble." The managing disciple promptly instructed a nearby junior to fetch the Elder. At that moment, many players were still waiting to accept tasks, and the managing disciple could not afford to openly delay their time, so he proceeded to register tasks for the other players first. As soon as the managing disciple left, Lin Jichen found himself surrounded by numerous players. "Hey buddy, you're quite impressive to have completed a hell-level task. What is your current cultivation level? Brother, do you belong to a guild? If not, why not join our Songlong Guild? Handsome, you're so formidable. Could you perhaps mentor me? My name is Princess Qiao, and I am quite beautiful." Lin Jichen seemed to have become the panda of the zoo, surrounded by onlookers and subjected to various attempts at conversation. As Lin remained unresponsive, some individuals with ulterior motives began to resort to threats. "Hey, don't act aloof. If you refuse to join us, don't blame us if our guild decides to block your path." Just as Lin was about to retort to these domineering players, the Elder Steward approached. Upon the arrival of the Elder, the players became notably more subdued. After all, This steward was renowned for his strictness and unyielding demeanor, and he took great pleasure in chastising novice players. Those who had received the sect's newcomer package from the elder had first-hand experience of his demeanor, and they had secretly given him the nickname Poker-Faced Old Man, as no one had ever seen him smile. Which disciple has completed the hellish task? The poker-faced elder inquired, his expression unchanging as he addressed the crowd. Everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a word. At this moment, Lin Jichen stepped forward and responded, "Elder, it was my doing." Upon seeing Lin Jichen, the stoic elder's face broke into a smile reminiscent of an old chrysanthemum. "Ah, so it is Lin Jichen. I should have anticipated that only someone of your caliber could accomplish the hellish task. Truly, you are the sole disciple of the sect master. I always believed the master would not take a mediocre talent as a pupil." As these words echoed through the task assignment hall, a profound silence enveloped the room. The sect master's disciple? The one and only disciple? This cannot be real. It must be a dream. Everyone seemed as if they were made of clay, unable to process this astonishing revelation. They even forgot that the usually stoic elder had unexpectedly laughed at this remarkable finding. Their minds were consumed by the sensational news of the sect master's disciple. Lin Jichen had not anticipated that the elder steward would expose him. However, it mattered little, for he would inevitably be revealed in due time. The elder's praise was indeed misplaced. The disciple merely enjoyed a stroke of good fortune. Such a display of humility only served to endear Lin Jichen to the elder steward even further. There is no need for excessive modesty. To earn the admiration of the sect leader is a privilege, and it is your own excellence that has afforded you this opportunity. I bring you your task rewards." The elder steward declared, presenting several items to Lin Jichen. Among them were 100 low-grade spirit stones, a token, a medicinal pill, a tome of secrets, and a pair of boots. The mere sight of the 100 spirit stones was enough to make every player present green with envy. Currently, the average player possessed no more than a mere single-digit number of spirit stones, with most sect tasks yielding only a handful. As for the token, many players recognized it as a record of sect contribution points. A keen-eyed player noted the inscription on the token, 100 points. They could not help but comment that such a contribution would require them to complete at least 10 tasks to achieve. The remaining items, a medicinal pill, the tome, and the boots, were undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Without allowing the onlookers a moment longer to gawk, Lin Jichen graciously accepted his rewards, expressed his gratitude to the elder steward, and swiftly vanished from their sight. Many players yearned to pursue Lin Jichen in hopes of gaining favor, only to realize that he had passed through the outer hall and into the inner sanctum. The guarding disciples made no effort to impede him. Instead, they respectfully allowed him to enter. As for the others, they might as well abandon such aspirations. To dare step inside would invite the sect's severe penalties. Lin Jichen has departed, yet the astonishment he left among the players in the outer hall lingers on. My goodness, it is merely the second day of the game's open beta, and already someone has taken the master as their mentor. How absurd is that? Not just absurd, but utterly preposterous. Surely, this individual must be the favored child of the gaming company. I refuse to accept it. I must report this. There must be a flaw in the game. This person undoubtedly exploited a loophole to ascend to the position of the master's disciple. I overheard the elder steward mention this individual's name, Lin Jichen. Wait a moment. Could this be the very Lin Jichen heralded in the game's announcement on the first day? The one who vanquished the formidable boss in the novice village? Goodness. It truly might be him. Upon returning to the Sword Palace, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. No one dared to disturb the peace. Lin Jichen sighed in relief, fortunate to be a disciple of the inner hall. Otherwise, he would be incessantly surrounded by a throng of people, driving him to the brink of exasperation. At that moment, the Sword Palace was devoid of any presence, and Lin Jichen presumed the sect leader had retired for the night, intending to return to his quarters and await the dawn. To his surprise, Lung Fian had appeared at the seat of the Grand Hall, though he could not ascertain when she had arrived. Today, Lung Fian donned attire distinct from her daytime garb. She was enveloped in a delicate azure robe, complemented by a flowing white gauze overcoat that accentuated her elegantly sculpted neck and distinctly visible collarbone. Even with the voluminous robes, her remarkable figure remained unmasked. The hem of her skirt cascaded like shimmering snow under the moonlight, trailing elegantly behind her, exuding a touch of grandeur amidst an air of aloofness. Radiant as blooming peach and plum blossoms, yet frosty as the winter's chill, this duality fittingly encapsulated Lung Fian's essence at that moment. The juxtaposition of such contrasting qualities manifested harmoniously within her, embodying a captivating beauty that mingled allure with an ethereal coolness. Disciple, I have heard you have accomplished a hellish task? Long Fian's voice remained as enchanting as ever, reminiscent of the melodious song of a yellow oriole emerging from the valley, or the resonant cries of phoenixes and swans. Lin Jichen replied honestly, yes, master. However, Long Fian did not offer praise. Instead, her tone was grave. I have only permitted you to select tasks of a difficult level. Why then do you choose to risk the hellish level? Do you not comprehend the perilous obstacles that lie ahead? Should you fail, it would mean your demise, and the sword sect's prodigy would fall, leading to a significant loss for our clan. Lin Jichen was taken aback, realizing that although Long Fian claimed her actions were for the sect, they were also for her own benefit. He decided to humbly admit his mistake. I acknowledge my error, and I accept my master's reprimand. Long Fian nodded slightly, clearly pleased with Lin Jichen's attitude. She inquired further, what is the cultivation level of our opponents on this journey? Contrary to his expectations, Lin Jichen had initially thought that their adversaries would possess at most the cultivation level of qi refinement, but unexpectedly, Lin Jichen recounted the circumstances of Zhou Hao and Zhou Shen. Upon hearing this, Long Fian's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. You engaged in combat with a Foundation establishment cultivator and ultimately turned the tide single-handedly? The disciple hesitated to speak falsely, of course. It was primarily due to the elixir bestowed upon me by my master. Without it, I surely would not have succeeded. Long Fian nodded repeatedly, her gaze towards Lin Jichen filled with growing admiration. She was convinced that his combat talent was as exceptional as his innate abilities. Such an extraordinary genius is indeed a rarity, appearing once in a millennium. The disparity between great realms is vast. You must heed this as a warning and avoid acting recklessly in the future. The disciple will remember this. After a moment's hesitation, Long Fian still appeared somewhat uneasy. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a talisman flew towards Lin Jichen. You are the most gifted disciple of our sect. For your safety, keep this talisman well. It should only be employed in dire situations of life and death. Lin Jichen never anticipated such a benefit. With lightning speed, he grasped the talisman in his hand. The soul-sealing talisman, it encapsulated a fragment of Long Fian's soul and could only be used once. It was not applicable in battles between players. What a surprise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen chuckled heartily within, his laughter echoing like a playful husky. The extraordinary elixirs he had encountered in his previous life were but mere whispers in the vast expanse of the Eight Desolations. He had never tasted nor even seen them. The most common gathering chi pill merely augmented attributes by 10 points, while the mid-grade offered 15 points, and the superior grade provided 20 points. Yet, the exquisite gathering chi pill astonishingly bestowed a remarkable 30 points. Of course, this did not imply that all attributes would receive a uniform boost of 30 points. Rather, it granted a total of 30 free attribute points for personal allocation. With these two elixirs in his possession, Lin Jichen need not worry about stagnation in his cultivation during the qi refinement phase, thus avoiding any waste of experience. Once the rewards were dispensed, Long Fian showed no intention of lingering any longer. What you currently lack is swordsmanship, specifically that's suited for the qi refinement realm. Regrettably, I have not collected such techniques, but our sect's scripture pavilion possesses them. You may exchange for them yourself. With that, Long Fian's figure gradually became indistinct, just as she was about to vanish. Master, wait. What is it? Long Fian returned to her seat, a look of curiosity gracing her features. Lin Jichen retrieved a white jade and gold hairpin from his storage ring, a bashful smile gracing his lips. As a disciple embarking on his inaugural mission beyond the sect, he pondered on bringing back a token for his master. With scant spirit stones at his disposal, he could not afford the exquisite spirit pins adorned with jewels, so he settled for a mundane hairpin that caught his eye. Uncertain whether his master would appreciate it, Long Fian regarded the hairpin in Lin Jichen's hand, momentarily lost in thought. She had not anticipated receiving a gift from him. In the Eight Desolations, unless one shared a bond of kinship or deep friendship, the act of gift-giving between individuals of the opposite sex was laden with implications, often construed as a declaration of affection. As the esteemed leader of the Tianyan sword sect and a renowned female powerhouse in the Eight Desolations, She commanded respect from the leaders of any sect across the 4 states. It was well known that Long Fian possessed a temperament as frigid as the snow-capped peaks of the 9 heavens, making her presence formidable. To incur her wrath was to court disaster. Who would dare to offer her gifts without cause? Such gestures were typically conveyed in the name of the sect, rather than as personal offerings. Thus, this instance of an unsolicited gift from a non-relative was unprecedented for Long Fian. The sight of the hairpin elicited a flicker of surprise, a fleeting hint of discomfort gracing her porcelain-like cheeks. It was evident that her thoughts had strayed into unintended territory. This inclination was not surprising, given the prevailing customs of the 8 Desolations. Initially, she intended to decline the gift without a second thought. However, upon meeting Lin Jichen's clear and earnest gaze, she felt perhaps she had overthought the matter. Moreover, the words of rejection caught in her throat, fearing they might wound Lin Jichen's pride, as if she, in her role as master, regarded his gesture as beneath her. The hairpin, undeniably beautiful, swayed her resolve. After a brief moment of hesitation, Long Fian gracefully waved her hand, drawing the hairpin into her possession. As it settled in her grasp, she sensed the lingering warmth from Lin Jichen's touch, heightening her unease. Accepting the gift, she instructed him to dedicate himself to his cultivation, urging him not to grow complacent. With that, she departed entirely. Ding. Long Fian's affinity for you has increased by 5. Current affinity, 10 points, a meeting of kindred spirits. Gift-giving successful, Lin Jichen chuckled to himself. How could he be unaware of the implications of presenting a gift to the opposite sex in the 8 Desolations? He simply craved comfort, seeking no shame in this desire. Upon returning to his abode, Long Fian seated herself before the spirit cedar table. At the center of the table lay the white jade and gold hairpin, which she had been contemplating for half an hour. After much deliberation, she finally lifted it, adorning herself with it. I merely wish to honor my disciple's heartfelt gesture. And besides, it has been quite some time since I treated myself to new adornments, she reasoned, resolving her thoughts. Returning to his secluded residence on the back mountain, Lin Jichen retrieved the chi-gathering pill. After settling into a meditative posture, he swallowed the elixir. Moments later, a rich aura of spiritual energy began to radiate from his abdomen, permeating his entire being. The once blocked meridians now flowed freely, enveloping him in an unparalleled sense of comfort. Ding! He had successfully advanced to the mid-stage of chi refinement, with all fundamental attributes increasing by 10 points, vitality rising by 1,000, and mana by 1,000. Ding! Consuming the exquisite chi-gathering pill granted him an additional 30 points in free attributes. At long last, he had achieved a breakthrough. Examining the martial skills and equipment bestowed upon him as rewards for completing the sect's missions, Lin Jichen was drawn to the spiritual grade martial skill, Frost Moon Slash. This technique allows the user to coalesce magical power and unleash a crescent-shaped sword aura that spans 15 meters. Those struck by the aura sustain 300 points of base damage, augmented by the attacker's inherent attack damage. The sword aura, akin to frost, carries a 20 probability of inflicting a freezing effect upon adversaries, thereby impeding their velocity. The mana expenditure is 200 points, with a cooldown duration of 30 seconds. It is exclusively available to Sword Cultivator players. Additionally, he received the spiritual grade boots, Cloud Stepping Boots, which enhance speed by 12 points, evasion by 2 points, and leg-based skill damage by 60 points. These boots have no specific prerequisites for usage. Lin Jichen was quite content with both items. He then integrated the spoils acquired from Zhou Hao and Zhou Shun, utilizing whatever proved serviceable. Subsequently, he allocated the free attribute points, distributing them evenly between strength and speed. As for defense, Lin Jichen deliberately refrained from investing any points. The vast majority of players would not dare to emulate Lin Jichen's extreme allocation strategy, with many opting for a more balanced distribution, considering defense an indispensable attribute. Though Lin Jichen had never played a sword cultivator, he understood their pursuit of ultimate output. Sword energy surged across 30,000 miles, a single strike radiating with the chill of 19 continents. For those who engage in sword cultivation, failing to maximize damage is akin to being a mere fish out of water. However, achieving maximum damage necessitates that one's speed keeps pace. In his previous life, there were players who blindly chased after damage, allocating all their attributes to strength. While their damage was indeed formidable, their movements resembled that of a sluggish snail, leaving them bewildered when besieged. The first sword deity of the 8 Desolations, Chen Yuan, once proclaimed that the essence of a sword cultivator lies in both output and agility. A sword cultivator lacking speed, despite their output, poses no threat. It is the harmonious balance of both that embodies the true spirit of swordsmanship. As for defense and other attributes, they can be gradually enhanced through equipment, elixirs, and the amplification of one's profound realm. After distributing his attribute points, Lin Jichen scrutinized his current stats, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. Player: Lin Jichen. Profession: Sword Cultivator. Realm: Mid-stage Chi Refinement Cultivation. 01000. Heavenly Talent: But of Vitality, Maximum Vitality 20, Vitality. For 080480 Mana. 31003100 Strength. 70 Willpower. 32 Defense. 71 Speed. 79 Critical Hit. 7 Heart Protection. 10 Fire Resistance. 5 Evasion. 3 Swordsmanship Aptitude. 10 Mental Method. Heavenly Transformation Sutra, Beginner Level 11. Body Technique, Shadow Step, Beginner Level 11. Mischarge, Beginner Level 0. Martial Skill, Frost Moon Slash, Beginner Level 0. Equipment: Spirit Sword Sect Attire, Spirit Scarlet Cloud Sword, Spirit Gathering Jade Pendant, Spirit Stone Sunken Ring. Spirit Cloud Treading Boots, Spirit Rhinoceros Fragrance Belt, Spirit 100 Refined Ring. With these attributes, Lin Jichen pondered who could rival him. A strength of 70. And he was merely at mid-stage Chi Refinement. His astonishing speed of 79 would likely leave others in shock. He possessed martial skills, yet he still sought a sword technique to complete his arsenal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status: Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen approached the shelf designated for the Chi Refinement realm, resolutely resisting the allure of various movement techniques and spiritual skills. Compelling himself to focus solely on the swordsmanship section, he feared that diverting his attention elsewhere would inevitably lead him to squander his contribution points. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message: Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen ultimately opted for a swift martial arts technique known as the Gale Swordplay. This technique, classified as a spirit-grade swordsmanship, enhances the speed of sword strikes by 30, and with each passing second during battle, the strike's speed increases by 1, with no upper limit. This particular swordplay is exceptionally suited for Lin Jichen, whose strength is already formidable, and while his agility is high, it pertains primarily to his movement speed. What he truly needs to focus on is the speed of his sword strikes. Moreover, the passive effects of this technique are notably practical, especially when confronting formidable bosses with high health and defense, or when facing numerous adversaries, as the speed of his strikes accelerates with each engagement. Without further hesitation, Lin Jichen chose this swordplay, which cost exactly 100 contribution points, and he acquired it without delay. With this decision, he has now mastered all the skills available to him at the Chi Refinement stage, alleviating any worries about lacking abilities for the time being. Upon exiting the Scripture Pavilion, Lin Jichen intended to head towards the mission posting area to undertake tasks that would enhance his cultivation. However, he suddenly heard an explosion emanating from a nearby side hall. In an instant, the hall was enveloped in black smoke, and an elderly man emerged, irritably brushing off the dust from his attire while muttering to himself. Another failure. Why is this rejuvenation elixir more difficult to concoct than the Tian Yuan elixir? I refuse to believe it. Lin Jichen, upon witnessing this scene, immediately surmised that it was a trigger for a mission. He promptly approached and respectfully performed a bow, greeting the elder. Although Lin Jichen did not recognize him, he could ascertain that this individual must be a figure of significant seniority, for he emanated a familiar aura of enlightenment akin to that of the elderly man who had previously lectured at the inner hall square. Upon seeing Lin Jichen, the elder with white whiskers' eyes lit up, as if struck by a realization. I believe I have encountered you before. You are indeed the closed-door disciple of the sect leader, are you not? Indeed, replied Lin Jichen, careful to maintain a demeanor of utmost humility, shunning any semblance of arrogance. Such modesty, combined with his undeniable charm, greatly pleased the elder. Excellent, excellent. You have only recently entered your master's tutelage, and yet within a mere 2 days, you have advanced to the mid-stage of Chi Refinement. It seems that Cold Girl possesses a remarkably discerning eye, haha. With that, the elder instructed Lin Jichen. I am one of the 12 Grand Elders of the Sword Sect, Tianqing, and I am currently in the process of concocting elixirs. I require a specific medicinal catalyst. Would you be so kind as to procure it for me? Your humble disciple would not dare to refuse. I shall not disappoint the elder. Without hesitation, Lin Jichen acquiesced, inwardly astounded to discover that the elder was the most preeminent alchemy grandmaster of the sword sect. Indeed, the violet jade pill was of his making. Veritably, the elixirs of the heavenly sword sect were renowned throughout the entirety of Muxian province. Such a distinguished personage warranted the cultivation of amiable relations. Ding. Grand Elder Tian Qing has issued a quest. Do you accept? Affirmative. Harrowing task. Before the break of dawn. Assist Grand Elder Tian Qing in procuring a single Suyin herb. Quest narrative. The Suyin herb constitutes the most vital medicinal catalyst in the concoction of the age-defying pill. This herb is exceedingly scarce, necessitating its retrieval from the medicinal spirit harrier. Quest recompense. A reward from Grand Elder Tian Qing. Quest directive. The nearest medicinal spirit harriers are situated within the Azure Ripple Herb Valley. Each harrier possesses varying degrees of prowess, generally ranging from the late Qi refining stage to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, not every medicinal spirit harrier will yield a Suyin herb. Having accepted the task, Lin Jichen promptly took his leave, making his way towards the Azure Ripple Herb Valley. The Azure Ripple Herb Valley was not far distant, replete with both monsters and medicinal herbs, making it an ideal location for novices to level up and gather herbs. Lin Jichen entered the Medicine Valley. It was the same as before. Today, the silver notes had surpassed 60,000, reaching 54,000. It was still night, with the bright moon hanging high, casting a silvery glow that bathed the Medicine Valley. The flowers and trees appeared as if draped in a gossamer veil, ethereal and enchanting. In the midst of the hazy ambience, the fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air, creating an illusion of a celestial realm that intoxicated the senses. Every scene within this vast expanse was utterly genuine, imbued with a mystical charm. Despite the darkness, numerous players were present in the Medicine Valley, engaged in battles to enhance their skills. Although visibility was limited, lanterns were available for illumination, inexpensive enough to be purchased with a mere 2 coins. Lanterns adorned every corner of the Medicine Valley, their abundance illuminating the area as if it were day. The popularity of this game, Eight Desolations, had surged, igniting the fervor of players. Thus, even at night, many night owls immersed themselves in the game. The most formidable monsters within the Medicine Valley were of late-stage Qi refinement strength, suitable for novice players seeking to complete quests and engage in combat. The weakest creatures, such as the blue-winged flying squirrel and the iron-draining yellow wolf, could be easily managed by those at the initial stages of Qi refinement. Consequently, the number of players increased, and as one ventured deeper, the monsters grew stronger, often deterring solitary players. Those who dared to proceed were typically part of a team, and as one delved further, the presence of others dwindled. Lin Jichen was well acquainted with the medicine spirit falcon, having encountered it before. This creature typically resided in the innermost depths of the Medicine Valley, classified as a boss-level monster, and was usually concealed in areas dense with herbal growth. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen arrived with a mission, and naturally, he could not retreat at the last moment. However, upon encountering the medicinal spirit falcon, his brow furrowed. At that moment, the falcon was besieged by a group of players, numbering over a dozen. It appeared that they belonged to a guild, with someone directing the others in a coordinated manner. It seemed that the creature he had set his sights on had already been claimed by another. This was an unexpected turn for Lin Jichen, with so many adversaries. The wisest course would be to yield and return tomorrow when the medicinal spirit falcon respawns. Yet, Lin Jichen clearly lacked the patience for such a delay, as his mission was time-sensitive, leaving no room for him to wait until dawn. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As Lin Jichen approached, illuminated by the lantern's glow, everyone caught a glimpse of his visage. Among the crowd, several female players recognized him and exclaimed with delight, "It's that handsome expert." Being addressed as handsome in front of such a multitude of beauties filled Lin Jichen with a profound sense of pressure. Why was he only referred to as handsome? Was it true that he possessed nothing but good looks? A twinge of melancholy washed over him. The player who had been directing the group turned to see who had drawn such attention. It was Su Wanling, with whom Lin Jichen had shared a fleeting acquaintance. Surprised by Lin Jichen's presence, she quickly became anxious, fearing he might attempt to claim their boss for himself. "Wanling, do you know this person?" inquired a woman standing beside Su Wanling, her features obscured from Lin Jichen's view. Unlike the others clad in the sword sect's attire, this woman donned a light green robe, wielding a staff rather than a sword. The staff appeared somewhat familiar, yet Lin Jichen could not immediately place it. Su Wanling, typically the leader of the Moonshadow Guild, exhibited considerable deference towards this woman. "This is the expert I mentioned to you, the one who single-handedly defeated the Wild Boar King in the Novice Village, earning a network-wide announcement. He has sold us numerous pieces of equipment and valuable information." The woman remained largely unfazed by this introduction, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Then be sure to speak with him properly. This boss belongs to our Moonshadow Guild. Even if he is a friend, we cannot concede it to him." "Understood. I shall speak with him," Su Wanling replied before promptly striding over to Lin Jichen. "Great Master Lin, are you also here for the medicinal spirit falcon?" Lin Jichen candidly admitted, "Indeed." Su Wanling, fearing that he might seize the opportunity, bashfully replied, "I truly apologize. But this hawk is required by our boss for an important assignment. We must acquire it. Perhaps you could wait until tomorrow for a refresh?" Lin Jichen hesitated, acutely aware of the urgency of his own mission. Just as he was deep in contemplation, the medicine spirit falcon suddenly emitted a piercing, furious cry. With a flap of its wings, a cloud of pale yellow powder wafted toward the crowd. Those who inhaled this pollen immediately succumbed to a state of dizziness, swaying precariously as if they could barely remain upright. Seizing this opportunity, the medicine spirit falcon soared into the sky, launching an assault on the disoriented players. Its sharp claws effortlessly tore through the defenses of a female player, and with just a few swipes, the early-stage chi refinement player was reduced to a mere soul fragment. The falcon continued its onslaught, dispatching 3 female players in the span of mere breaths. "This is dire." Those who remained unaffected rushed to attack its vulnerable spots, determined to deny it any further chances to strike. Su Wanling, disregarding any conversation with Lin Jichen, swiftly returned to command her subordinates. Beside her, a female player wielding a staff began to retaliate against the falcon, raising her staff and chanting an incantation. "Earthbound hands." Upon the completion of the spell, the ground beneath the falcon transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring its claws securely. The falcon struggled to free itself, but initially failed. Soon after, the staff-wielding woman recited another incantation. Flame of the blaze. The air around the falcon became searingly hot, and a large ball of fire engulfed it, eliciting a pained cry from the creature. Alas, the falcon's strength far surpassed hers. The flames flickered out in mere seconds, and its trapped claws extricated themselves from the mire. Once liberated, it bore a vengeful gaze upon the staff-wielding player, darting toward her like a shadow. "Be careful," Su Wanling urgently warned, but it was too late. As the falcon approached the staff-wielding player, its sharp, elongated beak struck her, causing a significant drop in her health bar. Yet, rather than panicking, she swiftly retreated to create distance, all the while performing another spell. Falling Stone Rain. A barrage of stones rained down, thoroughly enraging the falcon. In a moment of desperation, Su Wanling resolutely stepped forward, prepared to sacrifice herself if necessary. She successfully absorbed the pressure, engaging in battle with the falcon, while the spellcaster behind her readied to unleash further spells. However, Lin Jichen's voice interrupted the chaos. "The silver notes have surpassed 60,000. You guys are incredible. Keep it up." "That female spellcaster, are you out of your mind?" Suddenly, Lin Jichen's voice resonated, startlingly clear. As everyone momentarily froze in astonishment, they quickly comprehended whom he referred to. "Master Lin, what do you mean by cursing my boss?" Su Wanling immediately felt a twinge of displeasure. Lin Jichen, however, remained indifferent to the situation and addressed the female mage, stating, "At this moment, the hawk harbors the greatest animosity towards you. Why would you provoke it with your skills? Your execution is rather haphazard. The falling rock skill is not meant to be used in such a manner. It should be synchronized with the Earth Immortal's binding hand to maximize the inflicted damage." As a former pinnacle mage, Lin Jichen possessed an unparalleled understanding of magical techniques. Out of respect for his past acquaintance with Su Wanling, and unable to bear witnessing the female player's clumsy maneuvers, he decided to offer his guidance. Upon hearing Lin Jichen's ridicule, the woman did not react with anger. Instead, she contemplated his words. Subsequently, she nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, What should I do next? Her voice was light and elegant, reminiscent of wind chimes, exceedingly pleasant to the ear. Lin Jichen did not hesitate to impart his wisdom. Your celestial binding cooldown should be ready. Use it first, then allow others to unleash their skills. Your equipment must be formidable, with damage far exceeding that of your companions. Therefore, refrain from indiscriminately casting damage-dealing skills. Focus on control, permitting your teammates to inflict harm. Otherwise, this fragile mage will be swiftly dispatched by a few strikes from the hawk. The female mage found merit in Lin Jichen's advice and began to comply. Indeed, after ceasing to unleash her skills and resorting solely to the most basic fire spell to attack the enemy, the hawk redirected its attention to her companions, no longer targeting her. The hawk began to be led by this group of female players, its health steadily diminishing, albeit slowly. Yet, it appeared that a resolution could be achieved within a matter of minutes. However, just as everything was proceeding smoothly, an uninvited group arrived, shattering the equilibrium. The Bloodslaughter Guild is here to claim this boss. Halt your actions and depart, lest you wish to suffer our wrath, announced the leader of the dozens of unfamiliar players, his demeanor defiant. Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward. This boss was first discovered by our Moonshadow Guild, and we have been engaged in battle for quite some time. You wish for us to cease? Are you dreaming? Whether I'm dreaming or not, you will soon find out. You have 10 seconds to reconsider, the leader replied impatiently. Are you certain you wish to oppose our Moonshadow Guild? Zhu Jiuyin inquired, her brow furrowed. The man scoffed. What is the Moonshadow Guild but a third-rate guild? Go ask around about the Bloodslaughter Guild. In the gaming community, who does not know of us? If you were sensible, you'd make yourself scarce. If it weren't for the fact that you are all women, you would have been dispatched back to respawn by now. Realizing that this matter could not be resolved peacefully, Zhu Jiuyin turned to the mage beside her. What should we do? The mage replied with unwavering certainty. If a fight is to ensue, let it be. Zhu Jiuyin hesitated. We are short-handed, and we've already expended significant health and mana dealing with this hawk. Many of our skills are on cooldown, and now that the hawk has fixated on us, our chances of victory seem slim, leaving us vulnerable. After a moment of contemplation, the mage said, immediately summon reinforcements, gather all available members of the Moonshadow Guild nearby. This battle must be fought, even in defeat. We must demonstrate the spirit of our guild. Without such spirit, how can I expect it to fulfill my aspirations? Understood, replied Zhu Jiuyin. I will call the sisters for support at once. In the meantime, do your best to avoid engagement. If possible, evade, as your equipment is valuable. Dying would be a significant loss. The mage nodded, remaining silent. A guild war was on the brink of commencing. Zhu Jiuyin suddenly remembered Lin Jichen and quickly turned to search for him, finding him by an inconspicuous stone. Master Lin, please assist us in dealing with these adversaries. Name your price. Without a moment's thought, Lin Jichen declined her request. Do not involve me in your guild's affairs. If I help you eliminate them, they will harbor animosity toward me, and I have no desire to invite such troubles in the future. Lin Jichen is no longer the impulsive young man who would recklessly rush to assist a beautiful woman in need. He understands the consequences of offending a prominent guild, especially for a mere pittance. The Bloodslaughter Guild, one of the top 50 guilds in the Eight Desolations, is notorious for its ruthless conduct, akin to the Eternal Guild, as it has gained infamy for bullying independent players and smaller guilds across numerous games. Lin Jichen found himself entangled in unnecessary troubles, having nothing better to do. Zhu Jiuyin, witnessing Lin Jichen's refusal, felt a twinge of disappointment, yet understood his stance, thus relinquished her desire to solicit his assistance. However, at that moment, Lin Jichen interjected, stating, I shall not engage in any act of murder on your behalf, yet I can assist you in vanquishing this hawk. Should it yield the continuation herb, it shall belong to me, while I will select one other item as my reward. What say you? Zhu Jiuyin, upon hearing this, did not respond immediately, but directed her gaze towards the staff-wielding female player, clearly indicating that her decision was contingent upon this woman's approval. After a brief contemplation, the staff-bearing woman nodded in assent. Concerned that Lin Jichen might falter, Zhu Jiuyin kindly suggested, allow me to summon a few individuals to accompany you in dealing with the hawk. Not necessary. You all may proceed to engage in the guild battle. I can handle this hawk alone. Alone? Zhu Jiuyin appeared incredulous, even taking the time to remind him. This hawk is at the late stage of chi refinement. We have only managed to deplete a portion of its health. It possesses formidable strength and numerous skills, far beyond that of the wild boar king in the novice village. Lin Jichen spoke with unwavering certainty. I'll handle your guild war. Leave it to me. Seeing Lin Jichen's insistence, Su Wanling had no time to persuade further and had to rally all her subordinates to confront the Bloodslaughter Guild. The two sides immediately commenced their fierce battle. To those watching the live stream, a treat is upon us. According to a tip from a viewer named Qingjiu Banhuzwang, there is a guild war taking place at Kanglan Herbal Valley. Today, Shazi has risked being mistakenly harmed to sneak into the scene and bring you all this thrilling guild conflict. I hope that viewer is not deceiving me. At this moment, another inconspicuous figure appeared on the scene, seemingly not there to fight. Wow, this is indeed a guild battle. Brothers, you are in for a treat today. Shazi will play the role of an onlooker. Grab your beer, peanuts, and mineral water and settle in. Oh, look over there. There are so many lovely ladies in the guild war, and two in the center are particularly stunning. Did you see them? Although they may not surpass Shazi, they are certainly not lacking either. Haha, sound of a pig. Damn it, comparing myself to them makes me look like a flower in comparison. The moderator banned me. A mute for 365 days. Thank you all for the gifts. Since I'm peeking, I want to thank each of you individually. Let us watch secretly and slip away afterwards for a thrilling experience. As the Bloodslaughter and Moon Shadow guilds clashed on the battlefield, Lin Jichen appeared oblivious to his surroundings, offering no assistance to anyone. He circumvented the battlefield, approaching the medicinal spirit hawk. The two guilds behind him were engaged in a fierce battle, yet Lin Jichen's focus was solely on this hawk. The creature still harbored intentions of attacking the Moon Shadow Guild, its animosity unresolved. However, Lin Jichen would not allow it to escape. With a swift thrust of his sword, executed with precision and devoid of any superfluous flourish, he struck with astonishing speed. The hawk, just taking flight, was pierced directly in its heart by the blade, which effortlessly penetrated its feathers and sank into flesh. The hawk emitted a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky. Critical hit. -550. If the members of the Moonshadow Guild had witnessed this, they would likely have been left astounded. For their previous attacks on the hawk had only inflicted damage in the range of dozens, with the highest damage barely reaching 1 or 200. Courtesy of a spell cast by a sorceress among them, Lin Jichen merely wielded a single sword, without employing any skills. Yet the damage she inflicted surpassed that of her adversaries by several streets. Unfortunately, they were preoccupied with engaging in guild battles and had no time to notice Lin Jichen. Monster, Medicinal Spirit Hawk level, Boss Strength, Late Stage Chi Refinement Health, 33, 114, 200 Attack, 58 Defense, 46 Speed, 70 Skills, Bloodclaw Strike, Piercing Beak, Confusion Powder. Soul Scorching Azure Flame. This was the first time the Medicinal Spirit Hawk had sustained such significant damage, as it let out a mournful cry. Its enmity instantly shifted entirely towards Lin Jichen. The hawk's retaliation was swift. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lunged towards her in an instant. Its claws, as fearsome as iron hooks, reached for Lin Jichen. Blood Claw Strike. To initiate with such a ferocious move was evidently a clear indication of the hawk's disdain for Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen seemed to have anticipated this. He withdrew 3 feet to evade the bloodied claws. The hawk, frustrated by its missed strike, soared back with even greater speed. As the talons descended once more, Lin Jichen did not flinch. Instead, he deftly unleashed a strike with his sword. The blade shimmered like water, subtly transforming into a thread that sliced through the massive talon, producing a crisp sound of impact. By taking the offensive, he successfully countered the hawk's second assault. Lin Jichen sought to deny the goshawk any further opportunity to employ its lethal talents. His figure moved like the wind, and he unleashed his sword with utmost vigor. Empowered by the Gale Sword technique, Lin Jichen's speed of attack surged to an unprecedented level, allowing him to deliver 4 swift strikes in a heartbeat. Each slash left a series of deep gashes upon the goshawk's body, inflicting increasingly severe damage. In an instant, a significant portion of the goshawk's vitality was depleted. Its once prized feathers lay scattered, revealing bare patches, while blood flowed profusely, rendering it a pitiful sight. The goshawk, racked with agony, emitted a series of anguished cries. Yet, it recognized Lin Jichen as a formidable adversary and resolved not to afford him another chance for close combat. With a rapid flutter of its wings, it ascended into the air, fanning its wings vigorously. A cloud of pale yellow powder swiftly enveloped Lin Jichen. This was a skill it had recently employed against the sisters of the Moonshadow Guild, the Drowsy Powder. Anyone who came into contact with this powder would be rendered dizzy for several seconds. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen grasped the Jiuyin sword. Its blade adorned with twisting silver runes that shimmered before vanishing, replaced by a dazzling sword light reminiscent of moonlight. Frost Moon Slash. The martial technique was unleashed. In the depths of the night, the Jiuyin sword suddenly illuminated, transforming into a long rainbow that pierced through the void, ultimately halting upon the Guhak's form. With a resounding slash, the sword light tore through the starry sky, shattering the Guhak's meager feathered defense and leaving behind a fearsome wound. A critical hit. -1060. The damaged sword alongside the Guhak's diminishing vitality. The fundamental damage of Frost Moon Slash was 300 points, augmented by an additional 240 points from Lin Jichen. And with the triggering of a critical hit that doubled the damage, plus an extra 70 points for critical damage, the total amounted precisely to 1060. The Guhak's health had plummeted to less than half. Within 2 minutes at most, Lin Jichen would dispatch this Guhak. Meanwhile, as Lin Jichen focused intently on the Guhak, the battle between the Moon Shadow and Blood Fiend guilds unfolded behind him, revealing a decidedly one-sided affair. The Blood Fiend outnumbered Moon Shadow nearly 3-1, forcing each member of Moon Shadow to confront 3 adversaries, rendering them utterly outmatched, with each Moon Shadow member falling to the ground, transforming into mere remnants. The guild's survival hung by a thread, retreating defensively. Fortunately, a mage from the guild was valiantly holding the line. Her area damage was substantial, and the other members rallied around her for protection. Nonetheless, the situation for Moon Shadow was dire, and if reinforcements did not arrive soon, annihilation was merely a matter of time. The battlefield had entirely fallen under Blood Fiend's dominion. Li Feng, the president of Blood Fiend, smirked with satisfaction, mocking the lambs awaiting slaughter before him. To dare oppose Blood Fiend was to court disaster. Today served as a minor lesson for such an inconsequential guild. Kill them all. Leave not a single one. Li Feng commanded without a trace of mercy, as his subordinates unsheathed their blades and advanced upon the members of Moon Shadow. As Li Feng reveled in the inevitable outcome of the battle, he suddenly recalled the Guhak boss. He resolved to send a portion of his men to distract the Guhak, preventing its escape. However, upon glancing back, he was taken aback to find that the Guhak was being taken over by a man. Enraged, Li Feng shouted, "Kill that brat! Who dares to steal our boss? Do they think us blind?" Immediately, 5 players from Blood Fiend broke away from the fray and sprinted towards the Guhak. Meanwhile, Lu Shazi, who was broadcasting the entire scene, concealed herself and stifled a laugh. This fellow was audacious indeed, attempting to pilfer the boss before the eyes of 2 guilds. She could already foresee his grim fate. Lin Jichen was engaged in battle with the Falcon when he heard a commotion behind him. He could only sigh. Ultimately, he had stirred trouble. Although he had no desire to provoke conflict, it did not imply that he was afraid of it. "Do not force my hand. Leave," he declared. Without even turning his head, merely issuing a final ultimatum to the Bloodslaughter Guild. The members of the Bloodslaughter Guild erupted in laughter, their mirth laced with mockery. "Ha, has this kid taken leave of his senses? What audacity! Could he possibly be a fool, encountering such mysterious confidence for the first time?" They urged one another to dispatch him quickly and then eliminate the Falcon, fearing the reinforcements from the Moon Shadow Guild would soon arrive. He is but one individual. It will be a trivial task to deal with him. Allow me. With that, several of them charged at Lin Jichen. The first to approach was a martial artist at the initial stage of chi refinement, his fist resembling a hammer, suddenly striking towards Lin Jichen's back with ferocity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen had endured countless ambushes throughout his experiences. He had faced adversaries in the transformation realm and the comprehension realm, which honed his alertness to an extraordinary level. Even in his rebirth, this instinct remained deeply ingrained within him. As he deftly evaded the attack, Lin Jichen wasted no time. With a swift flick of his wrist, the Jiuyin sword was already descending in a seamless motion. The speed was so remarkable that the physical cultivation player was caught completely off guard, unprepared. The blade left a deep gash on the player's body. -545. A horrifying damage value erupted from this player. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lin Jichen struck again, effortlessly slicing through his opponent's neck. A throat cut. A fatal blow. -455. A lethal strike that extinguished the last remnants of his health. The unfortunate soul could not grasp what was happening as darkness enveloped him, transforming him into a soul tomb, thus meeting his demise. Witnessing their comrade's sudden demise, the remaining players finally snapped to attention. Their breaths became rapid, hearts racing like never before, and beads of sweat quickly formed on their palms. This is impossible. How could this kid deal such high damage? He didn't even cast a skill. I refuse to believe it. Is he cheating? Does this game even allow cheats? I may not be well read, but don't deceive me. Could he be at the Foundation establishment stage? No, that can't be right. He is only in the mid-stage of chi refinement. How could he inflict such tremendous damage? The players exchanged bewildered glances. They understood that players had the option to keep their attribute panels private. As long as one chose to conceal them, others could not discern their stats, only the realm of the individual they were engaged in combat with. Lin Jichen, however, was disinterested in their prattle. Whether killing one or a multitude, it was all the same to him. Behind him, the hawk-like creature lunged once more. Yet Lin Jichen chose to endure the attack, prioritizing the elimination of the remaining foes. With a swift motion of his sword, he charged at the last few adversaries, effortlessly dispatching them as if slicing through vegetables within mere moments. He then turned his attention back to the spirit hawk. Meanwhile, Li Feng, watching Su Wanling and her companions desperately struggle against their plight, momentarily glanced up, pondering the fate of the thief who had pilfered the boss. To his astonishment, he found Lin Jichen still engaged in combat with the hawk, with no sign of his subordinates. Instead, several soul tombs lay beside Lin Jichen. What on earth was happening? Did I not instruct you to eliminate that boss thief? Are you deaf? Li Feng assumed his subordinates had simply failed to heed his command, dismissing the notion that the soul tombs belonged to his comrades. How peculiar. I distinctly remember sending Wen's Hang and a few others to assist. Didn't I instruct Leba and his crew to accompany them? One of the Blood Fiend members remarked as he searched in vain for his companions. He reluctantly resorted to the team channel. Wen's Hang, where the hell are your people? The boss is furious, and you dare to play coy. Get over here now. In the team channel, a player named Wen's Hang appeared, his face a mask of despair. Xiaoyan, I'm already dead, at my Sect S resurrection point. What? How did you die? That guy killed me. We were all taken down by him. Xiaoyan was momentarily speechless, then erupted in a tirade. Are you all useless? 5 of you fell to a single opponent. How could I possibly associate with such pathetic teammates? Wen's Hang lamented, Xiaoyan, it's not that we're incompetent. It's just that this fellow is too bizarre. His damage output is terrifying. None of us could withstand even 2 of his strikes. Keep making excuses. There's no way something so outrageous could happen. This game has only been in open beta for a few days. Could there really be someone of such celestial prowess? Xiaoyan cursed vehemently, utterly unconvinced by Wen's Hang's claims. However, Li Feng began to harbor doubts, noticing that Lin Jichen was persistently challenging the hawk alone. Logically, if he were merely an ordinary player, the hawk would have dispatched him long ago. Unfortunately, the distance was too great for him to discern the true nature of the encounter. Xiaoyan, take your team over there. Those women are no longer a threat, Li Feng commanded. All right, boss, just watch me. I'll handle both the people and the boss together, Xiaoyan confidently replied. As the strongest expert of the Blood Fiend Guild and a practitioner in the mid-stages of chi refinement, he indeed possessed the merit for such confidence. Xiaoyan, accompanied by several subordinates, promptly made his way towards Lin Jichen. At this moment, Lin Jichen had diminished the hawk's health to below 2,000. Eager to strike a decisive blow and claim victory. However, the sound of approaching footsteps behind him filled him with irritation. Are you insatiable? Do you seek death so eagerly? He exclaimed, turning to address the source of his annoyance. Unbeknownst to him, the hawk, now seething with rage, let out a piercing shriek and unleashed a torrent of emerald flames from its maw. The scorching soul blue flame. Caught off guard, Lin Jichen was unable to evade the onslaught, and the flame seared his body. -111. -111. -111. The burning damage surged forth relentlessly. Lin Jichen was quite infuriated. Had it not been for this group of individuals disturbing him, he would not have been able to acquire this skill. However, he could not allow the hawk to continue its assault, especially with his health dwindling to below 2,000. He feared someone might steal his kill. For the moment, disregarding Xiaoyan and the others, Lin Jichen redirected his focus to the hawk. With the Qiyun sword poised at the creature's heart, he struck at its vulnerable spot with 3 consecutive slashes. Critical hit, -570. Critical hit, -570. Following the 2 strikes, Lin Jichen's Frost Moon / cooldown had also reset. allowing him to unleash a magnificent Frost Moon Sword Qi for the finishing blow. It also triggered the additional damage from the third strike of the Qiyun sword. Minus 1,260. A decisive kill. The hawk let out a final mournful cry before succumbing. Ding. Congratulations on achieving the first kill of the Eight Desolations Qi Refinement Realm boss. A global announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to conceal your name? Do not conceal. Lin Jichen had just made his choice when the game announcement emerged. Congratulations to the player Lin Jichen for accomplishing the first kill of the boss in the Eight Desolations Qi Refinement Realm, earning a reward of 400 points of reputation, 2 points of innate charm, and 1 achievement medal. Wishing all players prosperity in martial arts as they strive to catch up. As soon as the announcement was made, Lin Jichen's name once again became the focal point of discussion among players in the Eight Desolations. Zhu Jiuyin, along with his subordinates, gazed in astonishment at this spectacle, as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving him devoid of any capacity for thought. Watching the scene unfold before him, Zhu Jiuyin rubbed his eyes, questioning whether his usual craftsmanship had faltered, rendering him so weak that he was experiencing dizziness and hallucinations. Yet, the corpse of the hawk lying on the ground and the game announcement ringing in his ears undeniably confirmed the reality of the situation. Equally astonished was Lu Shazi, who had stealthily approached the vicinity. With her mouth agape, she stared blankly at the scene, while the normally bustling chat room was engulfed in an eerie silence. Everyone was still grappling with the shock. Did you all just see that? What just happened? Am I seeing things? Oh no. You all used to call me the blind one, and now it seems I truly have become a blind person. Sob sob. Lu Shazi's voice shattered the audience's state of silence, jolting everyone back to reality, and the chat room erupted in a flurry of messages. My goodness, is this person even human? Could this be some NPC from the Foundation establishment realm? Didn't you see the announcement? This person is Lin Jichen. He secured the first kill of the boss in the novice village. There's a cheat. Brothers, this game has cheats. This is outrageous. I saw it clearly. 3 strikes dealt nearly 2,000 damage. I only have 1,000 health at the early stage of Qi refinement. I initially thought those few members of the Blood Fiend Guild were easily dispatched because they were low on health from battling the Moonshadow Guild. But now I realize how terrifying this is. A super expert. An idol. Is the sword cultivator this formidable? Should I consider switching from blade to sword? Suddenly, I feel my blade is only fit for cutting tofu. Cultivation increased by 300. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen scoffed, saying, I have yet to settle the score with you for earlier. You dare to covet my spoils? The words sent a jolt of alarm through Guangxian. Brothers, your enthusiasm has frightened Qingjiu. We are bound to 3 updates daily. Set a target, and you will shatter it in an instant, forcing me to add more updates daily. I regret having made that promise, he lamented with a wry smile. By the way, those in the top 100 of book friends can join the chat group. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Jichen lunged fiercely at Guangxian and the others, closing the distance in an instant. Guangxian was once again astounded by his speed. Fenshang had said that this person was also at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, yet his speed was at least 3 to 4 times faster than his own. Before he could process this information, Lin Jichen's sword was already aimed at him. Guangxian raised his spear in defense, as a spear user. His weapon's reach exceeded that of a sword. The spear surged forth like a dragon, transforming into a silver serpent that roared towards Lin Jichen. He was confident that Lin Jichen would be forced back. Otherwise, he would suffer the consequences of his own strike. To his astonishment, Lin Jichen not only stood his ground but charged forward to meet the spear. Just before the spear could pierce him, Lin Jichen wielded the Qiyun sword, executing a masterful flick that surprisingly deflected the spear's tip. What sort of maneuver is this? Guangxian was taken aback. After deflecting the spear, Lin Jichen maintained his momentum, descending upon them like a ferocious tiger. With a commanding presence, he closed the distance to the sword's striking range and unleashed a fierce attack. Guangxian swiftly retracted his spear, attempting to replicate Lin Jichen's technique, raising his spear to deflect. He aimed to counter Lin Jichen's sword in the same manner. However, Lin Jichen's speed was astonishingly swift, and his attacks were unpredictably intricate. Guangxian not only failed to deflect the sword, but instead exposed himself beneath its arc. As the sword flashed past, a gruesome wound appeared on Guangxian's shoulder. Minus 300. Damn! Guangxian exclaimed, horrified. This was truly outrageous damage. He was at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. With a base defense of 20 points, and having consumed a mid-grade Qi gathering pill, he possessed an additional 15 points in free attributes, allocating 5 points to defense. Coupled with his sect's attire and a spirit-grade defensive belt, his defense totaled an impressive 40 points. That was already considered high among mid-stage Qi refinement players. Yet, to lose 300 health points from a single strike was absurd. Calculating swiftly, Guangxian deduced Lin Jichen's base strength. This kid possessed an astonishing 70 points of power. Was this the strength of a normal person? Guangxian finally understood why Feng Shang and the others had been unable to defeat him. This was akin to being struck by a hammer. If Guangxian, at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, suffered this much, those at the early stage would be no different than paper dolls in Lin Jichen's presence. Let's all engage. Guangxian discarded any pretense of being a seasoned fighter and hastily called for his subordinates to attack together. After all, his health bar stood at a mere 2,000. A few more strikes and he would be finished. The four of them launched their onslaught, yet Lin Jichen remained calm and collected, weaving through their encirclement as if strolling leisurely in a garden. With a speed of 79 points, as long as Lin Jichen wished to evade, they could hardly graze his clothing. Even if they landed a hit with a defense of 71 points, what difference would it make? Moreover, at this stage, very few players had learned any skills and could only rely on ordinary attacks, which could not breach Lin Jichen's defenses. Despair washed over Guangxian and his companions. In mere moments, all four lay slain beneath Lin Jichen's sword, becoming four new souls in the grave. Li Fengwen, who had been observing from the shadows, finally realized the gravity of the situation. They appeared to have encountered a formidable adversary. In the team channel, Guangxian urgently warned Li Fengwen after his demise. "Boss, we need to flee. This person is a freak. We are no match for him." Li Fengwen, filled with disbelief, questioned, "We still have over 20 people left. Are you saying we can't defeat him? Even with 20 more, it might not suffice. Our attacks cannot penetrate his defenses. Even critical hits would likely only inflict double-digit damage." Guangxian explained. Li Fengwen, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Does that mean we let this brat ride on our entire guild's head? If we do not avenge this grievance, where will our blood slaughter guild's face be?" Guangxian could only pacify him, saying, "Boss, do not rush. At this stage, none of the brothers have learned any skills. In a couple of days, when everyone exchanges for sect skills, that will be his end." Li Fengwen found some merit in his reasoning, hesitating for a moment before ultimately leading the remaining subordinates to retreat begrudgingly. Lin Jichen had no intention of pursuing them. Instead, he leisurely rummaged through the soul tombs of the slain members of the Blood Fiend Guild, hoping for some valuable treasures to emerge. However, at this stage, everyone was essentially destitute, having thoroughly searched all the soul tombs. Lin Jichen managed to acquire only 7 or 8 pieces of mundane equipment, along with a spiritual grade belt. Yet, the attributes of this belt were inferior to his own Xiangxiang belt, rendering it unworthy of his interest. It was only the oblivious Guangxiao Yin who eventually realized that his belt had been dropped. Enraged, he unleashed a tirade at the resurrection point of the sect, lamenting the loss of his sole spiritual grade equipment, which had also been the guild's first. Now, he faced the dual misfortune of failing to seize the boss and losing a piece of spiritual equipment, compounded by the loss of many brethren. Since they had been the aggressors, all were marked as red names, incurring severe penalties upon death, resulting in a significant decrease in their cultivation levels. In contrast, the Moonshadow Guild, despite the loss of numerous members, suffered only minor setbacks as they had died with white names, losing merely a fraction of their cultivation experience. Moreover, the Blood Fiend Guild had fled hastily, leaving no time to collect their equipment. Thus, the Moonshadow Guild retained all the gear of their fallen members. Conversely, there were ample mundane items dropped from the soul tombs of the Blood Fiend Guild that they had vanquished. In summary, the Blood Fiend Guild's operation was a calamitous failure, a veritable loss of both personnel and resources. Lin, the esteemed master, we are truly grateful to you for this. As the battle concluded, Su Wanling and the female mage approached Lin Jichen to express their gratitude. Lin Jichen waved his hand dismissively and replied earnestly, "There is no need for thanks. I had no intention of assisting you. It was they who initially sought trouble with me, compelling me to retaliate." Su Wanling managed a bitter smile, pondering the absurdity of his words. The female mage beside her interjected, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must express our gratitude to Mr. Lin. Were it not for your intervention, we would undoubtedly have faced utter annihilation today." Upon closer inspection, Lin Jichen was struck by the beauty of the mage, who surpassed even Su Wanling in allure. Draped in a delicate green robe, her skin was fair as snow, her eyes shimmered like a galaxy, and her demeanor exuded elegance and grace. With a tall, slender figure standing proudly, her strikingly exquisite face bore an air of aloofness and noble dignity that rendered her unforgettable at first glance. As Lin Jichen scrutinized the staff in her hand, realization dawned upon him. It was indeed the radiant staff he had sold to Su Wanling, which explained its familiarity. "It is of no great consequence," he remarked nonchalantly in response to her gratitude. Then, recalling something, he added, "By the way, I have dealt with the medicinal spirit hawk. The equipment it dropped is right here." Lin Jichen spoke as he displayed all the gear he had just collected from the hawk. Su Wanling and the sorceress could not help but feel intrigued about what treasures the hawk might yield. When the two women beheld the number of items laid out before them by Lin Jichen, they were momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment. He had presented a total of 6 items. What an astonishing drop rate. They had never encountered a creature so generous before. Was the hawk's drop rate truly this high? The items included Spirit Item, Storm Gauntlets, Strength 11, Critical Hit 8, Health 300, with the inherent skill Explosive Fist. Explosive Fist unleashes a surprise heavy punch, dealing 150 damage, and inflicting a bleed effect on the target for 5 seconds. If a critical hit is triggered, the duration of the internal damage effect is doubled. Requirement: must possess a foundation of 35 points or higher in strength to use. Spirit Item, Guardian Spear, Strength 9, Critical Hit 5, with 10 damage to spear skills. Requirement: Spear User. Spirit Martial Skill, Ice Spike, consumes mana to summon a spike of ice that strikes the enemy, dealing 240 base damage, and slowing the target by 30 for 15 seconds. Mana cost: 600 points, cooldown: 60 seconds. Requirement: only learnable by sorcerers. Spirit Skill, Ascending Dragon Break, transforms the spear into a dragon, soaring through the sea, inflicting 800 base damage on all enemies within a 40-meter radius, and launching them into the air for 2 seconds. Mana cost: 1,200 points, cooldown: 50 minutes. Requirement: must possess a foundation of 40 points or higher in strength to learn. Rare Herb, 1 stalk of Recovery Herb. Quest Item, 1 vial of Hawk's Essence Blood. In total, there were 6 items, 4 of which were spirit-grade gear and skills. The extraordinary drop rate and quality of the equipment led Su Wanling and the sorceress to question whether they were playing the same game as Lin Jichen. Could it be that the first kill of a boss was prone to yielding such bountiful rewards? Only this reasoning could somewhat convince them. That is all the items. Lin Jichen stated, "As per our agreement, the Recovery Herb belongs to me, and I shall select another item as compensation. Is that acceptable?" The sorceress slightly shook her head, leading Lin Jichen to believe she was going to agree. To his surprise, she reversed her stance. "Mr. Lin, you alone defeated the hawk. We had no right to claim any of the gear. All of it rightfully belongs to you. Please, let us not forget that you were the ones who initially engaged the hawk. I merely seized the first kill, which was already a significant gain. Furthermore, had you not restrained the Blood Fiend, I would not have had the opportunity to succeed. I will simply select 1 item as my reward," Lin Jichen insisted. And the female practitioner had no choice but to acquiesce. Lin Jichen did not hesitate and directly chose the pair of gauntlets. The attributes of these gauntlets were exceptionally good. Although he had no immediate use for them, they could certainly be sold for a handsome sum. As for the other items, Lin Jichen found them rather unappealing, except for a skill book for gun cultivation, which had decent attributes. However, the techniques within could only be learned during the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, even if he were to sell it, it would not fetch a considerable price. Thus, Lin Jichen opted for the Storm Gauntlets, an item that would undoubtedly entice all the physical cultivation players throughout the vast realm. Once his selections were complete, he left the remaining items untouched. A female mage leaned in to whisper a few words to Su Wanling, who nodded in response before logging off. In less than half a minute, she logged back in. Meanwhile, Lin Jichen received a notification on his phone from the bank. A total of 5,000,000 yuan has been credited to your account ending in 7758. Current balance, 5,207,820. 35 yuan. Industrial and Commercial Bank. Lin Jichen suddenly comprehended that this 5 million must have been transferred to him by Su Wanling at the behest of this female cultivator. 5 million, without even a flicker of an eye, was so readily given. It seems this woman truly hails from a wealthy family. Much obliged. Lin Jichen did not wish to be overly formal. A simple expression of gratitude sufficed to acknowledge the remittance, since it was offered insistently. To decline would appear insincere. Moreover, Lin Jichen was still residing in someone else's house. With this financial aid, she could secure her own abode at any time, providing a greater sense of security. It is we who ought to express our thanks. The woman from the FASHO organization smiled gently, her smile blooming like spring flowers, exuding an enchanting grace. She extended her hand to Lin Jichen with poise, introducing herself. I am Jiang Liu, the president of the Moonshadow Guild. Lin Jichen, a solitary wanderer, came to reply. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen suddenly recalled the Moonshadow Guild and Jiang Liu, realizing why the names resonated so familiar. While he could not distinctly remember the Moonshadow Guild, Jiang Liu was a name renowned in his previous life. She held 3 notable identities. Firstly, she was the 13th ranked on the Eight Desolations heavenly ranking, the second most powerful mage in the world, second only to Lin Jichen. Her second identity was that of the president of the Moonshadow Guild, the wealthiest guild leader in the Eight Desolations. If the first 2 identities were not impressive enough, the third was undoubtedly staggering. Jiang Liu was the sole daughter of the world's richest man, residing in a family of unimaginable wealth, rivaling nations. This was precisely why the Moonshadow Guild was the most affluent in the Eight Desolations, as their wealth was unfathomable, surpassing even that of national banks. However, Lin Jichen could not recall the Moonshadow Guild due to its ephemeral existence, dissolving after merely 2 years. The specific reasons remained unclear to him. Rumors in the martial world suggested that Jiang Liu had wagered with her father if she could establish the largest and most powerful guild within 2 years. He would grant her the freedom to choose her own path in life. Unfortunately, she failed to meet the challenge, resulting in her return to inherit the family business and manage the company, leading to the guild's forced dissolution. Yet, the veracity of such tales was debatable, mere hearsay. Now, as Lin Jichen gazed upon this exquisite maiden and considered her father, the world's wealthiest man, he felt a sense of honor in encountering the daughter of such affluence, particularly given his own past as a lifelong pauper. In his previous life, he had never amassed even $1 million. Even after the integration of the game and reality led to a significant devaluation of currency. Thus, upon learning of her background, Lin Jichen could not resist holding her hand for an extra moment, hoping to bask in the aura of her prosperity. However, such behavior was perceived by Su Wanling and Jiang Liu as a typical case of overstepping boundaries. Hey, you are quite bold to take advantage of our president. Don't think your prowess gives you the liberty to act as you please, Su Wanling exclaimed indignantly. Her displeasure stemmed not only from a desire to protect her superior, but also from her irritation at Lin Jichen's apparent preferential treatment. Having encountered him several times before, she had initially thought he harbored little interest in women. Yet, witnessing him overstep with her boss made her ponder. Was it because she herself lacked allure? Lin Jichen, caught off guard by Su Wanling's remark, awkwardly withdrew his hand and replied, I was lost in thought. It was unintentional. I would find that hard to believe. Su Wanling retorted. Jiang Liu, on the other hand, remained noncommittal, her expression unchanged, yet her eyes, resembling autumn waters, seemed to harbor a hint of something unusual. Lin Jichen chuckled lightly and remarked, Since all is well, I shall take my leave. With that, he hastily made his exit, eager to avoid hearing Su Wanling utter anything more outrageous. Observing Lin Jichen's hasty retreat, both women couldn't help but share a knowing smile. Your friend is quite amiable, Jiang Liu commented. Amiable, you say? Liu, he just took advantage of you. It's obvious he has a soft spot for you, Su Wanling retorted. Come now. Perhaps you are overthinking it. It was merely a handshake. Besides, he has kept his word and rendered us significant assistance. We ought to express our gratitude, Liu defended. I never said I wouldn't thank him. It's merely a matter of principle. Just because he helped doesn't give him the right to take advantage of you. If your father were to find out, he would be furious. Please, don't mention this to my father. Not a word. You're my dear sister. Don't let him keep tabs on me. Rest assured, after all these years of friendship, would I betray you? That's a relief. Let us depart as well, lest the Blood Slaughter Guild returns with vengeance. Distribute these items to the core members of the guild, and additionally, each participant in today's battle shall receive a bonus of 50,000. Yes, my esteemed chairwoman. Remember, I've told you not to address me that way in private. Wanling, I see you're just asking for it. Oh dear, my apologies. She giggled. Once the members of the Moonshadow Guild had vacated, the Kanglan apothecary seemed to regain its tranquility. Suddenly, a girl emerged from the shadows. Ah, brothers, I trust today's live stream was worth your while. Not only did Xiazi take you through a guild battle, but you also witnessed the exclusive maneuvers of a master, Lin Jichen. As Lu Xiazi reminisced about Lin Jichen's earlier prowess, she began to reflect aloud. Amidst the onslaught of numerous Bloodslaughter members, he remained unfazed, effortlessly dispatching foes like leaves blown away by an autumn breeze, and even vanquished a late-stage boss with ease. Such skill, can anyone rival him? The audience found themselves in agreement. Indeed, they could not identify another adept comparable to Lin Jichen, at least none they had encountered thus far. The recent broadcast had undoubtedly stirred their spirits. I, Lu Xiazi, hereby proclaim that Lin Jichen is the foremost master of the Eight Desolations. She declared. Who is in favor, and who stands opposed? Unexpectedly, the audience, typically prone to dissenting with Xiazi, found themselves united in agreement. Lin Jichen is not the foremost master. Who else could be? At this juncture, Lu Xiazi's eyes suddenly sparkled with affection as she cradled her face in her hands, utterly enraptured. Most notably, Lin Jichen's striking handsomeness sealed the deal for her. She resolved that he would henceforth be her idol, her male deity. The barrage of comments immediately erupted with expressions of nausea, yet Lu Xiazi feigned ignorance. Having recently acquired a new idol, she diligently sought out the live stream recording. She then meticulously edited a video showcasing Lin Jichen's solo confrontation against a multitude of foes, including the medicinal spiritual hawk, and posted it on the Baja forum, titling it with an attention-grabbing headline, "The Supreme Master of Baja, Lin Jichen, single-handedly forces the Bloodslaughter Guild to flee in panic." Barely had the video been uploaded when its view count skyrocketed at a meteoric pace. Those who beheld the footage were left in awe, venerating him as a celestial being. However, a considerable number of viewers were perplexed, questioning how Lin Jichen could inflict such extraordinary damage, suspecting him of cheating. In the video, the Bloodslaughter Guild was reduced to mere background fodder, becoming the target of mockery among netizens. Li Fengwen was utterly blindsided by the video's release, and upon witnessing the deluge of ridicule online, he was incensed, shattering numerous antiques in his home out of fury. In a bid to salvage his reputation, Li Fengwen promptly retaliated on the forum, asserting that Lin Jichen's damage output was anomalous, implicitly accusing him of cheating rather than attributing their defeat to the incompetence of the Bloodslaughter members. Many players found Li Fengwen's claims to be reasonable, while others staunchly believed that Lin Jichen was indeed innocent of any wrongdoing. Ultimately, due to this video, Lin Jichen became the center of heated discussions, igniting fervent debates. Unbeknownst to him, the subject of such fervor, Lin Jichen returned to the Tianyin sword sect, carrying the yang grass to present to Grand Elder Tianqing. To his surprise, he discovered that Elder Tianqing was currently in the alchemy chamber, concocting potions. "Please bring in the yang grass. I shall attend to it once I complete this batch of elixirs," came the voice of Elder Tianqing from within the alchemy room. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. In his previous life, Lin Jichen was not only a practitioner of the arcane arts but also a 7th-tier herbalist and a 6th-tier alchemist. Given that practitioners heavily rely on medicinal pills, the expense of purchasing potions solely for restoring spiritual energy would be exorbitant. To make ends meet, Lin Jichen had no choice but to forage for herbs and concoct his own elixirs. Through relentless practice, he eventually ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist. On occasions when finances were tight, he could brew a few potions for sale. In the vast realm of the 8 Desolations, all ancillary professions are categorized into 9 tiers, with 1 being the least esteemed and 9 the most revered. A 9th-tier alchemist is often referred to as a grandmaster. Elder Tianqing is a grandmaster-level alchemist. Observing and learning from such a figure, Lin Jichen felt that this opportunity was exceedingly rare. He placed the incontinuing herb on the medicinal bed but did not leave the vicinity. He understood that he could observe quietly, without causing any disturbance. Elder Tianqing seemed to sense Lin Jichen's intentions and did not dismiss him, allowing him to remain, likely out of respect for the esteemed Cold Fian. Otherwise, he would have been swiftly expelled, for no one would wish to have a stranger watching their masterful skills. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. resource exhausted, Lin Jichen remained utterly silent and motionless, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the actions of Elder Tianqing. In his pursuit of comprehending the essence of alchemy, his alchemical aptitude increased by 5. Merely after half a minute of observation, Lin Jichen received an unexpected delight, his spirits soaring with joy. However, he restrained his elation and continued to watch intently. Approximately a minute later, he experienced another surge in understanding. His alchemical aptitude rose by another 5. This time, the duration extended to 5 minutes. Again, he grasped the essence of alchemy, and his aptitude ascended by 5. After 15 minutes, he attained the same realization, and his aptitude further increased by 5. Half an hour passed, and once more he absorbed the essence of alchemy, enhancing his aptitude by 5. Thus, Lin Jichen remained reluctant to blink, fixated on every movement of Elder Tianqing. An hour elapsed, and astonishingly, Lin Jichen's alchemical aptitude surged by 25. Just as he contemplated continuing his observation, the alchemy furnace unexpectedly belched forth black smoke. "Oh no, another failure," Elder Tianqing lamented. Just as he finished speaking, an explosive sound erupted from the furnace. Elder Tianqing, visibly dejected, emerged from the alchemical chamber, followed closely by the unfortunate Lin Jichen. The duo appeared disheveled and dusty, their faces resembling scorched earth, akin to beggars fleeing from a calamity in Africa. Elder Tianqing glanced at Lin Jichen and burst into hearty laughter, unperturbed. "Youngster, witnessing my alchemical endeavors comes at a cost. You are rather unfortunate, having coincidentally arrived while I was experimenting with a new elixir. Furnace explosions are a commonplace occurrence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen realized that he was truly not permitted to continue observing and reluctantly turned to leave. Yet, he found it difficult to part ways. After taking only a few steps, he turned back. "Elder, is there anything else?" Elder Tianqing inquired. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen chuckled softly and said, "I have a profound interest in the art of alchemy and often delve into its study. I once came across it in an ancient tome. I did not expect you to share a penchant for the path of alchemy as well. Indeed, I am currently engaged in the preparation of a rejuvenation elixir. However, I lack a precise formula and must navigate this endeavor through trial and error." "I know the formula," Lin Jichen interjected eagerly. Although he was merely a 6th-tier alchemist, he was certainly not to be underestimated compared to Elder Tianqing, a 9th-tier grandmaster. He had previously encountered the rejuvenation elixir and, by a stroke of fortune, discovered a cave left behind by an alchemist, within which lay a scroll detailing the elixir's recipe. Unfortunately, due to his insufficient level of alchemical skill, his success rate in concocting it was exceedingly low, compounded by the rarity of the necessary ingredients. He had merely memorized the formula, yet could not gather the required materials. As the realms of gaming and reality began to intertwine, the contents of the formula were imprinted indelibly in his mind. "Is that so? Pray, enlighten me on the specific ingredients of the formula." Elder Tianqing remained skeptical of Lin Jichen's claim to possess knowledge of the rejuvenation elixir's recipe. Lin Jichen did not keep them in suspense and immediately recited the formula for the youth-enhancing pill. As he named the various herbs, Elder Tianqing's expression grew increasingly astonished. He was certain that Lin Jichen was not fabricating anything, as all the herbs he mentioned were indeed the components of the youth-enhancing pill. Moreover, Lin Jichen also specified the quantities and proportions required for each herb, indicating that his account was far from mere fabrication. Once Lin Jichen finished reciting the entire prescription, Elder Tianqing's breathing became somewhat rapid. "Follow me," he commanded, seizing Lin Jichen and rushing back into the alchemy chamber. "You stand by and observe. If I miscalculate the proportions of any herb, be sure to alert me." Elder Tianqing instructed Lin Jichen before beginning the process of refining the pill according to the formula they had just discussed. Lin Jichen observed from the sidelines, occasionally correcting the dosages of certain herbs. Simultaneously, his alchemical prowess began to improve, albeit at a languid pace. Thus, once all the herbs were cast into the alchemical furnace, Elder Tianqing's expression turned solemn as he commenced the process of refining the herbs, merging them with the essence of the spirit and congealing the elixir. This exemplifies the disparity between alchemists of varying ranks. Beyond the precise formulation, extensive experience in alchemy is indispensable. Mastery over the heat, the timing, and the control of impurities are all critical components that cannot be overlooked. After the passage of another hour, as the flames within the furnace extinguished, a rich fragrance of herbs wafted through the air. Elder Tianqing lifted the lid, revealing 2 plump elixirs soaring forth. Haha, I have succeeded, Elder Tianqing exclaimed joyfully, having finally concocted the long-elusive beauty elixir. Naturally, he did not overlook Lin Jichen's contribution, had it not been for Lin Jichen's guidance regarding the complete formula. He would have faced numerous failures. What is your name, young one? Disciple Lin Jichen. Very well, Lin Jichen, you have rendered me a great service. I bestow upon you one of these elixirs. Elder Tianqing generously gifted one of the beauty elixirs to Lin Jichen. Ding. Elder Tianqing's favorability towards you has increased by 20. Current favorability, 20 points, pleasant conversation. Lin Jichen was taken aback. He never anticipated that Elder Tianqing would exhibit a favorability score of a full 20 points upon their first encounter. Furthermore, the elder was remarkably generous, presenting him with a beauty pill. This beauty pill was classified as a terrestrial-grade elixir, capable of enhancing innate attributes. In the realm of Bahuang, any substance that augments innate attributes is exceedingly rare and precious. Unlike combat attributes, innate attributes do not increase with the elevation of one's realm. Hence, treasures capable of enhancing innate attributes are invaluable and highly sought after in Bahuang. A single pill that adds even 1 or 2 points to innate attributes can fetch an astronomical price. Terrestrial-grade beauty pill permanently increases innate charm by 5 points. Accelerates favorability growth with male NPCs by 5. If gifted to a male NPC, it can randomly elevate the recipient's favorability towards you by 10 to 20 points. Conditions. Each individual may consume it only once and can gift it to the same person only once. Although this elixir holds little significance for Lin Jichen, as his innate charm is already maxed out, its impact is minimal. The increase in favorability growth with male NPCs by 5 points also seems of little consequence, given that 5 is not a particularly substantial figure. Lin Jichen had a sudden inspiration and immediately realized to whom this elixir should be bestowed. Without a doubt, it should be given to Lung Fian. The higher Lung Fian's favorability towards him, the more benefits he would naturally reap. Thank you, Elder. I shall take my leave now. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As Lin Jichen was about to depart, Elder Tianqing called out to him. What further instructions do you have, Elder? Tianqing, in high spirits, gazed at Lin Jichen with increasing satisfaction, and an inclination to take him as a disciple dawned upon him. I inquire of you. Do you have an affinity for the art of alchemy? I have a fondness for it. Lin Jichen could only respond. Then I wish to take you as my disciple, to impart to you the secrets of alchemy. Do you consent? Ding. A fortuitous opportunity arises. Elder Tianqing wishes to accept you as a disciple. Do you accept? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen was about to respond when a clear and familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind. Master Tianqing, could you truly bear to take away Fian's only disciple? As the words fell, a graceful figure glided into view, clad in a flowing white robe, illuminated by the moonlight, resembling a dreamlike apparition. The night breeze tousled her dark hair, and her white garments billowed, akin to a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm, or a noble fairy from the Moon's palace. Just a glance was enough to stir one's heart. The newcomer was none other than Lung Fian. Her unexpected arrival took both Lin Jichen and Elder Tianqing by surprise. Stepping forward, Lung Fian approached Elder Tianqing. As she passed by Lin Jichen, she discreetly cast him a sidelong glance, though her expression was as calm as a tranquil pond. Lin Jichen couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze bore a hint of reproach. Surely it must be a figment of his imagination. Elder Tianqing chuckled and said, Master has misunderstood. I have no intention of taking your disciple. It is merely that your disciple possesses considerable talent in alchemy, and I am eager to impart my knowledge of the craft. Realizing this, Long Fian smiled slightly, her smile enchanting. She paused for a moment before shifting the conversation, however. I believe that this stubborn disciple possesses even greater potential in cultivation. What the sword sect lacks is not an alchemist, but a formidable practitioner of the celestial path. Don't you agree, Master Tianqing? As per the usual custom, it had now reached 75,000 words. An additional 80,000 silver notes would warrant an extra chapter. Forget it, I'll go all out. An extra chapter for just 10,000 silver notes. No limits. Elder Tianqing found himself at a loss for words, but was reluctant to part with such a promising talent as Lin Jichen, still wishing to negotiate. Master is right. Cultivation is indeed the primary task of the sword sect. However, I believe that alongside cultivation, a slight focus on alchemy wouldn't be amiss, Elder Tianqing reasoned. Your words hold merit, yet my disciple's cultivation is still in its infancy and his realm is quite low, despite his exceptional talent. He is at a tender age and has missed the prime opportunity for training. If he does not concentrate wholeheartedly and strive forward, he risks squandering his innate gifts. Long Fian's every word was logical, leaving Elder Tianqing with nothing to retort. After a moment of contemplation, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. Master speaks wisely. It is my folly not to take him as a disciple. Long Fian beamed. There is no need for regret, Master Tianqing. My disciple's current realm is indeed not suitable for distractions. However, once he has advanced further, should he wish to, he may still seek you as his master. Such is splendid. Agreed then. Elder Tianqing nodded enthusiastically. He then turned to Lin Jichen and declared, once your cultivation reaches the spirit realm, if you still wish to learn the art of alchemy, I shall take you as my closed-door disciple and impart to you all my insights into this craft. Lin Jichen promptly agreed, as he too did not wish to divert his energy towards alchemy so early. This arrangement suited him perfectly. So it is settled. I shall return to my alchemy, the elder Tianqing said cheerfully as he departed. Only Lin Jichen and Long Fian remained. Follow me back to the Sword Palace. I have matters to discuss with you. Long Fian spoke calmly. Yes, master, came the reply. As Lin Jichen consented, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Why did it seem that Long Fian was seeking to settle a score with him? Surely it couldn't be because he intended to pay his respects to Elder Tianqing as his master? While Lin Jichen's thoughts raced, Long Fian led him back to the Sword Palace. Within the palace, only the two of them remained. Upon her return, Long Fian took her seat in the position of the sect leader, her beautiful eyes cast downward, remaining silent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen was taken aback. What on earth was happening? He felt he had committed no wrongdoing. Why did his master suddenly want to expel him? Could it be that his intention to seek the esteemed Elder Tianqing as his mentor was overheard by Long Fian? It must be. Lin Jichen found himself in a state of bemusement, caught between laughter and tears. He had yet to formally accept Elder Tianqing's offer, and besides, there was no stipulation that one could have only a single master. To his surprise, his current master was being rather petty. Upon learning of Lin Jichen's intention to take on a second mentor, he became incensed and suggested that Lin seek another worthy teacher altogether. Had he anticipated such a reaction, Lin Jichen would have firmly declined Elder Tianqing's olive branch at the outset. However, it was now too late for regrets. As it was evident that Long Fian was already upset, this simply would not do. He had to salvage the situation. The Tianyin sword sect's greatest support could not be so easily lost. Master, your disciple acknowledges his mistake. Please do not sever our master-disciple bond. How could I possibly face the sword sect without you? Lin Jichen forced a bitter expression and lamented towards Long Fian. As the leader of a sect, Long Fian was not easily deceived. She inquired of Lin Jichen with an inscrutable demeanor. Where did you go awry? Have I ever stated that you were in the wrong? Lin Jichen mused that indeed, women in this world often speak contrary to their feelings, expressing no anger while clearly harboring it within. Naturally, he would not dare to voice such thoughts. The disciple was certainly at fault. His error lay in allowing distracting thoughts to intrude, failing to heed his master's words, and neglecting his cultivation in favor of pursuing alchemy, thereby squandering both time and his master's teachings and expectations. Lin Jichen wore an expression of deep remorse, filled with shame and regret. Upon witnessing this, Long Fian's demeanor indeed softened slightly. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, Lin Jichen immediately intensified the situation. His disciples were truly blind to the brilliance before them. Despite having the finest master in the world, one whose abilities transcended the heavens and whose beauty rivaled that of celestial beings, they still harbored desires to seek other mentors. Such insatiable greed was utterly inexcusable. With that, Lin Jichen pounded his chest in exasperation, his expression one of profound regret. To the unknowing observer, one might think he had committed an act deserving of public ire. Listening to Lin Jichen's heartfelt sentiments, Long Fian felt her minor grievances dissipate like mist. Especially as she absorbed his praises, a subtle smile began to grace her lips. It was akin to a ripple, swiftly traversing her visage, only to coalesce into two twinkling stars within her gaze, vanishing in the depths of her eyes. Many sought to flatter her, their numbers as numerous as the stars in the sky. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she remained impervious to their flattery. It was only Lin Jichen's commendations that resonated with authenticity. Ding. Your favorability rating with Long Fian has increased by 5. Current favorability, 15 points, pleasant conversation. With a sigh of relief upon seeing this notification, Lin Jichen felt a weight lift from his shoulders. What a relief. He no longer needed to fear expulsion from his apprenticeship. Since you have acknowledged your missteps, I shall overlook this matter this time, Long Fian remarked, feigning magnanimity. Though the hint of satisfaction at the corner of her mouth did not escape Lin Jichen's keen observation, Lin Jichen found himself on the verge of laughter. How could he have imagined that the esteemed leader of the Tianyin sword sect, the formidable Cold Fian, a master of the Ascension realm, would possess such a youthful and innocent side beneath her frosty and aloof exterior? Thank you, Master, for your magnanimity. I assure you that I shall never commit such a rudimentary error again, he declared, presenting the recently acquired beauty-enhancing pill. As a token of my contrition, I offer this small gift to you, Master. Cold Fian gazed at the pill in Lin Jichen's hand, her eyes widening with a delightful surprise. Is this the beauty-enhancing pill? Indeed, he affirmed. From whence did you acquire such a precious elixir? Cold Fian inquired with curiosity. It was bestowed upon me by Elder Tianqing. Lin Jichen recounted the events succinctly. I see, she replied. Such a valuable pill need not be offered to me. Keep it for yourself. Yet her eyes lingered on it, betraying her true feelings. Faced with his proud and capricious master, Lin Jichen was at a loss. If one attempt to gift her failed, he would try again. If that too failed, he would insist upon it. Master, this beauty-enhancing pill was originally intended as a gift for you from Elder Tianqing. I aspire to learn the art of alchemy from him, so that I may refine these pills myself and provide you with one each day, as a meal of sorts. At that, Cold Fian could not suppress a bright smile. Her laughter was like the sudden emergence of radiant sunshine, melting away the icy facade that surrounded her. Lin Jichen momentarily appeared dazed, his heart racing violently. It was over. The sight of his smiling master left him utterly defenseless. 80,000. And the promise of an additional chapter stands firm. Silly disciple, although this beauty-restoring elixir is merely an earth-grade pill, each ingredient is exceedingly rare. How could one possibly refine a batch daily as if it were a meal? Such naivety is truly unfathomable. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen suffered the loss of a low-grade elixir. Yet he gained another wave of affection from Long Fian. Ding. Long Fian's fondness for you has increased by 20. Current affection level, 35 points due to frequent interactions. Haha, it was worth it. Exchanging a single elixir for 20 points of Long Fian's affection is undoubtedly a bargain. Moreover, this beauty elixir held little value for him. A fondness level of 35 points is quite significant, belonging to the realm of close companionship. Long Fian's relationship with him has taken a substantial leap forward. Indeed, the gaze Long Fian cast upon him was no longer marked by previous coldness and distance. Instead, there was a blossoming smile, and within her deep-set eyes, a hint of affection seemed to be taking root. Oh dear, this master-disciple relationship. It wouldn't deteriorate, would it? The master recalled a martial arts secret technique from the Qi refinement stage, which he had learned in his youth and had remained buried for many years. Just as he recalled it, he said, "Please wait here for a moment. I will fetch it." As Long Fian temporarily left the grand hall, Lin Jichen felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the higher the affection level, the greater the benefits. This beauty elixir was truly well given. Before long, Long Fian returned, gracefully holding a book in her hands. Lin Jichen initially focused on the booklet, but when he inadvertently lifted his gaze, he was astonished to see a jade hairpin adorning Long Fian's elegant tresses. He distinctly recalled that it had not been there before, and to his surprise, this very hairpin was the first gift he had presented to her, a white jade and gold hairpin purchased in Fengxiu City. He had assumed it was merely an ordinary accessory, one that Lin Jichen would likely dismiss or, if accepted, not wear. To his amazement, she had discreetly adorned herself with it. Although the hairpin was a mundane item, beneath Lin Jichen's ethereal beauty, it seemed to transform into a celestial treasure, radiating brilliance. Lin Jichen noticed Lin Jichen's gaze upon the hairpin in her hair. She maintained a facade of calmness while secretly reveling in delight. A woman adorns herself for the one she admires. This was a technique of qi refinement that she had learned in her youth. Though it was not a rare secret art, it sufficed for her level of cultivation. And she had no use for it, so she offered it to him for his practice. "Thank you, master," Lin Jichen exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the booklet. "Now, delve into the mysteries of this martial skill, and I shall take my leave," she said before departing. However, Lin Jichen's gaze brought her both joy and a sense of embarrassment. It was akin to a young girl, clad in a new dress, yearning to showcase her finery, yet feeling bashful when someone noticed, retreating in shyness. This was precisely how Lin Jichen felt at that moment. "Surely, my disciple will not overthink upon seeing this hairpin? Had I known, I would not have impulsively worn it," she began to regret. Just as she was about to vanish, Lin Jichen's voice suddenly echoed behind her. "Master, you look stunning with that hairpin." Upon hearing this, she nearly stumbled, almost losing her composure and falling from the void. Yet she managed to retain her dignity and safely return to her palace. What a naughty disciple! How could he speak so bluntly? Such a lack of decorum. She murmured to herself, concealing her face in her hands. Two rosy hues blossomed on her alabaster cheeks, her every expression captivating the heart. The Xian-grade martial skill, Phoenix Feather, allows the practitioner to unleash 22 sword qi in an instant, covering a radius of 200 meters. It possesses a 30 chance to interrupt an opponent's ongoing martial technique. Each sword qi inflicts 600 points of base damage and carries a maiming effect lasting 15 seconds. The maiming effect renders any part of the enemy a weakness, ignoring their armor. Mana cost, 800 points, cooldown, 120 seconds. Requirement: a qi refinement late-stage swordsman with a bone structure score of 70 or above may cultivate this skill. In the Grand Hall, Lin Jichen held the booklet, his eyes gleaming with delight. "This martial skill is astonishing," he exclaimed. "Not only does it deal double the damage of the Frost Moon Slash, but it also possesses a maiming effect that disregards the opponent's armor. Most alarmingly, it can interrupt an adversary's techniques. Even among Xian-grade martial skills, it stands as a supreme treasure. This skill could be effectively utilized in the Foundation Establishment realm, and its ability to disrupt an opponent's abilities renders it invaluable across all realms." API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Lin Jichen consumed all 3 attribute pills. Ding. Strength 5. Ding. Strength 5. Ding. Strength 5. Perfect, all enhancements in strength, precisely what Lin Jichen yearned for. Moreover, each pill contributed the maximum possible points. The luck of the player was indeed capricious. With the addition of the Gentle Wind Bracelet, Lin Jichen's attributes experienced yet another significant increase. Player: Lin Jichen. Occupation: Sword Cultivator. Innate talent: Defying Fate faction. Heavenly Transformation Sword Sect. Reputation: 620. Achievement medal: Killing Intent. Damage to monsters 1. Innate attributes: all maxed realm. Mid-stage qi refinement cultivation: 300. 1000. Postnatal talent: Blood Essence Bud. Maximum health 20. Health: 40-80. 40-80 mana. 3100. 3100 strength. 85 willpower. 32 defense. 71 speed. 84 critical hit. 7 heart protection. 10 fire resistance. 5 dodge. 11 swordsmanship. Aptitude: 10 alchemical aptitude. 50 mental technique. Heavenly Transformation Sutra, beginner 22. Body technique: Phantom Steps, beginner 22. Mischarge, beginner 11. Martial skills: Frost Moon Slash, beginner 11. Phoenix Feather, beginner 0. Equipment: Spirit Sword Sect Attire, Spirit Scarlet Cloud Sword, Spirit Gathering Jade Pendant, Spirit Stone Sinking Ring, Spirit Cloud Treading Boots, Spirit Fragrant Waistband, Spirit 100 Refinements Ring, Spirit Gentle Wind Bracelet. This attribute panel is truly a sight to behold. However, the proficiency of skills increases rather slowly, primarily due to the swordsmanship aptitude only adding 10. Lin Jichen intended to spend some more time contemplating beside the sword stone at the entrance of the sword sect. Perhaps he could elevate his swordsmanship aptitude to a level equal to that of his alchemical skills, which would be nothing short of splendid. Just as he stepped out of the sword palace, a melodious voice echoed, "Junior brother, are you there? Junior brother. Senior sister has something to discuss with you. Are you around?" The voice grew increasingly nearer, accompanied by the enchanting chime of bells. Lin Jichen gazed down the mountain, where Nangong Yu was approaching with a light and lively gait. The bells on her deerskin boots jingled rhythmically with her movements. Alongside them swayed the ample curves of her bosom, creating a delicate distraction that momentarily dazed Lin Jichen. Upon seeing him, Nangong Yu's face instantly brightened with joy. Her smile radiated like ripples on a clear spring, spilling from the dimples on her cheeks and illuminating her entire visage. "Junior brother, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you and found you right away. I thought you had already gone to sleep and was about to head to the living quarters to search for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted." Lin Jichen chuckled awkwardly. "I merely employed a metaphor, though my wording may have been somewhat inappropriate. So, should I have emerged without mentioning my trousers? Of course, that last remark is what I thought internally." He sighed. "Never mind, as my esteemed senior sister possesses a generous heart and will not hold it against me. I have come to speak with you because there is a matter of genuine concern. Please, senior sister, do not hesitate to share," Nangong Yu responded, clarifying her intent. As disciples of the sword sect, whether from the outer hall, the branch halls, or the inner hall, we are required to complete at least 3 tasks during each significant realm period, with varying degrees of difficulty, ordinary, difficult, and extremely challenging. Since my crystallization, I have not undertaken any tasks, and now I feel on the verge of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. If I do not complete my tasks, I will face penalties from the sect." Lin Jichen inquired with a hint of confusion. "Why did you not complete the task?" Nangong Yu's cheeks flushed, and with a shy smile, she replied, "I became too engrossed in my playful pursuits, hiding away to read romance novels. I simply forgot." Lin Jichen chuckled softly, surprised to discover that Nangong Yu had such a penchant for reading romantic tales from the mortal realm, despite being a cultivator. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that if he did not hasten to complete his task, his father would undoubtedly burn all his cherished romance novels upon his return. As he spoke, Nangong Yu appeared to be envisioning that terrifying scenario, her face etched with despair. "Very well, how may I assist you?" Lin Jichen inquired. Instantly, Nangong Yu replied, "I have already completed both the ordinary and challenging tasks of the crystal realm. Now, I only lack the extremely difficult task, which is a demon-slaying mission. This task stipulates that 2 individuals must undertake it together, and I need to find a companion." "Me? But I am merely at the chi refining stage," Lin Jichen replied with a wry smile. Tasks suited for the foundation establishment stage were already quite daunting for him. One could only imagine the challenges of the crystal realm. Even though he was not an ordinary chi refining cultivator, it seemed implausible for him to accomplish a task at the crystal realm. Yet, Nangong Yu reassured him, "Rest assured, it is not that I truly require another's assistance. The essence of undertaking this extremely difficult task with a partner is primarily for safety, should a critical situation arise. One can escape to seek help from the sect. Moreover, it serves as a means of supervision to prevent certain disciples from resorting to unscrupulous methods to complete the task. Junior brother, your sister is aware of your limited cultivation, but I promise to protect you. You need only stay behind me or remain in a nearby location where you can see me," Nangong Yu declared, patting her chest with confidence. She continued with a touch of pride. "Furthermore, I have already reached the peak of the crystal realm, with 1 foot in the golden core stage. For me, tasks at the crystal realm are but trifles. No, they do not even amount to a full dish, perhaps merely half a dish." Lin Jichen did not hastily acquiesce, but rather curiously inquired, "With so many disciples in the inner hall, why do you seek me out specifically? Surely, any disciple would possess far superior cultivation than I, making them a more suitable choice to assist you in this endeavor." Nangong Yu's delicate face fell, her rosy lips pouting as she replied glumly, "I wish it were so, but no one is willing to accompany me on this task." "Huh? Senior sister, is your social standing truly that poor? Have you perhaps borrowed money from everyone and failed to repay them?" Lin Jichen jested with amusement. Nangong Yu shot him an indignant glare, her large, bright eyes narrowing as she retorted, Your social standing is the one in question. You are the one who owes money. What could possibly be the reason? Lin Jichen asked, genuinely perplexed. After all, given Ne Gongyu's striking beauty, one would assume that many male disciples would eagerly step forward the moment she spoke. With a sigh, Ne Gongyu elucidated the matter. It is because everyone is reluctant to offend the senior brother. Senior brother? Yes, senior brother Chu Tianhan, the most promising disciple of the inner hall. At a young age, he has already reached the late stage of the golden core, enjoying immense prestige among the disciples. What relevance does that hold? Have you offended him? Lin Jichen questioned. His curiosity piqued. Ne Gongyu shook her head and replied, It is not that I have offended him, but rather, I have rejected him. To speak candidly, he has been pursuing me relentlessly. This task was initially proposed by him, offering to accompany me as my aide, yet I do not harbor any feelings for him. And thus, I turned him down. Lin Jichen suddenly realized the situation. No wonder the highly skilled inner disciples of the South Palace did not seek out their peers, but instead chose him, a mere novice in the chi refining stage, as a helper. It turned out that the senior brother was pursuing South Palace Yu, and having been rejected by her, no other junior brothers or sisters dared to accept her invitation, as that would equate to offending the senior brother. Consequently, South Palace Yu found herself without anyone to invite and had to turn to Lin Jichen. If I agree to help you, won't I also incur the senior brother's wrath? Lin Jichen chuckled ruefully. He had no desire to offend anyone. This role as a shield, let anyone who wishes to take it, take it. South Palace Yu smiled awkwardly and encouraged. You need not worry. You are the closed-door disciple of the sect leader, and the senior brother would not dare to provoke you. Besides, with your low cultivation level, it would be unbecoming of him to bully you. Lin Jichen rolled his eyes and remarked, Is this a consolation or a heart-wrenching statement? Ne Gongyu responded with a foolish grin, pleading, Junior brother, please acquiesce to my request. If I fail to complete the task, my father will indeed incinerate all my romantic novels. Can you bear to witness my profound suffering? Is it truly that exaggerated? It's merely a few romance novels. Can't you just repurchase them? Lin Jichen was unconvinced. Not at all. My greatest passion is reading those romantic tales. The ones I have are rare editions, unavailable even in Fengsu City. If they are burned, they will be irrevocably lost, Ne Gongyu asserted earnestly. Regrettably, I cannot assist you further. You might have to seek help elsewhere, as I cannot comply with your request, Lin Jichen replied. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen could not help but feel a twinge of guilt as he recalled how much Nan Gongyu had cared for him. Upon their first meeting, she had even gifted him a jade pendant of spiritual quality. His treatment of her now seemed undeniably ungrateful. All right, I shall promise you. He finally conceded. Are you truly serious? Nan Gongyu asked, her eyes reddening, her voice trembling with a heart-wrenching innocence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon witnessing this, Lin Jichen felt a semblance of solace returning to him. I am certain that my senior sister will safeguard me. Since I have promised to assist you, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my commitment. When shall we embark? Lin Jichen inquired. There's no rush. The location of my task lies several hundred miles from our sword sect. While I can indeed transport you via sword, the vast distance would soon exhaust my magical energy. We will need to rest several times along the way. The round trip will require at least a day or two. For now, rest well today, and we shall set forth tomorrow. Lin Jichen nodded in agreement. Ne Gongyu felt an immediate lift in her spirits, a sweet smile returning to her face. After exchanging a brief farewell with Lin Jichen, they arranged to meet outside the sword sect's gate the following morning. With a cheerful tune on her lips, Nan Gongyu skipped away. With the task set for tomorrow and a few hours remaining, Lin Jichen decided it was the perfect opportunity to contemplate his swordsmanship. He promptly departed from the Sword Palace and made his way to the entrance of the Sword Sect. At this hour, the Tianyin Sword Sect was bustling with activity. As more and more players joined the throng, even in the nighttime, the flow of people was incessant, with individuals entering and exiting in droves. Fortunately, the darkness shrouded their features, and no one recognized Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen approached the massive diamond beside the mountain gate. His gaze fixed upon the 4 characters Tianyin Sword Sect engraved upon the stone. He stood motionless, immersed in contemplation. These four characters exuded a grandiose and dynamic energy, embodying the fierce and unparalleled sword intent of a master swordsman, as well as an overwhelming dominance that traversed the world. Lin Jichen found himself ensnared in this profound understanding, unable to extricate himself. 10 minutes elapsed. Comprehending the essence of Tianyan's swordsmanship, his swordsmanship aptitude increased by 5. 30 minutes passed. Comprehending the essence of Tianyan's swordsmanship, his swordsmanship aptitude increased by 5. 2 hours went by. Comprehending the essence of Tianyan's swordsmanship, his swordsmanship aptitude increased by 5. Lin Jichen stood before the stone from the depths of night until dawn, his gaze unwavering as the sun began to rise. With the arrival of daylight, more players logged on, and curiosity stirred among passers-by about the solitary figure seemingly entranced before the stone. Could he possibly be the security of the Tianyan sword sect? As the morning light brightened, the crowd caught sight of Lin Jichen's visage, inciting a flurry of excitement. Many female players approached him, eager to strike up a conversation. Yet, Lin Jichen remained oblivious to their advances, his eyes fixed solely upon the diamond. In that moment, someone appeared to recognize his identity. No way. Isn't that Lin Jichen, the hacker master from the forum videos? Incredible. It really is him. The one who made headlines twice. A murmur spread through the crowd. He was indeed the one who effortlessly vanquished the Yao Ling Hu Eagle and sent the Blood Fiend Guild fleeing with just a few strikes. Whispers claimed he was a disciple of the sect leader, leaving many to wonder what extraordinary fortune he had encountered. As the throng of players grew, it became evident that Lin Jichen was undeniably the most popular player in the realm of Bahuang. His appearances in game announcements and the videos from Kanglin Medicine Valley had elevated his status tremendously. Despite the ongoing debates regarding his legitimacy, many suspected he had cheated or exploited game bugs. His fame continued to soar. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Lin Jichen remained silent, absorbed in his contemplation of the sword's essence. Finally, the voice of Nangongyu rang out. "Junior brother." The players nearby turned their curious gazes toward her, and a cacophony of astonishment erupted. Male players clutched their hearts, their pulses racing. A girl of ethereal beauty approached them, her raven hair elegantly arranged in a bun, revealing a stunning oval face, delicate brows, and luscious red lips. Clad in the same blue and white attire of the sword sect, her long legs adorned with bell-laden deer hide boots added to her allure, unembellished yet captivating like a pure lotus emerging from the water. Who is she? Which celestial player graces our sword sect? I've never seen her before. My heart raced uncontrollably. No, I mustn't fall in love. Miss, may I add you as a friend? With such a beauty, what does it matter if she has a spouse? You're so enchanting. Do you keep fish? I would gladly be your fish. The male players, losing their composure, crowded around her, ignoring Lin Jichen entirely. Even the attention of the female players diverted from him. However, Nangongyu frowned at their advances and turned to the guarding disciple of the sword sect. Are your outer hall disciples so ill-mannered? It seems I must have a word with your elders. The guard's face blanched in fear, promptly acknowledging their oversight. Sister Nangong, we are at fault. These disciples are new and unaware of the rules. We shall disperse them at once. As an inner hall disciple, Nangongyu commanded respect from the outer hall disciples, and their failure to maintain decorum sparked her ire. Upon hearing her words, the guard swiftly began to clear the crowd. Do you have the audacity to disrespect Sister Nangong? Leave at once, or we will escort you to the law enforcement hall to teach you a lesson about the consequences of ignoring hierarchy. The players froze, suddenly aware that this enchanting figure was no mere player, but an NPC. However, some players, emboldened by this revelation, speculated about potential quests to be acquired. A few daring souls, disregarding the guard's warnings, continued to block Nangongyu's path, shamelessly seeking tasks. Growing increasingly impatient, she commanded the guards, who swiftly apprehended the offenders, calling for the law enforcement hall. Upon arrival, the enforcement officers bowed respectfully to both Nangongyu and Lin Jichen, quickly realizing the troublemakers had disturbed her. Without hesitation, they ordered, take them to the quarry for 3 days of labor as a warning. Future offenders will face doubled penalties. The players were swiftly escorted away, leaving the remaining crowd subdued, wary of provoking the enchanting NPC again. In the world of Xinxia, the rules of the sect were strictly upheld. Challenging authority was a serious transgression, and these players clearly had yet to grasp this reality, mistakenly believing they could converse freely with NPCs to request tasks. The intervention of the law enforcement hall brought an immediate hush to the gathering, and even whispers ceased, as everyone feared being subjected to similar punishment. Today, as silver notes have surpassed 90,000, and an additional chapter awaits. With the pesky flies gone, Nangongyu restored her radiant smile, bouncing over to Lin Jichen. Junior brother, when did you arrive? How long have you been waiting? The onlookers were once again left in a state of disbelief. Why was it that their attempts at conversation failed, while Lin Jichen, also a player, received the attention of this NPC without effort? The unfairness of the game was palpable. Before Lin Jichen could utter a word, a disciple guarding the mountain eagerly sought to ingratiate himself by responding, Sister Nangong. Junior brother Lin has been here since last night and has not departed. Upon hearing this, Nangongyu was touched, believing that Lin Jichen had specifically waited for her. Silly junior brother, why did you wait for me all night? Did I not tell you to rest well? Even if you were late, it would not matter. Lin Jichen? He wished to elucidate, but upon hearing the game notification, he promptly fell silent. Ding. Nangongyu's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level, 27 points, riding together. What kind of woman waits for a man? That would be quite unchivalrous. Thus, I made it a point to arrive a tad earlier, to spare you from any disturbances caused by those individuals. Lin Jichen calmly crafted an image of an extraordinary gentleman. All for the sake of livelihood, there was no shame in it. Indeed, Nangongyu felt increasingly touched, her spirits lifted. Shall we set off now? She suggested. Very well. He replied. Just as they were about to depart, a gentle and magnetic voice suddenly resonated behind them. Please hold for a moment. Upon hearing this voice, Nagongyu's expression soured with annoyance. She had no desire to linger and contemplated leaving with her sword raised. However, the man behind her had already appeared before her in an instant, thwarting her plans to escape. Before her stood a tall and imposing figure, adorned in elegant cloud-patterned sleeves and a jeweled crown, with a white jade belt cinched at his waist. His handsome features and dignified demeanor made him the embodiment of grace and authority. This was none other than Chu Tianhan, the senior brother of the Inner Palace and the esteemed eldest brother of all disciples of the Tianyan sword sect, a man of exceptional standing. Many female players regarded him with admiration, captivated by his striking appearance. In truth, Lin Jichen's looks surpassed his. Yet one could not deny that the splendor of Chu Tianhan's attire and accessories elevated his charm considerably. Coupled with the ethereal aura of his golden core stage, he effortlessly drew attention. In the face of such a handsome man, however, Nangongyu remained unyielding, her tone cool as she inquired, Senior brother, is there something you wish to discuss? With a gentle smile, Chu Tianhan replied, I have heard that you are embarking on a demon exorcising mission. May I inquire if you have found a companion for your journey? Thank you for your concern, senior brother, but I have already secured a companion. So there is no need for you to worry, she stated. Oh, may I ask who it is? Chu Tianhan's expression shifted slightly, his eyes glinting with curiosity. That is not necessary to disclose, senior brother. Suffice it to say, I have found assistance. You need not fret. Farewell, Nangongyu insisted. Wishing to shield Lin Jichen from unwanted attention and hoping to keep Chu Tianhan in the dark. Yet, as she prepared to leave, an awkward situation arose. She could not depart without Lin Jichen accompanying her, which would inevitably reveal the truth. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, Lin Jichen calmly stepped forward to face Chu Tianhan directly. New disciple Lin Jichen, greetings, senior brother. Lin Jichen, with his gentle demeanor and courteous disposition, remained unperturbed, showing no signs of discomfort. Ah, I have seen you before. You are indeed the closed-door disciple of the sect leader, correct? Very well, let us converse another time. Chu Tianhan harbored deep skepticism regarding the notion that Lin Jichen was the individual sought by Nangongyu. Thus, he regarded Lin Jichen merely as a social acquaintance, choosing to engage in a superficial manner. Although he felt a sense of displeasure regarding Lin Jichen's status as the sect leader's disciple, today his purpose was to seek out Nangongyu, leaving him little room to concern himself with Lin Jichen. Seeing the situation, Lin Jichen could only smile and speak again. Senior brother, you have misunderstood. I did not come to chat with you. I merely wish to inform you that I am the helper sought by Sister Nangong. Chu Tianhan was momentarily taken aback, as were the sycophants following him. Initially silent, they soon erupted into raucous laughter, as though they had just heard the most amusing joke in the world, doubling over with mirth. Even Chu Tianhan couldn't suppress a mocking smile and turned to Nangongyu, inquiring, Junior sister, is what Lin Junior brother said true? Realizing Lin Jichen's candid admission, Nangongyu had no choice but to affirm it. Chu Tianhan's amusement intensified. Yet he endeavored to maintain a demeanor of a modest gentleman, though the irony in his smile was unmistakable. In the face of the crowd's ridicule, Lin Jichen remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calmness as if their laughter did not concern him. Junior sister, do not jest. Though Lin Junior brother is also an inner sect disciple. He has just joined the sect and possesses a low cultivation level. Your task is to undertake a crystallization mission, specifically an extermination task, which is of utmost importance. If you take him along, he will not only be of no assistance, but may also become a burden, distracting you from your objective. Why should you endure such inconvenience? Chu Tianhan said, a proud smile gracing his lips. Allow me to accompany you, junior sister. I can look after you on the way, ensuring greater safety. Elder Tia Yuan would certainly approve of my attendance. Ne Gongyu's expression darkened as she replied coldly, I have already stated that I have a helper. So there is no need for senior brother to concern himself. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. Chu Tianhan's expression finally shifted. Realizing that persuading Ne Gongyu was futile, he directed his attention to Lin Jichen. Lin Junior brother, it is commendable that you wish to assist senior sister, and I admire your resolve. However, it is regrettable that your current skills are insufficient. If you accompany her, not only will you be unable to assist, but you may also complicate matters. It is wise to consider this carefully. With that, Chu Tianhan produced a blue sword, revealing it to Lin Jichen. This sword, known as the Pure Yang Ziwu sword, is a profound grade treasure I wielded during my foundational stage. If you agree not to complicate matters, I shall gift it to you. A gasp rippled through the crowd. A profound grade weapon. In an era where most players lacked even a spiritual grade item, the shock of a profound grade sword was unprecedented. The key was that Lin Jichen could acquire this magnificent sword simply by agreeing to refrain from causing trouble. It was akin to receiving it for free. The players were nearly driven to madness with envy. If they were in Lin Jichen's position, they would undoubtedly seize the sword without hesitation, gaining the favor of the senior brother. Why was fortune not theirs? Frustrated, several players voiced their discontent. I'm willing. Give it to me. These individuals merely intended to lighten the mood, yet unwittingly provoked Chu Tianhan's ire. Take those who spoke to the law enforcement hall. They shall be tasked with cleaning the mountain gate for a month. 1 day less, and the outer sect law enforcement hall shall share the punishment. Chu Tianhan's voice resonated like thunder, and the inner sect disciples promptly complied, subduing the vocal players and handing them over to the law enforcement hall. No other player dared to interject. Chu Tianhan continued to scrutinize Lin Jichen, a smug expression on his face, believing that any wise individual would acquiesce. As long as Lin Jichen refrained from joining, Nangongyu would have no choice but to select him. However, Lin Jichen did not even glance at the profound grade sword, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I possess a principle. Once I commit to assisting someone, I will see it through without deviation or reneging. Chu Tianhan's confident expression faltered momentarily before swiftly darkening. He posed another question, his tone imbued with a different significance. Are you serious, junior brother? Lin Jichen spoke without hesitation, his tone resolute. Of course. Chu Tianhan, filled with rage, instead laughed mockingly, nodding in approval. Very well, junior brother. Your commitment is commendable. I admire your steadfastness. I wish you triumph and swift success. Thank you for your kind wishes, senior brother. I also wish you tranquility and fulfillment of your aspirations, and may you prosper, Lin Jichen replied with playful sarcasm. Chu Tianhan said nothing further, casting a deep glance at Lin Jichen before departing with a flourish of his sleeve. As Chu Tianhan left, the disciples within the inner hall regarded Lin Jichen with a mixture of sympathy and mockery. You foolish boy, daring to oppose the senior brother. You truly bring this upon yourself. He may think that being the sect leader's disciple grants him unrestrained freedom. Matters between disciples are not for the master to intervene. How could this fool not realize? Just wait. He will have his share of difficulties ahead. Junior brother, I am truly sorry for causing you to offend the senior brother. Negongyu said with a face full of regret, her expression betraying her remorse. She understood all too well that although Chu Tianhan appeared mild and magnanimous, it was merely a fade. Lin Jichen humiliated Chu Tianhan in front of so many people this time. He would never let this matter rest easily. Lin Jichen would not let such a splendid opportunity to enhance goodwill slip away. He solemnly declared, on one hand, I could offend the senior brother, on the other, I witness my sister's sorrow as she faces our father's reprimand. Regardless of how I ponder upon it, my choice is clear. I would rather incur the senior brother's displeasure than witness my sister shed tears over the destruction of something dear to her. These heartfelt words moved Negongyu to tears, her eyes glistening as she stared blankly at Lin Jichen. Little junior brother, you are the kindest person to me besides my father and grandfather. From this moment forth, you shall be my dearest friend. Ding. Nangong Yu's affection for you has increased by 5. Current affection level, 32 points, due to daily companionship. This is merely what a junior brother ought to do. For you are my esteemed sister. Lin Jichen's lips curved into a captivating arc, his obsidian-like eyes radiating a gentle glow. At that moment, Nangong Yu found herself momentarily entranced. When she regained her composure, she hastily averted her gaze, her delicate earlobes instantly tinged with a rosy hue. Well, shall we proceed, junior brother? Nangong Yu said. Her expression somewhat unusual. Yes, it is time to set off, he replied. Nangong Yu took a few steps forward, her jade-like hand elegantly gesturing in the air as her flowing sleeves billowed. In an instant, a slender, ethereal azure sword soared forth, cutting through the morning sunlight like a fleeting swan. Moments later, as if touched by the wind, it swiftly expanded mid-air, transforming into a broad-bladed great sword. With a series of light, feather-like leaps, Nangong Yu ascended gracefully, landing steadily upon the sword. Lin Jichen slightly raised his head, gazing at Nangong Yu soaring through the sky on her sword. And couldn't he help but feel a twinge of nostalgia for the days of freely traversing the 9 provinces in his past life. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, his means of flight was limited to standing atop a staff. To be candid, the visual and aesthetic appeal paled in comparison to the elegance of sword flight. It was precisely this lack of grace that led Lin Jichen to choose to fly unaided by magical artifacts. Fortunately, he had now embarked on a new path, and soon he would be able to truly soar on his sword. Alas, the ability to command magical tools for flight required at least a foundation level of cultivation, along with mastering the art of aerial maneuvering. For the time being, his aspiration to fly on a sword must be postponed. Come up here, junior apprentice. Nangong Yu called down to Lin Jichen with a charming smile, gracefully gesturing with her sleeve. In an instant, it was as if an invisible hand lifted him, aiding him in his ascent into the sky. Lin Jichen found himself standing closely behind Nangong Yu, a proximity that was unprecedented for both. The players below craned their necks, their gazes fixed in envy, their longing unmistakable. Lin Jichen, despite being merely at the chi refinement stage, has already savored the exhilarating sensation of sword flight, a delight that they could never comprehend. Are you accustomed to it? The initial experience of flying might induce a bit of anxiety, but fret not. I too felt trepidation during my inaugural flight through the skies, yet with time, such fears dissipate. Nangong Yu, concerned that Lin Jichen might still harbor fear, deliberately spoke words of comfort. Lin Jichen offered a wry smile. He was indeed a master of the Tao Enlightenment realm, having soared through the skies for countless years. How could he possibly be afraid? Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I am quite well. There is no need to feel awkward. If you are still anxious, you may hold on to my waist, but do so gently, please, and refrain from any impropriety. Nangong Yu's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, rendering her irresistibly charming. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen felt a tinge of embarrassment upon hearing those words. His thoughts had strayed, and he bore the weight of guilt for his misguided intentions. Nangong Yu lingered no longer, her jade-like hand forming a sword gesture. The azure sword suddenly sliced through the gentle currents of air, emanating a delicate and translucent blue light that shimmered in the sky, carrying with it a fierce gale as it sped away into the distance. The two departed from the sword sect, hastening towards the rising sun on the horizon. Lin Jichen did not take the opportunity to behave improperly. He respectfully supported Nangong Yu's slender waist, maintaining an air of propriety. As time passed, from dawn until dusk, they traversed countless mountains and towns, pausing to rest a few times before finally arriving at their destination, Wuyo Village. The place seemed familiar to Lin Jichen, for it was destined to become a secret realm known as the Blood Infant Secret Realm, where he had ventured numerous times in the future. They halted at the village entrance. Although the sun was still setting, its rays could not penetrate the village. The entire settlement appeared forsaken by sunlight, shrouded in darkness and chill, with visibility reduced to mere inches. Occasional gusts of malevolent energy wafted from within, carrying a nauseating stench of blood. Nangong Yu frowned slightly. According to the sect's intelligence, the village had been invaded by malevolent spirits, with all its inhabitants reduced to mere sustenance for these entities, presumably orchestrated by practitioners of the demonic path. The sect had tasked her not only with cleansing the malevolent spirits, but also with uncovering the truth and reporting it to the elders. Junior brother, I suspect there are quite a number of malevolent spirits inside. Perhaps we should rest for the night and enter tomorrow at noon when the sun is at its zenith. As their powers will be at their weakest, Lin Jichen suggested. However, Nangong Yu misinterpreted his caution as fear and chuckled softly. There's no need to be afraid, junior brother. I will protect you. I can sense that the malevolent spirits within are not formidable and pose no threat to me. Besides, this place reeks terribly. I would rather not spend the night here. Let us complete our task swiftly and return home. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen was rendered speechless and chose not to persuade further. He surmised that the adversaries within posed no significant threat to Nangong Yu. For he was well acquainted with this place, and the formidable presence within was merely a blood infant in its initial crystallization stage. Come, my junior brother, if you are fearful. Then remain outside and await my return. I shall emerge shortly. Lin Jichen shook his head and said, No need. I will enter with you. Rest assured. You need not divert your attention to care for me. If we cannot prevail, I shall simply flee. Nangong Yu did not insist further and stepped confidently into the village. Upon entering this village of forgotten worries, it felt as though one had plunged into a cavern of darkness. There was not a glimmer of light, and the gloom enveloped the earth like a relentless tide. The surroundings were eerily silent and cold, shrouded in darkness, and a suffocating stench assailed the senses, inducing nausea. Nangong Yu released a round orb resembling a cicada pupa, which floated in the air, transparent and radiating light. Like a bulb, it illuminated the surroundings, rendering the visibility within a 10-meter radius crystal clear. Lin Jichen was certainly familiar with it. This was called a light cocoon, a delicate filament spun by a spirit beast resembling an autumn cicada. It could hover or be placed anywhere, illuminating for several hours with remarkable convenience. Nangong Yu cast 5 light cocoons in succession, and the village was instantly aglow, dispelling the darkness in an instant. The two began their search throughout the village. Yet despite scouring every corner, they found no trace of a soul, nor any signs of malevolent spirits. It was perplexing. I distinctly sensed the presence of malevolence within. So why can I not locate it? Nangong Yu pondered, somewhat bewildered. Lin Jichen remarked that the foul stench seemed to emanate from the innermost courtyard, suggesting they should investigate. Nangong Yu nodded and proceeded in the direction pointed out by Lin Jichen. The two arrived at a desolate courtyard, marked by decay and neglect, where an ancient locust tree and a time-worn well stood alone. The well was covered by a stone slab, bound with several rusted chains, appearing unremarkable at first glance. However, the putrid odor in the air was most pungent here. Suddenly, from within the solitary wooden house in the courtyard, a low, prolonged sound of deep breathing emerged, reminiscent of a slumbering beast in a deep sleep. The old locust tree began to tremble, its leaves rustling eerily in the night air. The chains binding the well cover began to writhe inexplicably, akin to a serpent awakening, scraping against the ground with a dissonant sound. The well cover loosened, and a flash of bloodlight flickered from the depths, accompanied by a surge of dense sanguine energy that burst forth like a cloud of blood mist, increasingly voluminous and thick. With a resounding crash, the chains on the well cover fractured one by one, until the last chain snapped, and the entire well cover was flung aside. The essence within the well seemed to be liberated from its confinement, becoming frenzied and agitated. In an instant, a streak of bloodlight shot forth from the well with astonishing speed. Unfazed, Nangong Yu brandished her azure sword, with a sizzling sound akin to meat sizzling on a grill. The bloodlight emitted a shriek, enveloped in black smoke as its sanguine essence crackled. Only then did Nangong Yu and Lin Jichen discern the form of the bloodlight, a grotesque, formless spirit, known as Ein Spirit. However, this Ein Spirit possessed only the strength of the Qi refinement stage, rendering it insignificant. Though the Ein Spirit writhed in agony from the strike of her sword, it appeared under some command, disregarding its excruciating pain, and lunged at Nangong Yu once more. How foolishly presumptuous! Nangong Yu scoffed, her azure sword slicing through the spirit's ethereal form. The Ein Spirit could no longer endure. With a final wail, it erupted into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into nothingness. Before Nangong Yu could catch her breath, a massive surge of bloodlight erupted from the well, overwhelming the area. Upon closer inspection, she discovered hundreds of terrifying Ein spirits, with green faces and sharp fangs, shrieking in a chilling, ear-piercing chorus. It was as if 100 demons were lamenting, their malevolent energy engulfing the entire village. One Ein spirit was manageable, but the emergence of hundreds transformed the situation entirely. Akin to the difference between a solitary killer bee and a swarm, Nangong Yu had not anticipated such a multitude of Ein spirits. It became evident that the villagers had been transformed into these spirits by a dark practitioner within the house, forced to serve their malevolent master, a truly heinous act. Today, Gongyu vowed to eradicate this evil. Taking a deep breath, she formed a sword seal, channeling her magical energy. The azure sword resonated with a clear hum, shimmering with flickering light. With a flourish of her sleeve, she raised her sword, her intent clear, swift as thunder. Moonlight heavenly slash. Boom. A radiant flow of light, akin to the blazing sun, surged forth like a colossal beast charging into the horde of Ein spirits. In an instant, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted, reminiscent of cold water splashing into hot oil boiling over in an instant. The Ein spirits had no time to utter a cry before they were reduced to dust, vanishing into the ether. Gongyu stood resolutely, her gaze as sharp as a mirror, her figure ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. Lin Jichen couldn't help but applaud from the side. Although Gongyu was merely at the crystal realm, her strength was already comparable to that of a practitioner in the Golden Core stage. The aura she exuded during battle was starkly different from her usual demeanor. Evil and malevolent, you have harmed the innocent. Today, I shall take your life to honor the countless villagers who perished in this place. With that, Gongyu leapt forward, charging into the wooden hut where the demonic cultivator had concealed himself. In the next moment, she was forced to retreat rapidly as a hand, as dark as the night, shot out from the hut. Caught off guard, she had no choice but to parry with her sword, yet the dark hand repelled her, leaving a black mark on her azure blade. Gongyu furrowed her brows, her expression grave as she cast a watchful gaze towards the hut. In an instant, the wooden structure exploded into a cloud of dust, revealing a gaunt man with a sinister gaze, his skin a sickly yellow. A mocking glint danced in his eyes. I never expected that while I was cultivating here, I would attract a disciple of the Tianyin sword sect. You choose not to tread the path to heaven, so do not blame me for sending you to hell. With that, the emaciated man unleashed an astonishing aura. Both Gongyu and Lin Jichen's expressions turned serious. Golden Core. This man is at the initial stage of the Golden Core. Gongyu murmured, is there an error in the sect's information? Lin Jichen shook his head and remarked, judging by his aura, he has recently broken through. Haha, you little rascal, despite your low cultivation, your insight is commendable. Indeed, I have just achieved a breakthrough in the Golden Core stage, and now you present yourselves before me. I shall transform you both into Ein souls, offering your flesh and blood as a sacrifice to my soul banner, which will undoubtedly enhance my power significantly. With a flourish of his sleeve, a flag of dense black energy soared into the heavens. The soul banner emanated a cacophony of howling spirits, shrouded in ghostly shadows, infused with an ominous aura that seemed poised to devour the very skies. Heart-devouring of 100 ghosts. Command. The emaciated man brandished a flag, and the soul banner surged violently towards Gongyu. As it approached, hundreds of malevolent spirits clawed their way out, their visages grotesque and ravenous, seemingly intent on consuming Gongyu entirely. Junior apprentice, step back. Do not fall victim to collateral damage. Gongyu managed to utter before brandishing her sword to confront the onslaught. Although her opponent was at the early stage of the Golden Core, Gongyu was an elite disciple of the Inner Hall, her grandfather being one of the 12 esteemed elders. Her cultivation and artifacts were of remarkable quality, and she did not perceive this initial stage adversary as insurmountable. With a flourish of her azure sword, her graceful figure became a blur, transforming into a sweeping shadow that enveloped the surroundings, sword phantoms dancing, and sword energy soaring into the sky. In her agile maneuvers, the malevolent spirits were reduced to ashes, obliterated by her sword's might. The gaunt man, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes with malice and hissed, "Dare to harm my ghost puppets? You shall take their place and become my marionette." Upon uttering this, he channeled his magical energy, causing the soul banner to swell ominously. As if to eclipse the very firmament, the once luminous light of the night was instantly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness, save for the faint glow of Gongyu's sword. Undeterred by the overwhelming presence of the demonic cultivator, Gongyu remained resolute. She lifted her sword into the air, her seemingly fragile form suddenly manifesting a stunning sword intent. The sword intent surged forth, and her azure blade, akin to a divine weapon, cleaved towards the ominous soul banner that loomed above. Boom! A thunderous sonic boom erupted as all the houses in the village crumbled like dry twigs, reduced to mere dust. Lin Jichen was compelled to retreat several steps to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As a cultivator at the mid-stage of chi refinement, he understood that battles between such formidable opponents could easily result in collateral damage, thus he prudently chose to keep his distance. In the sky above, the two adversaries continued their fierce duel. The emaciated man, growing increasingly impatient with his inability to subdue Gongyu, stealthily hurled a blood gourd onto the ground. At first glance, the gourd appeared inconspicuous. However, the moment its cork sprang free, a torrent of crimson mist erupted forth. The stench was 100-fold more pungent than the foul air from the ancient well. Nearby flora withered rapidly upon contact with this noxious aura, cackling ominously. A chilling laughter emanated from within the blood mist, eerily reminiscent of a child's but far more harrowing. The mist began to congeal, and as it coalesced into a singular form, an infant materialized, seated upon the ground. This child's pallid complexion and bulging eyes gave it an unsettling appearance. Its head disproportionately large, resembling a grotesque giant. Its face was smeared with a sinister, blood-red grease, evoking dread. Upon spotting Nangongyu, the infant's smile turned even more malevolent. Suddenly, its mouth gaped wide, and a long black tongue shot forth, akin to a serpent, extending several meters. Unbeknownst to Nangongyu, who was preoccupied with the emaciated man, danger loomed as the infant prepared to strike. At that critical moment, Lin Jichen, who had been silently observing, sprang into action. Like a bolt of lightning, he dashed forward. And just as the infant was about to launch its attack, a crimson longsword cleaved through the shadows, severing the base of the infant's tongue. With a sharp cry, a blood-red numeral floated into view. -610. The infant let out a harrowing wail, a deep gash marring its black tongue. Realizing that Lin Jichen had come to her aid, Nangongyu breathed a sigh of relief. Junior brother, hold this demon child at bay. Once I vanquish this demonic cultivator, I shall lend you my assistance. The emaciated man, initially confident in his scheme, was infuriated by the unexpected disruption caused by Lin Jichen, whom he deemed insignificant. You dare thwart my plans. Once I deal with her, I will ensure you are ground to dust, flayed alive, and your soul will become fodder for my soul banner. Lin Jichen, feeling disinterested, recognized that his current strength could not rival that of the emaciated man. Nonetheless, he could alleviate some pressure for Nangongyu. His objective was the blood infant. However, upon engaging, he soon realized that the blood infant proved to be a formidable adversary. Evil spirit, ghost mother blood infant level, elite strength, mid-foundation establishment health, 6, 290. 700 attack, 88 defense, 60 speed, 70 skills, night owl long tongue, monstrous blood howl, skyward blood bet this ghost mother blood infant. Being an elite creature at the mid-foundation establishment stage, posed no insurmountable challenge for Lin Jichen at present. The emaciated man had already commanded the blood infant to deal with him, aiming to eliminate this stirring stick first. The blood infant, acting without instruction, regarded Lin Jichen as a delectable morsel. From the aura it emanated, it deemed Lin Jichen's chi refining energy suitable only to serve as sustenance and nourishment. The blood infant's tongue lunged forth once more, reeking of a foul odor, its attack striking with lightning speed. Lin Jichen's movements were deliberate, his posture upright and steady. As the sword's edge swept through the air, to his surprise, the blood infant was prepared. Its dark tongue nimbly evading the strike and swiftly closing the distance to Lin Jichen. What had initially appeared as a soft, cotton-like tongue transformed into a sharp blade as it approached, aiming straight for Lin Jichen's heart. Cackling, I shall devour your heart, consume your liver, feast upon you. I shall feast upon your mother. Lin Jichen did not wait for it to finish speaking. He swiftly evaded, his figure vanishing from the spot, eluding the venomous strike of the tongue. The sword light flashed, and the Qiyun sword once again severed the repugnant long tongue, its edge slicing through with precision, a critical hit. -610. Another blow to its weakness. The blood infant suffered yet another hidden setback, filled with both pain and fury. I shall devour you. Devour you. The blood infant's voice transformed into a chilling wail, reminiscent of a night owl's mournful call, suppressing the spirit. As the blood infant's anguished cry echoed, its mouth split open from the cheek, resembling a fissure in a wall, extending all the way to the base of its ear. Its already large head appeared even more grotesque, the gaping maw now resembling a whale shark consuming the ocean, exuding an unsettling aura. The mouth fully opened revealed a cavernous abyss, lined with 2 rows of elongated, serrated fangs, from which viscous drool flowed incessantly, akin to a famished beast. The monstrous maw of the blood infant gaped wide, viciously lunging at Lin Jichen, who was perilously close. Lin Jichen had no desire to be ensnared by such a repugnant skill. Utilizing the enhanced speed from the shadow step, he swiftly retreated. At the same time, he channeled his mana into the longsword in his grasp, causing a flash of sword light aimed directly at the neck of the blood infant. Frost Moonslash. However, the blood infant was not a fool. It raised its hand to block Lin Jichen's strike, thwarting any potential weak point damage. The sword energy merely grazed the blood infant's elbow. minus 530. The damage was still commendable. Furthermore, Lin Jichen was taken aback as this instance of Frost Moon / triggered the skill's passive freezing effect. A layer of frost enveloped the blood infant's elbow, significantly slowing its movements. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Jichen wielded his sword with the swiftness of a shadow, executing the swift windsword technique. Each strike more rapid than the last. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Minus 170. Minus 170. A critical hit. 610. The health of the blood infant swiftly diminished, akin to water being drained from a pump. The blood infant held in fury, yet found itself powerless to retaliate. Once the freezing effect subsided, it opened its maw wide once more. A vast swarm of crimson bats erupted forth, their numbers exceeding that of an entire bat colony. The blood bats filled the air, producing a bizarre and piercing cacophony that threatened to unsettle the mind. Lin Jichen soon realized his health was inexplicably dwindling, accompanied by a negative curse. Bloodbat sound. During this effect, agility skill effectiveness is reduced by 30. Despite this, Lin Jichen steadied his mind. At that moment, his gaze was profound. His black hair billowing, exuding the aura of an unparalleled swordsman, unfazed even in the face of impending doom. As he gazed upon the sky-darkening swarm of bloodbats, a glint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes, sharp as a blade. The crimson cloud sword gleamed in his grasp, radiating brilliant light. In an instant, Lin Jichen drew his sword in a sudden burst of ferocious intent, unleashing a formidable battle spirit that enveloped him. The sword moved in accordance with his will, its energy transforming into a torrential rain of lethal force. The phoenix feather. The crimson sword intent reached its zenith in that moment, shooting forth like a rain of light, manifesting as 22 radiant streaks capable of cleaving the heavens and shattering the earth. Amidst the anguished cries of the bats, within mere heartbeats, the sword light rent asunder all the bats, scattering red light and causing blood to rain from the sky. The gruesome scene resembled a hellish tapestry. The remaining sword light pursued the blood infant, leading to a fierce collision. The blood infant emitted a wail of pain that was several times more agonizing than before. As the remnants of the phoenix feather's sword light carved deep, bone-revealing wounds upon its form. Minus 770. Minus 770. A critical hit. Minus 1210. The crippling effect activated, ignoring armor for a duration of 15 seconds. Yet, the crippling effect proved unnecessary, for the blood infant's vitality could no longer withstand the assault, leading to its explosive demise. Such is the power of a transcendent martial skill. It surpassed the Frost Moon / by several tiers. Cultivation 500. Upon successfully vanquishing the blood infant, Lin Jichen swiftly gathered the soul tomb it dropped into his ring, while the battle in the heavens drew to a close. Negongyu, at the pinnacle of the crystallization stage, astonishingly triumphed over an opponent in the early golden core stage. Lin Jichen was astonished. This seemingly delicate and endearing junior sister possessed formidable strength, one that he had underestimated. How infuriating! I refused to accept this. The emaciated man felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he gazed skyward, yet he could not escape the fate of being slain. However, just before his demise, he hurled a brocade box. Negongyu assumed it to be a concealed weapon and instinctively drew her sword to strike. With a resounding thud, the box was effortlessly cleaved open, unleashing a cloud of pink mist. Upon closer inspection, the mist revealed swarms of tiny pink insects. Sensing danger, Negongyu swiftly evaded. Yet a few insects still managed to cling to her. Believing it to be poison, she hurriedly attempted to expel it through her internal energy. Little did she know. As she did so, the insects permeated through her clothing and skin, invading her body. Do not channel your energy. Those are seduction insects. Lin Jichen hurriedly attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Upon hearing the term charming insect, Negongyu's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes filled with terror. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, her body began to react. A peculiar energy spread within her, causing her skin to flush a deep crimson and her gaze to become increasingly hazy. Senior sister, are you all right? Lin Jichen inquired, stepping forward. Upon seeing Lin Jichen, Negongyu's cheeks blazed even brighter, her eyes clouded with a misty allure. The familiarity and affection cultivated through their days together rendered her unresistant to the presence of her junior brother. Coupled with the insidious influence of the charming insect within her, she stammered, "Junior brother, you mustn't look at me." Fortunately, a fragment of her rationality remained, yet her tone of warning carried an unmistakable hint of seduction. Lin Jichen smiled wryly. The charm insect is a creature that incites the carnal desires within the human body. Once contaminated by the charm insect, one must refrain from utilizing their internal energy. Otherwise, the insects will be automatically drawn into the body. The correct method to eliminate them is merely to brush them away. However, Nangong Yu is likely encountering such a treacherous tactic for the first time, lacking the experience to avoid its effects. The higher the cultivation level of the afflicted, the more challenging it is for the charm to take effect. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Nangong Yu has just emerged from a fierce battle, having defeated a golden core opponent, leaving her utterly exhausted, her magical energy depleted, and her mind unsettled. This was indeed a moment of utmost vulnerability for her. Furthermore, given Nangong Yu's inherent fondness for Lin Jichen, she harbors no resistance. Under these circumstances, her willpower teeters on the brink of collapse. Ding. Nangong Yu's affection for you has increased by 20. Current affection level, 52 points. Mutual understanding. Ding. Nangong Yu's affection for you has increased by 20. Current affection level, 72 points. Harmonious as a lute and a harp. Ding. Nangong Yu's affection for you has increased by 20. Current affection level, 92 points. Eternally devoted. Upon hearing the notification, Lin Jichen found it impossible to muster a smile. The sudden surge of affection was, in truth, illusory. It was merely a consequence of Nangong Yu being ensnared by the charm bug, losing her rationality under its influence. Her fondness for him had temporarily soared. At this moment, Lin Jichen could indeed take advantage of the situation and indulge with Nangong Yu, yet the aftermath would be dire. Once Nangong Yu regained her senses, she would inevitably become aware of the events that transpired. In the most favorable scenario, her affection would revert to zero, leaving them as strangers, devoid of any lingering fondness for one another. In a more unfortunate outcome, not only would her feelings dissipate, but they might also become adversaries, with the potential for vengeance leading to dire consequences. Lin Jichen would never gamble with his life for a fleeting night of passion. If Nangong Yu were to awaken and seek his demise, even 10 lives would not suffice. Although he possessed the talisman granted by the sect leader, it was likely that Lung Fian, upon discovering his true nature, would not only refuse to assist him, but would also expel him from the sect. Having finally encountered a fortuitous opportunity and allied with a formidable protector, Lin Jichen would not be foolish enough to jeopardize his future. With a soft thud, Nangong Yu collapsed into Lin Jichen's embrace, her eyes shimmering with allure, her breath fragrant like orchids. Her cheeks were flushed, more radiant than blossoms. Her gaze dreamy as it danced over Lin Jichen's form. Junior brother, I feel so unwell. Please help me. Nangong Yu's lips parted slightly, her seductive glance inviting, exuding an intoxicating charm that would tempt any man to claim her for himself. Lin Jichen certainly desired to take action, however, considering the consequences. He restrained himself. Yet, continuing down this path was not a viable solution. The allure worm within Nangong Yu's body remained unresolved, causing her immense harm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen hesitated for a moment, yet he ultimately decided to tuck the soul talisman back into his possession. Senior sister, hold on for a moment. I shall procure the antidote for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen brandished a torch, illuminating the surroundings. At the bottom of the well lay a multitude of skeletal remains, presumably the relics of the villagers. The atmosphere around the well was thick with a pervasive chill, gathering ominously, sensing the presence of a living soul. This malevolent energy swiftly converged upon Lin Jichen, seeking to devour his essence. -100. -100. -100. A relentless barrage of damage surged from above Lin Jichen's head, his vitality diminishing at a visible rate. Ignoring the encroaching malevolence, Lin Jichen brandished his torch, scanning the surroundings in search of the elixir. At long last, he espied a wooden box nestled beneath the skeletal remains. With a surge of determination, he propelled himself through the mist, racing closer. Just then, the formation within the well was activated, and a bolt of sinister lightning began to take shape. Hissing ominously, the malevolent thunder amassed formidable power. As the ominous strike hurtled toward him, Lin Jichen, in a moment of peril, summoned his spiritual shield, enveloped by the energy of the spirit-gathering jade pendant. he successfully dissipated the oncoming malevolence. However, before he could exhale in relief, the formation resumed its sinister hissing, signaling the emergence of yet another bolt of malevolent lightning, and not just one. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen found himself regretting not using the soul symbol. He had indeed been overly confident. Nevertheless, even in the face of death, Lin Jichen was determined to save Nangongyu first. He leaped forward and landed heavily upon her. At this moment, Nangongyu was already in a state of delirium, her senses clouded, her garments unintentionally torn, revealing her exquisite form. Unfortunately, Lin Jichen had no time to admire her beauty. He hastily extracted all the elixirs from the box and forced them into her mouth. He could scarcely discern the nature of the elixirs, relying solely on chance, hoping that among them was one capable of dispelling the seductive insects. Just as he finished administering the elixirs, a bolt of dark lightning struck him from behind. The attack from the dark lightning dealt -3,000 damage. The malevolent energy surged within him, endangering his vitality and triggering a state of unconsciousness. Lin Jichen, realizing he was still alive, recalled that his vitality was far from ordinary for a mere chi refinement practitioner. With the innate talent of blood chi sprout, he possessed an impressive 4,080 points of vitality. A true little blood ox. After deducting the 1,000 points he had lost previously, he still had a few points remaining. Surviving was certainly a relief. However, there was no time for celebration. In the next moment, Lin Jichen's vision darkened, and he collapsed onto the delicate and boneless form of Nangongyu, losing consciousness. Ironically, his head rested perfectly upon her ample bosom, and he slept quite comfortably. Not long after, Nangongyu gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, she felt an unusual weight upon her body. Looking down, she was astonished to find Lin Jichen asleep atop her, his head nestled in her prominent curves. Moreover, her attire was disheveled, exposing her to the world. Ah! Nangongyu screamed, forcefully pushing Lin Jichen away with great effort. Lin Jichen was thrown out, landing on the ground in an undignified manner. A modest damage number of -75 floated above him. Had Lin Jichen been in his right mind, he would have been utterly terrified. He was left with only 5 points of health. The last time he had been in such a dire situation was when he inadvertently trespassed into Long Fian's chamber. Now, a mere misstep could lead to his demise. After pushing Lin Jichen away, Nangongyu hurriedly attempted to dress herself, only to discover that her garments had been torn to shreds, believing her virtue to be lost. She was engulfed in despair, crouching on the ground and weeping bitterly. Beast! Scoundrel! Lin Jichen, I loathe you! She cried, her sobs mingled with curses. Seemingly unable to comprehend that the younger disciple she admired would exploit her vulnerability in such a despicable manner. The mere thought deepened her anguish. Ding! Nagongyu's affection for you has plummeted to zero. Lin Jichen remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, still ensconced in a deep slumber. After shedding tears for an extended period, Nagongyu's emotions stabilized somewhat. Leave, I never wish to see you again in this lifetime, she declared with resolute finality. However, she soon noticed that the figure before her lay motionless upon the ground. Initially, she assumed Lin Jichen was merely feigning sleep, but gradually, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Although her clothes were tattered, she felt no discomfort. Her undergarments bore no signs of disturbance. In stark contrast, Lin Jichen lay unmoving in the muddy earth. This was not an act of pretended slumber. Growing increasingly suspicious, Nangongyu meticulously recalled the events leading up to her disorientation, remembering Lin Jichen's words, "Senior sister, hold on. I will find the antidote for you." Her expression shifted dramatically as she glanced toward the well and the ground beside her, both emanating the ominous energy left by the explosion of dark thunder. A dawning comprehension enveloped her as she rushed to the well's edge and peered down. As one in the crystallization realm, she could distinctly sense the presence of a formation within. Nagongyu's realization struck her like a lightning bolt, and she hurried back to Lin Jichen's side. She discovered that he was barely clinging to life. A gaping hole burned into the back of his garment, marked by the searing traces of dark energy. The truth was laid bare before her. Tears welled up in Nangongyu's eyes. "Junior brother, I have wronged you. Guilt etched across her face. She had previously believed Lin Jichen had taken advantage of her vulnerability, tarnishing her purity. Yet the reality was that he had bravely entered the realm of dark energy to seek an antidote for her, sustaining grave injuries and succumbing to the dark forces. Overwhelmed with remorse, Nangongyu hastily helped Lin Jichen to his feet, retrieving a medicinal pill from her storage ring and administering it to him. While his vitality was somewhat restored, Lin Jichen remained unconscious. Upon further examination, she discerned that he had been excessively afflicted by dark energy, rendering the restorative pill ineffective in rousing him. With no immediate solutions at her disposal, the anxious Nangongyu resolved to return to her sect in search of the master's assistance. Before departing, she quickly donned a fresh set of clothing from her ring. In her haste, she paid no heed to modesty, changing beside Lin Jichen. Unfortunately, he was deprived of witnessing her transformation. Dressed anew, Nangongyu shouldered Lin Jichen and soared into the sky on her sword, racing towards the sect. The journey through the night left her utterly exhausted. By dawn, she finally returned to the sword sect. At this point, she was on the verge of collapse, burdened by Lin Jichen and disregarding her depleting energy reserves. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and flew directly through the mountain gate. Many players witnessed her arrival. Isn't that the fairy NPC from yesterday? And Lin Jichen is with her. Wait. Did he just get carried by my goddess? What transpired? Not only the players speculated, but other NPC disciples within the sect also whispered amongst themselves. Unperturbed by the murmurs, Nangongyu flew past the outer hall and headed straight for the inner hall. In the plaza of the inner hall, all disciples were engaged in their lessons as usual. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed through the air. The students looked up, momentarily stunned. Even the eldest disciple, Chu Tianhan, appeared dazed, staring blankly at the luminous figure above. Am I seeing things? Why is junior sister Nangong carrying a man? This figure seems so familiar. Isn't that the disciple taken in by the master, Lin Jichen? How could my sister be so intimately associated with him? Chu Tianhan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, veins bulging at his neck. The jealousy burning in his eyes resembled a raging inferno. The Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword, who had been lecturing, appeared taken aback, and he addressed her. You err. Why do you not join the class? Hastily, Nangongyu replied, I was executing a demon-slaying mission with junior brother. He was struck by dark thunder while saving me, and dark energy has invaded his body. I am seeking the master's help and will forego class today. I hope Grandfather Tianjian can be lenient. The elder chuckled softly. There is no need for you to go. The master is currently absent from the sect. Disappointment washed over her, but she quickly recalled Grandfather Tianjian. Then please, Grandfather Tianjian, assist in saving junior brother. He has been unconscious for a day. However, the elder shook his head with a smile. I am afraid I cannot intervene. How can that be? Grandfather Tianjian, you possess immense power. How could you not resolve this minor dark energy? He laughed heartily. My inability to assist stems not from a lack of power, but from inconvenient circumstances. Why? Nangongyu asked, puzzled. You see, my dear, if I were to secretly aid him, your grandfather would undoubtedly hear of it. I certainly do not desire to face his wrath. He is notoriously protective of his kin, and I would prefer to avoid his reprimands. At this, Nangongyu's fair cheeks flushed crimson, and she stamped her foot in indignation. My grandfather would never be so unreasonable. Junior brother was injured while saving me. He would only express gratitude. That may not be the case. Your grandfather may not regard him as a suitable match for his granddaughter. Humph. Grandfather Tianjian is just speaking nonsense. I shall not listen to you anymore. I am going to find my grandfather. With that declaration, Nangongyu summoned her flying sword and soared towards a nearby celestial mountain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The stone that had weighed heavily on Lin Jichen's heart finally fell away. During his unconsciousness, his greatest fear was suffering further harm or even death. Now it appears that he endured no injuries at all after losing consciousness. Nangongyu had protected him remarkably well. Are you awake? A voice, weathered and profound, unexpectedly broke the silence. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen sensed an aura that rivaled that of the esteemed elders Tianqing and Tianjian emanating from the individual before him, prompting him to rise and pay his respects. I am deeply grateful for your rescue, esteemed elder. I am Lin Jichen, a disciple of the Tianyin sword sect. May I inquire about your esteemed name? The favor you have bestowed upon me shall be eternally engraved in my memory. The elderly figure graciously responded. I am known as Tia Yuan, with the surname Nangong. My given name is Yuan, and I am the grandfather of Nangong Yu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen felt a sense of unease, but still inquired. What is it? Keep your distance from my granddaughter. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen forced a bitter smile, realizing why the old man harbored such animosity. Confronted with the elder's threats, Lin Jichen could utter nothing but submissive acquiescence, agreeing to comply for the moment. Disciple. Grandpa, you promised where you wouldn't speak recklessly. How can you break your word? A familiar figure rushed into the room, unleashing a torrent of admonishments and grievances toward the elder Tian Yuan seated in the chair. The esteemed grand elder of the sword sect dared not retaliate, but instead offered an awkward smile to placate her. Grandpa was merely jesting. This young man is quite commendable, having saved you. Surely, Grandpa understands the essence of decorum. Satisfied with this, Nangong Yu then bounced over to Lin Jichen. Little junior brother, how are your injuries faring? Lin Jichen was just about to utter something slightly sentimental when he caught a glimpse of Tian Yuan's piercing gaze fixated upon him, which startled him into abandoning that thought. Thanks to my senior sister's concern, I am no longer in grave danger. That is a relief. You were possessed by the sinister energy and fell into a deep unconsciousness. I carried you back and sought my grandfather's assistance to heal your wounds. Had I arrived a moment later, that malignant energy would have thoroughly invaded your internal organs and dantian, and it would have been quite troublesome then, Nan Gongwei remarked. A hint of pride in her voice, her enchanting eyes unwaveringly fixed on Lin Jichen, filled with tender affection. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, senior sister. Lin Jichen expressed his thanks sincerely. Why speak so formally between us? Nan Gongwei playfully chided with a smile. Indeed, that is true, he replied with a sheepish grin. As Lin Jichen finished speaking, a chill ran down his spine, for he beheld the gaze of elder Tian Yuan, which had grown increasingly terrifying. In truth, I ought to express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for your daring leap into the well to procure the antidote for the charming insect, I would surely have met a dire fate. Moreover, I had mistakenly misjudged you at that time. My junior apprentice, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. For you are indeed a true gentleman. Nangong Yu's words caused veins to bulge on elder Tian Yuan's forehead, particularly upon witnessing the affectionate gaze his granddaughter cast towards Lin Jichen. He thought to himself, alas, it seems that the cabbage I have nurtured for so many years has caught the attention of a swine. Lin Jichen found himself somewhat perplexed, for the gaze that Nangong Yu cast upon him was unmistakably imbued with an air of affection, as evident as that of a young maiden enamored with her first love. He wondered how Nangong Yu could regard him in such a manner, while a favorability score of 32 was not insignificant. It hardly warranted the depth of emotion reflected in her eyes, although her previous fondness for him had surged to an astonishing 92. Lin Jichen was acutely aware that such sentiments were fleeting. In a moment of suspicion, he glanced at Nangong Yu's favorability towards him, and to his astonishment, he was met with a notification. Ding. Nangong Yu's current favorability towards you, 62 points, mutual affection. What a surprise. How had her favorability skyrocketed by 30 points in an instant? It was well known that as favorability increased, so did the difficulty of further advancement. This sudden leap left Lin Jichen utterly astonished. Had he not seen that Nangong Yu had returned to her usual self, he might have suspected that the charm of the enchantress still lingered within her. It seemed that his selfless act of saving her, devoid of any ulterior motives, had profoundly touched Nangong Yu, thus leading to such a significant increase in her fondness for him. Indeed, one could say that misfortune may turn into fortune. Had Lin Jichen summoned the sect leader for assistance at that moment, he certainly would not have experienced such an elevated level of favorability. Senior sister, there is no need to dwell on this. It is merely the duty of a junior disciple to assist you. After all, you are my senior sister. Lin Jichen remarked with a smile. Nangong Yu pouted her delicate lips and playfully retorted, then would you extend such diligence to the other senior sisters as well? Lin Jichen gazed at the approaching visage of Nangong Yu, her face drawing nearer, and the playful glint in her eyes caused his heart to flutter uncontrollably. He had to concede that, even after living 2 lives, he remained a virgin. Despite a decade-long romance with Guijia, he had never laid a hand on her. His restraint surpassed that of Zheng Xiaoxian from apartment by an additional 2 years. Each time Lin Jichen contemplated the end of his singlehood, Guijie would deftly rebuff him, citing the promise of progression only after marriage. Lin Jichen initially believed that Guijie was a virtuous woman who valued chastity due to her traditional views. Little did he know that she merely sought to tantalize him in this manner. It was only later that he discovered Guijie had not only been unfaithful with his good brother Su Zikai, but had also engaged with countless boyfriends over the course of the past decade. Fortunately, Lin Jichen did not board the train, otherwise, he would have been overwhelmed by the embarrassment of infidelity. In retrospect, remaining a virgin is indeed a blessing. At least he is spared the nauseating sensation akin to swallowing a fly, having avoided entanglements with someone like Guijie, a fleeting encounter. There is no fear of illness, and parting ways incurs no burdens or pressures. Undoubtedly, I only acknowledge you as my singular mentor, and I assure you of my unwavering commitment. Lin Jichen spoke earnestly. Nagong Yu's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled, resembling a dazzling galaxy. Her words, imbued with gentle affection, seemed to flow from her heart, nourishing the soul silently and leaving her utterly enchanted. I shall only acknowledge you as my sole junior brother, my dear little junior brother. As she spoke, Nagong Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyelashes quivered, and her head nearly sank into her chest, overwhelmed by shyness. A series of heavy, warning coughs abruptly interrupted their reverie. Is your grandfather's cough really that severe? Lin Jichen teased. Nagong Yu covered her mouth, stifling a laugh as she replied, Indeed, the old gentleman is not in good health. No need to mind him. A few more coughs, and he will fall asleep just fine. Elder Tianyuan felt a pang of indignation. How can I sleep without seeing your smile? Since you are awake, you should hasten back. I shall not see you out. Elder Tianyuan, wearing a stern expression, began to usher them away. Before Lin Jichen could speak, Nagongyu placed her hands on her hips, visibly displeased. Grandfather, how can you be so inconsiderate? After all, he saved my life, and you wish to send him away? Turning to Lin Jichen, she added, Little junior brother, pay him no heed. You may stay here for as long as you wish. If he dares to expel you, I shall release all the spirit beasts he has raised. Elder Tianyuan. Truly a granddaughter who breaks the heavens with her filial piety. Ahem. Young man, I do not lack reason. You saved my granddaughter, and I should indeed express my gratitude. Come with me. Elder Tianyuan, though displeased, turned and walked away. Little junior brother, hurry and follow him. My grandfather will surely reward you with a spirit beast, so go claim it. Nagong Yu urged. Upon hearing the news, Lin Jichen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A spirit beast garden? Such an opportunity could not be missed. He immediately quickened his pace, moving with the fervor of an elderly person who has just learned of a supermarket's free egg distribution. Following Elder Tianyuan as they exited the courtyard, Lin Jichen realized that the place where he had just awoken was, in fact, someone else's residence. They continued their journey to the rear mountain, which was adorned with a lush, verdant garden, occupying nearly 3/4 of the entire mountain. A plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with the words, Spirit Beast Garden. Within the garden flourished numerous spirit beasts, scattered across the landscape in abundance. Many disciples from the sword sect were diligently engaged in various tasks. Some were feeding the spirit beasts, others were tending to the garden, while a few were counting the beasts, and some were even caring for the younglings. It resembled a zoo, a sanctuary for creatures from the realm of immortal heroes. Each species of spirit beast was allocated its own territory, ensuring that different kinds did not quarrel amongst themselves. Moreover, the entire garden seemed to be enhanced by a special formation that could adjust the climate, temperature, and even humidity to suit the diverse needs of the spirit beasts, allowing them to live in utmost comfort. Lin Jichen recognized many of the spirit beasts within. There was the snow-white snow mountain marten, the crimson-furred red monkey, the fire python bull resembling both a bull and a python, and the winged wild boar known as the Hundun beast, among others. However, these spirit beasts could only be classified as low-tier, that generally possessed the strength of the chi refinement stage and were not considered rare species. Greetings, Elder. Upon seeing Elder Tianyuan, the disciples respectfully bowed in unison. Elder Tianyuan nodded casually, then turned to Lin Jichen. Noticing the awe on his face as he gazed at the spirit beast garden, a hint of pride crept onto his countenance. Young man, what do you think of my spirit beast garden? It's not much inferior to the Beastmaster sect. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen fell silent, taken aback by the old man's insatiable desire for comparison. Well, I have visited the Beastmaster sect, and their gardens boast a far greater variety than yours. Pa. Those fellows at the Beastmaster sect merely raise all sorts of creatures, relying solely on quantity to gain an advantage. My garden, however, is renowned for its quality. What do they have to compare with me? Tian Yuan exclaimed, glaring. With a wry smile, Lin Jichen demurred, yet felt compelled to offer his candid assessment. However, the Spirit Beast sect does not exclusively possess spirit beasts of the Qi refining realm. They harbor creatures of all strengths. I have heard tell that the sect master of the Spirit Beast sect nurtures a Qiongqi exotic beast of the divine transformation realm, its power unparalleled. Forgive my bluntness. But within your enclosure, Elder, it seems there isn't even a single spirit beast of the Foundation establishment realm. Elder Tinyuan's white eyebrows shot up in indignation, contorting into a taut line. You insolent whelp, daring to look down upon this old man. Who told you that I only keep spirit beasts of the Qi refining realm? The periphery is indeed populated by those of the Qi refining realm, but the further one ventures within, the higher the spirit beast strength becomes. Having spoken, Elder Tian Yuan seized Lin Jichen's sleeve and strode towards the spirit beast garden. He would not rest easy tonight if he failed to prove himself. To be held in disdain by a mere stripling was more than he could bear. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen lightly inquired, are there spirit beasts of the transformation realm behind this? Elder Tinyuan's expression faltered, and he was about to fabricate a response claiming there were. However, to his dismay, Negongyu intervened, stating, Junior brother, do not believe my grandfather. The highest spirit beasts in this garden only reach the spirit realm. He refrains from showing you them out of fear you would mock him. Elder Tinyuan's face twitched, especially under the gaze of Lin Jichen, whose smile seemed to mock him, leaving him utterly humiliated. Enough, I have other matters to attend to. Stop wasting my time. Choose a spirit beast and leave. This marked a breaking point for Tia Yuan. Choose a spirit beast? Can it be one of the spirit realm? Lin Jichen thought fortune had smiled upon him. Bah, you are truly insatiable, attempting to swallow an elephant with such greed. Even if a spirit realm beast were given to you, do you think you could tame it? Be wary. A single sneeze from it could easily obliterate its unfortunate master. Elder Tian Yuan fumed. This lad was excessively audacious. He had already sought after his granddaughter, and now he was eyeing his high-level spirit beasts. Were it not for his granddaughter's intervention, he would have relished the opportunity to give this boy a thorough thrashing. Then what level of strength can I choose from? Lin Jichen remained unfazed by the scolding, for there were advantages to be gained. After all, a few harsh words from others would not cost him a thing. Naturally, he sought to engage with those of comparable strength as it made the process of control and taming more manageable. Tian Yuan responded curtly, Oh, is that so? Then I shall visit the spirit beast area of the Foundation establishment realm. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen turned to leave. Tian Yuan called out to him, Have you stuffed your ears with donkey hair? I instructed you to select a spirit beast of similar strength to yours. You are at the Qi refinement stage, so you should choose a spirit beast from the Qi refinement realm. Do you understand? But my capabilities exceed those of the Qi refinement stage. Lin Jichen replied with a sense of entitlement. You asked me to select one of comparable strength. Is there a problem with that? Just as Tian Yuan was about to refute this, his granddaughter stood firmly in opposition. I can vouch for it. Junior Marshall Brothers' strength undoubtedly surpasses that of the Qi refinement stage. He personally defeated a mid-foundation establishment realm ghost mother blood infant, which I witnessed with my own eyes. Hence, he should select a spirit beast from the Foundation establishment realm. At that moment, Tian Yuan found himself at a loss for words, akin to a mute eating bitter gall. Fine, let him choose. But once you're done, make sure to leave swiftly. Lin Jichen and Negongyu exchanged smiles and turned to dash towards the spirit beast area of the Foundation establishment realm, leaving Tian Yuan behind. Junior brother, what do you think of that one? It's an ironback wolf with initial Foundation establishment cultivation. It can serve as both a pet and a steed. And over there, the Baoyue spirit monkey, with mid-foundation establishment cultivation, boasts formidable attack and speed. Oh, and that one, the purple golden tail flame snake, perfect for ambushes. Negongyu enthusiastically introduced these spirit beasts to Lin Jichen, eager to bestow them all upon him. Elder Tian Yuan, listening nearby, grew increasingly agitated. He had initially planned to gift Lin Jichen a spirit beast with potential for Qi refinement. Who would have thought he would now be expected to present one with Foundation establishment potential? It was a significant loss. In comparison to the spirit beasts, he was far more concerned about his granddaughter potentially being offered as well. Absolutely not. This young man was merely at the chi refinement stage. What qualifications did he possess to deserve his precious granddaughter? Even if he were a disciple of the sect leader, so what? A mere pretty face who relied on connections. Tian Yuan thought to himself, hasten the selection, and let this young man depart, to spare himself the annoyance of further encounters. Lin Jichen was also selecting these spirit beasts. Although this spirit beast garden did not possess as many varieties as the beast master sect he had visited. One thing that Tian Yuan spoke truthfully about was that these spirit beasts were indeed of exceptional quality. Lin Jichen remained dazzled by the myriad of choices before him, uncertain of what to select. At that moment, a small creature captured his attention. It's for a delightful blend of black and white, round in shape and exuding an endearing charm. It bore a striking resemblance to the national treasure of Huaxia, the panda. However, in the realm of immortal heroes, it is known as the iron-eating beast. This creature is a true spiritual beast, and according to ancient legends, it was the steed of Qiyu. Though Qiyu ultimately faced defeat, it should not bear the blame, right? As the clock struck midnight, he mused, goodness, has it truly reached 110,000 words so soon? I thought I could save 2 more chapters. Lin Jichen's eyes lit up upon seeing the iron-eating beast. Tian Yuan followed his gaze and also spotted the creature, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Just as he was about to move to take the iron-eating beast away, Lin Jichen acted swiftly. I want this iron-eating beast. Tian Yuan's mouth fell open, but the words caught in his throat. This won't do, he retorted. Why not? It only possesses early-stage foundation establishment strength, Lin Jichen questioned, puzzled. Of course, it's not that simple. There are only a few of these beasts in my spirit beast garden, and this one is the sole juvenile. The others are all adult iron-eating beasts with at least nascent soul strength, and they have considerable potential for growth. I cannot simply give this spirit beast away, Tian Yuan stubbornly insisted. However, he was unaware that while he was speaking with Lin Jichen, Nangongyu had already dashed over to scoop up the young panda. Little junior brother, take this. It belongs to you now. Just drop a drop of blood on its forehead, and it will be yours. The iron-eating beast is not only capable of being a mount, but it also possesses formidable combat strength, making it the perfect pet. As she spoke, Nangongyu had already placed the iron-eating beast in Lin Jichen's arms. Tian Yuan, flustered, hurried over to reclaim it, but was blocked by Nangongyu. Grandfather, you taught me to be trustworthy since childhood, yet you cannot adhere to your own principles? Oh, foolish granddaughter. Do you have any idea how precious this iron-eating beast is? Quickly return it. I can find you a pet of the crystal realm. Tian Yuan implored, his eyes filled with longing. Nangongyu pouted defiantly, no? This iron-eating beast is of foundation establishment strength, and under your own conditions, little junior brother can take it. He has chosen it. You cannot go back on your word. Absolutely not. I refuse to concede. If I must go back on my word, then so be it. Tian Yuan could not bear the thought of Lin Jichen acquiring an iron-eating beast for free and was determined to retrieve it. Fine. It was you who broke your promise first, so I'll inform the other 11 grandfathers about your misdeeds. What have I done? Tian Yuan asked, bewildered. Nangongyu chuckled mockingly. For instance, last month, when you competed in fishing against grandfather Tianqing, you secretly let 3-eyed greedy rats into the lake to devour all the fish near him, ultimately winning a box of 9-leaf Xinling tea. Tian Yuan's expression began to stiffen. Nangongyu continued unabated, and 3 months ago, when grandfather Tianjin played chess with you, you stealthily invited the top chess master from Fengxiu City, using mental techniques to have him teach you from the shadows, thus defeating grandfather Tianjin and acquiring a local grade swordsmanship technique. Moreover, 6 months ago, when grandfather Tianke requested a drop of blood from a golden-eyed divine rhinoceros to forge a sword, you swapped it with blood from a mist-wind rhinoceros, shamelessly demanding a local grade magical artifact as payment, leading to grandfather Tiang's failure in sword forging, and you still blamed him for lacking skill. Upon hearing this, Tian Yuan's face began to twitch. And, enough. Stop. Tian Yuan interrupted hastily, unable to bear listening further. If his granddaughter divulged these secrets, he could only imagine the repercussions he would face. He would undoubtedly be dissected by the other 11 elders. While the iron-eating beast was indeed significant, his life was surely of greater importance. In order to preserve his life, Tian Yuan reluctantly relinquished his claim. Take it, take it. I will give you something in return. Now that you have the spirit beast, be gone. From now on, if you ever appear on my territory again, I will teach you a lesson. With that, Tian Yuan stormed off in a huff, unwilling to cast another glance at Lin Jichen or the iron-eating beast he had surrendered. His heart ached at the loss. Alas, what could he do with such a filial granddaughter? After Tian Yuan left, Nangong Yu felt no remorse for her grandfather's anger. Hee, little junior brother. Hurry and drop your blood to claim it. My grandfather is notoriously thick-skinned and excels at going back on his word. Be wary of him trying to reclaim it. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen felt a twinge of trepidation. He hastily bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the head of the small iron-eating beast. After the blood was shed, he pressed his palm against the creature's forehead, aiming to sense its emotional fluctuations and establish a mental connection. However, the success of this blood bond depended on both fortune and the beast's disposition towards him, should the creature harbor disdain or regard his capabilities with skepticism. The bond could very well fail. Nangong Yu, mindful of Lin Jichen's potential disappointment, offered words of encouragement in advance. As the fresh blood fell onto the forehead of the iron-eating beast, it swiftly permeated into its being. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen remained composed. Closing his eyes to engage in a mental communion with the iron-eating beast, soothing its turbulent emotions. The essence of their exchange could be rendered as follows. Iron-eating beast. You, a mere fledgling in the chi refinement stage, dare to claim dominion over me? Huh. Begone, insolent wretch. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lin Jichen. You regard me as your master. Henceforth, I shall lead you to savor the exquisite delicacies of the world and the rarest medicinal herbs. What do you say? Iron-eating beast. Humph. What have I not tasted? Lin Jichen. Is that so? South of Moonlight Prefecture lies a small island, abundant with celestial bamboo. Consuming a single stalk could equate to a year's worth of beastly spiritual energy in your cultivation. Have you ever tasted it? Iron-eating beast. No. Lin Jichen. In the mystical realm of Muxianzu, there exists a hidden sanctuary adorned with a grove of bamboo, flourishing with purple arrow bamboo. The bamboo possesses a delightful sweetness, crisp yet tender, yielding a satisfying crunch upon consumption. Have you ever tasted it? Iron-eating beast. No, I haven't. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lin Jichen. In the western waters of Weihua Prefecture, there exists a fish known as Rani. Its body resembles that of a serpent, adorned with a head akin to that of a dragon, and its eyes are reminiscent of observing ears. Consuming it renders one immune to all poisons and alleviates chronic ailments, all while boasting an exquisite flavor. Have you ever had the pleasure of tasting it? Iron-eating beast. Lin Jichen. Moreover, iron-eating beast, stop talking. I am famished. If I follow you, will I truly be able to savor the delicacies you speak of? Lin Jichen, you speak with utmost sincerity, yet those treasures are exceedingly precious, guarded by formidable beasts. I must wait until my cultivation reaches a higher level before I can seek them out. Iron-eating beast, surely you cannot expect me to endure hunger in the meantime? Lin Jichen, rest assured, I will take care of your 3 meals a day, and I will also provide accommodation. Iron-eating beast, great. It's settled then, master. As the light flickered on the forehead of the iron-eating beast, Lin Jichen successfully acquired his first pet. Spirit beast, iron-eating beast, young, name, unnamed master, Lin Jichen strength, early stage foundation establishment health, 8,000 attack, 90 defense, 85 speed, 65 skills, furious bite, thunderstorm. But upon reviewing the introduction of this iron-eating beast, Lin Jichen realized he had stumbled upon a treasure. Just then, a game announcement suddenly rang out. Announcement. A supplemental chapter worth 110,000 silver notes is being released sooner than expected. All the esteemed players truly are impressive. Here, Qingjia wishes everyone a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival and family happiness. Announcement. In 10 minutes, the game 8 Desolations will undergo its first major update, during which all players will be forcibly logged out. The update duration is set for 24 hours, so please stay tuned. The announcement was repeated 3 times. Lin Jichen never anticipated that the game would be updated so swiftly. In his previous life, although he was a year late, he seemed to recall that the first major update occurred more than a month after the game's public release. Why was it happening so soon this time? Could it be related to him? Lin Jichen is not particularly troubled by the issue of updates. Rather, he is concerned about the rapid onset of the first update. Will the integration of the game and reality also occur sooner than anticipated? For now, there is no answer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen naturally understood and chuckled. It's my fault. My fault. By the way, senior sister, I shall take my leave for the Sword Palace. Are you leaving so soon? Negong, you felt a tinge of reluctance. At this moment, she found Lin Jichen exceedingly agreeable, wishing she could spend every hour of the day by his side. After this experience, I have gained some insights into my cultivation, so I wish to return to the Sword Palace for further contemplation. Once I have finished my reflections, I will come back to find you, senior sister. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen pondered for a moment, and an idea struck him. You belong to the bear family, possess the surname of bear, and bear a resemblance to a cat, so I shall name you bear-like. Thus, oblivious to the Iron Eater's indignation, the name was firmly established. The creature had no opportunity to express its dissatisfaction, for Lin Jichen had already logged off. Emerging from the gaming pod, Lin Jichen remained invigorated. He had spent a full 3 days inside, experiencing no discomfort, hunger, nor the urge to relieve himself. This was the remarkable advantage of the gaming pod. Within its designated time frame, players seemed to enter a state of fasting. Upon exiting the game, Lin Jichen glanced at the time, realizing that tomorrow marked Gu Qiushue's birthday. Even if the game were not to receive updates, he had resolved to log off at the appointed hour. In his previous life, he had neglected Gu Qiushue's messages while accompanying Guijie on outings. In this life, no matter how significant the matter, he would resolutely set it aside to attend the appointment. He owed it to the 2 girls he had wronged in his past. One was Rin Lan, and the other was Gu Qiushue. Gu Qiushue was Lin Jichen's cousin, currently serving as an intern nurse at a hospital in the capital. Although they were cousins, the 2 families had long since drifted apart, retaining only the nominal ties of kinship. Gu Qiushue was 3 years his senior, and although their families resided in different cities, they maintained close ties during the lifetimes of Lin Jichen's parents, visiting each other frequently. Their relationship was akin to childhood sweethearts, innocent and pure. In their youth, Gu Qiushue often visited Lin Jichen's home. With her braces, she was often bullied and mocked by other children for her metal teeth. Each time she returned home in tears. Lin Jichen, upon learning of her plight, would bravely stand up for her. He would confront boys much taller than himself, unafraid of returning home with bruises and scrapes. Consequently, Gu Qiushue had always been particularly fond of clinging to Lin Jichen. Later, when Lin Jichen entered middle school and his parents passed away, Gu Qiushue was deeply moved by his sorrow. She would call him every couple of days to chat, inquiring about his school life and studies, while sharing amusing anecdotes from her own high school experiences. As time progressed, Lin Jichen moved on to high school, and Gu Qiushue began her university journey. Each time her university holidays commenced, she would rush to Lin Jichen's home, cooking for him, doing his laundry, tutoring him, and even saving her own living expenses to support him. She became a beacon of light during the dark days following Lin Jichen's loss of his parents. Lin Jichen initially believed that Gu Qiushue regarded him merely as a younger brother. It was only after the college entrance examination, during a visit to Gu Qiushue's home, that he inadvertently stumbled upon her diary. The pages were filled with her affections and admiration for him, which she had harbored since her university days. Upon reading it, Lin Jichen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. It was then that he realized Gu Qiushue had feelings for him. However, he chose not to voice his discovery, carefully placing the diary back where he found it, pretending he had never seen it. As time went on, particularly after entering university and becoming enchanted by Guijie, he ceased to ponder this matter. He began to avoid Gu Qiushue, brushing off her concerned phone calls with indifference. Yet, despite his evasiveness, Gu Qiushue continued to care deeply for him. Even though her meager internship earnings barely sufficed for her own sustenance, she would make sacrifices to provide him with living expenses, never seeking anything in return. She never questioned his aloofness or avoidance. After Gu Qiushue's tragic demise, he was engulfed by sorrow for an extended period. Reflecting on their past, it seemed that she had grown distant from him ever since that fateful birthday. Determined to uncover the truth, Lin Jichen vowed to prevent Gu Qiushue from reliving the same tragic path as in their previous life. That afternoon, he arrived at Kyoto Airport. Although the following day marked Zhu Jiuyin's birthday, he chose to arrive a day early to ensure everything was perfect. Upon alighting from the plane, Lin Jichen took a taxi to the hospital where Zhu Jiuyin worked. With his tall, slender frame and striking features, he attracted numerous glances as he entered the hospital. At just 19, fresh from university, Lin Jichen bore youthful innocence, radiating an aura of scholarly charm and endearing naivety. Yet, his eyes reflected a depth of composure, ease, and worldly wisdom, a rare juxtaposition that made him even more captivating. Female patients in the waiting area cast admiring looks in his direction. "Hello, young man. Do you need assistance?" A nurse approached him, eager to engage. Lin Jichen exhibited not a trace of nervousness or shyness in response to the girl's advances. With a gentle smile, he politely inquired, "May I ask where the gynecology department is?" "It's located in the annex. Just walk through the corridor past the emergency room, and you'll arrive there." "Are you visiting a patient, handsome?" the nurse offered with amiable eagerness. In this age, it seems that attractive young men and beautiful young women effortlessly garner the admiration of the opposite sex. "Thank you, but I will manage on my own," he replied. Regrettably, the charming nurse's attempts were met with disappointment. A bonus chapter of 120,000 silver notes is hereby presented. Another chapter will be added upon reaching 130,000 silver notes. On the occasion of the Mid-Autumn Festival, I have delivered 5 updates totaling 10,000 words. Is that acceptable? Lin Jichen traversed the long corridor and arrived at the emergency department, poised to head directly to the gynecology unit. "Quick, transfer him to the emergency room. Call Dr. Wood immediately, and prepare the operating room and ICU at once. Be swift." "Yes, Director," came the response. "I will prepare the operating room right away." A throng of individuals suddenly surged into the emergency department, a multitude of doctors encircling an elderly man lying on a stretcher as they rushed inside. Dressed in a silk-tang suit, the elderly man appeared pallid and in excruciating pain. Beside the stretcher stood a graceful and elegant young woman, her face etched with anxiety. "Director Zheng, you must save my grandfather. Rest assured, we will do our utmost to save him. However, you are aware of his condition. We had advised against his discharge. So please be mentally prepared," the director intoned earnestly. The young woman's complexion drained of color, her expression one of profound sorrow. Suddenly, the elderly man on the stretcher coughed violently, expelling a copious amount of blood, his demeanor waning, breath shallow. "Father, please don't scare me," the young woman cried, collapsing beside him in despair. "The situation is dire. We must perform an MRI and prepare for surgery immediately," the director stated gravely. "Director, the patient's sclera is unfocused, and his pupils are dilated," a physician remarked. The atmosphere grew heavy. All those present, being the finest doctors, understood the implications. The young woman seemed to grasp that her grandfather was beyond salvation, her tears flowing freely as she called out for him. In the midst of this dismal atmosphere, a young man suddenly stepped forward to the stretcher. Initially, the doctors assumed he was a relative and made no move to stop him. However, the young man then extended his hands, striking the elderly man's body repeatedly while also tapping on acupressure points, even on his head, with considerable force, producing loud thuds. Realization dawned on the crowd. "Miss Chu, who is he?" The director pondered, bewildered by the situation, thinking it strange for a relative to treat a dying man so harshly. The young woman looked up, and upon witnessing the scene, immediately berated, "I do not know him. Make him stop. You wretched boy, how dare you disrespect the deceased? Get away." The doctors, incensed, attempted to restrain him. "If you wish for him to live, do not touch me," the young man replied, his brow furrowed, not lifting his gaze. An aura of authority emanated from him, rendering the onlookers momentarily paralyzed. The young man continued his ministrations on the elderly man's acupoints, and shortly thereafter, a miraculous event transpired. The once near-lifeless man began to show signs of revival, his breathing became more pronounced, and color returned to his face. Then, the elderly man opened his eyes. At that moment, disbelief washed over the doctors as they witnessed this astonishing revival. What sort of emergency technique is this? It is unprecedented. "Father, you are awake. Are you all right?" the young woman exclaimed joyfully, rushing to his side. "Yiru, what has happened?" "I felt as though I had traversed the gates of the underworld," the elderly man lamented. "It's all right now. A young man saved you," she replied, her eyes glistening with tears. "A young man? Who?" The realization struck her. She looked around but found him gone. Where did that young man go? She asked the doctors, who also appeared perplexed. having focused solely on the elderly man. "He seems to have left," she said with a bittersweet smile. "We must find him. He saved my life. And our young family must express our gratitude," the elderly man insisted. Outside the hospital, a fleet of luxury cars arrived, and their owners rushed into the hospital. Their emotions palpable upon seeing the elderly man on the stretcher. "Father, are you all right?" "Grandfather, what is wrong? Why has he been taken into the emergency room yet?" The woman named Yiru, who had been weeping, now smiled through her tears. "Father is fine, just a moment ago." Meanwhile, in the gynecology unit, a young woman dressed in a nurse's uniform emerged from the pharmacy. She was exquisite and ethereal, her complexion radiant as if carved from jade, and her eyes clear like water. A mere glance at her seemed capable of melting the iciest of hearts. Lin Jichen has always believed that no woman in the world, no matter how gentle, could compare to his sister, Gu Qiuxue. Gu Qiuxue also caught sight of Lin Jichen standing not far away in the hospital corridor. She paused for a moment, momentarily stunned, and then a myriad of joyful smiles blossomed on her face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen tightly embraced her shoulders, his arms trembling slightly. After so many years apart, she resembled the image he held in his memory, unchanged in the slightest. "Sister, I have missed you so much." Tears welled in Lin Jichen's eyes as he embraced her once more, burying his head in the ebony silk cascading down Gu Qiuxue's back. He inhaled the familiar fragrance of roses, his heart unable to find its equilibrium. "Little Chin, your sister has missed you as well," Gu Qiuxue murmured. It was the first time Lin Jichen had embraced her with such fervor, and her fair cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, she felt no aversion, secretly reveling in the affection. Their intertwined figures, a tableau of profound attachment, were inadvertently witnessed by a passing male physician. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, his appearance was passable, though he paled in comparison to Lin Jichen. Adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, he exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Upon seeing Gu Qiuxue enfolded in the arms of another man, a tempest of jealousy ignited within his eyes, though he swiftly veiled it. He approached with haste, a hint of jest in his tone. "Qiuxue, has it only been a few days? Have you acquired a paramour? Even so, one shouldn't bring a lover to the gynecology department. Consider the implications." Disrupted. The pair reluctantly parted. "Dr. Zhang, this is my younger brother. He's here to visit me at the hospital," Gu Qiuxue explained, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Upon learning that the man embracing Gu Qiuxue was her brother, Zhang Guangwei's demeanor transformed, becoming instantly cordial. "Oh, is that so? Forgive me, I misunderstood." "Qiuxue, your brother is quite handsome. Your family possesses excellent genes," Zhang Guangwei complimented. Gu Qiuxue demurred with a gentle smile. "Little Chin isn't my biological brother. He's my cousin." "Even so, it's still a family matter, isn't it?" "Your cousin's parents are siblings with your parents," Zhang Guangwei chuckled. Gu Qiuxue shook her head. "No. Although Little Chin and I are cousins, our relationship is beyond the 5th degree of kinship. We're not considered relatives." Gu Qiuxue wasn't sure why she felt compelled to clarify her relationship with Lin Jichen, especially in front of her colleagues. Upon hearing this, the smile on Zhang Guangwei's face rapidly dissipated. Fearing a loss of composure, he offered a sardonic laugh. "Very well, you two carry on. I have patients to attend to. I must be going." With that, Zhang Guangwei turned and departed the gynecology department, casting a furtive glance at Lin Jichen before he left. As soon as Zhang Guangwei was gone, Gu Qiuxue's colleagues swarmed around her, chattering animatedly. "Qiuxue, is this the Little Chin you're always talking about? Your brother is so handsome. He could debut as a celebrity. Qiuxue, for the sake of our sisterly bond, introduce him to me. Introduce him to me. I promise to spoil your brother rotten. You're all wasting your time." Didn't you hear Qiuxue say earlier that their relationship is beyond the 5th degree of kinship? That suggests that Qiuxue doesn't just see him as a brother. So Qiuxue is nurturing a boyfriend? Haha, but with such a handsome brother and no blood relation. I'd be willing to do the same. The teasing from her colleagues overwhelmed Gu Qiuxue. "Little Chun, don't listen to their nonsense. Let's go somewhere else to talk." Gu Qiuxue murmured, her head lowered, her face as red as blood. "All right." Lin Jichen found himself somewhat unable to withstand the gossip of the nurses. Gu Qiuxue led Lin Jichen out of the department and into the garden pavilion of the hospital. With the teasing of others absent, Gu Qiuxue felt a slight sense of relief. "Xiao Chun, those sisters just love to chatter. You needn't take it to heart." As if fearing that Lin Jichen might misunderstand, Gu Qiuxue offered an explanation. "Sister, I understand. Lin Jichen replied with a light chuckle. Why did you come so quickly? You should have told me in advance so I could have picked you up, Zhu Jiuyin chided gently. I wanted to surprise you. Besides, you were at work. Lin Jichen responded with a playful grin. Sister could have taken a leave. It's your first time in Kyoto, and I was worried you might get lost. Zhu Jiuyin said with a hint of reproach in her eyes, yet her demeanor remained soft and gentle. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen felt a pang in his nose, grasping Zhu Jiuyin's delicate hand, he said. Sister, I am not short of money. I am quite affluent now. Zhu Jiuyin smiled charmingly and replied, as a university student, where would you procure such wealth? Are you trying to deceive me, sister? Truly, just wait and see. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen gently patted her hand, smiling as he elucidated the origins of his money. Once he finished speaking, Zhu Jiuyin let out a sigh of relief. She firmly believed that Lin Jichen was not deceiving her, for the Lin Jichen she knew would never resort to dishonesty. Is it truly so lucrative to play games? How remarkably easy it seems to earn money, Zhu Jiuyin marveled. Lin Jichen chuckled softly and said, From now on, dear sister, you need not toil any longer. In the past, you supported me. Now, it is my turn to provide for you. Zhu Jiuyin blushed and retorted. Sister does not require your support. That money is your hard-earned income. By the way, I shall return that money to you. Lin Jichen snatched her phone and grasped her delicate hand, feigning anger as he said, Sister, your actions are truly infuriating. What do you mean? Zhu Jiuyin was perplexed. What do I mean? Do you consider me a stranger? Of course not. How could I ever regard you as an outsider? Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly clarified. Then why do you act so distant? Well, it's just that there is so much money. You could keep it for yourself. I don't need it. Upon hearing this, Lin Jichen stood up abruptly and turned to leave. Sister, if you regard me as an outsider, I might as well return home. Xiaochun. Zhu Jiuyin anxiously grasped Lin Jichen's hand, immediately acknowledging her mistake. Sister was wrong. I apologize. Is that not enough? Then will you accept this money? Lin Jichen raised her chin, threateningly. Zhu Jiuyin felt both touched and amused, and, in her exasperation, had no choice but to acquiesce. Lin Jichen immediately donned a cheerful demeanor, grinning as he said, That's more like it. My wealth is your wealth. We are inseparable. Zhu Jiuyin lowered her head, her hair falling shyly around her. Her ears tinged with a rosy hue, and her heart felt as sweet as indulging in candy. All right, I understand. Please take a seat. Zhu Jiuyin gently urged Lin Jichen to sit once more, intending to continue her inquiries about his daily life, when her phone rang. It turned out to be the head nurse informing her of an upcoming meeting. Sister, you go ahead and attend to your duties. I will wait for you after your shift. Once you finish, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Very well, wait for me just a moment. I will be off in an hour. If you grow bored, feel free to explore the hospital, but do not wander too far, lest you lose your way. Lin Jichen amusingly agreed, for at his age, he still feared losing his way. Zhu Jiuyin temporarily returned to work while Lin Jichen, feeling bored and idle, opened his phone to peruse the Baja forum. To his surprise, the top trending news was all about him. With 2 announcements made across the entire server and his elevation to the status of a disciple of the sect leader, who exactly was Lin Jichen? The foremost expert of the Blood Slaughter Guild, Huang Xiaoyan, claimed that Lin Jichen's chi refining stage strength exceeded 70 points. Was this reasonable? In the early stages of the game, he had single-handedly faced 10 opponents, while chi refining stage bosses fell like fragile paper. Had Lin Jichen exploited a game bug? The president of the Blood Slaughter Guild had already submitted a report to the Baja Intelligence, awaiting the judgment of Nuwa on this alleged cheating. The most popular female streamer in the national server, Lu Xiaozi, publicly declared her support, firmly believing that Lin Jichen did not cheat. Such news dominated the forum's most prominent spots, with many accusing him of wrongdoing. Lin Jichen felt somewhat speechless after reading it. Where did these cheats come from in the game? Is reincarnation considered a cheat? Well, he accepted that. Besides this, the forum also announced the latest updates for the game Eight Desolations. This update will introduce secret realms and enhance the pet system, while also unveiling various leaderboards, such as the Cultivation Leaderboard, Talent Leaderboard, Pet Leaderboard, Divine Weapon Leaderboard, and more. Additionally, a new element of serendipity will be randomly distributed across different locations within the game. In summary, this update is quite substantial, yet it bears no distinction from the initial update that Lin Jichen recalls. Scrolling further, one encounters the game market. In merely a few days since its public release, Eight Desolations has captured 90% of the global gaming market. Its unprecedented popularity and vast audience surpass even that of the first-ever holographic game, The Abyss. Numerous players from other games have experienced significant attrition, with some even facing bankruptcy. This phenomenon has attracted the attention of countless investors and enterprises, who have eagerly participated by forming guilds. Moreover, the in-game equipment and universal currency of Eight Desolations fluctuate daily in value. Currently, any piece of spiritual equipment or skill within the game can fetch prices ranging from hundreds of thousands to even millions. A low-grade spirit stone is now valued at a ratio of 125 against the Huaxia currency, and this ratio continues to rise. The latter part of the forum consists of discussions among players regarding the strengths and weaknesses of various professions, as well as comparisons of talents acquired by players. Many self-proclaimed experts engage in grandiloquent discourse, offering their insights and opinions on the game's dynamics. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen turned around and beheld the exquisite and beautiful woman from the emergency department. Appearing to be merely 25 or 26, she exuded a mature intelligence, imbued with a touch of the delicate charm characteristic of women from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Her long golden curls cascaded over her shoulders, reminiscent of silk, alluring and captivating, epitomizing femininity. Her features were finely sculpted, enhanced by subtle makeup, a true gem of beauty. Radiating light. Her figure was equally enticing, boasting an alluring S-curve. Beneath her flowing skirt, a pair of smooth, snow-white legs and delicate, rosy arms were tantalizingly exposed. Clad in designer attire, she held a limited-edition handbag in her slender hand. Upon spotting Lin Jichen, her face lit up with a smile, brimming with charm as she approached him briskly. "Little divine doctor, I finally found you," she exclaimed. "Is there something you need?" Lin Jichen replied, his tone distant. He felt a twinge of annoyance. Her incessant calling of him little divine doctor grated on him. At 20 centimeters above average height, he hardly considered himself little. "Please, do not misunderstand, little divine doctor. I am here to express my gratitude for saving my father. Just moments ago, I almost believed I would never see him again. I owe you a debt of life-saving grace," she said, her beautiful eyes shimmering with appreciation. Lin Jichen calmly replied, "It is merely a trivial effort. Furthermore, I am only assisting him in unblocking his acupoints and facilitating the flow of blood throughout his body. This will only provide a temporary reprieve. He will not endure for more than a few days." The woman's mood plummeted like a thunderbolt on a clear day, descending once again into despair. Suddenly, as if she had discovered a lifeline, she grasped Lin Jichen's arm with fervor. "Little divine doctor, you are so remarkable. You must possess a way to save my father, right? I implore you, as long as you are willing to rescue him, the Yang family will offer any sum without hesitation." Her icy, delicate hands clutched Lin Jichen's arm, akin to a soothing, cool compress, smooth and tender as tofu. The fragrance of her perfume wafted into Lin Jichen's nostrils, not of the cheap industrial variety, but rather a scent that was exceedingly pleasant. "Your father is at death's door, afflicted with a terminal illness. There is little I can do." Lin Jichen provided an answer that left the woman profoundly disappointed. In truth, it was only due to his prior studies in the Eight Wildernesses that he was able to save that elderly gentleman, having acquired some rudimentary knowledge of first aid. As the Eight Wildernesses merged with reality, any skill learned by players within that realm could also be applied to the real world. Consequently, the physicians from the Eight Wildernesses are highly sought after in later generations, as they possess the ability to remedy ailments with remarkable ease, even bringing the deceased back to life. For them, the myriad complexities of real-world illnesses pose no challenge. What is a mere trifle to them, even cancer, is regarded as a minor concern. Alas, he is not a physician himself. Moreover, the treatment of terminal illnesses would require the manifestation of various mystical herbs from the Eight Wildernesses in the real world to be feasible. The woman, with tears brimming in her eyes, was on the verge of despair. Little divine doctor, is it true that my father has but a few days left to live? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen gazed at her heartbroken visage, unable to utter a word of refusal. Go ahead, let your tears flow, he thought. The woman, upon hearing this, gently nestled into Lin Jichen's embrace, burying her face in his shoulder, her sobs rendering her speechless. After a considerable while, her cries diminished, and she emerged from his arms, retrieving a tissue to wipe away her tear-stained cheeks, and then tenderly removing the remnants of her sorrow from Lin Jichen's shoulder. I apologize for soiling your clothes, she said, her voice laced with regret. It is of no consequence, he reassured her, merely a trinket from a street vendor. Of little worth. If you feel better, I shall take my leave. Lin Jichen felt he had been quite accommodating. Wait, little divine doctor, although you cannot save my father, being able to grant him a few more days in this world is already a tremendous kindness to me. As she spoke, the woman handed Lin Jichen a card and a business card. This card contains a small token of my appreciation, as well as a gesture from the Yang family. There is no password. The business card bears my personal contact. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call this number. I shall do my utmost to assist you, as long as it is within my power. Lin Jichen gazed at the card and business card in his hand, feeling no inclination to decline. After all, it would be foolish to turn down wealth. He accepted the card and glanced once more at the business card. Yang Yiru, chairwoman of the Yang Fan Shipping Group. Indeed, she was a woman of considerable fortune. I shall not be courteous then. If I require assistance, I shall seek you out. It is settled then. Farewell, little divine doctor, the woman declared before turning to depart. Lin Jichen sighed, realizing that in the end, he had not been able to persuade her to change the way she addressed him. Indeed, he was no longer a child. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Jiuyin finished her shift, and the two departed the hospital together. Lin Jichen sought to choose a fine dining establishment. However, Zhu Jiuyin was reluctant to allow him to spend any money, and after much persuasion, they settled on a barbecue restaurant. The two enjoyed a delightful dinner, followed by a trip to the cinema. Afterward, Lin Jichen took Zhu Jiuyin for a shopping excursion, insistently purchasing her numerous garments. Xiaocheng, please, no more purchases. I already possess enough clothing, Zhu Jiuyin pleaded, gazing at the multitude of bags in Lin Jichen's hands. I take pleasure in buying things for my sister. Your opinion is irrelevant. Yes. Please wrap these two items as well. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen had just declared an end to his shopping spree when he arrived at Zhu Jiuyin's residence, laden with bags. Upon seeing the dilapidated old neighborhood, Lin Jichen frowned. Sister, is this where you live? This place is practically slated for demolition. How can you dare to rent such a precarious building? Zhu Jiuyin chuckled awkwardly. It's affordable, and it's close to the hospital where you work. It's nothing to worry about. What do you mean nothing to worry about? There isn't even a security guard. What if you encounter trouble on your way home from your night shift? There aren't that many bad people. All right, let us go inside. Zhu Jiuyin, fearing that Lin Jichen might spend more money, swiftly ushered him upstairs. As they entered the apartment, which consisted of one room and a living area, it was evident that although it was similarly old, it was remarkably clean and orderly, with the floors polished to a shine. Lin Jichen felt a twinge of sadness. He understood that if Zhu Jiuyin did not save on her living expenses each month, she could easily afford a more comfortable place to live. However, in order to save money for herself, she resolutely chose to reside here. Xiaoqin, come inside. I'll pour you some water. You must be tired after a day of walking. Please have a seat on the sofa and rest for a moment. I'll turn on the water heater for you. After a bath, you can get some sleep. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen shook his head and said, I had initially planned to casually purchase a set at the mall, but I completely forgot. Zhu Jiuyin, feeling guilty, replied, "You have been so focused on buying clothes for me that you must have forgotten about yourself. It is also my fault. I was only thinking about not having you buy anything and did not help you choose an outfit." As Lin Jichen was about to say it was nothing, Zhu Jiuyin flashed a mischievous smile. "It's nothing. I have plenty of clothes here." Saying this, she turned and soon returned, cradling 7 or 8 sets of men's attire, all in the same size. "These are pieces I picked up during my leisurely shopping sprees over the past couple of months. Each one chosen with the thought that you would look splendid in them. I've already washed them, intending to bring them along when I head home for the holidays. Now, it's perfect timing for you to take them back with you, and it will help me clear out my wardrobe." Gazing at the garments in Zhu Jiuyin's delicate hands, and then at the wardrobe behind her, Lin Jichen noticed that it had already become half empty. The remaining clothes hanging there were all quite worn, some dating back to when Lin Jichen had just started high school. It seemed that Zhu Jiuyi's shopping excursions were more for her own enjoyment, with little thought ever given to herself. Lin Jichen remained silent. With a sister like this, what more could a brother desire? Many people's elder sisters may not treat their younger brothers with such kindness. "Don't just sit there. I know what you're thinking. You bought me so many clothes today, silly boy. Go take a shower. I'll fetch you a towel." As night fell, the two finished their baths. Lin Jichen, clad in new garments, lay upon the small bed where Zhu Jiuyin usually slept, enveloped by the lingering fragrance of the bedding and pillow. Zhu Jiuyin, on the other hand, reclined on the sofa, and it seemed neither of them could find sleep. "Sister?" Lin Jichen suddenly spoke. "What's the matter, Shuchen? Are you unable to sleep because you're not used to the bed?" Zhu Jiuyin inquired. "No, I just wanted to tell you something." "What is it?" Lin Jichen did not beat around the bush and directly said, "Sister, would you consider resigning? Why the sudden urge for me to quit my job? Don't tell me you wish to support me. I do not require your assistance, silly brother," Zhu Jiuyin replied with a gentle smile. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, feeling helpless, had no choice but to find a reason that Zhu Jiuyin would find hard to refuse. "However, with you working here, it often takes a long time for us to meet. When I miss you, you're not by my side. If you encounter any troubles or require my assistance, I won't be able to rush to your side immediately." Zhu Jiuyin's cheeks flushed a deep crimson in the darkness, her ears also tinged with a rosy hue. It was the first time she had heard Lin Jichen utter such bold and ambiguous words. She sensed that Lin Jichen was different from before, yet she could not articulate how he had changed. Nonetheless, she undeniably preferred this version of him. In the past, Lin Jichen had always maintained a distance from her, particularly after university, where even her phone calls were met with perfunctory replies before he would abruptly hang up. It seemed as though he was deliberately avoiding her, diminishing their relationship. For instance, when she sent him a message for her birthday, she waited several days without a reply, assuming he would not come, which left her feeling quite disappointed. To her surprise, Lin Jichen did respond, even coming to the hospital to see her, his demeanor reflecting significant maturity. She could perceive that her brother had undergone a tremendous transformation, yet he remained undeniably Lin Jichen and nothing else. This she could sense. "Shuchen, do you mean that I should move to your city to work at the hospital?" she asked anxiously. "But other hospitals might not accept me." Zhu Jiuyin hesitated, yet it was evident that she was intrigued. If she could relocate to the city where Lin Jichen lived, she could visit him whenever she had time off. She could cook for him, do his laundry, and share moments like today, dining out and shopping together. Just the thought of it made her want to agree. "No. What I mean is, sister, why not change your career entirely and join me in the realm of professional gaming?" Lin Jichen articulated his thoughts. He wished for Zhu Jiuyin to engage with the vast realms of the 8 Desolations at an earlier stage to enhance her cultivation, enabling her to thrive in the world of integration in the future. Another reason for his concern was his fear that Zhu Jiuyin might once again traverse the shadows of her past life, hastily enter into marriage, and subsequently succumb to despair. Although Zhu Jiuyin currently appeared to be flourishing, and even after this birthday remained unscathed, Lin Jichen still felt an unease. He worried that she might encounter unforeseen troubles on a day when he was not by her side. Thus, he sought to persuade Zhu Jiuyin to leave the capital, believing that only then could he find solace. "What? Change my path to gaming? I am not nearly as astute as you think. You know well that I was utterly inept at video games in my childhood, always dragging you down." Zhu Jiuyin found this proposition utterly implausible. Lin Jichen rose from his bed, bare feet touching the cool floor as he approached the sofa and crouched down. He locked eyes with Zhu Jiuyin. his gaze sparkling with intensity. Suddenly, Gu Qiuxue felt a surge of anxiety. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she wondered if Xiaoqin was about to. A bonus chapter awaits with 130,000 silver notes. Another will be added with 140,000 silver notes. Having just returned from the Mid-Autumn Festival, I spent the day traveling. Hence the delayed update. I appreciate your understanding. Sister, trust me, this game holds immense potential for the future. Join me in this venture, if you're unfamiliar with it. I will teach you thoroughly, ensuring you master it. Lin Jichen had committed no wrongdoing. He merely crouched down with a serious expression to converse with her. He approached her with the intent of allowing Gu Qiuxue to discern the sincerity in his demeanor. He was not jesting, but rather earnest. Gu Qiuxue felt a sense of relief wash over her, yet inexplicably, a twinge of disappointment lingered. Suddenly, Lin Jichen's hand slipped beneath the blanket draped over her, gliding across her abdomen, and deftly grasped her delicate hand, as soft as jade. Gu Qiuxue shuddered, clearly taken aback. Instantly, her fair, translucent visage flushed a deep crimson, akin to the vibrant hues of dawn, burning with heat. Fortunately, it was night, and Lin Jichen remained oblivious. He continued to persuade her. Sister, if we agree to this, we can live together, spending each day side by side. Even if my predictions falter and this venture fails, we can always find new jobs. Consider it an investment. I've already accumulated several million, all of which I entrust to you for safekeeping. This way, even if we face hardships in the future, we will still have enough capital to open a quaint little shop, where I shall be the proprietor, and you, the proprietress. Gu Qiuxue felt her cheeks burn once more at the mention of proprietor and proprietress. This, sister, take your time to contemplate. There is no need for an immediate response. I shall sleep now. Before she could fully process his words, Lin Jichen released her hand and returned to his bed to slumber. Not long after, the steady rhythm of his breathing resonated from the bedside, indicating he had succumbed to the realm of dreams. Yet Gu Qiuxue found herself restless, her mind devoid of sleep. She envisioned a delightful scenario, resigning from her position in Kyoto, relocating to Lin Jichen's city, closer to home, and sharing her days with him. Lin Jichen taught himself how to play video games, while she prepared meals and did laundry for him each day. Even if the game were to fail in the future, she could use the money Lin Jichen entrusted to her to open a small shop of his interest, with him as the owner and herself as the proprietress. Gu Qiuxue couldn't help but cover her flushed face, her eyes sparkling with dreams and her lips curling into a sweet smile, radiating like neon lights in the night. The next day, upon awakening, Lin Jichen found that Gu Qiuxue had already left the room. On the dining table lay a breakfast of rice porridge, fried dough sticks, and a dish of pickles, accompanied by a note adorned with neat handwriting. Little Chun, I've gone to work and didn't have time to prepare breakfast, so I bought you something. At noon, find a restaurant downstairs to grab a bite, and in the evening, I'll take you out to celebrate your birthday. I thought about what you said last night for a long time, and I find your reasoning sound. I'm willing to explore a new profession. However, resigning is not an overnight affair. I'll apply at the hospital today, but it'll probably take at least a month. During this month, I'll also need to convince my parents. So, could you grant me this month, Qiuxue? Seeing the note, Lin Jichen smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment. As long as Gu Qiuxue agreed to leave Kyoto, he could start making preparations even with a month to spare. With this thought, his spirits lifted, and he enjoyed a hearty breakfast. In the evening, after a long day at work, Gu Qiuxue found her colleagues eagerly awaiting her instructions as the birthday star. Glancing at her phone, she noticed Lin Jichen waiting at the entrance. A radiant smile spread across her face as she prepared to lead her gynecology colleagues to celebrate her birthday. Just as she was about to leave, Zhang Guangwei, impeccably dressed in a suit, approached her, holding a bouquet in one hand and a luxury gift bag in the other. Qiuxue, why didn't you tell me it was your birthday? He inquired. Startled, Gu Qiuxue replied shyly, Dr. Zhang, I didn't want to disturb you since I thought you were busy, and I only intended to treat my colleagues to a simple meal. Zhang Guangwei reproached gently. How could that be considered a disturbance? Your birthday is a significant occasion, and I would set aside anything for it. Besides, why should you settle for a mere meal? Today, I'll take charge. I've reserved a private room at Kyoto's most luxurious fooding restaurant, and I'll cover all expenses. Wow. The crowd gasped in unison, applauding in approval. Yet, Gu Qiuxue wore a conflicted expression and hurriedly waved her hands. Dr. Zhang, you shouldn't go to such lengths. It's my birthday. I can't let you pay for it, and I didn't plan on dining at a luxurious hotel. Not at all. We work at the same hospital. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Let us do it my way. By the way, these flowers and gifts are especially for you as your birthday present. Zhang Guangwei said, handing her the roses and luxury gift bag, making his intentions clear. However, Gu Qiuxue resolutely refused, her tone somewhat stiff. Dr. Zhang, these gifts are too extravagant. I can't accept them. I already have someone I like, so please understand. Taken aback by her outright rejection, Zhang Guangwei's face paled. His pride wounded. Yet, in an effort to maintain his composure, he feigned nonchalance and smiled gracefully. It seems I was too forward. Unreciprocated feelings are understood. I'm not the type to dwell on such matters. Let us remain colleagues and friends. Gu Qiuxue sighed in relief, grateful for his understanding. However, Zhang Guangwei swiftly shifted his tone. Though we can only be friends, I comprehend your refusal of the gifts. The hotel is already booked, and the deposit is paid. It cannot be refunded. How about we make an exception just this once? Let us celebrate your birthday together at the place I've arranged. Surely that is acceptable? Zhang Guangwei's words were impeccably crafted, leaving Gu Qiuxue unable to find a reason to decline. Even her colleagues sympathized with him, urging her to agree. After much hesitation, Gu Qiuxue finally nodded. All right, let us go, but I'll cover all expenses, including the deposit. I'll reimburse you. If you agree, we shall proceed. Certainly, no problem. Zhang Guangwei replied eagerly, secretly reveling in his success. Gu Qiuxue, feeling somewhat distressed, walked outside, calculating the expenses she would incur that day. Her salary would surely fall short, and she would likely need to borrow money from Lin Jichen, whom she had to explain her situation to. Thankfully, he had been making money. Otherwise, she could not afford this outing. Unbeknownst to her colleagues, Gu Qiuxue's inner turmoil remained hidden as they all proceeded towards the lavish hotel for a grand feast. As they exited the hospital, Gu Qiuxue scanned the surroundings but found no sign of Lin Jichen, just as she was about to call him. A bright red sports car caught her eye. Lin Jichen was seated in the driver's seat, waving at her through the window. Gu Qiuxue stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend what she was witnessing, her expression mirroring that of Zhang Guangwei, who was equally astonished. Zhang Guangwei couldn't fathom that Lin Jichen owned a sports car. He had learned that Gu Qiuxue's brother was quite poor, relying on her for living expenses while in school. Was this what poverty looked like? What a surprise. Zhang Guangwei's face turned ashen as he realized his initial plan was crumbling. He had intended to lure Gu Qiuxue and her colleagues to the most opulent hotel, treating them to a lavish meal filled with expensive dishes. Given Gu Qiuxue's financial situation, he had anticipated she would be unable to pay. At that moment, he would have stepped in as the gallant hero, garnering her affection while placing her in his debt. In a previous life, Gu Qiuxue had indeed fallen victim to such a scheme, accruing substantial debt after that birthday celebration, compounded by Lin Jichen's absence, which she only learned about after contacting Lin Jichen's college roommate. Lin Jichen had entered a romantic relationship, which was the reason for his avoidance of her. Gu Qiuxue, disheartened and despondent, felt an immense sorrow, while Zhang Guangwei continued to feign the role of a virtuous man, showering her with care and affection. Furthermore, Gu Qiuxue's parents began pressuring her into marriage, and they held Zhang Guangwei in high regard. Having lost Lin Jichen and with no hope left for love, Gu Qiuxue reluctantly obeyed her parents' wishes and married Zhang Guangwei. However, on the night of their wedding, during a banquet, Zhang Guangwei boasted to his friends about his conquests, revealing his sordid tactics while under the influence of alcohol. Gu Qiuxue overheard his disgraceful confessions, realizing she had been deceived. Yet, concerned about her parents and relatives present, she felt compelled to endure the situation for the time being. That night, she contemplated fleeing from the marriage, but was caught by Zhang Guangwei's parents, thwarting her escape. Desiring a divorce, Gu Qiuxue found Zhang Guangwei obstinate and resistant. In her helplessness, she continued to play the role of his wife, albeit in name only, relocating to the hospital's female dormitory and living separately from him. Throughout this ordeal, she did not allow him to lay a finger on her. Regardless of Zhang Guangwei's pleas or attempts to elicit sympathy, his efforts proved futile. Frustrated by his lack of success, Zhang Guangwei cast off his faade and began to retaliate against Gu Qiuxue. He portrayed himself as a wronged husband, spreading rumors in the hospital that Gu Qiuxue was unfaithful, tarnishing her reputation with every slanderous accusation. Gradually, Gu Qiuxue became a target of public disdain, her name sullied, and she was labeled as a promiscuous woman. Even her own parents believed the lies and chose to sever ties with her. This led Gu Qiuxue into a deep depression, culminating in her tragic decision to take her own life in her dormitory. This was the lamentable fate that befell Gu Qiuxiwei in her previous life. Although his first plan had failed, Zhang Guangwei had a second scheme brewing in his mind, an insidious plot yet to unfold. At that moment, upon recognizing the person in the car as her brother, Gu Qiuxiwei hurriedly approached. "Xiaochen, did you buy this car?" Lin Jichen smiled and nodded, saying, "Indeed, but it is not a gift for me. It is for you, a birthday present, dear sister. Do you like it? Like it, you say? How much did this cost?" "Xiaochen, I cannot accept such a gift. You must return it at once." Gu Qiuxiwei's head was spinning. Lin Jichen, however, remained unfazed and remarked, "This is non-refundable. The license plate has already been arranged. How could it be returned? Why do you spend money so recklessly? With spending habits like yours, even if you earn tens of millions, it will quickly be squandered." Gu Qiuxiwei retorted, covering her forehead in exasperation. Lin Jichen chuckled and remarked, "So, dear sister, you should resign early. This way, I can entrust all my possessions to your care, and I won't have the opportunity to squander them. You truly exasperate me." "Foolish younger brother." Gu Qiuxiwei accepted this reality with a sense of resignation. "Get in the car, sister. I've already made arrangements for your birthday." Gu Qiuxiwei glanced back at her colleagues, hesitating. "But what about them? I've arranged for them as well. Just look behind." Lin Jichen indicated to the rear of the vehicle. Gu Qiuxiwei turned her head and was startled, her heart racing. Behind the sports car were several luxurious Mercedes-Benz vehicles. "Did you purchase all of these too?" she asked, clutching her chest in trepidation. "Of course not. Those are merely rentals, not costing much at all, intended to transport your colleagues," Lin Jichen reassured her. Only then did Gu Qiuxiwei feel a sense of relief. Had those been purchased, she would have rushed back to the hospital for a quick antidote for her heart. "I will settle accounts with you once we return home," she playfully chided Lin Jichen before going back to explain things to her colleagues. When everyone learned that the driver of the sports car was Gu Qiuxiwei's cousin, and that the waiting Mercedes were there to take them out for a meal, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Zhang Guangwei's eyes burned with envy. "Everyone, please get in the cars. We will meet at the hotel," Gu Qiuxiwei announced. Swiftly returning to Lin Jichen's sports car, she intended to thoroughly educate this disobedient younger brother about his reckless spending. As they set off, Gu Qiuxiwei assumed the role of the elder sister, embarking on her gentle yet ineffective educational tirade, chattering incessantly. "Do you realize your mistakes?" "Yes, I understand I was wrong. I want to do it again," Lin Jichen replied playfully. Gu Qiuxiwei found his antics amusing, feeling utterly powerless against him. "This car must be very expensive, right? Is it worth several million? I've heard that sports cars are that costly." Lin Jichen shook his head and replied, "No need. This is a domestic brand called Hawk, and it is quite affordable, only a little over 800,000. That is still quite expensive." "Did you just say this car is for me?" "Indeed." No, you should take it back. I do not want this car." Gu Qiuxiwei repeatedly shook her head, as she felt apprehensive about driving such a vehicle. "Regardless, I will leave the car downstairs before I depart. If you do not drive it, it will simply gather dust there. I have heard that a car left unused for an extended period will experience a significant reduction in its lifespan." Lin Jichen, behaving like a rogue, left Gu Qiuxiwei both exasperated and amused. Yet, she understood that Lin Jichen merely wished to offer his very best to her, and it would be disingenuous to say she was not touched. "Wow, this hotel is incredibly luxurious." "Indeed. I have never set foot in such an upscale establishment in my life. Dr. Zhang must be quite affluent to select such a splendid venue. Or perhaps it is Qiuxiwei's brother who is wealthy, given that he has already purchased a sports car." A group arrived at the Fuding Hotel, marveling at the opulence of their surroundings. Zhang Guangwei, noticing Lin Jichen's presence, speculated that the boys' flashy vehicles were merely rented for show. He assumed that since Lin Jichen could not afford to book a hotel room, he decided to ride the coattails of someone else's reservation. Absolutely. There is no way he could afford such cars, being the impoverished wretch he is. Humph, that brat thinks he can steal my thunder. But he is still wet behind the ears. Once we enter this hotel, let us see how he continues to pretend. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Guangwei smirked internally as he re-established himself at the center of attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, the transportation costs were graciously covered by Qiuxiwei's brother. Considering his youth and limited finances, I will take charge of the hotel arrangements since I have already reserved a private room on the second floor of the Fuding Hotel." Zhang Guangwei spoke with an air of superiority, explaining, "The Fuding Hotel is divided into 5 floors, each with different pricing and reservation standards. The first floor requires an expenditure of around 10,000, while the second floor demands approximately 50,000, along with a prerequisite deposit of 10,000. The costs only escalate from there. Goodness. The group gasped, realizing that dining on the second floor would equate to a year's worth of their salaries. The world of the affluent was beyond their comprehension. As Zhang Guangwei continued to boast, Gu Qiuxue grew increasingly irate. She had originally intended to treat everyone to casual street food, but now found herself being thrust into a situation where she had to spend over 50,000. Her disdain for Zhang Guangwei deepened. Xiaoqin, it seems I may need to borrow a substantial sum from you today. Consider it a loan. Gu Qiuxue whispered to Lin Jichen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen seemed reluctant to part ways and continued. Sister, rest assured, this person enjoys showing off. And today I shall teach him a stern lesson. Gu Qiuxue, already overwhelmed with embarrassment, felt her body grow numb and her head spin, scarcely processing Lin Jichen's words. Are you referring to Dr. Zhang? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen immediately displayed a look of shame. There is something I wish to apologize to brother Zhang Guangwei for. In truth, my sister and I are actually cousins, not distantly related, but rather true kin. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangwei was overjoyed and exclaimed, Is that truly the case? Yet your sister previously mentioned. Lin Jichen interjected, that was because she intended to use me as a shield, fearing the advances of numerous unreliable suitors. However, after witnessing your character today, I believe you to be a trustworthy individual, which prompted me to be forthright with you. Lin Jichen spoke with a face full of embarrassment. Zhang Guangwei, elated, chuckled heartily and affectionately draped his arm around Lin Jichen's shoulder. Thank you, my brother, for your candor. Rest assured, from this moment forth, your concerns shall be my concerns. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, with a downcast demeanor, lamented. In truth, my sports car is merely rented. I wanted to create an illusion of grandeur. Zhang Guangwei, more amused than anything, feigned consolation, stating, Do not fret, my young friend. It is entirely natural for the youth to desire a fade of prestige. I completely understand. Just tell me how much you spend on the rental, and I shall cover it for you. That is unnecessary. However, I do need Brother Zhang's assistance with a matter, he replied. Speak freely. I reserved a private room at this hotel to maintain appearances, but I find myself unable to afford the payment. Which floor did you reserve? The top floor. Good heavens! Zhang Guangwei exclaimed, his astonishment palpable as his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What did you say? You reserved a room on the top floor? The deposit for that is a staggering 100,000. Lin Jichen, with a look of panic, exclaimed. I have given all my sister's savings to. What? Everyone was taken aback. This lad is quite audacious, isn't he? Qiuxue, is what your brother said true? Zhang Guangwei inquired urgently. Gu Qiuxue glanced at the crowd, hesitated to speak, and then turned her gaze towards Lin Jichen. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen stood in a position visible only to Gu Qiuxue, exchanging knowing glances while speaking. Gu Qiuxue, having deciphered Lin Jichen's intentions, feigned a rather clumsy performance for the group. I understand my shortcomings in managing my younger brother, thus we cannot celebrate today. I shall take my brother home now. Farewell, everyone. With that, the siblings prepared to depart. Zhang Guangwei, in a state of urgency, realized the opportunity to cultivate goodwill was slipping away, perhaps a singular chance. Typically, he could not summon Gu Qiuxue for a meeting. Wait, he called out, halting the pair in their tracks. Qiuxue, since your brother has reserved a private room, let us dine there today. I shall cover all expenses. As he spoke, Zhang Guangwei felt his heart wrench. His initial plan was merely to treat Gu Qiuxue to a modest meal on the second floor, costing perhaps tens of thousands. However, this occasion was on the top floor, where the expenses soared. Fortunately, he had some savings, having worked as a doctor for many years. He calculated that he would execute both his first and second plans simultaneously. In his previous life, he had never spent so lavishly, believing the first plan sufficed. Yet now, dining at the top floor, he felt the need to secure Gu Qiuxue. Anything less would be too precarious. If he could win her affection, spending a bit more would indeed be worthwhile. He resolved to take the plunge, thinking, one must not hesitate if one wishes to capture the wolf. This is too much, Dr. Zhang. There is really no need, Gu Qiuxue quickly declined. Despite her disdain for Zhang Guangwei, her kind-hearted nature prevented her from engaging in deceitful acts. However, Zhang Guangwei, driven by ulterior motives, insisted on presenting a facade of generosity, coercing everyone to the top floor. The opulence of the venue exceeded their expectations. With steely resolve, Zhang Guangwei ordered an extravagant feast, including several bottles of exquisite red wine he had never tasted before. Thus, they commenced their meal, celebrating Gu Qiuxue's birthday. As the guests savored delicacies they had never encountered before, repeatedly expressing their gratitude for Zhang Guangwei's generosity, Lin Jichen was utterly engrossed in his meal, leaving no room for conversation. Gu Qiuxue, on the other hand, felt quite uncomfortable eating, burdened by the weight of the favor she owed. As the banquet progressed, several bottles of red wine were swiftly consumed. At this juncture, Zhang Guangwei discreetly rose and summoned a waiter, saying, I previously stored 2 bottles of wine at your establishment. Please fetch them for me. The waiter complied promptly, returning with the 2 bottles of red wine. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a selection from my cherished collection, renowned for its exquisite flavor. I had intended to keep it reserved, but in celebration of Qiuxue's birthday, I have decided to share it with you all. The room erupted in cheers, praising Zhang for his generosity. He uncorked the wine and diligently poured a glass for each guest. Subsequently, he stood, raised his glass, and declared, let us all partake in a toast to wish Qiuxue a joyous birthday. Naturally, everyone rose in appreciation, joining him in the toast. Lin Jichen raised his wine glass and discreetly inhaled its aroma. Sensing an unusual flavor, he set the glass down and opted for a cup of juice instead. At the stroke of midnight, Zhang Guangwei noticed Lin Jichen's refusal to drink and his expression shifted, feigning displeasure. Xiaochen, he remarked, I have observed that you have never partaken in wine. You must drink this toast in honor of your sister's birthday. Lin Jichen chuckled innocently and said, Brother Zhang, it is not that I do not wish to drink, but the sports car I rented must be returned shortly. I shall leave after my meal, lest I incur a significant fee for the overdue vehicle. Are you leaving immediately after dinner? Zhang Guangwei inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. But I must ensure my sister gets home safely, Lin Jichen replied. Zhang Guangwei, feeling displeased, feigned concern and remarked, oh, must you worry about that? With so many female colleagues from Qiuxue here, surely they can see your home. Your priority should be returning the car. Can you afford the extra charges for delaying it overnight? I cannot afford it. Lin Jichen expressed his apprehension. Precisely. Do not worry, after dinner. If your sister has had too much to drink, her female colleagues can assist her home, Zhang Guangwei assured him. Lin Jichen, believing it to be true, said, very well. Then I shall take my leave for now, sister. I am off to return the car. Gu Qiuxue felt a twinge of anxiety at that moment. Lin Jichen gently patted the back of her hand beneath the table, signaling her not to worry. After Lin Jichen departed, the others continued their meal. As the wine flowed, a peculiar sensation began to envelop the gathering. Each individual felt increasingly disoriented. Oh no, I think I've had too much. My head is spinning, one lamented. Me too. This wine has quite the kick. I can't hold it anymore. I feel like I might vomit. I need to lie down. I can't drink anymore. Gradually, everyone succumbed to their intoxication, slumping over the table in a stupor. Gu Qiuxue, sensing something amiss, attempted to leave, but her legs betrayed her, and she too collapsed onto the table. What's happening? Why is everyone so inebriated? She wondered. Goodness, your tolerance is truly lacking. We've only had 7 or 8 bottles of red wine, and you're all out for the count. I feel a bit dizzy, but I'm managing. Zhang Guangwei feigned an unsteady demeanor, exclaiming, given this, it seems we cannot return. Let us stay at the hotel. Waitstaff, please arrange a room for each of my colleagues and assist them inside. I will cover the bill. Certainly, sir, the female attendant promptly complied. No one suspected Zhang Guangwei's ulterior motive. After all, it was clear to all that they had consumed a substantial amount of alcohol, and their current state was entirely expected. The attendant quickly summoned additional staff to assist the inebriated patrons to their resting quarters. When it was time for a female attendant to assist Gu Qiuxue, Zhang Guangwei interjected. No need for her. I will help her myself. She is my girlfriend. The attendant, believing his words, withdrew without further inquiry. Zhang Guangwei approached Gu Qiuxue, his hands trembling with excitement at the prospect of touching her. Qiuxue, you've had too much. I told you not to drink so much, yet you never listen. Being your boyfriend truly is a source of great concern. Just as he was about to step closer, the door swung open. A flustered figure rushed in. It was Lin Jichen. Zhang Guangwei, startled, recoiled, retracting his outstretched hand with lightning speed. Lin Jichen appeared oblivious to the situation and addressed Zhang Guangwei. Brother Zhang, something terrible has happened. What? What is it? Zhang Guangwei replied, his heart racing with anxiety. On my way back, I had a car accident. The rental company is demanding compensation, Lin Jichen said. His voice filled with distress. Zhang Guangwei's anger flared, his teeth clenched tightly. Yet, in his haste to dismiss Lin Jichen, he forced himself to inquire. How much do they want? They said at least 100,000, Lin Jichen responded, his frustration palpable. At that moment, Zhang Guangwei felt an overwhelming urge to lash out in fury. Brother Zhang, I realize I've caused you trouble. I should wake my sister and see if she can devise a solution. Is she drunk? Lin Jichen suggested, preparing to check on her. Zhang Guangwei quickly intervened. His voice tinged with unease. No, I've already sent her to rest with the assistance of a waitress. You must hurry and settle the rental fees. Otherwise, the other party might extort you further. If that happens, even I would be powerless to assist you, and you might jeopardize your university education. Feigning trepidation, Lin Jichen repeatedly nodded, acquiescing to Zhang Guangwei's directive. With considerable reluctance, Zhang Guangwei transferred 100,000 to Lin Jichen, lamenting the depletion of his savings, having expended over 500,000 today. Lin Jichen, having received the money, called to a female attendant before departing. Would you kindly escort my sister to her resting place? I am her brother, and I shall return to fetch her as soon as my matters are concluded. Zhang Guangwei nearly erupted in anger but restrained himself for the sake of his larger scheme. After Lin Jichen's departure, the attendant assisted Gu Qiuxue in leaving. Zhang Guangwei dared not intervene further, fearing he might arouse the attendant's suspicions. However, under the guise of being Gu Qiuxue's boyfriend, he followed closely behind, incessantly inquiring about her well-being, presenting himself as the ideal caring partner to gain the attendant's trust. I appreciate your help. Here is a little something for you, Zhang Guangwei said, handing over several 100 yuan bills. The attendant accepted them with delight and exited the room, leaving only Zhang Guangwei and Gu Qiuxue together. He gazed at Gu Qiuxue, lying on the bed with her alluring red lips and flushed cheeks. Zhang Guangwei swallowed hard, his eyes glinting with predatory desire. Gu Qiuxue, I initially intended to gently coax you into affection, step by step, but alas, your foolish brother has compelled me to spend over 1 million tonight, depleting my resources. It would be unwise not to recoup some of my investment. As he spoke, he retrieved his phone. Once I have had my way with you and recorded it, a person of your modest disposition would never dare report it. Even if you knew the truth, by then, you will have no choice but to agree to marry me, allowing me to savor every moment with you. Zhang Guangwei laughed maniacally, having never anticipated reaching such a juncture, as the risks were considerable. Yet, Lin Jichen's extravagant spending had whetted his appetite, compelling him to possess Gu Qiuxue tonight to recoup his losses. With that thought, he positioned his phone and lunged eagerly toward Gu Qiuxue. Just then, a shadow flitted through the room. Before Zhang Guangwei could react, he was kicked away, crashing violently against the marble coffee table, crumpled on the floor like a shrimp. He writhed in pain, unable to vocalize his agony, merely convulsing on the ground. Standing before Zhang Guangwei, Lin Jichen's eyes blazed with intense murderous intent. He now understood the impetus behind Gu Qiuxue's suicide. Was it not evident? The scoundrel must have forcibly violated her, capturing the act on video to use as leverage. This drove Gu Qiuxue into a coerced marriage, a descent into depression, and ultimately, self-destruction. With the truth revealed, homicidal thoughts overwhelmed Lin Jichen. He labored under a misapprehension. For in the previous timeline, Gu Qiuxue remained unharmed. It was Lin Jichen's emergence that disrupted Zhang Guangwei's designs. This led to the misconception that his sister had been victimized. Consumed by this tragic misunderstanding, Lin Jichen's rationality evaporated. He advanced, seized Zhang Guangwei, and delivered a forceful blow to his face. Crack! Zhang Guangwei's gold-rimmed glasses shattered, and a distinct fracture echoed from his nose. Lin Jichen's fists were lacerated by shards of glass, yet he remained indifferent to the pain. Wrath had consumed his faculties. A relentless barrage of blows descended upon Zhang Guangwei, disfiguring him to the point of being unrecognizable. His teeth were scattered, and he was incapable of even a whimper. It was fortunate for Zhang Guangwei that Lin Jichen was still merely a mortal man, for otherwise, 100 lies would not have sufficed to save him. You revel in forced demolitions, do you? You prey upon my sister, do you? I shall ensure the extinction of your lineage. Lin Jichen, consumed by rage, lifted his leg and executed a powerful kick, striking Zhang Guangwei squarely in the groin. The sound was akin to that of two eggs being shattered simultaneously. A harrowing scream escaped Zhang Guangwei's lips, echoing with despair, before he collapsed, unconscious and oblivious to his fate. The commotion within the room soon attracted the attention of the hotel staff, who, upon hearing the violent scuffle, hastily retrieved a key to unlock the door. Upon entering, they were met with a shocking sight. Zhang Guangwei lay sprawled on the floor like a lifeless dog, blood pooling around him, his face unrecognizable, and blood seeping continuously from beneath his trousers. Lin Jichen stood as an avatar of retribution, his gaze sweeping over them with icy indifference. Even the robust security personnel present felt a primal chill, their bodies growing cold under the predatory gaze of what felt like a savage beast. Why, you mustn't do anything rash. The hotel manager stammered, his voice trembling with trepidation. We have already alerted the authorities. Lin Jichen finally regained his composure and calmly approached the sofa to take a seat. Well then, let us await the arrival of the police. Seeing Lin Jichen steady himself, the hotel staff felt a sense of relief. Before long, the police arrived at the scene. Lin Jie elucidated the sequence of events, presenting irrefutable evidence in the form of a recorded video. I suspect that the 2 bottles of wine brought by Zhang Guangwei were adulterated with soporifics. I urge you to investigate and gather evidence. Upon hearing this, the police promptly retrieved the wine for examination, whereupon they discovered injection punctures concealed behind the labels. Furthermore, analysis of the residual wine confirmed the presence of sedative compounds. With this conclusive evidence, Zhang Guangwei's culpability was definitively established. Xiaochen, Gu Qiuxue, gradually regaining consciousness, beheld the scene within the room, her countenance paling with fright. Lin Jichen hurriedly approached to comfort her, revealing the truth of the matter. Upon hearing it, Gu Qiuxue felt a chill run down her spine. Yet she was immensely grateful for Lin Jichen's protection, which further solidified her resolve to leave Kyoto and live alongside him. Sir, while your intentions to act heroically are commendable, it must be noted that the individual you struck has been grievously harmed, and his current state is uncertain. Thus, you are still suspected of excessive self-defense, and we must take you in for further investigation. The police approached Lin Jichen, preparing to escort him away. In truth, Lin Jichen had initially subdued Zhang Guangwei. However, in a fit of rage, he had lost his composure and inflicted severe harm upon Zhang Guangwei, which indeed constituted improper self-defense. Should Zhang Guangwei succumb to his injuries, Lin Jichen would bear criminal liability. Do not take my brother away, Gu Qiuxue exclaimed, rushing to shield Lin Jichen. Lin Jichen pulled her back and addressed the police officer. May I make a phone call? The officer replied, yes, but please do not take too long. The officer held a certain admiration for Lin Jichen. This young man who heroically came to the rescue, though he had been excessively ruthless. Even if Guangwei survived, he would have lost half of his life, and his later years would be spent in a state of impotence. Such a ruthless individual indeed. Lin Jichen expressed his gratitude and took out his phone, retrieving the business card from his pocket and dialing the number. Hello, I am Yang Yiru. May I ask who is calling? Hello, I am. Having unveiled his identity, Lin Jichen recounted the sequence of events. Naturally, Yang Yiru would not stand idly by. She instructed Lin Jichen to wait briefly before concluding the call. Shortly thereafter, the police informed Lin Jichen that he was exonerated, absolved of the necessity to visit the police station, and at liberty to return home at his leisure. Lin Jichen smiled, and he immediately discerned that the beautiful young woman must possess considerable capability. Come, sister, let us return home. Leading Gu Qiuxue by the hand, Lin Jichen swaggered out of the hotel, hopped into his sports car, and sped away. As for Zhang Guangwei's fate, it was abundantly clear. This meal not only devoured his savings but also rendered him a eunuch, ultimately condemning him to sing the iron window tears within prison walls for over a decade. In a matter of minutes, Lin Jichen arrived at the entrance of an exclusive residential complex. Jichen, what brings us here? Gu Qiuxue inquired with a hint of curiosity, momentarily suspecting they had taken a wrong turn. Lin Jichen turned his head and flashed her a mysterious smile, saying, You will find out soon. When Gu Qiuxue beheld this brand new, luxurious home, she finally understood that, in addition to purchasing a car for her earlier that day, Lin Jichen had also secured a new residence on her behalf. Even the belongings from her previous house were meticulously arranged within. Sister, you mustn't scold me. I didn't buy this place. It's a rental, just for a month, and quite affordable. With a playful grin, Lin Jichen spoke. Gu Qiuxiue, her eyes glistening with a crimson hue, embraced him suddenly, her voice a soft murmur. Jichen, my gratitude knows no bounds. Enfolding Gu Qiuxiue's lithe form in his arms, Lin Jichen shed his facetious demeanor, his countenance assuming a solemn air. Rather, it is I who should express gratitude, dear sister. Your unwavering care has been my constant companion. Now that your younger brother has come of age, it is time for me to reciprocate. A fleeting thought crossed Lin Jichen's mind. Tinged with a sense of impropriety, yet he swiftly dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Gu Qiuxiue remained silent, her embrace of Lin Jichen intensifying. The siblings stood in quiet communion, savoring the rare tranquility of the moment. Sister, it is time to retire for the night. The following day, Lin Jichen departed from Kyoto. Gu Qiuxiue watched him until he vanished from her sight, her gaze laden with longing and reluctance. Xiaochen, take good care of yourself. I shall endeavor to join you soon. Upon returning to his abode in Jiangling, Lin Jichen promptly entered his gaming pod. The Eight Desolations game update had concluded half a day prior, and he was eager to make up for lost time, lest others surpass him. Sword Sect's backyard residence. Awakening from his meditative slumber, Lin Jichen discovered a giant panda slumbering peacefully beside him. It was none other than Bear Cub, the creature he had acquired from the old man. Tia Yuan. The endearing creature was deeply immersed in sleep, and Lin Jichen chose not to rouse it. Instead, he turned his attention to assessing the state of his cultivation. Realizing his qi refining stage middle phase cultivation had long reached its apex. Having imbibed the superlative qi gathering pill, Lin Jichen transcended into the advanced stage of qi refining. A melodious chime echoed, heralding his elevation to the advanced stage of qi refining, augmenting all fundamental attributes by 10 points. Replenishing his essence with 1,000 units of qi and his arcane reservoir with 1,000 units of mana. Another chime resonated, signifying the ingestion of the superlative qi gathering pill, bestowing an additional 40 points to freely allocate among his attributes. The advanced stage of qi refining was now his. As before, the discretionary attributes were equitably apportioned between might and celerity. Lin Jichen recalled that he had yet to examine the equipment dropped from the Blood Infant Soul Tomb, so he retrieved it from the stone sink ring for inspection. Spirit item, Qilua Umbrella, Mind Power 15, Critical Hit 5, Mana 600, comes with the skill Protection. Protection instantly connects to a teammate within 20 meters, restoring 100 health points per second for 20 seconds. The skill will be interrupted upon receiving an attack. Requirement, exclusive to healing players. Spirit Technique, Bloodbat Echo, reduces the agility effects of enemies within a 300-meter radius by 30, decreases skill hit rate by 10, and inflicts continuous shadow attacks from bloodbats for 15 seconds. Requirement, exclusive to Foundation Realm magic practitioners with more than 30 points of spiritual grace. Heavenly Material and Earthly Treasure, Burial Sand Bone, originally an ordinary beast bone. It absorbed the essence of the earth beneath the sand and underwent a material transformation after a century, becoming as hard as iron with sharp stone tips. Attributes, Strength 4. Defense 3, Critical Hit 5, Speed 3, Health 1. Effect, when a Qi Refinement Realm practitioner breaks through to the Foundation Establishment Realm with this treasure, it significantly enhances the practitioner's attributes. In total, there were 3 items. After all, the Blood Infant was merely an elite monster, and obtaining 3 items was commendable. Had Lin Jichen vanquished that demonic cultivator, he would likely have been rewarded handsomely. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. All 3 items were quite decent, particularly the Burial Sand Bone, which was essential for Lin Jichen. He needed to enter the Foundation Establishment Realm, and his innate talent dictated that he could only pursue the path of Heavenly Foundation Establishment. The conditions for this were stringent. Not only did he require 3 heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but he also needed to find 6 spirit orbs of different attributes: fire, water, lightning, wind, earth, and wood. Although Lin Jichen had not yet reached the Foundation Establishment stage, he needed to begin preparing these materials. Having gathered the 3 items, Lin Jichen opened his attributes panel. Player, Lin Jichen Class, Sword Cultivator Innate Talent, Defying Fate Faction, Tianyan Sword Sect Reputation, 620 Achievement Medal, Killing Intent, Monster Damage 1. Innate Attributes, Fully Maxed Realm, Late Qi Refinement Cultivation. 02000 Post Innate Talent, Tree of Vitality, Health Cap 30, Health, 664 6604 Mana, for 10, for 100 Strength, 121 Mind Power, 44 Defense, 85 Speed, 119 Critical Hit, 7 heart protection, 10 fire resistance, 5 evasion, 11 swordsmanship aptitude, 45 alchemical aptitude, 50 mental cultivation, Tianin Heart Sutra, beginner 67, movement technique, shadow step, beginner 67. Mischarge, beginner 56, martial skill, frost moon slash, beginner 56, phoenix feather, beginner 45, equipment, spirit sword sect garb, spirit red cloud sword, spirit gathering jade pendant, spirit stone sync ring, spirit cloud treading boots, spirit fragrant waistband, spirit refined ring, spirit gentle breeze bracelet. As he stepped into the late chi refinement stage, Lin Jichen's attributes became formidable. His strength and speed exceeded 100 points, thanks largely to 2 exceptional elixirs that granted him an additional 70 points in free attributes. Upon reviewing his attribute changes, Lin Jichen felt elated. If he were to encounter that blood infant again, he could likely dispatch it effortlessly, even without skills. Closing the attribute panel, Lin Jichen began to examine the game update leaderboard. Currently, there were 4 rankings: cultivation ranking, talent ranking, pet ranking, and magical treasure ranking. First, he checked the cultivation ranking. Cultivation ranking, top scholar, Song Xinghe, mid-foundation establishment 2nd place, Chen Feng, early foundation establishment 3rd place, Li Jiqiang, early foundation establishment 4th place, Feng Linwan, early foundation establishment 5th place, Lu Xianping, late chi refinement 6th place, Yang Yiran, late chi refinement 7th place, Ji Jianwei, late chi refinement 8th place, Wu Jian Puppet, late chi refinement 9th place, Jun Mo Xiao, late chi refinement 10th place, Chaishan Zaixian, late chi refinement 11th place, Mengchen, late chi refinement as expected. Lin Jichen's name was absent from this list. This was quite normal, as he had not dedicated himself entirely to enhancing his cultivation and had spent a significant portion of time. Furthermore, ordinary players did not need to follow the same path of Heavenly Foundation establishment he was pursuing. They had 3 options: Human Foundation Establishment, Earth Foundation Establishment, and Heavenly Foundation Establishment. Generally, Human Foundation Establishment was the simplest and quickest choice, while Earth Foundation Establishment was somewhat more challenging, and Heavenly Foundation Establishment was the most demanding. The cultivation ranking did not necessarily reflect true strength. The real strength ranking would only emerge after the 8 Desolations Ascension Conference, when all players would register to compete for rankings. The rankings there would be authentic. Hence, the current cultivation ranking was largely superficial. Lin Jichen cast a cursory glance and dismissed it, turning his attention to the talent rankings. The talent rankings held the most promise. For those who ascended to its heights were destined for a luminous future, poised to become masters with relative ease. Talent rankings, top scholar, Lin Jichen, Defier of Fate 2nd place, Jiang Luoyu, Elemental Force 3rd place, Qin Yuan, Sword Enthusiast 4th place, Shi Siya, Child of Destiny 5th place, Yu Yu, Reincarnation of the Martial Saint 6th place, Bu Sanson, Bloodline of the Dragon 7th place, Wang Shini, White Rainbow Piercing the Sun 8th place, Yi Shuangxing, Demon Infant of the Northern Region 9th place, Dang Jinchuan, Master of Blades 10th place, Xie Lingang, Prodigy of Martial Arts and Magic 11th place, Yin Wei. Heaven's Triad. Lin Jichen did not anticipate that his extraordinary fate-altering abilities would secure him the top position. He recalled that in his previous life, the talent leaderboard featured numerous formidable abilities that he had yet to encounter, likely because those players had not yet engaged with this game. Nevertheless, he was familiar with many individuals listed. Zhang Luoyue's elemental prowess consistently ranked within the top 5, a testament to her formidable talent. However, due to her focus on managing the guild, she neglected her personal strength, resulting in her placement at 13th on the leaderboard. He was well acquainted with Chen Yuan, the erstwhile number 1 sword god who frequently dominated the leaderboard. His talent mirrored his passion for the sword. He also recognized Shi Siya, another fortunate player like himself, renowned as the premier luxter of the 8 Desolations. Yu Yu, the foremost body cultivator of the 8 Desolations, bore the moniker of Martial Sage. Yi Shuangxing, the leading demon cultivator, had garnered the admiration of the Shura Temple's master, who took him as a disciple, possessing formidable demonic skills and enigmatic spiritual techniques. Dang Jinchuan, the foremost blade cultivator, was also included. Lin Jichen was familiar with the majority of these individuals, all of whom were celebrated figures in the future. Of course, talent does not irrevocably dictate one's future. Lin Jichen, a business prodigy in his previous life, had ranked in the millions on the talent leaderboard, yet still ascended to become the number 1 magic cultivator. While talent is not absolute, A favorable start undoubtedly facilitates a smoother journey compared to ordinary players. Closing the talent leaderboard, Lin Jichen accessed the pet leaderboard, which currently featured only 3 individuals. Pet leaderboard. Top. Iron-eating beast second. Fire python third. Blade arm mantis. It appeared that the majority of players had yet to acquire pets. Lastly, he turned to the magic artifact leaderboard, which amusingly contained numerous items belonging to Lin Jichen. Magic artifact leaderboard. Top. Spirit grade. Gathering spirit jade pendant second. Spirit grade. Storm gauntlets third. Spirit grade. Snow slaying blade fourth. Spirit grade. Wind chasing fire spear fifth. Spirit grade. Crimson cloud sword sixth. Spirit grade. Enchanted umbrella seventh. Spirit grade. Golden cicada white silk robe eighth. Spirit grade. Light revealing staff ninth. Spirit grade. Cloud treading boots 10th. Spirit grade. Annihilation demon ring 11th. Spirit grade. Demon subduing staff. Upon concluding his perusal, Lin was amused to find that 5 out of the 10 pieces of equipment were his. It would seem the equipment drop rate in the 8 Desolations was indeed rather touching. Dismissing all the leaderboards, Lin arose from his cot. Noticing the iron-eating beast still slumbering soundly, he delivered a playful swat to its ample posterior. Up and at him, lazy bear. Time to earn your keep. Roused from its slumber, the iron-eating beast was notably ill-tempered, for it possessed a most formidable case of morning grumps. It reflexively raised a paw to strike its disturber, but upon recognizing its master, swiftly retracted the gesture. Master, this bear is famished. Though the iron-eating beast had yet to master the art of speech, the bond forged through blood oath allowed for a communion of minds between pet and master. Yet, its perfectly reasonable request was met with Lin's unceremonious derision. How long has it been since your last meal? You're insatiable, iron-eating beast. This wasn't the impression you gave when you swore fealty, wasn't it? Did I? You must be mistaken. Lin Jichen's demeanor turned cold and merciless. Yet, in the next moment, he received a notification. Ding. Your pet bear's loyalty has decreased by 10 points. Current loyalty, 90. What a surprise. I nearly overlooked the fact that pets possess loyalty levels. Lin Jichen clutched his head, filled with remorse. He lamented his lapse in memory, realizing that pets with loyalty scores below 70 would disobey their masters, and those below 50 were prone to rebellion. I jest, of course, he jested. Would your master ever do such a thing? I roused you merely to escort you to a repast. Instantly, Lin Jichen recanted his statement, attempting to placate the crestfallen Xiong Yangzi. However, it was evident that Xiong Yangzi remained unconvinced. Lin Jichen found himself at a loss, bemused by the fact that this foolish bear still had a temper. Second update. Lin Jichen descended from the Sword Palace and prepared to venture into the secret realms. The recent update of the 8 Desolations has introduced the most significant feature, the secret realms. These realms serve as dungeons akin to those found in online games, providing an exceptional venue for cultivating strength and acquiring equipment. At present, 8 Desolations has unveiled 3 secret realms, the Solo Realm Nightmare, the Team Realm Night Cave Ghost Ridge, and the Group Realm Corpse King Valley. All 3 dungeons are designed for the Chi refinement stage, yet akin to sect missions. They are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty: easy, normal, hard, very hard, and hell. Lin Jichen, without needing to check, was well aware that all the guilds were preoccupied with conquering the secret realms. The first completion of the dungeons with difficulty levels above hard would be announced globally and ranked accordingly. The absence of any announcements or rankings for a first completion indicated that no one had succeeded yet. He resolved to tackle the Nightmare Realm first, as it contained the materials he required to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, along with the enticing Nightmare set. As for the other 2 realms, Lin Jichen chose to set them aside for the moment. Having descended from the Sword Palace mountain, he had not traveled far when suddenly, several figures obstructed his path. So, you finally dared to come down the mountain, did you? With a discerning gaze, Lin Jichen surveyed the assembly, noting their attire indicative of disciples from the Sword Sect's inner sanctum. Their cultivation, however, appeared modest, each dwelling within the foundational realm of Qi condensation. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visitation? He inquired. Lin Jie spoke with a serene countenance, while the ursine creature beside him cast an impatient glare upon them. I am famished and desire a sumptuous feast. Those who impede me shall face their demise. The onlookers were taken aback, realizing that the youth possessed a panda as a pet, their eyes filled with envy. How is it that Lin is deemed worthy to possess such a magnificent creature? Leading the group was a young man of similar age to Lin, with long, flowing hair and an indomitable air, possessing a cultivation base in the late Foundation Establishment stage. He pointed at Lin and proclaimed, "I am known as Wang, and I hereby challenge you." Lin retorted, "Why should I acquiesce to your challenge?" Wang responded with unrestrained laughter. "It seems you are newly arrived at the sword sect and are unfamiliar with its customs. Allow me to enlighten you." Wang explained with an air of triumph. The sword sect has a decree that any disciple whose cultivation base does not exceed that of another by an entire major realm may issue a challenge to the latter. The challenge party, unless prevented by extenuating circumstances such as injury, mission engagement, or seclusion, must accept the challenge. This is to ensure the continuous refinement of the sword sect disciples' cultivation, which is why our heavenly sword sect has become the foremost sect in the prefecture. Do you comprehend now? Lin Jichen was undoubtedly aware of the rules. He merely feigned weakness by inquiring. "But why should I squander my time engaging in a duel with you? It holds no advantage for me. What does victory or defeat truly signify?" Wang Xuanhuang jeered. "Are you afraid? Do you seek benefits? Very well, let us wager using the sect as contribution points. This is indeed a customary practice of the sword sect." Lin Jichen glanced at his contribution points. 0. It is permissible, but since I possess no contribution points, may I defer my obligation for the time being? Lin Jichen spoke calmly. "How absurd. Do you take me for a fool, allowing you to default on your debts?" Wang Xuanhuang mocked in a humorous tone. "Who said he intends to default? His contribution points shall be provided by me." A charming voice interjected. "Nangong, you arrived." Upon seeing her, several inner palace disciples quickly donned smiles and awkwardly greeted her. "Greetings, junior sister Nangong." However, Nangong Yu disregarded them entirely and walked straight to Lin Jichen, her flower-like smile blooming solely for him. "Little junior brother, have you finally decided to descend the mountain?" Lin Jichen smiled and nodded in surprise, saying, "Senior sister, it has only been a few days, and you have already achieved the golden core stage?" "Indeed," Nan Gongwei replied with a charming smile, a hint of pride gracing her delicate features. "Since returning from Worry-Free Village, I have gained numerous insights from battles. After you left, I began my secluded cultivation, and within a couple of days, I broke through to the golden core stage. I intended to share this delightful news with you, but upon arriving at Sword Palace Mountain, I discovered you were still in seclusion, so I returned." Lin Jichen hurriedly clasped his hands together and remarked, "Senior sister, your cultivation is boundless, and achieving golden core status at such a young age is truly admirable. It seems your flattery skills have improved quite a bit during these few days of our separation, little junior brother," Nangong Yu teased. "Not at all. I merely speak the truth. Before my arrival, you were the last to enter the sect, yet you have already attained the golden core stage." At this point, Lin Jichen cast a glance at Wang Xuanhuang and the others, subtly criticizing them. "Unlike certain senior brothers who joined the sect before either of us, yet remain mere foundation establishment cultivators, neglecting their cultivation while shamelessly bullying newly admitted junior brothers, and even taking pride in it. If I were in their shoes, I would have long since hanged myself from a withered tree in shame. The disparity among people can sometimes be more pronounced than that between humans and pigs." These words from Lin Jichen caused Wang Xuanhuang and his companions to flush crimson with shame. Crucially, Nangong Yu nodded in agreement. "Little brother is right. If I had such senior apprentice brothers, I would find it quite mortifying." The group squirmed uncomfortably, their faces reddening, the veins in their necks straining. However, Wang Xuanhuang, mindful of the task entrusted to him by Chu Tianhan, gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation. Junior sister's reprimand is apartment. "It is precisely because my cultivation has stagnated that I have come to seek guidance from little brother, having heard of his capabilities and status as the sect leader's disciple. I have no other intentions." Wang Xuanhuang spoke to Nangong Yu in a gentle tone, not daring to offend her in the slightest. Besides the fact that her grandfather was one of the 12 grand elders and her father was an elder of the sword sect's branch hall, making her status extraordinary, Nangong Yu's own cultivation had reached the golden core realm, making her the second golden core cultivator among the inner disciples, after Chu Tianan. Even if he were to be mocked a few times, or even beaten, he wouldn't dare utter a word. Nangong Yu said disdainfully, "I have no desire to lecture you. I understand the rules of the sword sect. It's about betting contribution points, isn't it? I have over 60,000 points here. How much do you want to wager?" As she spoke, Nangong Yu produced her contribution point token, displaying a 5-figure value that made Lin Jichen envious. Wang Xuanhuang, sweating profusely, waved his hands hastily. "No need for so much, no need for so much. My exchange with junior brother Lin is just a friendly spar. Wagering a few hundred points is enough. No, I won't gamble for less. If we're going to bet, let's bet big. How many contribution points do you have?" Wang Xuanhuang, After glancing at Nangongyu, dared not act rashly and had no choice but to produce his own token. I only have 800 and some contribution points. That's so few. What about those fellows next to you? Include them all, Lin Jichen disdainfully remarked. With a contribution value of 0. He still had the audacity to complain about others' contributions being insufficient. Wang Xuanhuang, suppressing his emotions on the verge of breaking, gathered the contribution values of several individuals and amassed a total of 1,500 points. Very well, let us wager 1,500 points. Should you lose, do not weep. Lin Jichen spoke without shame. Wang Xuanhuang and a few of his companions clenched their fists in anger, gritting their teeth. Fine, pretend all you want. Soon enough, you shall weep. In the depths of night, with 150,000 silver notes at stake, the Sword Sect's arena became the battleground for its disciples. This was a place where the sword-wielding disciples and NPCs of the Sword Sect engaged in fierce duels, vying for each other's contribution points. The sect not only tolerated this combative spirit but actively encouraged it, explaining the abundance of skilled practitioners within the Sword Sect. The arena was guarded day and night by elders from both the outer and branch halls, who intervened at critical moments to safeguard the disciples, preventing severe injuries or even fatalities in the heat of battle. In this round, the outer hall disciple Chun Yuan emerged victorious. An elder at the center of the arena proclaimed the player's triumph. His opponent, also a late-stage chi refinement player, lay defeated beneath Chen Yuan's blade. The onlookers buzzed with admiration. Chen Yuan is impressive. That makes 8 consecutive victories. Indeed, he has never tasted defeat. His prowess is astounding for someone in late-stage chi refinement. His innate talent is that of a sword maniac, ranking 3rd on the talent board. The elders around him regarded him with approving gazes. Even the chief elder of the branch hall wore a cordial smile towards him. It seemed Chen Yuan was destined for greatness. I believe he is the foremost expert of the Tianyan sword sect. With another victory, Chen Yuan descended from the platform, a confident smile adorning his face. At that moment, the chief elder of the branch hall approached him, beaming. You are Chen Yuan? Yes, honored elder, I am Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was puzzled as to why the chief elder sought him out. I am Nangongwu, the head of the branch hall. Observing your remarkable swordsmanship and exceptional talent, I wish to take you as my direct disciple. Would you be willing? The chief elder was a robust, middle-aged man clad in a deep blue robe, bearing a striking resemblance to the grand elder of Tianyuan. Chun Yuan was utterly astounded by the chief elder's offer, and in a surge of joy, he immediately accepted the apprenticeship. Nangongwu was equally delighted to welcome such an outstanding disciple, confident that with diligent training, Chen Yuan would surpass even the next Shushan Han. Father. Suddenly, a soft, melodious voice interrupted. What brings you here? Nangongwu's face lit up with a kind smile upon seeing the newcomer. Nangongwu skipped over to her father, cheerfully declaring, I came to cheer for my little junior brother. Nangongwu, believing she referred to Chen Yuan, chuckled. How did you know I just accepted Chen Yuan as my new disciple? How fortuitous that I can introduce you. At the sight of Nangongwu, Chen Yuan was momentarily entranced, captivated at first glance. He hurriedly approached her, bowing respectfully, Junior brother Chen Yuan, greetings, senior sister. However, Nangongwu frowned and addressed her father. Father, you misunderstood. I was not referring to him. Oh? Then who were you speaking of? Nangongwu inquired, somewhat perplexed. Of course, I meant junior brother Lin. Upon mentioning Lin Jichen, Nangongwu's smile blossomed like spring flowers, radiating charm. Observing his daughter's demeanor, Nangongwu felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. Just then, Lin Jichen and Wang Xuanhuang approached. Junior brother, come quickly. I wish to introduce you to someone. Nangongwu cheerfully beckoned Lin Jichen, her eyes, resembling autumn waters, reflected only his image, leaving no room for anyone else. Upon Lin Jichen's arrival, Nangongwu promptly introduced him. This is my father, Nangongwu, the grand elder of the Sword Sect's branch, a man of considerable prowess. Without reservation, Lin Jichen promptly bowed and greeted him. This disciple, Lin Jichen, pays respects to Elder Nangong. Nangongwu, his countenance devoid of emotion, commenced to scrutinize Lin Jichen from head to toe. His paternal intuition, honed by experience, strongly suggested that the young man before him shared a relationship with his daughter that transcended the ordinary bounds of senior and junior disciples. Lin Jichen felt somewhat awkward, as if he were a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law for the first time. Nangongwu scrutinized him for a considerable time before finally breaking the silence. I have heard that the sect leader has taken in a closed-door disciple. It must be you. Am I correct? Indeed, Lin Jichen replied. You possess quite an impressive appearance. and I am intrigued to discern what sets you apart, enabling you to catch the sect leader's discerning eye. Perfect. You shall engage in a sparring match with my novice disciple, Qin Yuan, so I may observe the fruits of your studies at the sword sect during this period. Without hesitation, Qin Yuan stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with fervent ambition. Lin Jichen, I have long desired to challenge you. His voice dripped with a provocative tone. As he had always yearned to confront Lin Jichen, the renowned master of the Eight Desolations. Unfortunately, fate had conspired against him until now. As a fervent swordsman, he was determined not to let this golden opportunity slip away. Moreover, he had discerned Ne Gongyu's attitude toward Lin Jichen and felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, tinged with jealousy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen declined Qin Yuan's challenge. Ne Gongwu's countenance darkened with displeasure, and he stated, "Are you cognizant of the sword sect's precepts? Unless you are grievously wounded, engaged in a mission, or in seclusion, you may not refuse a challenge from a disciple of equal or lesser cultivation. Alternatively, having already participated in a contest, you are exempt from further duels for a period of 3 days. Are you unfamiliar with these regulations?" API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen shrugged, stating, "I am equally helpless. Senior brother Wang is keen on using his superior strength to bully the weak and insisted on challenging me, given his advanced cultivation." "You were at liberty to decline," Ne Gongwu remarked. Wang Xiu and Wang's countenance shifted, as he had neglected to inform Lin Jichen of this. In truth, those of higher cultivation were free to challenge those of lower cultivation, but the latter could entirely refuse. He deliberately omitted this detail, fearing Lin Jichen would reject the contest. The supposed gap in realms was a fabrication, intended to deceive Lin Jichen. Ne Gongyu, having witnessed Lin Jichen's prowess, was unconcerned about his potential defeat against Wang Xiu and Wang, and thus did not mention it. Now, with Ne Gongwu's interjection, Wang Xiu and Wang grew apprehensive that Lin Jichen might recant. To his surprise, Lin Jichen did not recant, but instead smiled. "Indeed, I am aware, but since senior brother Wang is so generous as to offer me sect contributions, I shall reluctantly accept." Ne Gongwu found the youth's pretense excessive. To posture before him at such a tender age? Moreover, Ne Gongyu gazed at Lin Jichen with affection and trust, greatly displeasing her father. "Then I shall witness this spectacle. You two may spar here on the central platform. I shall personally oversee the proceedings," Ne Gongwu proclaimed, settling into a seat to observe the impending humiliation of Lin Jichen, hoping his daughter would witness his disgrace and relinquish her infatuation. In his eyes, Lin Jichen paled in comparison to his disciple, Qin Yuan. On the central platform, Lin Jichen and Wang Xiu and Huang stood facing each other from a distance. Due to Lin Jichen's considerable fame, players and disciples of the sword debate stage flocked to watch. Before long, the platform was densely packed. Wan Ling. The esteemed Lin is about to duel a late-stage Foundation Establishment disciple. Would you care to watch? He intends to challenge a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator? Impossible. I must see this at once. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen's renown far surpasses that of Qin Yuan. People's names cast shadows, and everyone is eager to witness the prowess of this master of external assistance. Both parties will submit their contribution points, and I shall safeguard them, declared Ne Gongwu. Wang Xiu and Huang produced several tokens and presented them, having cobbled together his 1,500 contribution points from various sources. When it was Lin Jichen's turn, Ne Gongwu noticed that the youth remained indifferent. Just as he contemplated reminding him to submit his token, a delicate hand reached out beside him. "Father, I will cover the contribution points for my junior apprentice." Ne Gongwu's brows furrowed, and his lips twitched as he admonished, "What nonsense are you up to?" However, Ne Gongyu, unfazed, replied, "What nonsense? Contribution points within the sect are freely tradable. What is wrong with me gifting them to my junior apprentice?" Ne Gongwu felt a headache brewing, his heart aching as it had last time. "We'll settle this later," he muttered, reluctantly taking Ne Gongyu's contribution token and impatiently addressing the stage. "Let the duel commence. Junior brother Lin, your confidence is commendable. Today, I, Wang Xiu and Huang, shall seek your guidance." Wang Xiu and Huang sneered, still dismissive of Lin Jichen. After all, the latter was merely at the late stage of qi refinement, while he himself was at the late stage of foundation establishment. a disciple of the inner hall of the sword sect, not a mere trivial opponent. He was resolute that he would not be defeated by someone of a lower rank. Lin Jichen's lips curled into a mocking smile, as if they had tasted honey. I presume someone must have instructed you to come here. Is it so delightful to be a lackey for others, to serve with such unwavering loyalty? Alas, you ought to gaze into a mirror and witness your canine demeanor. In an instant, Wang Xiu and Wang's smile vanished. I shall make you aware of the concept of calamity arising from one's own words. With that, Wang Xiu and Huang brandished a blue flying sword, its blade sharp as a thorn, emanating an icy chill. With Lin Jichen's years of gaming experience, he was certain that Wang Xiu and Huang wielded a transcendent flying sword. Upon examining his own equipment, Lin Jichen discerned the presence of transcendent items as well. This fellow possessed at least 2 or 3 pieces of transcendent gear. Judging solely by their equipment, he held no advantage. The sword was drawn, and the man sprang into action. Wang Xiu and Huang moved with grace, like a beam of light, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lin Jichen. The blue sword, like a shadow, unleashed a thunderous arc of light. Clang! Lin Jichen deftly parried Wang Xiu and Huang's strike with his Qiyun sword, their blades clashing in a dazzling display of crimson and azure light. The spiritual energy surged, causing their hair to dance in the air. Wang Xiu and Huang's offensive was relentless, his swordplay reminiscent of a meteor shower, marked by a harmonious balance of attack and defense, far surpassing that of an ordinary disciple of the sword sect. Nangongwu nodded in approval, remarking, "This disciple possesses the caliber of an inner temple member. Given time, he will surely become a fine talent." However, Nangongwu, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Humph, he is no match for my junior apprentice. Just watch, my junior will undoubtedly prevail." With a chuckle, Nangongwu remained unperturbed, stating, "Then let us continue to observe." In the arena, Lin Jichen found himself on the defensive. As he faced the torrential onslaught of Wang Xiu and Huang's sword strikes, he appeared to scramble for defense, yet he was, in fact, meticulously searching for an opening in his opponent's technique. To his dismay, Wang Xiu and Huang, true to his status as an inner temple disciple, exhibited a seamless blend of offense and defense, executing his moves with precision and leaving no room for Lin Jichen to counterattack. Instead, his strikes grew increasingly fierce and assured. Lin Jichen realized that he could not continue in this manner. He feigned a defensive error, stumbling slightly. Without hesitation, Wang Xiu and Huang seized the opportunity, twisting his sword and lunging toward Lin Jichen. In that instant, Lin Jichen suddenly vanished from his position, reappearing behind Wang Xiu and Huang. The illusory step. Wang Xiu and Huang recognized he had fallen for a ruse and swiftly turned to defend himself, yet he was still a moment too late. A long diagonal gash marred his back. However, what Lin Jichen did not anticipate was that this was merely a minor wound. Minus 160. Goodness, this fellow possesses such high defense, he mused. While others harbored an entirely different perspective, this fellow wields tremendous power. Even Nangongwu appeared somewhat astonished, for he could certainly discern the extent of Wang Xiu and Huang's formidable defense. Lin Jichen effortlessly breached defenses with a single stroke, indicating that his strength exceeds 120. Chen Yuan was utterly astounded. His astonishment stemmed not only from Lin Jichen's attributes but also from his remarkable combat techniques. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Wang Xiu and Huang's flurry of sword strikes. Yet Lin Jichen managed to deflect them all without sustaining a single hit, ultimately inflicting injury upon Wang Xiu and Huang instead. If he were in Lin Jichen's position, he would have undoubtedly struggled to defend against such an onslaught, likely succumbing to several blows amidst the chaos. After striking his opponent, Lin Jichen examined the attributes displayed on the panel. Sword Cultivator, Wang Xiu and Huang Realm, Late Foundation Establishment Vitality, 840. 900 Strength, 135 Mental Power, 90 Defense, 105 Speed, 97 Critical Hit, 20 Heart Protection, 15 API Call Failed with Status Code 429, Error, Code, 429. Message, Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen swiftly adjusted his mindset, retreating to evade Wang Xiu and Huang's retaliatory strike. However, Wang Xiu and Huang's expression darkened considerably. His prolonged assault had yielded no success, and he found himself on the receiving end of a counterattack from Lin Jichen. This was utterly unacceptable to him, even if he had merely sustained a minor injury. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically, his gaze piercing, as the blue sword in his hand moved with even greater velocity, akin to bolts of lightning. He first unleashed 2 strikes to deceive Lin Jichen into lowering his guard, then immediately followed up with a martial technique, Phantom Heartbreak. 2 deceptive blades, 1 lethal strike. A feint combined with a deadly maneuver. He wagered that Lin Jichen would be unable to react in time. Yet, in the next moment, it was as if Lin Jichen had anticipated his strategy, effortlessly sidestepping the attack. In retaliation, he executed a frost moon slash, catching Wang Xuanhuang off guard once more, resulting in a surge of damage erupting from his body. Is this your confidence? It seems someone's hound is not particularly useful after all. Lin Jichen began to mock him, her words piercing like daggers. After suffering repeated defeats, Wang Xuanhuang's pride lay in tatters. The sweet words from Lin Jichen ignited a fire within him, gradually consuming his reason with rage. Wang Xuanhuang began to unleash vicious attacks, employing both martial and spiritual techniques in rapid succession. However, without any semblance of strategy, his flaws became glaringly apparent, making it all too easy for Lin Jichen to evade his assaults. Negongwu shook his head in disappointment. The combat talents of the two were clearly not on the same level. Indeed, it was not long before Wang Xuanhuang was sent flying off the stage by Lin Jichen, landing on the ground in a disheveled heap, utterly defeated. Little junior brother wins. Father, what more do you have to say? Negongwu joyfully exclaimed, bouncing with delight as she turned to Negongwu. In this match, Lin Jichen emerged victorious. Negongwu slammed the contribution card down, flicked his sleeves, and departed. The Battle of Lin Jichen left everyone in awe. With his prowess at the late stage of Qi refinement, he astonishingly triumphed over an opponent at the late stage of foundation establishment. The entire match was recorded and uploaded online, igniting a fervent uproar. In the footage, Lin Jichen did not exhibit any terrifyingly high damage, unlike his previous encounter with the Blood Fiend Guild, where he dispatched foes with a mere couple of strokes. On the contrary, his confrontation with the late-stage Foundation establishment opponent showcased relatively modest damage. Throughout the duel, Lin Jichen did not unleash any outrageous attacks, nor did he employ any martial techniques. He solely relied on basic attacks and nimble footwork to evade Wang Xuanhuang's relentless onslaught time and again. With nothing but his agility and keen awareness, he managed to exhaust his Foundation establishment opponent to the brink of defeat. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. The dissemination of this video led to a significant reduction in those who previously doubted Lin Jichen's integrity. Some questioned whether Lin Jichen was indeed employing cheats. Yet his footwork and awareness clearly displayed exceptional skill. For a user, with no martial techniques utilized, he managed to wear down a disciple at the late stage of Foundation establishment. I can only say, impressive. For a user, does anyone know the attributes of the defeated disciple? I can't shake the feeling that they should be quite formidable. For a user, how on earth did Lin Jichen execute such maneuvers? Is he really a novice player? He seems to possess the finesse of a seasoned veteran. For a user, haha. I said Lin Jichen wasn't cheating. Let us see how the Blood Fiend Guild responds now. Forum host. Lu Xiaozi. The forum was abuzz with excitement, and Lin Jichen's popularity soared once more. Meanwhile, Qin Yuan, after witnessing Lin Jichen's prowess, found himself in a state of turmoil. He recalled his earlier challenge to Lin Jichen and felt a burning shame upon his face. He doubted his own ability to withstand even 10 moves from Lin Jichen. A sense of defeat washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze resolute and determined. Today, you surpass me. But I refuse to believe that I shall never catch up to you, Qin Yuan declared abruptly to Lin Jichen before turning to leave. Lin Jichen gazed at the departing Qin Yuan, a look of admiration gracing his visage. This was the renowned sword god Qin Yuan, acknowledged as the foremost expert in the realm. Truly deserving of his title, it was his pride and intellect that compelled Lin Jichen to regard him as a rival. Transitioning into the path of swordsmanship, he had long anticipated a confrontation with Qin Yuan, as both aspired to the illustrious title of sword god. Having chosen this path, he could not allow Qin Yuan to claim the title of the world's greatest swordmaster. Little junior brother, your strength has improved significantly. Splendid indeed. You truly live up to your title as my little disciple, praised Negongwu, her smile radiant. It is primarily due to my senior sister's formidable prowess as her junior. If I do not push myself to grow stronger, I would forever rely on her protection, Lin Jichen jested. Negongwu's delicate rosy lips curled upward, exuding an enchanting charm. She feigned discontent. Is it so wrong for senior sister to protect you? Do you harbor some disdain for me? Of course not. I merely wish for the day when I can safeguard you, shielding you from the storms of life and carving a path through thorns. At that time, I would possess the confidence to face your father and grandfather, Lin Jichen elucidated. However, Negongwu perceived an unintended implication. She mistakenly believed Lin Jichen was suggesting he would seek her father's approval for marriage once he grew stronger, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Ultimately, the level of cultivation matters little, as long as I am fond of you. I trust my grandfather and father will support my decision, Nangongyu murmured, her head bowed, her hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her garment, exuding a boundless shyness. Lin Jichen gazed upon the stunningly beautiful maiden, unable to suppress a furtive swallow. Suddenly, he recalled that with a favorability rating exceeding 60, physical contact was permissible. His rapport with Nangongyu had already reached 62 points, signifying a mutual affection stage. Indulging in a fleeting touch did not seem excessively inappropriate, did it? However, with so many witnesses present, he felt a wave of shyness wash over him. Senior sister, Lin Jichen suddenly spoke up. What is it? Nangongyu lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with a blend of shyness and affection. Have you been free lately? Lin Jichen inquired. I have. Is there a task you would like my assistance with? Nangongyu assumed Lin Jichen sought her help and was ready to acquiesce. Yet, unexpectedly, no. Junior brother wishes to invite senior sister to Fengxiu City to enjoy music, watch performances, and admire the flowers and moonlight. I wonder if senior sister would be willing? Nangongyu's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, and her face flushed a deep crimson. This is akin to a date, isn't it? Oh dear, this is rather sudden. Her heart raced like a startled deer. Well, I suppose I could. But my father is returning to the inner palace in the next couple of days, so I might not be able to come out. Nangongyu stammered, constrained by parental oversight. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen smiled with satisfaction, sensing that his first date with Nangongyu was on the horizon, filling him with anticipation. Once the player's affinity with the NPC exceeds 50, it becomes essential to engage emotionally to further enhance that affinity. Otherwise, it may prove challenging to elevate it further. After all, if someone harbors feelings for you, inaction on your part could gradually diminish their affection. One must seize the moment while the iron is hot. Having triumphed in a duel, he earned 1,500 contribution points and successfully arranged a meeting with Nangongyu. Lin Jichen appears to be consistently victorious, a true master. As soon as he stepped down from the arena, Su Wanling approached him. Master, your prowess is astonishing. Even disciples in the late foundation establishment stage cannot contend with you. Having been an observer throughout the match, Su Wanling felt as though she was engaged in an entirely different profession from Lin Jichen. Well then, is there something you need? Lin Jichen responded courteously. Su Wanling got straight to the point. Our Moonshadow Guild seeks your assistance in conquering the challenging mode of the secret realm, the Corpse King Valley. That is unfeasible, Lin Jichen replied succinctly. Why not? You may set any conditions you wish. Su Wanling expressed her urgency. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen smiled and remarked. Isn't it the same for other guilds? It's far better for you to concede early than to persist in a fruitless endeavor. Indeed. Su Wanling's eyes sparkled with realization. And she promptly inquired, can we pass through the Night Cave Ghost Ridge? Yes, although the difficulty is somewhat elevated. Then how about you lead us? The terms are entirely up to you. Will your guild leader participate? Yes. Very well. I shall take on the responsibility. Su Wanling. Later, Lin Jichen. Do you harbor an interest in our guild leader? Su Wanling scrutinized Lin Jichen with a wary gaze, as if guarding against a thief. You think too much. Lin Jichen refuted. Su Wanling, however, remained unconvinced. Then why did you specifically inquire about our guild leader's participation? I merely wish to borrow some money from her. It's not as sordid as you imagine. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen scoffed, saying, how dreadful could it possibly be? Can it truly kill me? We live in a society governed by law. You may choose to believe it or not. Regardless, I have said all that I can. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders will only lead to regret in the future. Su Wanling, disinterested in further persuasion, felt as though she were overly concerned for this individual. It would be best if Luo Yu's father were to discover this. Then we shall see if you remain so obstinate. Since you have agreed, let us set off swiftly. I suspect that the teams at Night Cave Ghost Ridge are nearing completion as well, Su Wanling remarked. Lin Jichen exhibited no sense of urgency, for he recalled that when the secret realm first opened, the fastest completion was the solitary nightmare realm, which would take at least 4 to 5 days. Other realms required even more time to conquer, thus there was no need for haste. The two set off from the Sword Sect, intending to journey to the nightmare realm. However, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered Wang Jinghao and his entourage, the president of the Wanshi Guild. Upon seeing Lin Jichen, Wang Jinghao approached with enthusiasm. Brother Lin, I have come specifically to seek your assistance in traversing the secret realm. The reward is 3 million. Furthermore, any equipment obtained from defeating sword cultivators within the realm will be yours. Wang Jinghao elucidated his intentions, explaining that the Wanshi Guild was also stuck in the secret realm, and he was eager to enlist Lin Jichen's help. Having made the trip to the Sword Sect to demonstrate his sincerity, Lin Jichen certainly had no desire to assist someone like Wang Jinghao. Yet it was rather inappropriate to sever ties at this moment. Alas, Brother Wang, you have arrived too late. I have already given her my word. Lin Jichen pointed at Su Wanling. Unfazed by Wang Jinghao, Su Wanling met his gaze with an air of defiance. Wang Jinghao's expression shifted slightly, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he said, Brother Lin, whatever price she demands, I shall offer you double. This time, he was determined not to yield to Su Wanling. Previously, he had compromised merely to avoid being an unwitting fool, but the stakes were different now. The significance of the secret realm's first traversal was paramount, and he was willing to pay any sum necessary. Just as Su Wanling was about to retort, Lin Jichen hesitantly interjected, It's not about the money. You see, she's my girlfriend now, so you understand, I have no choice. Su Wanling widened her eyes in disbelief, almost convinced she had misheard. Right, my dear? You did promise that if I helped you through the secret realm, you would prepare to make our relationship official. She nearly voiced her dissent on the spot, but upon seeing Lin Jichen's gaze, she reluctantly acquiesced. Well, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen sighed discreetly and remarked, There is nothing I can do. A wealthy woman is pursuing me, and she is quite attractive. I've decided to cease my efforts and have ended things with my ex. Wang Jinghao remained skeptical, but at that moment, Su Wanling had already taken Lin Jichen's hand and urged him to leave. Hurry up. If you don't pick up the pace, I want to meet you in person. Oh, wait for me, darling. With that, the two swiftly departed from the sect and teleported away. Damn it, not her again. Wang Jinghao grumbled, having suffered embarrassment at Su Wanling's hands twice. What shall we do now? He inquired. Wang Jinghao, still fuming, replied, What else can we do but return? This fellow is greedy and lecherous. Such a character is easy to manipulate. Let us wait and see. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, Lin Jichen remarked, quite doggedly yet with a steady demeanor. Su Wanling, suddenly enlightened, retorted, Lin Jichen, how can a man like you lack such grace? Can't you just shield me this once? I cannot, Lin Jichen replied firmly, adding, We are merely collaborators. There is no obligation for me to bear the blame for you. Besides, with such a vast guild and a president protecting you, what is there to fear? I, on the other hand, am but a lone wanderer. Moreover, this burden rightfully belongs to you. It is none of my concern. Should I assist Wang Jinghao in clearing his quest instead? Having learned from past experiences, Lin Jichen harbored a strong sense of vigilance towards strangers in reality. Once bitten, twice shy, he acknowledged his fear. Apart from Renlan and Guqiu Shue, he was reluctant to place his trust in anyone else. When dealing with real-world strangers, he preferred to engage openly with NPCs in the game. At least within the realm of the game, characters were defined by their nature, villains were villains, and heroes were heroes. Unless NPCs encountered significant changes, their essence remained unchanged. This aspect had been reaffirmed through the integration of the game with reality. Thus, compared to real individuals, Lin Jichen found himself placing greater trust in NPCs. He resembled an avid otaku, enamored solely with the maidens of the two-dimensional world. Yet, who could have anticipated that one day, the maidens from that dimensional realm would manifest in the real world? Though it appeared that Lin Jichen was enamored with NPCs, in truth, He was cultivating a network of relationships that would prove trustworthy and invaluable in the future. Su Wanling chose not to counter his statements. While she found Lin Jichen's demeanor lacking in grace, she acknowledged the validity of his words. However, the notion that their relationship was merely a professional collaboration left her somewhat disheartened. Were they not even friends? You are right. It seems I have misunderstood. I apologize. Let us go. The president awaits us, Su Wanling said, her tone stiff, before striding forward on her own. Lin Jichen shrugged, fully aware that Su Wanling was upset. Yet, he remained indifferent. For one who has been deceived, trust feels like a distant memory. Do not blame him for enveloping himself in solitude. He simply wishes to avoid another betrayal. The 3 secret realms are situated in the vicinity of Fengsu City, each dispersed across different locations. Lin Jichen followed Su Wanling to the entrance of the secret realm at night, Cave Ghost Ridge, where a throng of people had gathered. From the entrance of the secret realm, the crowd stretched for miles, filled with players from various sections. Once the secret realm was opened, enthusiasm ran high, and everyone flocked to explore its depths. The other 2 secret realms were equally congested. A temporary team was in urgent need of a mage. Requirements: mid-stage chi refinement, hurry. Another group was seeking a physical tank and a healer, preferably a monk. There's a dire need for healers. Anyone with healing abilities, regardless of their cultivation level, is welcome. I'm a novice, having just begun. I'm at the initial stage of chi refinement and a bowman. Is there anyone willing to guide me? We need one more for a full team. Is anyone interested? We're not lacking anything except for a girl, preferably one with a penchant for risky humor. Heh. The atmosphere was lively, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, infused with the essence of a gaming world. Su Wanling led Lin Jichen through the bustling crowd to a large gathering of beautiful women. Among them was Jiang Luoyu, who stood out like the moon among a sea of stars, her beauty effortlessly eclipsing all others. The women, though individually attractive, paled in comparison to Jiang Liu, who radiated an undeniable brilliance. The sight of so many stunning women together was breathtaking. Had it not been for the privacy settings between players, a swarm of male players would have already surrounded them. President, I've brought the person. You may converse with him, Su Wanling said, stepping aside in a huff after introducing Lin Jichen. Jiang Luoyu found this odd, but the priority remained the successful passage through the secret realm. Mr. Lin, we appreciate your presence. Please guide us through the secret realm. Feel free to state your conditions. Lin Jichen, facing the daughter of the wealthy tycoon, did not hold back. He laid out 3 conditions. First, I demand command authority. Once we enter the secret realm, you shall follow my every instruction without question. This is certainly acceptable. Second, any equipment or materials required for sword cultivators and the foundation laying of the Tao that we acquire in the secret realm shall belong to me. That, too, is agreeable. Third, there is a personal matter. I wish to borrow some funds from you. This is hardly an issue. How much do you need? I will have Wanling transfer the amount to you. Jiang Luoyu readily agreed. Lin Jichen shook his head and said, I do not wish to borrow cash. I seek to borrow spirit stones. Spirit stones? How many do you desire? The more, the better. Lend me as many as you have, Lin Jichen boldly demanded. Jiang Liu furrowed her brow slightly. It was not that she was being stingy, but rather that spirit stones were of utmost importance to the guild at this time. Spirit stones served as the hard currency of the 8 Desolations, and they could also be utilized for meditation to enhance one's cultivation. When players found themselves unable to locate areas rich in spiritual energy for meditation, they could absorb the energy contained within spirit stones, yielding excellent results. Thus, spirit stones have become coveted treasures that all guilds were scrambling to acquire. Currently, the market ratio of spirit stones to cash had surged to 180. And there were buyers without a market, especially since the game had only recently entered open beta. Where could one find such an abundance of spirit stones? Fortunately for Jiang Liu, she had employed over 100 gold farming teams to gather spirit stones for her Moonshadow Guild. Additionally, she had her subordinates relentlessly scouring the market. Whatever they could find, no matter the price, was acceptable. Therefore, she had amassed a considerable quantity of spirit stones. Hey, Lin Jichen, do you truly have the audacity to make such a request? Are you unaware of how vital spirit stones are to the guild? And asking for as many as possible? Your appetite is rather insatiable, isn't it? Su Wanling stepped forward, her eyes wide in disbelief, as though she had consumed something bitter. Wanling, what troubles you? Jiang Luoyu inquired, noticing Su Wanling's unusual demeanor. Su Wanling, realizing her emotions were somewhat out of control, lowered her head and murmured, I am fine. Lin Jichen spoke up. Reassuringly, do not worry, it is not a gratuitous loan. For every unit borrowed, I shall return you 130, and that within 5 days. Are you truly serious? Inquired Jiang Luoyu. Of course, I assure you, within the realm of Bahuang, virtual contracts exist. I can draft a lending agreement with you. With the system's oversight, you need not fear any deceit on my part. Very well, I shall lend you the amount you require. Aside from the spirit stones necessary for the guild's normal expenditures over the next 7 days, I shall provide you with the rest, Jiang Luoyu responded with unwavering decisiveness. Then I am most grateful. May I ask, how much do you intend to lend? There should be approximately 50,000, came the reply. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Lin Jichen was not one to beat around the bush. He accepted everything without hesitation. The more he acquired, the greater his profit. And he harbored no concerns about repayment. Even if he were unable to repay, he could always join the Moonshadow Guild and repay with his own flesh, after all. He was a solitary man. Once the virtual agreement was finalized, Lin Jichen's spirit stone account swelled by an impressive 51,245 stones, firmly establishing him as the wealthiest individual in the 8 Desolations. Regrettably, this ranking did not include a spirit stone leaderboard. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly claim the top spot. All right, I will return it within 5 days, so let us proceed through the secret realm first. I shall follow your lead, Jiang Luoyu readily agreed, subsequently inviting Lin Jichen into her team and appointing him as the captain. The Night Cave Ghost Ridge served as a team dungeon, accommodating a maximum of 5 participants. You may select anyone you wish. If necessary, I can also withdraw from the team. My only goal is to conquer the guild, Jiang Luoyu advised. Lin Jichen nodded slightly and accessed the member information of their guild, swiftly identifying suitable candidates. He selected Jiang Luoyu, Su Wanling, and 2 other guild members. One was a mid-stage qi refiner and healer named Chao Shuying, and the other was a late-stage qi refiner with a focus on physical training, named Li Jinzi. Should I go too? My profession is the same as yours. It wouldn't be of much use, Su Wanling remarked, surprised that Lin Jichen had chosen her. Despite being a swordsman, she possessed a sense of self-awareness. Don't worry, the Night Cave Ghost Ridge is quite manageable. There are no strict requirements based on profession. Just come along and enjoy yourself, Lin Jichen replied without a moment's hesitation. Su Wanling rolled her eyes in annoyance, while Jiang Luoyu covered her mouth and chuckled, concerned that Su Wanling might become upset again, and offered a few comforting words. If I go and we fail to clear it, don't blame me for holding you back, Su Wanling huffed, tossing her short hair with a flare. With the team finalized, Lin Jichen took on the role of captain and led them directly to the entrance of the secret realm. At that moment, a leaderboard was displayed at the entrance, showcasing the progress of the top 10 teams. Launch your guild, hard mode, progress 52. Daiyue Studio, hard mode, progress 50. Kenyan Studio, hard mode, progress 49. Jizhao Guild, hard mode, progress 47. The leaderboard clearly indicated the progress of various guilds and studios in the Night Cave Ghost Ridge. All were engaged in hard mode. After all, none had successfully cleared it yet, so who would dare to challenge the extreme and hell modes? Lin Jichen merely cast a fleeting glance before losing interest. Striding confidently into the depths of the secret realm, the remaining 4 team members promptly followed suit, teleporting into the domain. Once inside, Su Wanling let out a shriek. Lin Jichen, have you made a mistake? Why is it set to hell mode? Jiang Luoyu soon realized that Lin Jichen had indeed chosen the hell mode. However, she could not fathom that a master like Lin Jichen would commit such a fundamental error. Mr. Lin, do you possess the confidence to tackle hell mode? Lin Jichen did not deny it. In fact, the Night Cave Ghost Ridge is not particularly challenging. The difficulty lies in the precise coordination and the elite monster's relentless tactics. If these 2 aspects can be addressed, the secret realm can be traversed smoothly. Jiang Luoyu nodded and remarked, you are indeed correct. We also have members attempting to conquer the Night Cave Ghost Ridge. They report that the ridge is home to 4 formidable ghosts. While their strength may only be at the mid-stage of qi refinement, the moment one of them falls, the other 3 will swiftly converge, making it nearly impossible to contend with them. If the normal mode is already so daunting, I fear the strength of the ghosts in hell mode will be even greater. Jiang Luoyu felt a twinge of concern. At this point, even if she wanted Lin Jichen to withdraw and reselect the mode, it was no longer feasible. Once one enters a secret realm, the only outcomes are either success or total annihilation, There is no option to retreat midway. That is indeed the case. But there exists a method to sever the connection between the four ghosts and eliminate them one by one, Lin Jichen elucidated. What method is that? Jiang Luoyu's eyes brightened as she immediately inquired. This is a strategy one intend to sell. It is a commercial secret, and I am afraid I cannot disclose it. Even in the presence of the stunningly beautiful daughter of the wealthy, Lin Jichen remained resolute, showing no inclination to weave her into the fabric of his plans. You are to guide us through the secret realm. Won't we eventually discover it? Su Wanling raised a question. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You boast. Su Wanling was about to accuse Lin Jichen of bragging, but upon recalling his victory over opponents in the Foundation establishment stage at the Sword Sex discussion platform, the words retreated before they could escape her lips. Perhaps he truly possesses the capability. Let us proceed, and may our endeavor be swift and decisive. Lin Jichen walked ahead, followed closely by the four young women. Within the secret realm, the scenery was entirely distinct from the outside world. The silent ridges were punctuated by the eerie calls of night owls, while the starlight above was dim and the moonlight cast a somber shadow. The atmosphere was thick with a chilling aura, and the night breeze whispered through the air, biting with cold. The entire mountain range appeared desolate, and at its base lay a disordered graveyard, littered with haphazardly buried bones. Some skeletal remains protruded from the yellow earth, half exposed. Beside this graveyard stood a dilapidated thatched shed, seemingly on the brink of collapse. A tattered white lantern dangled from its eaves, swaying precariously in the night wind, creaking ominously. The flickering candlelight within danced sporadically, casting a haunting glow. This oppressive and terrifying scene instilled a profound sense of dread, prompting one to seek solace from any source of comfort. Sister Wanling, this place is absolutely terrifying. I dread anything frightening, exclaimed the timid girl, Chao Shuriying, as she recoiled at the sight. Look at your feeble courage. It's merely a game. Treat it as if you were watching a film. Take a cue from me, the president, and Xiaoji. We fear nothing, so why should you? Su Wanling scoffed. Yet she remained closely aligned with Jiang Luoyu, fearful of falling behind. Her gaze averted from the bones scattered on the ground. She fixated on the sky above. Wanling, Jiang Luoyu suddenly called out to her. What? There's a human hand beneath your feet, Jiang Luoyu remarked nonchalantly. Ah, help. Su Wanling leapt in fright, only to discover there was nothing there. President, you are teasing me. How vexatious. Su Wanling retorted, her irritation palpable. Jiang Luoyu wore a triumphant smile, reveling in her mischief. Lin Jichen, upon hearing the raucous laughter from behind, found himself in a state of bemusement, pondering whether they were traversing a secret realm or merely on a leisurely excursion. He strode purposefully through the graveyard and approached the thatched hut, where the wooden door creaked open slowly. Out emerged a gaunt figure, a hunchbacked man clad in tattered garments, emanating a foul stench. The sight of this individual made Su Wanling and Chao Shuriying shriek in unison, clinging to each other in fright. The man's appearance was peculiar. He was missing an eye, leaving a hollow socket in its place. His features were twisted, marred by scars that crisscrossed his face. It was no surprise that even the bravest of men quaked at the sight of him, let alone the women. The Ba Huang Forum had long been abuzz with complaints about these three secret realms, each more terrifying than the last. Some were too frightened to sleep. Others had wet themselves in fear, and many were too intimidated to engage in play. The Ba Huang had come to be whimsically dubbed a horror game. One female cultivator, unable to withstand the terror, sought refuge behind Su Wanling. Conversely, Jiang Luoyu remained unfazed, exhibiting a genuine lack of fear. There is no need to mention Lin Jichen. This terror pales in comparison. When one eventually witnesses the abyss, the grave of souls, or even the hell of Yama, those realms embody true horror. In contrast, this is merely child's play. After the man emerged, his voice hoarse, he addressed the gathering. Yet another 5 come to court death. Let us depart swiftly to spare ourselves the loss of 5 lives. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen, disinterested in him, strode past and began his ascent up the mountain. Wait, young man. The gravekeeper called out to him. If you must go, could you do me a favor? Speak, Lin replied. 20 years ago, my wife was slain by a malevolent spirit here. I took on the role of gravekeeper in hopes of finding her belongings. Regrettably, my abilities are insufficient to scale the mountain. If you happen to discover a white handkerchief on Ghost Ridge, Please bring it to me. I would be willing to reward you with 2 pieces of extraordinary equipment. The gravekeeper presented his quest. 2 pieces of extraordinary equipment. Truly, this is a hellish challenge. Even the gravekeepers of the difficult mode only offer 1 piece of spiritual gear, Su Wanling exclaimed in astonishment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Lin Jichen, accompanied by 4 teammates, formally embarked on their journey. The 5 of them advanced towards the highest mountain ridge, but it was not long before a chilling wind began to sweep through. A mournful and piercing wail suddenly reverberated in their ears. Unbeknownst to them, ghostly apparitions began to materialize around them. Each apparition bore a ghastly visage, with greenish faces and sharp fangs, and upon spotting the living, they lunged at Lin Jichen and his companions like ravenous wolves. Oh my, why are there so many ghosts? Didn't Xiao Lei say there were only 5 at the beginning? There must be dozens now. Su Wanling exclaimed, her face paling in fear. This is hell mode. Xiao Lei and the others faced a harder difficulty, so naturally, it's different. We need to fight quickly, Jiang Luoyu stated, already raising her staff and chanting incantations. The fire infusion technique ignited, causing the nearby specters to scream in agony as they were engulfed in flames. Jiang Liu had reached the latter stage of qi refinement. And although numerous, these apparitions were merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, making it manageable for the group. The 5 split up to dispatch the nearby specters. After initially succumbing to fear, Su Wanling managed to regain her composure and teamed up with Chao Shiying for mutual support in slaying the monsters. Meanwhile, the body cultivator Li Jinzi proved to be remarkably fearless, delivering powerful punches to the ghosts. Her combat style resembled that of Shu Qi and Stephen Chow's journey to the west, conquering the demons, embodying a brutal aesthetic. Lin Jichen's situation was even simpler. No ghost could withstand the strike of his sword. A single attack would result in instant annihilation. The damage he inflicted was overwhelmingly substantial. Under the concerted efforts of everyone, dozens of ghosts were swiftly eradicated. However, what puzzled Jiang Luoyu and her companions was that the ghosts they vanquished yielded almost nothing. Occasionally, they found a scattered spirit stone or a few pieces of mundane silver. In stark contrast, beneath Lin Jichen's feet lay a plethora of spirit stones, easily numbering in the dozens, along with 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, one of which was even of spiritual quality. What could this possibly mean? The 4 girls exchanged bewildered glances, each equally perplexed. Lin, what level of fortune do you possess? Su Wanling inquired curiously. That's a secret, Lin Jichen replied nonchalantly. Humph, you're still as stingy as ever. Su Wanling pouted, not genuinely upset, having grown accustomed to it. She realized that Lin Jichen was inherently guarded, making it difficult for anyone to earn his trust, as he seemed to remain wary of everyone. While she could not comprehend the reasons for his caution, she understood that differing personalities were a natural aspect of human nature. Lin Jichen remained silent as he gathered his belongings. Upon inspection, he found that everything was of little worth. The sole piece of spiritual equipment available was not suited for his use and possessed only mediocre attributes. Lin Jichen exhibited no interest and handed the items over to Jiang Luoyu. If it is of no use to me, take it, he remarked. Jiang Liu accepted the equipment without hesitation. The piece was precisely suited for a player specializing in physical cultivation, and she promptly gifted it to someone else. Thank you, President. Li Jinzi exclaimed gleefully as she received it. The 5 continued their journey, encountering wave after wave of ghostly assaults, whose strength steadily increased. Occasionally, a group of early-stage qi refinement ghosts would be accompanied by 1 or 2 mid-stage ghost captains, sometimes even more. Yet, Lin Jichen effortlessly dispatched them as if they were mere vegetables. Additionally, with Jiang Liu, a proficient spellcaster, the 5 faced little difficulty in their passage. However, the consumption of magical energy was considerable. After each skirmish, they had to consume potions to replenish their mana. Remarkably, Lin Jichen maintained a full state, having not expended a single drop of health or mana. He relied solely on basic attacks, achieving instant kills with each strike. Ah, something dropped. Su Wanling exclaimed in delight, revealing a blood-stained handkerchief in her grasp. Jiang Liu also rejoiced, praising her. Wanling, you have truly made a contribution. If you can complete the quest and report back to the Grey Keeper, you shall receive 2 pieces of profound-grade equipment. Su Wanling, brimming with happiness, suggested. Shall I return now to submit the quest? That way, even if we fail the challenge, I can still acquire 2 pieces of profound-grade equipment. I advise against it. Lin Jichen interjected suddenly. Why? Lin Jichen let out a soft sigh and remarked, I suspect the Grey Keeper is certainly absent. Otherwise, would he allow you to exploit such a loophole? Wouldn't that enable one to utilize this glitch to farm equipment? Indeed, Zhu Jiuyin conceded, finding a semblance of truth in Lin Jichen's words. It was certainly the case. Xiao Lei and her companions had also attempted this method, only to find that as soon as they acquired the handkerchief, they returned to seek out the Gravekeeper, yet they could not locate him at all. Jiang Luoyu confirmed. I see, that is indeed rather unfortunate, Zhu Jiuyin murmured with a sense of regret. Lin Jichen shook her head with a smile, truly believing that the Gravekeeper would provide them with equipment. The five set off once more, reaching the mountainside of Ghost Ridge. The temperature at the slope was considerably lower than that at the base, with a chilling aura pervading the air. My life, how bitter it is. Suddenly, a haunting and penetrating voice emerged from the shadows. From a withered tree hung the corpse of a woman clad in red. The lifeless eyes of the corpse abruptly opened, staring blankly at the group, as streams of blood flowed from her eye sockets. In the next moment, the corpse broke free from its bindings, its visage twisted in rage. Sand and stones flew in all directions, and screams echoed, throwing everyone into a state of utter disarray. Beneath the feet of Lin Jichen and his four companions, skeletal hands emerged, clutching them tightly, as if attempting to drag them into the depths of the earth. This horrifying scene rendered the timid Zhu Jiuyin and Qiao Shiying utterly dumbstruck, encountering such a terrifying creature for the first time. They were so paralyzed by fear that they forgot even to scream, let alone resist. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen scoffed disdainfully, disregarding Jiang Liu and the others, and instead advanced directly towards the female specter. To everyone's astonishment, as the ghost caught sight of Lin Jichen approaching, it halted its actions, gazing at him with an almost entranced expression. In the next moment, to Jiang Liu and her companion's utter disbelief, the ghost's formidable aura dissipated, seemingly shy. As it spoke with human words, Young master, you are so remarkably handsome. Would you consider becoming a pair of ghostly spouses with me? Lin Jichen was taken aback, having never before attracted the attention of a ghost. Noticing his silence, she persisted in her coaxing. In truth, you could consider a career shift to ghost cultivation that way. We could cultivate together, and your abilities would undoubtedly advance more swiftly than they do now. Please, be quiet. Lin Jichen exclaimed in exasperation. Who in their right mind would desire to become a ghostly cultivator? The female specter's expression turned icy. What nonsense! If you refuse, I shall slay you and extract your soul. You have no choice but to accompany me. You vile and twisted apparition, he retorted, when met with rejection. You resort to threats? You must have been a hideous creature in your past life, perishing in your own ugliness. An unwanted relic of the past. If I were in your position, I would find it utterly shameful to embrace such a fate. Lin Jichen's lips curled into a scornful smile once more, unleashing a torrent of curses. The female ghost, infuriated, felt her malevolent aura surge, causing the surrounding chill to plunge to an icy depth. I shall take your life. Suddenly, the female ghost vanished without a trace. In the next moment, cascading locks of hair sprouted beneath Lin Jichen's feet, resembling dark serpents, their tips sharp as venomous needles, enveloping, piercing through the heart. Lin Jichen remained as composed as ever, wielding the Qiyun sword, which cleaved through the air with precision. A multitude of strands of hair were severed. Yet, in no time, the ghostly woman's hair regrew, relentlessly advancing toward him once more. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen stood unfazed, his feet poised upon the 7 stars, transforming his speed into a mere flicker of an afterimage. The female specter momentarily lost track of his presence, lunging in vain. A crimson longsword pierced through her chest, emerging from her back with a decisive thrust. A critical hit. Minus 1,360. Being a ghostly entity, she remarkably persisted despite such grievous injuries, writhing in desperation. Monster. Hanged ghost level. Elite strength. Early foundation establishment health. 32, 806, 000 attack. 75 defense. 60 speed. 75 skills. Wraith attack. Skeleton trap. Soul assassination, this hellish elite creature was already a formidable adversary for an ordinary chi refinement player. Yet, before Lin Jichen's extraordinary attributes, this meagerly powerful elite monster was utterly blind to its own shortcomings. With mere speed as an advantage, the female ghost stood no chance of landing a hit on him. Lin Jichen had mastered the agile and explosive techniques of swordsmanship to an impressive degree. Meanwhile, Su Wanling and Zhang Liu had extricated themselves from the skeletal trap. Witnessing Lin Jichen skillfully outmaneuvering the female specter, the sense of dread that had engulfed Su Wanling and Chao Shiying dissipated significantly. The four girls entered the fray, and within less than half a minute, the Foundation establishment ghost was thoroughly vanquished, reduced to a spectral grave. Before they could catch their breath, a chilling wind swept through, heralding the arrival of 3 more ghosts of equal rank from various directions. This was the most vexing aspect of the Night Cave Ghost Ridge. Slaying one would instantly summon 3 more. Moreover, each ghost possessed unique abilities and attributes, leaving the players with no information and forcing them to endure the onslaught passively. 3 were Foundation establishment ghosts. Could we truly prevail against them? Su Wanling felt a profound sense of uncertainty. Lin Jichen remained silent. Seizing this splendid opportunity, he summoned his bear-like companion from the pet space. Pets are afforded their own spaces for the convenience of their masters when summoned. Previously, during the sword competition, he had concealed the bear to avoid attracting the envious eyes and potential chaos from the sword sect players. After all, maintaining a low profile was preferable. Upon its arrival, the bear instantly captivated the 4 girls. "What an adorable panda!" they exclaimed. "This must be the iron-eating beast on the pet leaderboard. Who would have thought it belonged to the esteemed Lin?" They all lamented, "Oh, I wish I could have a pet too." Only Jiang Luoyu maintained her composure, smiling as she offered her observations. "This panda somewhat resembles the real panda my father keeps, although it is significantly smaller. The one at home is an elderly panda. Exceedingly charming. It reminds me of my dear Xiangxiang in her youth." As she spoke, a nostalgic expression crossed her face. She longed to return to her childhood, a time when her father showered her with affection, and her mothers regarded her as their precious jewel, always by her side. Unlike now, where, as an adult, her father had informed her of an extended trip, implying he would be away for a long duration. Moreover, he intended for her to inherit the family business, a prospect Jiang Luoyu resented, which led to a 2-year wager with her father. The past seemed more appealing. As she matured, her father grew increasingly indifferent, preoccupied with enjoying life with her mothers. The more she contemplated this, the angrier she became. She was determined to win the wager and compel her parents to return. Once the bear was released from its pet space, it frolicked about, seeking food from Lin Jichen. However, instead of receiving a treat, it was commanded to confront a vengeful spirit. The bear expressed its dissatisfaction but complied obediently, for its loyalty was still at a commendable 70%. Lin Jichen felt that after completing the task, he truly deserved to indulge himself in a sumptuous meal. Otherwise, if his loyalty decreased further, it would be quite unwise. What if he were to betray? The ancient Qiyu likely treated the iron-eating beast in a similar manner, which ultimately led to its defection and his defeat at the hands of the Yellow Emperor. Once the bear-like figure identified a target, it let out a roar and launched an assault. The speed exhibited was a stark contrast to its usual languid demeanor. In the throes of battle, the bear-like figure transformed entirely into a ferocious beast. With a swipe of its paw, it sent a vengeful spirit flying far away. Lin Jichen charged towards the other 2 malevolent spirits, assigning one to Xiong Yangzi. Although Xiong was merely at the early stage of foundation building, his attributes were significantly superior to those of the spirits, making him capable of handling one without difficulty. Faced with the remaining 2 spirits, Lin Jichen opted not to tackle them one by one. Instead, he launched himself at the first spirit, delivering a basic sword strike. Subsequently, he unleashed the Frost Moon Slash, striking the second spirit. With damage readings of -610, -910, both spirits' aggro shifted entirely to Lin Jichen, rendering Jiang Luoyu and the others remarkably safe. Is he truly attempting to take on 2 at once? Su Wanling exclaimed in astonishment. He is intentionally drawing the malevolent spirits away from us, Jiang Luoyu remarked. Su Wanling, still skeptical, murmured, what if he ends up overwhelmed and perishes? As they spoke, the 2 spirits had already encircled Lin Jichen and commenced their assault. To Su Wanling's utter disbelief, every strike aimed at Lin Jichen resulted in a miss. My goodness, just how high is his defense? Isn't he a sword cultivator? Li Jinzi chuckled wryly. Shouldn't aggro pulling be the responsibility of us body cultivators? This is by far the most impressive aggro-pulling technique I've ever witnessed, drawing two at once while his pet handles another. Let us not linger on our astonishment. He has taken on all the dirty work. We cannot simply spectate. We should contribute our damage as much as possible, Jiang Luoyu commanded. She sensed that with Lin Jichen's involvement, the hellish mode of Yeka Ghost Ridge had become considerably simpler. Aside from the initial challenge of vanquishing the spirits, the subsequent 4 fearsome malevolent spirits that typically instill dread in players posed no burden on them. Lin Jichen had shouldered the entire responsibility, drawing aggro, dealing damage, and performing the roles of both tank and warrior all by himself. Thus, the 4 of them mindlessly unleashed their attacks from the sidelines. With Jiang Luoyu continuously casting her skills, untroubled by the concern that her excessive damage might draw aggro away, as had previously occurred, Lin Jichen's casual strike was as damaging as her ultimate move. Li Jinzi, a physical cultivator, rushed forward, fervently swinging her hammer. Su Wanling relentlessly hacked away at the fierce ghost from behind. The only one seemingly at leisure was the healer, Zhao Jiuyin. Her primary task was to restore her teammates' health. Yet there was not a single drop of blood lost on the battlefield. Despite enduring relentless assaults from the 2 ferocious ghosts, Lin Jichen remained untouched. Not a single drop of bloodshed. Even the panda, when struck by the fierce ghost, displayed no signs of injury, its defenses surpassing the ghost's might. Left with no other recourse, she could only raise her umbrella's tip and poke at the ghost's rear. While the damage was minimal, the insult was profoundly significant. Fortunately, after several failed attempts to breach Lin Jichen's defenses, the fierce ghosts, incensed by their inability to inflict harm, began to employ their skills to alleviate the embarrassment of their impotence. In order to swiftly resolve the situation, Lin Jichen often neglected to evade. Engaging in combat did not necessarily deplete health points, yet it would significantly prolong the completion time. Moreover, with a healer present, any loss of health could be readily restored. Lin Jichen finally began to bleed, much to Zhao Jiuyin's delight. As a healer, she was relieved that she no longer had to resort to prodding with her umbrella. In the dead of night, 5 individuals and a bear engaged in a fierce battle. One by one, the malevolent spirits fell, and the 3 remaining specters could not escape their grim fate, all dissipating into nothingness. Outside the secret realm, a larger and more conspicuous leaderboard emerged on the difficulty chart, featuring a single piece of information: Moonshadow Guild, Hell Mode, Progress 60. Upon witnessing this announcement, the players outside could hardly believe their eyes. Am I hallucinating? A guild is tackling the Hell difficulty in the Night Cave Ghost Ridge, they exclaimed, astonished by the progress. 60? That's even higher than the Wonsher Guild, which has only reached 58 in the hard mode. Which guild is Moonshadow? I've never heard of them. Isn't Hell Mode the most challenging difficulty? How can they challenge it without even clearing hard mode? This progress on the Hell Mode leaderboard sparked lively discussions and debates among the players outside. Within the secret realm, all 4 malevolent spirits lay vanquished. Su Wanling was about to reach for the equipment when she was stopped by Jiang Luoyu. Let Mr. Lin handle it. His fortune is surely greater than ours. Lin Jichen, unfazed, approached and opened all 4 soul tombs, revealing a plethora of equipment and spirit stones scattered across the ground. 5 pieces of spiritual artifacts, 7 ordinary items, and more than 40 spirit stones. Wow! Except for Jiang Luoyu, the 3 girls exclaimed in excitement. What kind of divine intervention is this? Master Lin, with such luck, why bother with games? You should try your hand at the lottery, and you would surely strike it rich, Su Wanling remarked enviously. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen was not speaking in vain. In her previous life, the unparalleled lucky one, Zhu Jiuyin, amassed a fortune of billions simply by opening soul tombs for others. The guild specifically sought her expertise to unearth equipment. After defeating the bosses, they would leave the soul tombs untouched and pay Zhu Jiuyin to come and open them. Remarkably, nearly 9 out of 10 times, the items she unveiled were worth far more than their cost. However, after the subsequent world merger, money became mere scraps of paper. Zhu Jiuyin lamented her past choices as her once great fortune of billions became a mere jest. Furthermore, having neglected to enhance her own strength, she found herself struggling in the merged world, ultimately meeting her demise at the hands of a rogue bandit, thus squandering her extraordinary fortune and innate talent. Faced with the plethora of spiritual-grade equipment before her, Jiang Luoyu remained unfazed, instead offering a subtle smile to Lin Jichen. Mr. Lin, please select your preferred equipment first. If there are still no sword cultivators among them, you may take whatever you wish. Lin Jichen was not courteous. He selected 2 items that were of use to him, a pair of handguards and a book on advanced sword techniques. Spirit Grade, Night Cave Handguards, Strength 5, Critical Hit 3, Defense 5, comes with a unique skill. Palm Chi, conjures a wave of palm energy to strike the target suddenly, inflicting damage equivalent to the user's base attack. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Requirements, usable by any player. Spirit Grade Sword Technique, Gu Sword Chi. On the 3rd strike that hits the opponent, an additional sword energy lingers within them, akin to nurturing a poison. This energy may be detonated at the user's discretion within 2 minutes, inflicting a fixed damage of 150 points, and can be stacked. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Requirements, usable by sword practitioners at the late stage of Chi refinement and above. This technique, while not particularly damaging, possesses a notable advantage, an exceptionally low cooldown. It can be executed once every 10 seconds and is stackable, making it exceedingly practical. He could inflict Gu Sword Chi on his opponent within 2 minutes, and then trigger all at once, resulting in considerable damage. If he could obtain another skill capable of delivering a lethal blow, the combination would rival the potency of a formidable spiritual technique. As for the other items, Lin Jichen had no intention of claiming them for himself. He offered them entirely to Jiang Luoyuan. The group then set forth, advancing towards the highest point of the mountain. Beyond the mid-slope lay the peak. There, a hunched man sat at the cliff's edge, enjoying the mountain breeze and gazing at the moon. Everyone recognized him immediately. He was none other than the gravekeeper from below. So he was here. Hey, we have completed your task. Here's your late wife's handkerchief, which I have brought for you. Upon seeing the gravekeeper, Su Wanling was filled with excitement and rushed over to request equipment from him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen did not intend to take advantage of her. What does it mean? Su Wanling still does not quite understand. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen's teasing remarks elicited a dramatic eye roll from Su Wanling, who was nearly provoked to violence. Who is he calling foolish? He is the boss. Why would he assign us tasks? Is it merely for his amusement? Jiang Luoyu found herself somewhat perplexed. Do you think the 3 malevolent spirits appeared so swiftly by mere chance? Lin Jichen countered. Jiang Luoyu, possessing remarkable intelligence, quickly grasped the implication. She gazed at the handkerchief in Su Wanling's possession and inquired, "Are you suggesting that handkerchief serves as a signal for the 3 spirits?" Yes, but not entirely. Lin Jichen realized he had let something slip and hastily sought to rectify it. However, Jiang Luoyu, ever astute, continued her analysis. Does that mean if we refrain from accepting this task at the outset, or if we do not pick up that handkerchief, the 3 spirits will not converge upon us simultaneously? Jiang Luoyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she smiled at Lin Jichen, eagerly awaiting his response. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen was filled with exasperation. Was this woman truly so astute? He had suffered a significant loss now that she was aware of the strategy to conquer the dungeon. Mr. Lin, thank you for generously providing the secret strategy of the Moonshadow Guild, Jiang Luoyu said with a beaming smile. Her lips forming a playful pout as a hint of mischief danced across her face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen felt a flicker of solace. He quietly reminded himself to exercise caution when conversing with this woman, for too many words may lead to misfortune. The 170,000 silver notes have been added. Rest assured. Qing Jiu has not defaulted. Thus far, this gravekeeper still attempts to deceive everyone. I am grateful to you for locating the relics of my late wife. Upon handing them over to me, you shall receive 2 exquisite treasures. Lin Jichen approached with an air of calm. The gravekeeper's smile gradually turned sinister. Just as he believed Lin Jichen had fallen for his trick, a flash of cold light darted past. The gravekeeper hastily dodged, yet was a moment too late. Receiving a blade to his shoulder. Minus 240. Realizing he had been exposed, the gravekeeper ceased his pretense. He fixated on Lin Jichen with a malevolent glare. His skin shedding like that of a cicada, his limbs grotesquely elongating like those of a stick insect. The hunched old man had vanished, replaced by a towering monstrosity. Cloaked in a shroud of darkness, his body was covered in a myriad of scales, his visage resembling that of a beast, with arms as gnarled as dead branches. He wielded a pitch-black staff. Monster. King of the Night Cave level. Boss strength. Late Foundation Establishment health. 1, 076, 011. 000 attack. 118 defense. 102 speed. 100 heart protection. 10 critical hit. 10 skills. Swarm of night crows. Shadow escape. Ghostly contract. Annihilating demonic energy in the name of the Ghost King, I condemn you all to death. The King of the Night Cave, staff in hand, loomed over the masses, from which a billowing cloud of dense black mist erupted. The mist transformed into countless night crows, their crimson eyes glaring as they surged toward Lin Jichen and his companions like a frenzied swarm. The sky was filled with an uncountable number of night crows, completely enveloping the night, turning into a torrential wave. For Zhu Jiuyin and her fellow novice players, this was the first encounter with such a breathtaking skill. The sheer force of it left them feeling utterly insignificant in its presence. Under such an AoE attack, no amount of agility could provide escape. The five, along with the bear, found themselves encircled by the crows, forced to wield their weapons to eliminate as many as possible. Yet, many night crows still slipped through the cracks. Their health bars plummeted rapidly. Jiang Luoyu, with the lowest defense, suffered the greatest loss, her health dropping by 400 or 500. Only the bear and Lin Jichen fared a little better, maintaining a healthier status with less damage taken. As health points dwindled perilously, Zhu Jiuyin stepped forward. Twirling the handle of her umbrella, a pillar of light rose before them, enveloping all five and the bear. Their health gradually began to restore. Well done, Jiuyin. This skill is truly effective, Zhu Jiuyin praised. Zhu Jiuyin responded with a wry smile. Sister Jiuyin, this skill consumes a lot of mana, and I'm nearly out. No sooner had she said this than the pillar of light dissipated. Fortunately, the Ghost King's swarm of night crows skill had also come to an end. Lin Jichen swiftly darted out, determined not to allow the Ghost King to unleash its abilities with such ease. Standing before the towering 2-meter giant, Lin Jichen appeared to be feeble and vulnerable. However, in reality, he held the creature in utter disdain. The Ghost King of the Night Cave, unfortunately for itself, belonged to the mage class, a type that Lin Jichen found exceedingly manageable. At that moment, the Night Cave Ghost King was poised to chant its second skill. Lin Jichen sprinted forward with great speed, resembling a shooting star, swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was before the Ghost King. With his right hand grasping the sword, he concealed the blade behind his back. As he approached within an adequate distance, he suddenly surged upwards. The sword was drawn. The Qian sword seemed to materialize from the void. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the Ghost King's body. Minus 240. Yet, this was far from the end, being in close quarters. The spellcaster had little recourse beyond passive defense and retreat, lacking any effective means of counterattack. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen offered no opportunity, as the phantom figure kept pace. The effect of the dark mist gradually dissipated, and the Ghost King re-emerged. Lin Jichen wielded his sword with a swift flourish, like an insidious affliction reattaching itself. Simultaneously, the cooldown for his poisonous sword energy concluded, allowing another blade of energy to penetrate his adversary once more. The Ghost King roared in fury, attempting to create distance. Yet Lin Jichen clung to him like an unshakable adhesive. This exemplified the advantage of speed, capable of pursuit and evasion, effortlessly dancing through the fray. At that moment, Jiang Luoyu and her companions arrived, joining the fray against the Ghost King. Earthbinding Immortal Hand, Falling Stone Ring, Piercing Fist, Fiery Slash. They were acutely aware that their basic attacks could not breach the Ghost King's defenses, thus they unleashed their skills with fervor. Xiongyang joined forces with Lin Jichen to ensnare the Ghost King. However, the Ghost King possessed immense vitality, and despite their relentless barrage of skills, they only managed to inflict a mere 1,000 points of damage. Moreover, in the early stages of the game, players had a limited repertoire of skills, necessitating a wait for cooldowns after each onslaught. Once their skills were expended, they sought to uncover the Ghost King's vulnerabilities, striving to aid Lin Jichen in inflicting as much damage as possible. In contrast, Lin Jichen's every strike with his sword dealt a consistent 300 points of damage. Unlike before, he no longer fixated on exploiting weaknesses for critical hits. This time, he focused solely on speed, entirely relinquishing evasion and defense. The Ghost King, however, was not a mere target. His other hand transformed into a vicious claw, aimed at Lin Jichen. Yet, Lin Jichen did not flinch, enduring the assault as he continued to swing his sword. For an entire 2 minutes, Lin Jichen lost count of how many times he had struck, only aware that he had embedded 10 poisonous sword energies within the Ghost King's form. Explode. The poisonous energies buried within the Ghost King detonated simultaneously, minus 1,500. Coupled with the damage he had inflicted through his relentless strikes, the Ghost King's vitality plummeted to less than a quarter. Jiang Liu and her companions beamed with smiles of impending victory, as if they were truly on the brink of conquering the infernal-level secret realm. However, at that moment, the tide shifted unexpectedly. The Ghost King hurled his scepter into the air. A dark, eerie green beam cascaded from the scepter, enveloping everyone around. Immediately, a dozen ghostly soldiers, clad in sinister armor and exuding malevolence, materialized. Upon their arrival, the ghostly soldiers let out blood-curdling howls as they charged toward the group. Lin Jichen's eyes blazed with a fierce killing intent as his long sword sliced through the void, unleashing dozens of sword energies. Phoenix feathers. The sword energies fell like rain, cleaving heaven and earth. The dozen or so ghost soldiers, summoned but yet to serve their king, were instantly reduced to mere ashes, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, the Ghost King seized the opportunity to escape, retreating to the shadows while chanting incantations as dense death energy began to coalesce in the sky. The entire mountain trembled slightly. However, just as the spell was on the verge of completion, a few remnants of the Phoenix Feather Sword energies caught up with the Ghost King, striking his form. Minus 840. Minus 840. Minus 840. Silence status activated. The Ghost King, mid-chant, suddenly found his voice choked, as if someone had clutched his throat. The gathering black energy in the heavens seemed equally perplexed by the Ghost King's predicament, manifesting 3 question marks before dissipating on its own. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Lin Jichen confidently approached and opened the soul tomb, once again eliciting gasps of amazement from the onlookers. Within lay 3 pieces of spiritual equipment, 2 mundane items, and over 1,000 spirit stones. Most significantly, there were also 2 pieces of profound grade equipment. Profound grade. A bonus of 180,000 silver notes is hereby granted. Today is Qing Jiu's birthday. Had it not been for my wife's reminder, I might have forgotten entirely, covering my face. Hence, there shall be no updates tonight. As I indulge in a fleeting moment of leisure, the remaining 3 updates will be completed during the day. I also extend my gratitude for everyone's well wishes. Profound Grade Night Cave Staff. Mental Power 35, Critical Hit 15, Mental Power Penetration 15, Damage to Ghost Cultivation Skills 5. And it possesses the Ghost Soldier Contract skill. Ghost Soldier Contract. Summons 10 spectral soldiers to serve you, each at the mid-stage of Chi refinement, lasting for 60 seconds. Cooldown. 10 minutes. Requirement. Usable by law cultivators. Profound Grade Spiritual Technique. Annihilation of demonic chi, chanting time of 7 seconds to condense a vast sphere of demonic energy. Inflicting a total of 1,500 points of basic mental power damage within a 300-meter radius, coupled with a demonic burn effect that reduces the opponent's healing effectiveness by 15. Mana cost, 1,200 points, cooldown, 8 minutes. Requirement. Usable by Foundation-level law cultivators with a spiritual affinity above 60. Upon witnessing these 2 pieces of profound equipment, Lin Jichen slapped his forehead, a look of despair crossing his face. Goodness, they are all suited for law cultivators. Alas, after much effort to acquire 2 pieces of profound equipment, none are usable by me. How infuriating. The other 3 pieces of spiritual equipment were equally unusable for him. What a loss. Ha ha ha, Master Lin, your luck is truly unmatched. I would rate you an 82. President, they are all for your use. Su Wanling laughed joyfully, showing no consideration for Lin's feelings. Jiang Luoyu, upon noticing that both pieces of equipment were perfectly suited for her, beamed with delight. She tentatively inquired, Mr. Lin, if you have no use for these 2 pieces of equipment, I would be willing to purchase them, ensuring you do not suffer a loss. No need, Lin replied firmly. As I previously stated, these pieces of equipment rightfully belong to you. Besides, I have not incurred any loss. Lin Jie showcased the obsidian crystal in his hand. He had, in truth, anticipated this outcome, as the Night Hollow Ghoul Ridge secret realm was, After all, the prime location for acquiring the Night Hollow series of cultivation sets. However, he was somewhat disheartened to encounter two mystical grade items that were of no use to him. Fortunately, the Ghoul King's Soul Tomb had yielded a treasure of natural endowment. Treasure of natural endowment. Obsidian crystal. Originally a common rock crystal, it has been infused with demonic energy for centuries, transforming into an obsidian crystal. More robust than any refined iron in the world. Attributes: Defense 5, Heartguard 5, Ghoul Cultivation Skill Resistance 4, Resilience 2. Effect: when a Chi Refining Cultivator attempts to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage, the use of this treasure of natural endowment can significantly enhance the cultivator's attributes. Including the Burial Sandbone, he had now gathered 2 treasures of natural endowment, with 1 more needed, and the collection of the 6 spiritual energies. He could achieve a Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the Hell-level Night Hollow Ghoul Ridge. All members cultivation 1,500 points. Completion time, 7 minutes and 56 seconds. Rating, perfect. Reward. All members receive an additional 500 cultivation points. Perfect clearance lucky bag X1. The 5 individuals and the bear simultaneously absorbed a large cluster of spiritual energy, and a radiant lucky bag appeared before them. Grandmaster Lin, we're counting on you. The entire team once again eagerly awaited Lin Jie to draw the prize. They had discerned that, though he didn't express it, Lin Jie's luck was undoubtedly exceptional. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Lin Jichen remained speechless. He shouldn't have ventured into this secret realm. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Congratulations to the Moonshadow Guild for achieving the first completion of the Hell-level secret realm, Night Cave Ghost Ridge. Each member is awarded 500 reputation points and 5 battle attribute fruits. May all players thrive in their martial pursuits. The announcement resonated 3 times. Su Wanling and her fellow female companions embraced each other, celebrating joyously. They could vividly imagine the reactions of the players outside. Their Moonshadow Guild had finally gained recognition and fame. Even Jiang Luoyu, the usually composed and unflappable guild leader, radiated joy at this moment. The 3 pieces of high-grade magical repair gear were secondary. What truly delighted her was that their guild had been the first to conquer the secret realm. And it was a Hell-level 1 at that. Her aspirations had taken a significant leap forward. Mr. Lin, I am genuinely grateful to you. Without your assistance, our Moonshadow would never have been able to compete with the other established guilds. In the future, should there be any opportunity where our Moonshadow Guild can be of service, please do not hesitate to ask, Jiang Luoyu said earnestly as she approached Lin Jichen. No need for formality. You all contributed significantly as well. Lin Jichen responded. One must maintain a sense of grace. Mr. Lin is far too modest. In truth, you could conquer the challenge alone. It is merely a matter of time. Jiang Luoyu replied with remarkable composure. Very well, if you truly wish to express your gratitude, then remember your prior promise to me. Do not disclose the secrets of the mystic realm, as I intend to earn a little extra on the side. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Lin Jichen took the booklet and glanced at it. Spirit rank martial technique. Dazzling sword chi. After charging for 3 seconds, it releases a sword chi that inflicts 400 points of base damage to enemies within a 50-meter radius, and additionally stuns the struck targets for 2 seconds. Cooldown period, 90 seconds. Requirement: exclusive to sword cultivators. This martial technique is quite commendable, belonging to the category of ambush skills, as no one would remain stationary, waiting for you to charge for 3 seconds. However, if one could conceal themselves while executing it, the effectiveness would indeed be remarkable. Lin Jichen accepted the booklet, expressing gratitude. The 5 individuals emerged from the secret realm, stepping into a throng of people, a veritable sea of humanity. Upon seeing the announcement, numerous players flocked to Night Cave Ghost Ridge, eager to witness the leaderboard firsthand and to experience the Moonshadow Guild, hoping to glean some strategies along the way. They are indeed from the Moonshadow Guild. I know them. As Jiang Luoyu and the others appeared, they were immediately recognized. Lin Jichen, quite cunning, swiftly made his escape after exiting the dungeon, leaving Zhang Liu and her 3 companions surrounded. Unfortunately, due to privacy constraints, It seemed likely that there would have been some unscrupulous individuals taking advantage of the situation. Fortunately, other members of the Moonshadow Guild arrived just in time to protect their president. In the face of such a crowd, Jiang Luoyu remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of leadership. At this moment, Su Wanling began her recruitment campaign. The Moonshadow Guild announced that it was seeking new members, specifically female players at the mid-stage of Qi refinement or above. With the best benefits in the entire server, those who met the criteria were invited to step forward. And upon passing our members review, they would be welcomed into the guild. Outstanding performers could be promoted to formal members, starting with a monthly salary of at least 20,000. Having just conquered a hell-level secret realm and gained considerable fame, Su Wanling's call to action prompted a flurry of female players eager to sign up.